The fiery axe curved as if it were riding the wind and only left a small scratch on Surin's forehead before it hit the river. Ka. Surin hurriedly used his footwork to gain distance from Rayon as soon as the axe scratched his head. Rayon furrowed his brow, watching the axe sink under the river. I reacted too late. If the axe had been directed at him, he would have easily deflected it and cut off Surin's head, but the axe was trying to split Surin's head from the beginning. His reaction was delayed because of the unexpected situation, giving Surin the time to escape. The fact that he'd moved according to the thrower's intentions irritated him. Rayon looked in the direction the axe had come from. He could see a huge black ship cutting the vast and deep Perrin River in half as it advanced. It was the Misfortune, the South North Union's warship that he could never forget. Rumble, a huge presence raged throughout the river from above the Misfortune as it approached while grinding the debris of the marine marketplace into small pieces. Wham! Along with a tremendous sound, loud enough to destroy the deck, an old man landed on the river with a red axe in his hand. The rampaging waves subsided as if it were afraid of his overwhelming pressure, and the whirlpool that could reach the sky calmed down. Rayon raised his gaze, feeling the fiery wave of his aura prickling his heart. The white hair that was roughly swept back, the black coat covered in scars, and the axe shaped like a dragon's head that glowed with a bloody color. He was the Axe King Roman, who was practically revered as the god of the Reborn River. Why is that shitter appearing like the protagonist? Wrath complained in displeasure. Rayon was jealous of his boldness and composure at that point. Gee, good timing, Roman. Surin quickly nodded, running towards the Axe King. He's dangerous. We have to kill him right now instead of waiting until next year. He pointed his finger, asking him to kill Rayon before he got any stronger. The Axe King stared at Rayon instead of responding to Surin. Has it been 2 years since then? It's been a bit more than that, Rayon sighed while meeting Roman's eyes. You're as insolent as before. How could you sigh at people's faces? Despite what he said, Roman's lips were curved into a smile. You made me lose my turn by pretending to attack him. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue, shifting his eyes towards Surin. That was a smart move, despite how you look. It's been a long time since the last time someone complimented me. Roman chuckled and nodded his head. Roman, what are you doing right now? Surin stood next to Roman and furrowed his brow. Kill him already. You will never get an opportunity like this again. Head Elder, Roman exhaled in frustration while looking at Surin. You are being unsightly. What? Raptor asked me this when I promised to have a duel to the death with that greenhorn after 3 years, he continued, meeting Rayon's composed eyes. He asked what I was going to do if you killed him before the 3 years were up. Guess my response. Surin's lips trembled, implying that he already knew the answer. I said that I didn't mind it. If someone like you, who lost your fangs and claws from old age, could kill him, then that was all that he could amount to, and there was no reason to be upset. Roman twisted his lips slightly, meeting Surin's trembling eyes. That's why the opposite is also true. What? There's no reason for me to help you just because you are at a disadvantage. I'm not a shameless warrior. I'm not unsightly enough to interfere in a duel. He shook his hand, a cold smile on his face. Keep going. I'll be the notary of the result. What are you even saying? Surin's lips trembled as he turned pale at Roman's reaction. Just kill him right here and it will be done. Why should I? Roman shrugged his shoulders, as wide as the river. Our duel to the death takes place the first day of the next year. A fruit that hasn't ripened yet is only going to be bitter. He crossed his arms to hug his axe and closed his eyes, showing that he really had no intention of joining the battle. Roman, you damned bastard. Surin shouted at him, but Roman didn't open his eyes. I have a question. Roman slowly raised his eyelids after Rayon called out to him. What is it? Why did you save him if you weren't trying to interfere with the fight? Roman had rescued Surin a moment ago by using his brain despite his character. Since Rayon had thought that they were obviously going to attack together after that, he found it strange that he wasn't going to join the battle. It's a simple question. Roman raised his chin and twitched his lips, because I wanted to witness how much stronger you've grown. He curled his lips into a smile, saying that was the only reason. You crazy bastard, if the union's boss learns about this fact. He's going to compliment me. What? The boss himself gave the order to not touch Rayon Sieghart. Since you are the one who disobeyed him, I won't be criticized for not saving you. Roman shook his head, saying that it was a simple matter. Surin twisted his lips and stepped backward. He seemed to be planning to run away with his warship because he had no confidence in winning the battle. Head Elder, where are you going? Roman stood in Surin's way and glared fiercely at him. I'm the notary of this duel to the death. Neither of you is allowed to leave unless the other party is dead. He unleashed his destructive aura, showing that he was serious about being the notary. You are insane. Stop with the jokes. I'm always serious. Roman gestured with his chin to urge him to go back to the battle. I'm never going to forgive you after I return. Intimidated by Roman's pressure, Surin returned to his position with a quickened breath. Sure. Roman casually smiled, showing that he didn't really care. What are you waiting for? He glanced at Rayon, who was standing in front of Surin. I've prepared the scene, so finish him off now. How am I supposed to trust you? Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Roman. Are you saying that you can't trust me? Of course not. Rimmer responded instead of Rayon. You kept attacking last time after I withstood 3 hits from you, saying that you were excited by it. How are we supposed to trust you when even the duel to the death was established because of your whims? Rimmer violently ground his teeth at Roman. Where did you sell your arm? Roman narrowed his eyes, looking at Rimmer's right shoulder. It's none of your business. Just answer my question. This and that are different stories. He glanced at Surin and Rayon one after the other and twisted his lips. It's a duel between an old man who brought his sickly old body to the battlefield to avenge his grandson and a genius who is trying to kill the grandfather after killing his grandson. You won't get to see a fight like this ever again. Roman stomped the ground violently and laughed like a madman. I'll never interfere in this battle, and I'll even escort the winner to their home without laying a finger on him. I swear on my name as the Axe King. He pounded his chest, saying that he was promising it on his name. Regardless of his intention, we need to put an end to this. Rayon nodded at Rimmer. All right, Rimmer sighed, taking a step back. I'll stop the Axe King no matter what if he tries to interfere, so focus on finishing Surin off for now. Understood. Rimmer wasn't in good condition, but he kept his word, unlike Roman. Rayon stepped forward while counting on him. Crack. Surin ground his teeth to the point of breaking while glaring at Rayon. I'll split you into pieces, to the point where even the fishes can't eat you. He lifted his fishing rod. The wave rampaged again, concentrating a huge amount of aura in it. Rayon narrowed his eyes, meeting Surin's bloodshot eyes. His determination is commendable, at least. Surin was aware that he'd already lost the battle. He was creating his will with the determination to avenge his grandson even though his mind had already been defeated. Hayap. Surin pulled the rod far back and swung it. The fishing line bent like a whip towards Rayon's neck, imbued with an astral sphere. Whir. Rayon coated his blade with the flame blazing in his energy center. He slashed the fishing line bending towards him with the crimson line of heat. PSSH. The line was as hard as steel, but it was torn apart easily and swayed in the air. Even the tackle and the hook had been disconnected and sank under the water. Rayon licked his lips as he watched Cian start to falter. As expected, he has weakened. Surin's aura was as powerful as before, but his will to kill him had subsided. It must have happened because he's already experienced defeat. Even then, I can't underestimate him. A person engulfed in his desire for revenge was capable of anything. It was necessary to focus until the very end instead of celebrating his victory early. Rayon added his footwork to the flow of the river. He approached with the fluent steps of the supreme harmonies. Third step and thrust heavenly drive towards Surin's neck. Clong. Surin gritted his teeth and raised his rod to defend himself. The scent of blood was coming from his mouth. It was the sign of a serious internal injury. Kring. Rayon didn't miss his opportunity as Surin tried to catch his breath, piercing into his space. Surin hurriedly stepped back and swung his fishing rod. It wasn't incorporating any strong will, but the amount of aura was overwhelming. It's not easy to defeat him. Rayon clenched heavenly drive's hilt and stomped with his right foot. He silenced the sloshing water and thrust the blade of Requiem with his left hand. A white shadow was cast over the red blade, surrounding the astral sphere approaching him. Rayon Sieghart style. Fifth form White Shadow Slash. The White Shadow Slash, executed with the blade of Requiem, removed the rampaging astral sphere from the fishing rod. Surin widened his eyes in disbelief as his huge astral sphere disappeared in an instant. Kring. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity presented by his confusion and rushed towards him to stab him with the 36 Crimson Slash. The burning blade severed Surin's vitals, attacking from 36 different directions in a single move. PSSH. Surin managed to defend his most important Vitalshi's heart and neck, but blood gushed from his other wounds, covering his entire body with blood in an instant. Surin powerlessly lowered his fishing rod. His pain and despair were obvious in his expression. Rayon swung Heavenly Drive down in order to finish him off, and Surin clenched Heavenly Drive with his left hand while grabbing the wrist with his right hand. I got you. Surin's lips curled into a deep smile, even though a dangerous amount of blood was gushing from his hand. Rayon tried to pull the sword and his wrist away, but he couldn't do it probably because he was even using his life force in addition to his aura. If I can't kill you, I'll bring you down with me. Surin's skin turned a burning crimson color as he declared a suicide attack. His energy center pounded violently, and a tremendous amount of energy started to gush from it. He seemed to be planning to self-destruct by exploding the aura from his energy center. Did you really believe you could keep living after killing my grandson? I'll definitely bring you down. I knew you would do that. Rayon briefly nodded, looking at Surin's sneer. What? You're pretty bad at acting. Surin kept stepping back and showed his weakness even though his eyes were still brimming with his desire for vengeance. Rayon wasn't deceived from the beginning because he'd figured that he was plotting something. Thud. Rayon let go of Heavenly Drive and opened his palm. Why, you bastard. Cian hurriedly punched with his left hand, and Rayon deflected it with his shoulder and thrust his right hand. It was the monarch of Wrath's ultimate technique, Silver Moon Demonic Veil. Ah, that's my technique. The silver ray was fired along with a scream from Wrath, and Surin's body froze the moment it reached him. Crack, since he had concentrated all his aura into his energy center to self-destruct, he completely froze, with no way to defend against the Silver Moon Demonic Veil. You. I told you I'd send you to your grandson. Rayon smacked his right arm, which was holding his wrist, while meeting his wavering eyes. DD. Cian couldn't even finish his last word, freezing completely and then falling into the river. Rayon could see the disbelief, the refusal to recognize his death in Surin's eyes. Be reunited with your grandson in hell. Rayon kept watching until Cian's cold body completely sank under the river. Clap, clap, clap. Rayon exhaled roughly, and a clapping sound as loud as a gong could be heard behind him. Rayon turned around and saw that the Axe King Roman was clapping his hands with a cheerful smile on his face. Excellent, it was an amazing mind game. Roman nodded and took a step towards him. You really didn't do anything. I told you I keep my promises. Roman shook his hand, saying that it was only natural. Rayon sighed briefly and shook his head, then asked, Then can I leave now? Of course. Your fight against the head elder was a fair duel. Roman nodded, saying that he was naturally allowed to leave. However, he uncrossed his arms and clenched the red axe's handle. It's a different story if a new fight breaks out. What? I wanted to see a clash of powers, not some mind game. Roman grinned and took another step towards him. It felt like he was advancing several meters per step because of how big he was. I need to check if your sword is entitled to the duel to death. What do you mean by that? 3 moves. He raised 3 fingers from his left hand. I promise I'll let you go without doing anything to you if you can take 3 moves from me. Roman lowered his axe. The water started to boil, probably because the axe's blade touched the surface. That compulsive liar. Rimmer furrowed his brow at Roman. I've never seen you keep a promise. Didn't you swear on your name? He twisted his lips and clenched his sword, showing that he wanted to fight him himself. Then don't call me the Axe King anymore. The Axe King smiled, saying that he would give up on the name that he'd sworn upon. You son of a... Leave this to me. Rayon asked Rimmer to stay back and stepped forward. You wanted to see my skills, didn't you? Indeed, since there will be countless spectators, we can't show them a trashy duel. Fine. Rayon nodded and fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. Then I'm also going to confirm it. What? Roman frowned, asking what he meant. If your axe isn't as heavy as my expectations. A crimson lightning sparked from Rayon's eyes. You're going to lose your head right here. Wahahaha. Roman laughed like a madman, covering his forehead with his hand. His aura seeped into his emotions, creating a huge wave on the river. What's so funny? Rayon furrowed his brow because Roman's laughter was resounding too loudly. Don't tell me, did he become even stronger? Roman's pressure felt even heavier than 2 years ago on the Reborn River. Rayon could guess that he had reached an even higher realm unless he was imagining it. My heart started to pound again. There's no way I wouldn't be laughing. Roman lifted the axe that was submerged in the river and rested it on his shoulder. You are the only ones who interest me after all. He curled his lips into a smile, glancing at Rayon and Rimmer one after the other. Get ready. Roman fiddled with the shaft of his axe, suggesting that they start the 3-strike battle. I'll check your skills in only 3 strikes. 3 strikes, don't make me laugh. Rayon bit his lip while looking at Roman's eyes, which burned with madness. He's definitely going to attack me as soon as the 3 moves are over. Roman easily broke his promises, even throwing away his name as the Axe King. He was most likely going to start an all-out assault as soon as the 3-strike battle ended, saying that he was getting excited. I should save the sword field creation. Fending off the 3 strikes in his usual state, and using the sword field during the real battle that would follow seemed to be the strategy with the highest chance of survival. Clench. Rayon made the rings of fire resonate around his heart. He entered an extremely focused state and unleashed the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier to the maximum output. Rumble, the wave rushing towards him from Roman's pressure suddenly froze and crumbled into pieces. That implied that his aura wave didn't lose to the liars. The 3-strike battle. Rayon calmed his pounding heart and stood in front of Roman. Let's get started. Rimmer bit his lip as he watched Rayon as he stood in front of Roman. This is even worse than the last time. Judging from Roman's behavior so far, he was definitely going to attack after the 3-strike battle, but we still have a way out of this. Fortunately, Roman hadn't brought many subordinates with him. They would be able to escape without many issues as long as Roman was killed. Tusk. Rimmer briefly clicked his tongue and went next to Cian. Rimmer. Cian seemed to be worried about Rayon, her trembling hands clasped together in front of her chest. Even though she had absolute trust in Rayon, she was still intimidated by Roman's destructive pressure. Get ready to fight. Are you saying that Sir Rayon is going to lose? That's not it. Rimmer shook his head and glared at Roman. He lies as often as he breathes. He's going to attack even if Rayon wins the three-strike battle. You and I have to interfere when that happens. Xian gave a small nod, showing that she understood. You can summon a highest-tier spirit, right? Yes, I'll summon it right now. She snapped her fingers. The water giant protecting the ship disappeared, and an adorable crow tit made of water spread its small wings. The crow tit landed on Xian's shoulder, chirping with a tremendous amount of mana despite its cute appearance. Rimmer nodded, sensing the huge amount of energy emanating from the crow tit. It's doable. Even though she had only recently made the contract, the crow tit was a highest-tier spirit. It was definitely going to be helpful in the battle against Roman. Ha. Rimmer placed his hand on his hilt and sighed deeply. It's sad that all I can do is to watch him. Roman seemed to have become even stronger than before, and the one facing him was Rayon, his disciple and his subordinate. His own incompetence felt so painful. It made him feel even more bitter than when his fighting ability was impaired from injuring his energy center. If we manage to survive, I'm going to use that prosthetic arm. He was still contemplating when Starin had talked to him, but he made up his mind. He was going to get that prosthetic arm even if he had to beg Sia for it, assuming he returned to Sieghart alive. So please. Rimmer swallowed nervously, looking at Rayon's broad back. Withstand it. I heard you can use the sword field. Roman tilted his chin, holding his axe with one hand. Aren't you going to use it? I'll use it if it's necessary. Don't worry about it. Rayon shook his head, meeting Roman's sparkling eyes. So arrogant. Roman curled his lips into a deep smile, showing his satisfaction while saying the opposite. Rumble. He lifted his axe towards the sky. His powerful aura seeped into the darkish red axe blade. It sounded like the sky was roaring, even though all he was doing was concentrating his energy. The first strike, with a thunderous shout, Roman's axe fell towards him. The energy blazing on the axe blade was emanating a frightening bloody glow. Rumble. Rayon clenched his teeth as he watched Roman's axe descend like lightning. What is this? Even though the axe was still falling, a tremendous pressure was crushing his body. He felt like his shoulders were being torn off. I can't lose in sheer strength. The Axe King Roman was an extremely powerful warrior, unmatched in terms of sheer power and spirit. If he already had difficulties fending off the first strike, he wouldn't even be able to continue the three-strike battle. He had to block it even if he had to muster all his strength. Wham! Rayon stomped the river with his left foot and raised Heavenly Drive, which was tilted downwards. He incorporated the principles of the versatile sword from his mental world onto the merciless silver blade. The blade smacked the crimson axe, wrapped with his will to never be defeated. Wham! Even though it was just a clash between a sword and an axe, it sounded like a mountain was collapsing. The river flowed backward as if it were terrified by it, and a dark fissure appeared on the gravel on the riverside. Crack! Rayon bit his lip, feeling the intensifying pressure of Roman's axe. Has it always been so heavy? Roman's axe felt much heavier than what he'd seen before. He couldn't even breathe properly. I need to push it back as fast as possible. He added the principle of the severing sword onto Heavenly Drive's blade, which was bending like it was going to snap. He severed every single fiber of energy seeping into the axe and unleashed the highest output of Glacier. Wham! A dark gray light exploded in between the axe blade and the sword's blade, and Rayon took 5 steps back as a result. However, Roman was smiling without taking a single step back. That was pretty good. Roman gave a big nod of satisfaction and pulled the axe downwards. He was going to use the Axe of the Sky Rendering Surge, a rising slash powerful enough to destroy the sky. Rayon furrowed his brow as he watched the intensifying light on Roman's axe. I can't take it in my current state. He wanted to save the sword field creation, but it was impossible to withstand Roman's second strike in his state. Rayon took Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem in a reverse grip and unleashed his mental world, sword field creation. Divine and demonic harmony. Once the sword field opened up, the rampaging river calmed and a golden sun rose to the sky with a silver moon. Rayon lifted the divine and demonic swords, shining proudly in that silent world. So this is your sword field. I like your quick decision. Roman chuckled and raised his axe. Your head would have been split apart if you kept acting arrogantly. He wrinkled his nose, sounding like he was going easy on him for the first strike. Axe of the Sky Rendering Surge. Here it comes. A dark red sphere was condensed above the axe blade lowered towards the river. It was smaller than the astral sphere from the first strike, but the frightening pressure tightening the neck implied that even more power was compressed in it. Wham! Roman stomped with his log-thick leg and swung the axe upwards, showing that he was getting serious. The brutal will to destroy the sky emanated from the axe's blade, blazing with a blackish-red light. This is a battle of will. Rayon gathered the energy from the mana circuits all around his body and put them into his hands. All the energy of his body combined into one and became a blade of flame and frost blazing upon the swords. He covered his undefeatable swords with his will to protect his sky. Azure Sky Sword, second technique. Unreachable Azure Sky. He slammed the two swords that were wrapped in a dazzling radiance towards the axe blade soaring to split the sky. Wham! The frontal clash between the astral spheres created tremendous storms of aura one after the other. The water violently exploded, and even the riverbed was exposed, as if the god of the river was enraged. Zap! The clash of wills followed the clash of astral spheres. Roman's will to destroy everything and Rayon's will to be never defeated started a gruesome war against each other. Boom. The auras tearing each other apart geared together, creating a huge explosion. The powerful light radiating from it made them unable to open their eyes, and the entire river flooded, spreading to the surroundings. Wham! Roman took a single step back, while Rayon took 4 steps back. Rayon looked at Roman, enduring the pan in his grasp. This confirms my suspicion he's gotten even more powerful than 2 years ago. He was aware that Roman hadn't gone all out during his 3-strike battle against Rimmer 2 years ago, but his power had ascended to a whole different level. The Axe King Roman had reached a higher realm than 2 years ago, you must have noticed. Roman calmly nodded, lowering his axe. You're right. I managed to reach an even higher realm after that day. Did you have some special occasion? Yes, I did have a special occasion. It was you. He raised his axe and pointed it at Rayon and Rimmer one after the other. What? Roman clenched the shaft and raised his chin sharply. The situation was the worst, surpassing his expectations. However, his sword was already drawn and it was impossible to retreat. All he could do was fight to the best of his abilities. I talked too much during a match. Roman wielded the axe with both hands and pulled it behind his shoulder. A huge astral sphere surged above the darkish red axe blade and rotated like a whirlwind. The light flickered in crimson, giving off a frightening impression as if death itself were dwelling in it. Revolving void axe strike will be the last one. You will be the victor if you can withstand this. Stop your bullshit and come at me. Rayon held his breath and bobbed his finger. I really like you. Roman started to swing the axe but suddenly stopped halfway. He used an explosive footwork in that state to get right under his nose and continued the remaining trajectory of the axe. It was an exquisite move, maximizing the aura's power using the astral sphere and the physical strength. I already knew about it. He would have been surprised if it was his first time seeing it, but he'd seen that technique from behind Rimmer's back in the past. However, an average technique won't be able to block it, even if I knew. Survival had the highest priority, even if he had to show everything he had in return. He decided to show his everything and mustered all of his aura from his energy center. Rayon stomped on the river's surface. He wrapped the demonic sword pulled behind him, and the divine sword raised next to his waist in the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier's energies which were dashing throughout his body. He swung the divine and demonic swords toward Roman's attack, which filled his entire vision as it approached. The tremendous heat and coldness burst from his hand and advanced like a storm to empower the two blades. A golden glow brushed past Rayon's eyes. Red-blue invincible sword, the extremely advanced technique that deserved to be called invincible, pushed the Axe King's astral sphere back along with an auspicious radiance. Zap! The dark flame and the golden radiance competed endlessly, surrounded by their respective wills. Rumble! The condensing energy geared into each other, and a destructive light emanated from it. Everything reached by the purple ray disappeared as if it had never existed to begin with. A huge explosion occurred after that, splitting the Perrin River apart, and the water fluttered in all directions. The entire river was destroyed. Huff. Rayon exhaled roughly, standing at the river bed. Even his head was hurting from the scorching pain in his hands where they were holding the divine and demonic swords, but I managed to withstand it. The Axe King's attack was way heavier than he'd expected because of how powerful he'd gotten. It was ridiculously powerful and destructive, making him want to praise himself for withstanding it. However, there was no time to rest. He could feel Roman's presence amid the thick steam and smoke. The real battle is only getting started. Judging from Roman's personality, he was definitely going to start attacking, saying that he was getting excited. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the battle was just getting started. Rayon prepared for the battle while maintaining his breath, and a wind started to blow to remove all the steam and smoke in the area. Roman was smiling at him, having taken 2 steps back from where he was standing in the beginning. As expected, he lifted his axe. Rayon held his breath and braced himself, but the axe lowered instead of attacking him. Rayon thought it was strange, and huge energies surged from behind. It was Rimmer and Seans. They've been gathering their energy all along during the match, and they unleashed their powerful sword strike and spirit magic towards Roman. Tusk. Roman raised his axe with a furrowed brow and violently fended off Rimmer's strike and Sean's magic. What are you even doing? We just went for the preemptive strike, since it was obvious you were going to break your promise anyway. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders and Sean bit her lip tightly while standing next to him. Bullshit. Roman snorted and rested his axe on his shoulder. The 3-strike battle is over. He shook his head, saying that he had no intention of continuing the battle. I'm satisfied with the match. It was so good that it would be fun to have a duel to the death right now. However, Roman grinned while looking at the divine and demonic swords blazing from Rayon's hands. You haven't reached the level I want you to yet. You are going to die if you end up fighting me in that state next year. He extinguished his aura. He really looked like he wasn't going to continue the battle. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Roman's serious eyes. What's going on? He'd believed that Roman was definitely going to see the end of it since he'd even sold out his name to insist on the 3 strikes. However, Roman had lowered his axe way too easily. What is he even thinking? He had an idea as he thought about what Roman had told him. Was he actually warning me that I'm going to die if I remain in this state until our duel on the first day of next year? Roman had only confirmed his ability and never attacked him intending to kill him. Judging from his warning about dying during the next encounter, he must have started the 3-strike battle to warn him. Hey, were you warning me just now? Fishermen sometimes release their catch. They release small fish that haven't grown yet so they can grow bigger. However, it won't happen more than twice. He touched his axe with a grin. I'll be taking my leave since I finished saying what I wanted. Wait. Rayon stepped forward, stopping Roman, who had turned around. I have a question. What is it, Raptor? Rayon furrowed his brow, looking at the location where the marine marketplace used to be located. Why did he fall so low? See, so he is dead. Roman followed Rayon's gaze and shook his head. His gaze looked bitter for the first time. He was devoured by talent. What? Raptor was talented enough to be called a genius even though he wasn't at your level. However, he lost a talent even better than him during the war between bandit gangs and was devoured. Did he lose to a person named Beorn? So you already know that name. He nodded while chuckling. Beorn used to be Raptor's subordinate. He was hiding a lot of things. You should be careful about him. Well, you only need to do that if you can stay alive next year, Roman advised, and then he turned around again. Hey, Rayon was watching him with a furrowed brow, and Rimmer came next to him to call out to Roman. Regardless of the situation, you gave up on your name, right? Indeed. Roman nodded, saying that he didn't regret it. Then I'll make a new nickname for you. Rimmer raised his chin sharply and twisted his lips. Your new nickname will be Axihole. It means that you are a lying asshole who uses an axe. The serious atmosphere suddenly disappeared from his single line. Even Roman furrowed his brow deeply, despite saying that he didn't regret it. Wrath shook his head at Rimmer. He's just a madman no matter how you look at him. Rayon bit his lip tightly as he watched Rimmer, who was swaying like a delinquent. What the hell? He wouldn't have minded fighting Roman with his life on the line if he had been alone, but he had people to protect. He couldn't understand why Rimmer was suddenly picking a fight when Roman had decided to leave quietly. Moreover, Wrath grinned, clutching his reddened face. He became an Axihole. Should it be called a promotion since he went from Axe King to Axihole? It's not a promotion. It's the worst nickname he could give. Since Axihole was too shocking as a name, it was going to affect Roman's reputation. Rayon had the feeling that he wasn't going to withdraw without doing anything. Roman's frightening glare suggested that he was about to snap Rimmer's neck at any moment. You are going to die one day because of that mouth of yours. Yes, sure, I'll die and you will be the Axihamum. Rayon even used the Supreme Harmony steps to reach Rimmer and cover his mouth. Please shut your mouth, I beg you. He kicked Rimmer's waist with his knee to stop him from struggling. Cough, Rimmer sank to his knees while faltering because of the impact on his waist. I'll say it again since that idiot broke the flow. Roman stared at Rimmer for a moment, then shifted his gaze towards Rayon. I didn't expect you to get so strong when you mentioned the duel to death 2 years ago. Your progress leaves me dumbfounded, however. He lowered his gaze, spinning the axe with his fingers. The 2 years gave me the same opportunity. It's not enough yet. Climb even higher if you wish to survive. Aren't you going to die if I manage to survive? That's the nature of a duel to the death. One person has to die and the other can live. It's a blessing for a warrior to die at the hand of a stronger warrior. A refreshing smile surfaced on Roman's face as he said that a warrior who died in an all-out battle was a fortunate one. Rayon furrowed his brow, watching the smile around Roman's mouth. Is this the Axe King Roman's real personality? He thought he was out of his mind because he kept breaking his promises, but he hadn't actually killed anyone in either of their encounters. He didn't do anything to the weak, giving him a goal for his progress instead. Even though he desired to fight a stronger version of Rayon, it definitely did feel like a consideration. He wasn't a good person, but he couldn't be defined as evil either. Humans have so many different faces. Rayon nodded, enlightened about life rather than martial arts. See you again on the first day of the next year, Axe King Roman. He was fully aware of Roman's intention, but he still responded rather politely at his consideration. It's a mystery how a monster like that was raised under you. Roman sighed at Rimmer and turned around. Don't run away. He boarded the misfortune and left right away, as if he had nothing left to do. It won't be easy. Roman was already powerful, but he could become even more powerful before the next year. He needed something more than just effort to defeat him in a head-on battle. Can I do it? No, I should think about how. I will do it. The duel to the death couldn't be cancelled anymore at that point. All he had to think about was how to defeat the Axe King Roman. Rayon watched the misfortune getting further away and weakened his grip on Rimmer. "Hey, you axihole, you are going to die. Rayon will kill you," he shouted at Roman, calling him an axihole as soon as his mouth was freed. "Open up his skull to check it out." The King of Essence is guessing that he has thick pasta in place of his brain. That might be true. Rayon sighed and stood in front of Rimmer. "What are you even thinking? Why were you provoking him when he was about to leave?" "Because it's irritating how he keeps breaking his promises." Rimmer furrowed his brow, looking in the direction where Roman had left, "And since he abandoned his own nickname, I made a new one for him. I deserve his gratitude instead." He shrugged his shoulders, saying that he'd done nothing wrong. "This is exhausting." Rayon sighed and turned his head. He figured he'd better remove the chain necklaces while he still had some energy, rather than wasting it on a pointless argument with Rimmer. Rayon went to the small boat and looked at the small elf wearing a chain necklace. She was the girl that Laren had called Erin. He brought his hand to her neck and her shoulders trembled in fear. She seemed to be afraid of humans. "Don't worry." Laren held Erin's shoulder and smiled gently. "He is the one who saved you. Believe in me and endure." She had the warmest expression on her face that he'd seen so far. Rayon thanked Laren with his eyes and grabbed Erin's necklace. He shoved the aura inside it like Raptor had told him, and the necklace suddenly broke and dropped on the boat. "Ah," Erin touched her freed neck with trembling lips. She lowered her head with teary eyes. "You're welcome." Rayon patted Erin's head and proceeded to the next elf with a necklace. "That small elf just now should be older than you." "Stop saying things like that." Cian breathed out a sigh of relief as she watched Rayon remove the necklaces from the elves. It's a relief. She's been worried a lot about the necklaces even after they've managed to rescue her kin, but Rayon easily removed them as if she never needed to worry about it. "I would have been completely powerless today without Sir Rayon." Even after they came outside, Rayon stopped the powerful opponents on his own and protected everyone. Everyone would have been killed if it weren't for him. Cian removed the necklace from the last elf and blinked while looking at Rayon. "Ah, now that I think about it," she was in a daze because so many things happened at once, but she realized there were many things to put together. There were great lines one after the other. Rayon had spoken great lines every time he opened his mouth, lines that deserved to be treasured as family heirlooms. She considered the words he'd shouted that still lingered in her memory. First of all, "Sieghart is wherever I am." That should be the best one. A chill had run down her spine when he'd said that line, even though she was completely worried about her kin. It even made her jolt because she could feel his conviction about Sieghart, and there were a lot more. Cian immediately took out her notepad and wrote down his actions and lines so that she wouldn't forget them. "Because I have to write the next volume of the biography." She had no intention of letting anyone else write the sepia chapter of Rayon Sieghart's biography. She wrote down every single detail about it. "Sieghart is wherever I am. You are going to lose your head if your axe isn't heavy, hehe." Cian recorded Rayon's actions with a dumb smile on her face. "Lady Cian." Rayon walked up to her upon hearing her laughter, which sounded slightly eerie. "Is she feeling sick?" He checked her out because he was worried that she was making such a strange expression, and she was grinning while writing down what he'd done and said on her notepad. "Hey, you axihole." Rimmer was still shouting at Roman, calling him the axihole on the other side. Rayon massaged his temple, looking back and forth between Cian and Rimmer. "Is that entire household the issue?" Rumble. A heavy tremor spread from the deepest place of Sieghart's Lord's manor. "It's starting again. It's been quiet for a while, but it has become even worse now. I heard it's happening because a huge monster was born in the North Grave Mountain. I heard a mythical creature was born. It's just an earthquake." Since the swordsmen had gotten used to the earthquakes, they casually chatted while looking up at the trembling ceiling. "Well, it should stop soon enough, but it's been happening since the morning." "Don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen, huh?" What? The tremor intensified as if it were laughing at the swordsmen who were underestimating the earthquake. Gray dust fluttered from the ceiling and the ornaments started to fall. It's too strong. Isn't the building really going to collapse at this rate? I can't even stand straight." The swordsman swallowed nervously, terrified by the frightening vibration. "It's not going to collapse." By the time the swordsman turned pale, Chad approached them with calm steps and shook his head. "Sieghart's swordsman shouldn't be afraid of an earthquake like this." "Ah. I'm sorry," the swordsman bowed at Chad, who still looked composed despite the violent vibration. "It's going to subside shortly." Chad greeted the swordsman and opened the audience chamber door. The first thing he saw after entering the room was Glenn's shaking leg. His leg was shaking so hard that it almost looked like he was going to crush the platform. "He's getting started again." There was only one reason why the conqueror of the North, often called cold-hearted and even cruel, would be shaking his leg so hard. Rayon Sieghart. It was because he hadn't returned when he should have. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan smiled at Glenn with gentle laughter. "My lord, please calm down." "Calm down." Glenn furrowed his brow while looking at Roan. "How am I supposed to calm down when the man who should have returned a long time ago is still not here?" His legs started to shake even more powerfully, saying that it was impossible to calm down. Rumble. Small dust fluttered from the ceiling and the window even though they were extremely clean because Roan had been cleaning every day. He should have returned a long time ago, but there's no news from him. Something must have happened to him. Glenn clenched the armrest on his right side with his large hand. The armrest had been repaired over 20 times so far, but it turned into scrap metal again. I shouldn't have sent him with that lazybones, he sighed, saying that he regretted sending him with Rimmer. My lord. Chad walked up to Glenn and lowered his head. He is on his way. What? The message has arrived saying that the Light Wind Division leader and the Vice Division leader are on their way. They are expected to be here within an hour. Why are you saying that so late? Glenn yelled at Chad. The mana inside the audience chamber started to rampage as if a powerful storm was passing by. How could you bring such important information so late, despite being the leader of shadow agents? What have you been doing so far? He really appeared out of nowhere. He must have been careful because he was coming with the elves. Chad's shoulders shrunk with his head hanging down like a child being picked on by a delinquent. Tusk. Glenn stopped shaking his leg and stood up. The tremor that had been engulfing the Lord's manor the whole day finally came to a halt. Roan, bring the things we prepared. Yes. Roan went to the room on the right, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. Leader of shadow agents. Ah, yes, summon the executives. Glenn bobbed his finger, telling him to call all the executives in the house. Understood. Wait a moment. Chad was about to hurriedly run outside when Glenn shook his head. Don't call Ares. Leave her alone about that. Chad swallowed nervously and turned around. Lady Ares has already left. She ran outside, saying that she was going out to meet Sir Rayon. Wham! Glenn slammed his left fist and shattered the left armrest of the throne that had managed to survive. That one had been repaired over 30 times so far. How come she got the news before me? She was already in the shadow agent's headquarters. She ran outside as soon as she heard the news about the Light Wind Vice Division leader, and she couldn't be stopped. Glenn bit his lip in irritation. Whatever, summon the executives already. Yes. Chad nodded and left the audience chamber. He couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. This is seriously unbearable. He felt like his stomach was burning because he'd been getting beaten, stuck in between Ares and Glenn. They were seriously unbearable because they started to throw a fit as soon as Rayon was mentioned. Should I resign? He unconsciously sighed because he had never heard about pain like that from the previous leader of shadow agents. I'm so exhausted. He walked through the Lord's Manor's corridor powerlessly, and the swordsman he'd encountered on the way came towards him with sparkling eyes. Shadow Agent Leader, how did you figure out that the earthquake was going to stop? Can you read the heavens flow? He is the leader of shadow agents. Nothing can escape his eyes in the north. Amazing. The swordsman completely believed what he'd told them before he entered the audience chamber and thought that he'd used some kind of magic. Chad didn't say anything with a faint smile on his face. He simply nodded at them and passed through the corridor. He is so humble. As expected of the master of shadow agents, the swordsman even started to admire that behavior. Chad went towards the palaces, suppressing his laughter. Should I put up with it a bit longer? Rayon sighed briefly, looking at Zieghart's noble ramparts. I can finally rest now. They've been hiding themselves, only picking the difficult paths on purpose to avoid ambushes just in case. Since he couldn't sleep or eat properly, he was finally reassured after seeing the huge rampart. Let's go. We should finally be able to rest. He smiled faintly at the elves and started to walk towards the gate when something jumped out from above the ramparts. Thud. A woman approached from the sky like a goat, climbing a cliff and spun midair before she landed on the ground. She briskly raised her head. Her hair gleamed in the evening glow, highlighting her sharp, cool features. The person standing before him was Ares Zieghart. Lady Ares, my nephew. Ares hugged Rayon with her lips curved into a smile. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you every day. She clenched her hands and said that she'd missed him. The gentle fragrance of the ocean wafted from her hair, which was fluttering in the evening glow. I'm sorry, something happened on the way back. Rayon smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Hey, Ares glared at Rimmer while still hugging Rayon. Rimmer was standing there blankly, but he started to blink, surprised by Ares's cold pressure. What's the point of your existence? You should make sure to send the report at least if you are useless otherwise. About that. Your incompetence is mind-blowing. What do you even do? Even the reports are sent by Rayon every single time, Stop talking and do better next time. I'll kill you if you keep behaving like this. Wait. She completely stopped Rimmer from speaking and went towards the elves. She was literally a storm. You are Sapia's envoy. Nice to meet you. Ares smiled cheerfully as if her frown from a moment ago was just an illusion. The atmosphere changed in an instant because of her excellent beauty. And nice to meet you. Cian nodded towards Ares. She was stuttering a little, but she had improved drastically compared to the first encounter with Rayon. Wow, your appearance is insane. Ares dropped her jaw, surprised by Cian's appearance. What? Never mind. Let's go in right now. You must be tired from your long journey. She immediately guided the group to the gate, saying that they should go inside right away. Please stop. Eliyun, the external commander, stopped their entrance, standing in front of the gate. The elves are welcome, but since it's their first visit, we need to check their identities. Hey, Ares furrowed her brow while looking at Eliyun. What? Eliyun flinched and took a step back. Are you suspecting my Rayon's guests? It would be the correct thing to do if that idiot over there brought some guests. Ares bit her lip while pointing at Rimmer. Why me again? Rimmer's shoulders drooped after being degraded twice in a row. But these people are visiting the house in order to express their gratitude towards Rayon. Do you seriously want to inspect them now? Do you have a death wish? I know that fact, but it's just my job. So are you telling me that you don't trust Rayon? That's not it, ha. Eliyun shook his head, realizing that he couldn't talk sense to Ares. Understood, you may enter. Good work. Ares waved her hand, urging them to enter. Let's go. Rayon sighed and looked at the elves. He was trying to tell them that they should proceed, but noticed that Cian was murmuring something with her notepad in her hand again. Even inside Sieghart, Sir Rayon holds unparalleled trust. He can't be compared to my insignificant brother. Rayon closed his eyes tightly upon hearing Cian's murmur. The groundless rumors are going to get even worse now. He had a feeling that the nonsensical biography was going to turn into an implausible fantasy novel. Rayon shook his head and followed Ares towards the Lord's Manor of Sieghart. Rayon. Ares came up next to him and tapped on his shoulder. What took you so long, by the way? There were some circumstances. What circumstances? I'll talk about it in the Lord's Manor. Can you tell me real quick on our way? She separated her fingers slightly, saying that she wanted to hear it in advance. I understand. Rayon briefly explained what had happened during his journey. Since it wasn't a short story, he was already at the audience chamber's door by the time he finished the tale. Let's enter. Ares opened the audience chamber's door with a strangely bright smile on her face. The executives of the house had gathered in front of the pillars inside the audience chamber, implying that they'd heard about his return. Rayon was heading towards the platform under the gazes showing various emotions, but Ares suddenly shouted while stepping forward. My lord, don't scold Rayon. He has accomplished something great again. Ares declared that Rayon had rescued the kidnapped elves with a bright smile on her face. Ha. Rayon sighed because he had the feeling that she was going to say that. Greeting, my. Rayon started to raise his gaze as a greeting and suddenly stopped. Glenn's red eyes were gazing coldly at him. What's happening now? Ares raised her hand, standing in front of the platform. Since everyone is busy, I'll quickly explain. Ares, Glenn looked down upon Ares coldly. This is an official meeting with other people around us. Keep your mouth shut. Ares stepped aside from the platform, glancing at the elves standing behind Rayon. Welcome, Sapia's envoy. Glenn nodded his head, looking at the elves standing behind Rayon. He unexpectedly showed courtesy towards the guests before hearing the story. Cian took a step forward and stood next to Rayon as the leader of the envoy. She took off the hood covering her head and bowed at him. Greetings to the king of the north. I am Cian from the Blossom Branch clan. Every executive except for Glenn fell quiet upon seeing Cian's face. Lots of them looked like they were completely mesmerized, unable to take their eyes off her. I've heard that the high elves are beautiful, but yeah, this is beyond what I expected. I could even believe that she's a goddess. Pull yourselves together. We are in the presence of our Lord. Some of them were in a daze, but most of them quickly returned to their senses and averted their gazes. Glenn narrowed his eyes, more concerned about her introduction than her appearance. Blossom Branch clan, isn't that it is? Cian smiled faintly, looking back at Rimmer. The Light Wind Division leader is my older brother, HMMH. Rimmer hummed, raising his chin proudly. I see. Glenn nodded calmly. He seemed to have somewhat expected that to be the case. However, the executives were quietly whispering that they didn't look similar, and one of them was too ugly in comparison. You must be tired from the long journey, but I'd like you to wait a moment. Glenn briefly nodded at Cian. Since the people in this place don't even know what happened in Sapia, we need to start by hearing that story. Of course. Cian stepped back, showing that she was perfectly fine with waiting. Rayon Sieghart. Rayon stepped forward upon hearing the call. Yes, report what happened in Sapia. Don't leave out a single detail. Understood. We originally went to Sapia to return our division leader's sword. We managed to enter without much issue, and we also managed to meet Sir Sterin, the current protector, without much issue. However, while the elves were performing the ritual, Rayon explained everything that had happened in Sapia and finally exhaled after he was done. Eden, those crazy bastards even appeared at Sapia. He said that he killed the one wearing the Fire Spirit King's helmet. How could he win against an opponent that becomes gradually stronger? I'm the most shocked that he received the World Tree's fruit. I heard that even the High Elves can't get it. It's unbelievable in every single aspect. The executives were gasping, unable to hide their surprise. The Direct Lines faction was trying to find fault somehow, but their voices weren't that loud because Karun wasn't present. I don't know about the others, but the story about eating the world tree's fruit seems to be true. His aura has become even tougher. Such drastic growth is unlikely without an elixir of that caliber. Then did he really win against a monster that becomes stronger and stronger? Their lips trembled under the oppressive pressure naturally emanating from Rayon. Glenn simply cleared his throat without stopping their chatter. The corners of his lips were quivering like a leaf fluttering in the air. I have a question. Was the world tree's fruit tasty? Aries energetically raised her hand. Aries? Glenn furrowed his brow while looking at Aries. Arg, why am I getting scolded every single time? Aries pouted and returned to her position. So what happened after that? Glenn shook his finger, asking him to talk about why he was late. We were entangled in a strange incident on our way back to Zeekhart. A strange incident, yes. Even though the elves were wearing hoods, a man noticed their identity and asked me to sell them to him. I thought it was strange. After the story in Sapia, Rayon also told them about how they rescued the elves from the marine marketplace. That's how the three-strike battle ended, and we returned while concealing ourselves just in case the enemies might be still chasing after us. Balder gasped in disbelief. Did you just say you killed Surin? But he is the head elder of the South-North Union. I just got lucky. Rayon nodded calmly. It was true that he'd gotten lucky. He could have been the one sinking under the river if Surin was thoroughly prepared for it. That's insane. He became a grandmaster only recently. So how? Surin can't be as good as before since he's gotten older. But even taking that into consideration, it's still an unbelievable story. The executives were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. I'm more surprised that he managed to reach the marine marketplace just from a small clue in the pub. His intellect is extraordinary. The three-strike battle against the Axe King is also a big deal. Every single thing he's done deserves to be called a great achievement. The direct lines shut their mouths, and only the ones favorable to Rayon were letting out their surprised voices. HMMH. Glenn lifted his left hand and covered his lips, which looked like they were spasming. His hands could be seen trembling instead of his lips. Is that all? Indeed. Lord of Zeekhart. Rayon said that he was done, and Cian stepped forward from behind, her hands trembling. What's the matter? Glenn nodded his chin, inviting her to speak. Our Sapia considers Sir Rayon to be the benefactor of our race for saving the world tree, or rather, the entirety of Sapia, and for rescuing our kin in the marine marketplace. Cian lowered her head, meeting Glenn's heated gaze. We are also expressing our gratitude to Sir Rayon's faction, Zeekhart. Is that the Protector's will? It's the will of our entire tribe, not just the Protector. She closed her eyes, saying that it was the will of the entire elven race. HMMPH, I understand. Glenn's cheeks became flushed. He must have been feeling hot, but he never lowered his hand covering his mouth. And Cian put her hands together in front of her chest and stepped forward in determination. There's something Sir Rayon missed in his tale. Rayon narrowed his eyes upon hearing her claim. What is she talking about? He couldn't really understand what he'd missed since he wasn't trying to hide anything. What is that? Sir Rayon became the Fire Spirit King's big brother, she declared, and the entire Lord's manor fell silent. The Fire Spirit King's big brother, not even the contractor. What did I hear just now? The Fire Spirit King's big brother. Big brother. That's way too unreasonable. It wasn't just the executives. Even Glenn and Roan widened their eyes because they had received a report in advance about him becoming the Fire Spirit King's contractor. Her serious expression and voice even silenced the suspicion of the executives. Rayon groaned and raised his head. Why are you talking about that? He looked at Cian, intending to scold her, but she was twisting her body as if she wanted to be complimented for it. Rayon pounded his chest in frustration. Light Wind Vice Division Lighter. Yes. Rayon swallowed his sigh and stepped forth. Is that true? I did become his big brother. He nodded since it wasn't exactly wrong. Wait, how am I supposed to believe that? Then are you not going to believe it? It's the High Elf from Sapia who said it. Moreover, she is the Water Spirit King's contractor. I know, but this is just impossible. The executives started to argue, unable to believe this one. There's more. Cian's lips twitched again, enjoying their reaction as they kept bringing up Rayon's name. This happened in the marine marketplace. The South-North Union's warriors threatened us while saying that the Perrin River didn't belong to Zeekhart or Sapia, and Sir Rayon said this to them. She clenched her fists, saying that it was something important. Zeekhart is wherever I am. She confidently declared, and everyone in the audience chamber's jaws dropped. Yuha. Glenn leaned his back towards the throne's armrest and pulled his head backward as if he were being bounced back by her words. His throat was trembling so intensely that it looked like his uvula was about to come out. What's the matter? Why is he reacting like that? Rayon blinked while watching Glenn's violent reaction, and the executives started to speak from left and right. Zeekhart is wherever I am. Isn't he too arrogant? I know, right? He's talking like he is the head of house. Yeah, it's not something he should be saying. Not something he should be saying. Aries lifted her foot and stomped heavily on the audience chamber's floor. Wham! She furrowed her brow, stepping upon the destroyed rubble. That is what he should be saying. It's not arrogance. It's a mindset that every swordsman of Zeekhart should have. She clenched her fist, saying that Rayon's confidence shouldn't strike them as a surprise. Ares is right about this. Balder nodded even though he'd been staying quiet so far, probably because of Karun's absence. If you go outside as a Zeekhart swordsman, you should act confidently as if the entire continent is our land. Good job, Balder gave Rayon a thumbs up. Rayon laughed bitterly while looking at Balder. That man, he seemed to be serious about his compliment, even if he was going to insult him afterward. It was a mystery how simple he could be. I agree with them. Denier looked at Rayon with his lips curved into a faint smile. It wasn't arrogance. He perfectly showed them what happens to them if they antagonize our Zeekhart. In my opinion, he deserves to be praised. He even clapped his hands, praising him like Balder had done. Ares watched Denier with a furrowed brow, an unpleasant look on her face. HMPH. Rayon looked above the platform upon hearing the small sound of someone clearing his throat. Glenn's forehead and cheeks were completely red, as if they were heated up by a fire. He didn't seem to be in good condition, as his skin was getting more and more cooked. There's more. When that head elder of the South-North Union arrived. Lady Cian, Rayon grabbed Cian's sleeve and shook his head. Please stop. Wait, he was trying to stop her because Glenn didn't seem to be in good condition, but the person he was worried about raised his hand. We need to know what you've done in order to prepare for the future. He nodded at Cian, asking her to continue. You can continue. Ah, yes. Cian even took out her notepad and started to recite everything she'd written so far. She looked like she'd regained her long-lost confidence with Glenn's permission. When Sir Rayon encountered the head elder, he told him that he would send him to his grandson's side. Rayon closed his eyes as Cian even increased her voice as if she were reciting a poem. Since when did she become so confident? Please save me. Cian only stepped back after she told them the entire story. Rayon was surprised at how much a person could change. After all, she used to be cowardly and shy. Glenn's head was pulled to the back for a long time, but he finally lowered his gaze again. His eyes looked the same as always, but his hand was still covering his mouth, and the way his hand trembled gave the impression that there was an earthquake. Glenn quietly nodded while looking at Cian. It was nothing. Cian finally returned to her senses. Her head was trembling, her cheeks red. Since Sir Rayon helped us a lot, our Sapia would like to maintain a good relationship with Zeekhart. She took out Starin's letter from her inner pocket. Glenn lightly moved his chin, and the letter floated from Cian's hand, getting sucked into his hand. Glenn nodded after reading the entire letter. Alliance. We aren't suggesting we have an alliance right away. We'd like to start by communicating with each other. That is reasonable. We will consider it positively. He carefully folded the letter and put it in his clothes. Cian lowered her head and stepped back. Then, Glenn's gaze was directed at Rayon. His eyes looked rather unusual, appearing slightly relaxed. Light Wind Vice Division Leader. Yes, my lord, you've gone through a lot. It's fine. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile. Hearing such words from the person he admired most instantly erased all his fatigue. I seem to say this to you every time, but it's not good to be excessively humble. Glenn shook his head. You should accept an appropriate value for your great achievement. Not even the direct lines were refuting his words. Saving Sapia and rescuing the kidnapped elves was a great achievement indeed. Light Wind Vice Division Leader, come onto the platform. Yes, Rayon caught his breath, then went onto the platform in front of Glenn. For the great achievement of protecting the World Tree and saving the elves, the Light Wind Vice Division Leader will be bestowed with a golden tablet, a highest-class artifact, and an elixir. Glenn took the golden tablet, high-quality leather gloves, and a wooden box containing an elixir from the plate Roan was holding and handed them to Rayon. Rayon deeply bowed at Glenn after accepting his rewards. Next up is Dorian Cephia. Why yes, Dorian bit his tongue because he hadn't expected to be called and went onto the platform. I heard you also contributed to protecting Sapia. I really didn't do anything special. You will be bestowed with a silver tablet, a book of martial arts, and an elixir. Yua was the next one to be called. You fully deserve to be rewarded since you fought without being afraid of death despite your lack of skills. You will be bestowed with a fine sword and an elixir. Glenn watched Yua step away from the platform and shifted his gaze towards Cian. Since you must be tired of the long journey, we should talk about the future relationship between Zeekhart and Sapia in 2 days. Cian lowered her head in a rather disciplined manner. Everyone shall leave. Glenn shook his hand, announcing the end of the conference. The audience chamber's door opened and the executives started to leave. Wait a moment. Rimmer stepped forward while blinking. What about me? Why am I not getting anything even though I did everything I could? He shouted, claiming that he also deserved a reward, but no one even cared about him because they'd heard too many shocking things. Listen to me. I contributed a lot, too. Right after the executives were gone, Glenn lowered the hand covering his mouth. The corners of his lips were soaring to the sky as if they wanted to see how high the stratosphere was. The sharp angle made it look like he was going to have a muscle spasm while smiling. Did you hear that, everyone? Yes, of course. Roan took out a notepad from his inner pocket. He started to read it, a broad smile on his face. Sieghart is wherever I am, HMMPH. Glenn laughed in joy, unable to suppress it anymore. I was also surprised when I heard that. Rimmer chuckled, thinking about the scene in the auction house. It was the worst situation, but I was encouraged the moment I heard it from Rayon. He clenched his fists, saying that he was deeply moved. Even his mentality must have grown in addition to his vessel as a warrior. Roan smiled gently, showing that he was proud of Rayon. I agree. Sieghart must hold a significant meaning to him now. Rimmer nodded with a faint smile. I'm more surprised by how he confronted the Axe King. Ares parted her back from the pillar with a faint smile on her face. You will lose your head if your axe isn't heavy enough. Is it even possible to possess that kind of spirit at his age? Her smile looked like she was proud of Rayon from the bottom of her heart. Father. Ares licked her lips and raised her gaze towards Glenn. Even his mind seems to be qualified now, in addition to his might. What do you think? What are you talking about? You already know what I'm talking about. Why are you asking? She smiled while winking at him. The successor. Ares touched her chin while looking at Glenn. Do you have any intention of making Rayon a successor candidate? Glenn calmly closed his eyes and opened them again while looking at Ares. His lips twitched quietly. I agree with her. Rimmer raised his left hand, still leaning his back against a pillar. In the past, my personal wish was slightly involved when I said Rayon had the qualities of a king, but I believe Rayon Sieghart in his current state is fully qualified to be a successor candidate. His eyes were unusually serious as he stared at Glenn. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan laughed quietly. His back and shoulder have indeed become a lot broader than before. He seemed suitable to even carry the entire house on his back. He nodded, also agreeing with Ares. You are right, Glenn calmly responded, as if he were simply stating a fact. His prowess reached the Grandmaster's realm at 21 years old. He has plenty of achievements from completing countless missions, and the good deeds he's done all around the continent brought him fame. He is indeed more than just qualified. The corners of his lips quivered even when he complimented Rayon himself. Moreover, his mindset has no issues either, judging from the head envoy's testimony. Glenn swallowed nervously while thinking about Sion's story. I didn't expect him to say such a thing. He had believed that Rayon was only attached to the Light Wind Division and the Annex building without having any special affection towards Sieghart as a whole. That was why his line was completely beyond imagination. Sieghart is wherever I am. It was something that only the ones who loved Sieghart would say. It was heartwarming because he could feel that Rayon's thoughts towards Sieghart had changed. But it's a shame. It's such a shame that I wasn't there to see him when he said it. He wished to have witnessed when Rayon declared that Sieghart was wherever he was, and the surprised reaction from the South-North Union weaklings. The fact that he wasn't there to watch it was such a shame, to the point that he felt like he would regret it for the rest of his life. Is there anything I can do? Shall I catch a dragon? Since an ancient dragon proficient with magic might be able to turn back time, Glenn even thought that he should probably catch one and threaten, or rather, request that they do it. It's extremely unlikely, but just in case. Father, while he was contemplating which dragon to capture, Ares waved her hand. It's so rare to see you focused on other thoughts during a conversation. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and buried his back deep into his throne. Anyway, what you said means that Rayon can become a successor candidate, right? No. Glenn firmly shook his head. He has plenty of qualities, but he isn't qualified. Is it about being part of the direct line again? That has nothing to do with being a successor. There's no rule stating that the successor candidate has to be a part of the direct line. That's not the issue. What? Rayon still has to confront the Axe King in a duel to death. We can't proceed with anything unless that issue is resolved. Ares simply groaned, unable to refute that part. Rimmer, yes. Rimmer stepped forward upon hearing his call. Did the Axe King definitely get stronger? It is. He said so himself. Rimmer briefly sighed and nodded. His growth seemed to be caused by a mental enlightenment, and Rayon apparently served as the ignition. The duel to the death against Rayon must have been the fire. Glenn licked his lips, realizing what he meant. Then it should be difficult for Rayon to win against him in his current state. Then shall I just go ahead and slay him? Ares casually turned her wrist, as if it were as simple as killing a chicken. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I would be better suited for that job. Roan lowered his head with a gentle laugh. Even though he's got stronger, I can still assassinate him just fine. He rubbed his fingers, saying that all he needed was some time. It's not a bad idea, but... Glenn shook his head, looking at their serious eyes. Just as the Axe King got stronger, the duel to the death should be an opportunity for Rayon to grow as well. Let's wait and see. He smiled, showing that he fully trusted Rayon unlike before. Ah, that's no fun. Ares shook her head with a furrowed brow. Since Rayon has returned, I should leave after playing around a little. She sighed and was about to leave the audience chamber when a knocking sound could be heard from the door. Who is him? Rayon. Ares opened the door and Rayon showed his face. What's the matter? I returned because I remembered I forgot to deliver something. Really, come in. Aries allowed Rayon to enter as if it were her own room. Rayon lowered his head and walked through the center of the audience chamber. What did you forget? A wine. Wine? Yes, it's the fruit wine made by the elves. I brought it back because it reminded me of how you talked about liquor, my lord, he explained, taking a brown bottle that seemed to be made of wood from his subspace pocket. About liquor? Glenn asked, his lips quivering intensely. Yes, because you wanted some whiskey and wine back then. Do you really remember that? It was just a trivial comment. Well, he did want to have a drink, but it was a long time ago. His heart almost stopped because Rayon still remembered that fact, and even brought the extremely precious fruit wine of the elves. What? Yes, I did. It reminded me of you because it's difficult to acquire, even though it's not the exact liquor in question. Rayon lowered his head and carefully offered him the bottle. HMMH. Glenn's chin trembled with his hand covering his mouth. I wasn't really asking for this. He couldn't think straight because his heart pounded too quickly. He couldn't even tell what he was saying. Then do you want me to have it instead? Aries licked her lips and stepped forward. I'll kill. Crimson flame emanated from his eyes. He looked at his own daughter with murderous intent but managed to stop himself with difficulty. I get it. I was just kidding. It was a joke. Even Aries was terrified by his gaze and stepped back, her hand trembling. Rayon tilted his head while watching the interaction between Glenn and Aries. I'll enjoy it. Glenn extended his still shaking hand and accepted the bottle. I thought you brought it for the gambling monster, but was it for the head of house? Rimmer gasped, looking at the bottle. I'm also going to give one to the gambling monster, but I gave one to our lord first. HMMPH. Glenn clenched the bottle with a strange sound that was somewhere between a laugh and the clearing of a throat. I won. He was happy that he was the first one to get a present, even though Rayon only used to give them to the gambling monster in the past. He wanted to run to the gambling monster right away and brag about it. My nephew, do I get anything? Aries put her arm around Rayon's shoulder and leaned her head towards him. Of course you do. Rayon smiled faintly and gave another bottle to Aries. That's my lovely nephew for you. Aries hugged Rayon tightly and lifted the bottle towards Glenn. Look, I have one too. HMPH. Glenn casually snorted. He even looked like he was belittling her. What does that expression even mean? It's so unpleasant for some reason. Aries furrowed her brow upon seeing Glenn's eyes, which seemed to be laughing at her. Rayon. Rimmer went towards Rayon and extended his hand. I also get one, right? Rayon was about to give a fruit wine to Rimmer, but suddenly stopped. Ah, my lord. He remembered something and called out to Glenn right away. There was another thing that I couldn't say earlier. What is it? When I was done with the three-strike battle, my division leader gave a new name to the Axe King, calling him the Axihole. Rayon told him about how Rimmer renamed the Axe King as the Axihole instead. Ahahaha. Aries fell on her stomach and burst out in laughter, unable to hold it back. Axihole. He's seriously insane. Unlike Aries, who was having fun, Glenn's serious eyes looked like he wanted to kill Rimmer. I understand. I'll take care of the issue, so you should return and rest. Yes. Rayon gave a bottle to Rimmer with a cheerful smile on his face and left the audience chamber without hesitation. I am also going to leave since I just remembered something that urgently requires my attention. Rimmer laughed awkwardly and tried to leave the audience chamber, but Roan blocked his way. Could you step aside? Hoo-hoo-hoo. I need to leave. Hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm really going to die. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan never stepped aside, giving a frightening laugh. Yua. Rimmer's chin trembled as he watched the red lightning rise into the air. Rumble. Glenn declared while dropping the red lightning, I'll pour that wine on your grave. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief, walking through the Lord's Manor's corridor. I should thank Lady Laren. He'd only asked for 2 fruit wines when he tried to get some of them from Laren, but she had given him 10 of them in total, 5 times more than what he'd asked. There was still going to be a lot left after giving it to the gambling monster. He could even have a party in the annex building with them. Don't even think about drinking, just go back home already. Wrath popped out from the bracelet and shoved his face onto him. The King of Essence can smell it. Mom must have prepared delicious dishes for us. He said with teary eyes that he missed proper dishes that weren't just beef jerky and bread. Rayon wondered if it was really something to cry over, but he didn't try to pry since he'd seen all kinds of weird things coming from him. I'll cook you something delicious once we're back at the annex building. Yua was smiling cheerfully among the elves. Being able to show that bright expression towards anyone seemed to be a talent, even more important than the musical one. Are you done with your business? Cian walked up to her while blinking. She was stuttering again even though she hadn't stuttered at all, speaking fluently in the audience chamber. Yes, I'm done. Let's go now. Rayon nodded and guided the elves toward the annex building. He walked while listening to Yua and Aaron's laughter, and they reached the annex building's entrance in no time. That's the annex building of Sieghart. The annex building was covered in green since spring had visited after the cold winter. That's where Sir Rayon was born. Cian took out her notepad and started to write some incomprehensible words, drawing like crazy. Since Rayon had gotten used to it by then, he simply shook his head and walked towards the annex building. He opened the door and was about to enter when he heard the voices of Sylvia and the maids from the lake behind him. He went there instead and saw that every member of the annex building was cleaning the area around the lake. Huh, young master, Helen blinked while looking at him. Rayon, Sylvia ran towards him with wide eyes, implying that she hadn't heard the news of his arrival. When did you even get here? I've arrived a moment ago. You should have told me in advance. Sylvia smiled brightly, but suddenly dropped her jaw upon seeing the elves behind him. Who are they? They are Sapia's envoy. They came with me. Rayon stepped aside and introduced Cian and the elves to her. You are Sir Rayon's mother. Cian approached without hesitation and held Sylvia's hand. That strange confidence seemed to fill her mind again, her shyness gone. What? Ah, yes. What are you even thanking me for? Sylvia was flustered, asking her question with trembling eyelids. Of course, you gave birth to Sir Rayon. You've brightened this world. Cian's blue eyes were sparkling, showing that she was serious about it. Ahaha. Sylvia made an expression towards Rayon that seemed to ask, what did you even do? Rayon shrugged his shoulders, murmuring that he didn't know either. Cian gave Sylvia a 90-degree bow. She was being even more polite than when she was facing Glenn. Tap. A book fell from her when she raised her head. It was Rayon's biography. Ah, excuse me, Sir Rayon. While Cian picked up the book and stood up, the back door suddenly burst open and Insia rushed outside, her face smeared with black marks from her work. Sir Rayon the damn handsome, welcome Baha. Insia ran with a bright smile on her face, but her eyes widened upon seeing Rayon's biography that Cian was holding. Why is an elf here? No, why does an elf have that book? Do you know this book? Cian looked at Insia, smiling gladly that she recognized it. Of course I do. I'm the author. Insia pounded her chest, saying that she was the author of the book. I am a big fan of this book. Cian screamed while hugging Rayon's biography. Her hand was shivering intensely. Then, Insia walked up to Cian and twitched her lips. Rayon, she sounded like she was testing her, and Cian responded with a bright smile on her face. The damn handsome. They didn't need any words and simply high-fived with both hands. Clap. Rayon closed his eyes tightly as soon as he heard that sound. The two people who should have never met are together now. He sighed and Wrath grabbed his hair and started to shake him. The food isn't ready. Tell them to prepare the food right now. He was getting a headache. He just wanted to sleep. That's how we all managed to survive. I wouldn't be here anymore if it weren't for Sir Rayon. Cian was telling Sylvia and the maids about what happened so far, standing at the center of a large table in the garden. Even though she was saying it a second time after in the audience chamber, she seemed to be getting more and more energetic instead of being tired. The next part will be about how Sir Rayon rescued my kin, who had been kidnapped. Woo! And Sia cheered loudly with her feet on the table. Sylvia and the other maids were also looking forward to it, as they raised their hands above their heads and sent a round of applause. Oh, one more of that one. Wrath lifted his plump finger and pointed at the meat pie that was almost finished. Let's stop now, my stomach is seriously about to burst. He had shoved over 5 meals worth of food into his stomach, granting Wrath's requests. He wouldn't even be able to move anymore if he ate any further. Wrath licked his lips and shook his head in regret. It can't be helped. The King of Essence will be satisfied with just some ice cream. We don't have any. Why not? Just bring it all, Redek. Rayon kicked Wrath away as he kept rambling and quietly left the table. Even though the topic of their story was leaving, the annex building's members were still busy talking about him. Rayon shook his head and went to his room. I'm so tired. Reacting to Cian and the maids, and eating the food Wrath requested gave him even more of a headache than a battle. He immediately buried his back into the bed. The duel to the death. The duel to the death against the Axe King resurfaced in his mind as his surroundings became quiet. The Axe King was definitely more powerful than himself at the moment. His chance of victory wasn't that big even if he'd used the sword field and released his wrath. The first day of the next year was going to be the last day of his life if he didn't do anything about it. Is training the only way? Carrying out a mission when there is one and just training to get stronger when there wasn't seem to be the only way. Since some of his martial techniques weren't perfected yet, he needed to polish them as much as possible. Do you want the King of Essence to help you? Wrath yawned and shook his head. With a single flick of his finger, an axe hole like that can be easily ruptured. He grinned, saying that Rayon just needed to give up control of his body, and he would kill the Axe King for him since he was in a good mood. I'll do it myself. I need to defeat him on my own. He wanted to defeat him with his own power because the Axe King had given him a chance 2 whole times. It should work out somehow if I do my best. Rayon closed his eyes after putting his thoughts together, only for 3 knocks to come from the door. Enter. Rayon raised himself up and looked at the door. Judil entered, bringing warm tea on a small tray. I've brought some tea that can help with digestion since you seem to be overeating today. Rayon nodded awkwardly. He'd been eating everything on the table because of Wrath, and she must have been watching him. I didn't see Karun today. Where did he go? He is on a mission. Since he is in the south, it should take some time until he returns. I see. I've heard that you confronted the Axe King. Are you okay? I'm fine. He was being considerate. How was he considerate? He overlooked me. Rayon sighed and put down the teacup. I would have died if he'd decided to kill me. Don't worry about it. There's still half a year left. I'll just train to the verge of death in the meantime, and it should work out somehow. Rayon shook his head while looking at Judil's worried expression. Did anything happen here in the meantime? No, nothing happened. Judil shook her head, her lips curved into a faint smile. It's nothing. I'll be taking my leave since you must be tired. She lowered her head and left, closing the door in the process. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the door after she left. What's the matter? Her smile looked a bit strange just now. Was it strange? Yes, it's just like in the past. Rayon licked his lips while thinking that she was being strange, and a small presence could be felt near the window. He turned his head around and saw that Glenn was already there. My lord. Rayon briskly stood up and opened the window. Come outside. Glenn gestured with his chin, his eyes remaining composed. I have something to give you. Rayon followed Glenn and entered an open area near the North Grave Mountain's entrance. Glenn was quietly looking up at the North Grave Mountain, standing at the center of the area. Rayon wondered what he was thinking. His shoulders seemed to be swaying gently under the moonlight. My lord, Rayon called out to Glenn and walked up to him. What did you mean? You still have more to give me. Glenn had even given him an artifact, an elixir, and a golden tablet. Since it was more than plenty, Rayon couldn't really understand what more he came to give him. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and turned around. His red eyes were as cold as the night wind. In addition to rescuing the elves at the auction, you even obtained the account book to save the ones who have already been auctioned off. This is going to be extremely helpful in maintaining a good relationship with Sapia in the future. The artifact and elixir aren't enough to reward your achievements. Rayon honestly thought that rescuing the elves and getting the account book was included in the same matter, but there was no reason to refuse an additional reward. Oh damn it, Wrath popped out, shaking his fat stomach. Why is he giving you so much stuff? That geezer is extremely soft on the inside despite his cold-hearted face. Wrath furrowed his brow, saying that his face was the only scary part about Glenn. Be quiet since you ate as much as you wanted. The King of Essence doesn't want to be quiet, so. I'll take that as you not wanting any ice cream. Hop. Wrath shut his mouth and Rayon pushed his stomach away before looking at Glenn. How much have you managed to learn of the Azure Sky Sword up to the 4th technique? Of course, it's still not perfect. However, he still couldn't perfectly display his will through the sword. I guessed as much. Glenn simply nodded, having guessed it would be the case. Come here at this hour starting from tomorrow. What? I'll be helping with your training for the next 2 weeks. He closed his eyes, saying that he would teach him for 2 weeks as a reward for his achievements. Rayon's eyes widened in surprise. This reward is even better than an elixir. Master and a Grandmaster saw the world completely differently. Since his enlightenment had broadened upon becoming a Grandmaster, he could absorb Glenn's teachings in even more detail. It was a great opportunity for him. Rayon lowered his head at Glenn sincerely. HMMH. Glenn cleared his throat and shook his head. There's no reason to thank me since I'm just rewarding you for what you've done. It's fine. He shook his hand, telling him that he didn't need to say any further. Let's get started quickly. I don't wish to waste time. Understood. Rayon raised his head and went to the center of the area. You are prepared at least, since you bring your sword with you every time I call for you. It's the natural thing to do as a swordsman. Being called a swordsman pulled his heartstrings slightly. Swordsman, he could casually call himself a swordsman now without even thinking about it. He felt like the darkness from his previous life was fading away even more. Demonstrate all of the sword techniques you've learned. Yes. Rayon responded calmly and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. He raised the sword overhead and slashed down vertically. The wind dwelling on the blade cut through the cold atmosphere of the night, drawing a line on the ground that was even thinner than a hair. After the basic sword techniques, he displayed the Fangs of Insanity, the Blizzard Sword Arts, the 10,000 Flames Cultivation Sword Techniques, and even the ones he's created himself. Then he clenched Heavenly Drive with both hands. The last one is the Azure Sky Sword. He added the sturdiness of his middle energy center to the huge amount of aura coming from his lower energy center, then unleashed it towards the sky. The 4 techniques of the Azure Sky Sword were executed one after the other, creating a red and blue radiance in the dark sky. The majestic sight looked like a comet soaring into the sky. Glenn nodded, his expression remaining as cold as in the beginning. You've improved a little. I can feel the will you mentioned before that you will never be defeated. Even though he'd gone from a master to a grandmaster, it was just a small improvement for him. It was ridiculous, but he had to admit it since Glenn was the one who said it. However, Glenn's eyes became even colder. I can see that your sky is limited. Even I can see your goal. Don't take a warrior or a martial art as your goal. Imagine the sky that you want, he advised as he took a step towards him. What is the sky you've been imagining for the Azure Sky Sword? That's Rayon licked his lips, unable to answer right away. Say it without hesitating. You, my lord. Glenn's eyes widened, surprised that his name was unexpectedly mentioned. It's when you were using the Azure Sky Sword. No, it's the swordsmanship you used against the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen when I was kidnapped. I've made that into my sky. HMMH. Glenn hurriedly turned around. His earlobes were as red as a ripe persimmon. It can't be helped then. What? Don't change your goal. Just keep going. But you just told me to change. Stop, it's too early for you to reach infinity. Just start swinging your sword already. Understood. Rayon tilted his head but still lifted heavenly drive. Even the head of house is whimsical sometimes. It's because he is in his menopause. Wrath nodded, saying that he could understand him. On the Tiger Boulder at the North Grave Mountain's midpoint, Rimmer briefly clicked his tongue. He had been turned into it because of the bruises around both his eyes. The corners of his lips are going to reach the sky. Glenn's lips were curved to the point that he looked like a madman. His lips were reaching the ears. Well, it's not like I don't understand him. He could understand why he was so happy. His precious grandson had told him that he was his sky. Rimmer furrowed his brow, watching Glenn's lips rising higher and higher. Why is he teaching him personally? He should have just let him enter the Chamber of the Self. The Chamber of the Self was inherited from the founding head of Sieghart and allowed a warrior to speak to his own soul. Since Rayon was definitely going to gain enlightenment from it, Rimmer couldn't understand why Glenn was teaching him personally. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan smiled faintly, standing on the boulder. He must want to teach him directly. He laughed gently, watching Glenn advise Rayon with only his voice, his back turned away from him. He must want to spend more time with the young Master Rayon. Then he should just show it on the outside. Rimmer shook his fist violently. Glenn had turned around as he smiled again. Since everything would be resolved if he just showed that smile to Rayon, Rimmer couldn't understand why he was acting like that. Moreover, you can only stay in the Chamber of Self for a month. I suspect that he will open up the chamber by the time the winter starts, so he is using the time as efficiently as possible. Rimmer nodded, watching Rayon continuously wield the sword despite being sweaty. That's indeed better. After all, he will have more to gain if he enters the Chamber of Self after he gets stronger. The Chamber of Self didn't guarantee an improvement, but most people gain a small enlightenment at least. Since there was more to gain the stronger they were, teaching him before letting him enter the room was a good method. By the way, Roan looked at Rimmer with a faint smile on his face. Sir Rimmer, you seem to have made up your mind. You are so insightful. Rimmer nodded, grasping his empty right shoulder. I wanted to open a casino and idle around, but the heat in my heart hasn't faded away since I saw Rayon. He smiled, tapping on the sword hanging around his waist. Since my life is already ruined, I'd like to use it for Rayon and the youngsters. Rimmer closed his lips tightly, looking at the moon above Rayon's head. I'll wish for that to happen. Roan laughed gently and stood next to Rimmer. They watched Rayon and Glenn's training for a long time without saying anything. Rayon left his room before sunrise. Yawn. Wrath glared at him sideways, yawning widely enough for his mouth to tear. You crazy bastard. Which nutcase in the world goes out to train at dawn after training all night long? He tapped on his shoulder, asking him to sleep. I don't have much time left. Since he'd reached the Grandmaster's realm, he might be unable to advance without years of training. He had to practice the sword to the best of his ability while he had the chance. You are going to die while training instead of during a battle. That would be a happy ending. This is so frustrating. You are always Wrath suddenly stopped raging and started to sniff. Look at that. His hand trembled as he pointed at a tray on a table in front of the entrance. It smells delicious. Try opening the lid. Rayon opened the silver lid covering the tray and found toast with ham, egg, and cheese inside. Hell yeah, home is really the best, Mom. Wrath shouted for Sylvia upon seeing the still steaming toast. This wasn't made by Mom. Who else? Judil made it. Sylvia's toast included egg and vegetables, while Judil's toast included egg, ham, and cheese. That was why he could tell that the toast was made by Judil. She knows me so well now. He could guess that she'd prepared the toast because she expected him to immediately start training again. She's sharp, probably because she had a difficult childhood. She is nice. Wrath nodded, saying that she was a good girl. Is that so? Rayon chuckled and picked up the toast to take a bite. Even the inside is nice and crispy. Yes, this is how bread should be. Nadine, bread shouldn't be called bread. Wrath sniffled, deeply moved by the taste of the toast. I agree, it's pretty good. It was simple food, but it was clear that she put her heart into making it. Rayon murmured his gratitude towards Judil's room and left the annex building. He immediately went to the 5th training ground, unexpectedly finding someone who'd arrived before him once he opened the door. You've become so lazy. Martha furrowed her brow with her arms crossed. In the past, you would have arrived an hour earlier and started to swing the sword already, she snorted, calling him slothful. I know, right? This is the time he usually scolds us for coming too late. Burin nodded with a faint smile on his face. Zzz. Run-on nodded while sitting on the ground. She seemed to be dozing off. I heard you caused another issue. Martha narrowed his eyes, examining Rayon up and down. How did you end up saving the elven country? That's not all. I heard he was some spirit king's big brother, Burin gasped, finding it ridiculous as he spoke. ZZZ. Run-On was still dozing off. I got lucky in various ways. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while looking at them. That luck again. Martha shook her head, telling him to stop calling it luck. It's true, I would have never won on my own. He wasn't lying. The Crimson Flame demon would have killed him without Cian's help. Was it those masked guys again? Martha clenched her fist, thinking about Eden. By the way, did you get stronger again? Burin tilted his head, checking Rayon up and down. The atmosphere around you feels different. I ate the world tree's fruit. The world tree's fruit. That's insane. Are you seriously trying to take every single elixir in the continent? Martha blinked in disbelief. I was curious about that one. Is it tasty? Burin licked his lips, curious about the taste of the world tree's fruit, to be honest. Rayon closed his eyes, thinking about the taste of the world tree's fruit. It tastes like Nadine bread. Bullshit. Martha shook her head. How is that even possible? I can't believe it either. There's no way the world tree's fruit would taste like Nadine bread. Burin couldn't accept it either, his brow furrowing. ZZZZZ. Run-On shook her head to express her denial even though she was dozing off. It's true. It was the truth, but Rayon gave up on explaining it since their expressions made it look like they would never believe him. It's only natural that they are unable to accept it. Wrath nodded calmly. There's no way they would believe it since even the King of Essence still can't believe it after tasting it himself. How is the world tree a rubber tree? This is way too unreasonable. He went completely nuts after a while and shouted that he was going to burn the world tree. Rayon kicked wrath away and looked at Burin, Martha, and Run-On. That's enough about the world tree. What brought you here at this early hour? What else? We've been training every day at this hour. Martha shook her head, saying that it wasn't even a question. That's right. We've been training every day at this hour ever since you left. Burin smiled, saying that training before sunrise became a daily routine. ZZZ. Run-On snored as if she were agreeing with them. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at Burin, Martha, and Run-On one after the other. They've indeed gotten stronger. The improvement wasn't as drastic as his since he'd eaten the world tree's fruit, but he could feel a higher prowess from them. He could tell that they'd been training hard while he was at Sapia. The wise martial palace master has been helping us with our training in the evening. We learned a lot from him as well. From Sir Denier? Yes. My father came to help us every day, and our aunt has been helping us as well. Martha showed an unusually bright smile, saying that Aries' lessons were so precious. It's a great opportunity. Rayon stroked his chin, thinking about Denier. Denier, unlike Ares, Karun, and Balder, he could hardly read Denier's thoughts. He's giving off a similar impression as Darius, but I might be wrong. He hadn't done anything suspicious so far, nor picked a fight with him. He didn't have enough information to judge him yet. Shall I look into him just in case? He figured he should ask Denning Rose to gather information about Denier for him. But before that, there's something I need to do. Rayon's lips curved into a refreshing smile as he stood in front of Burin, Martha, and Run-On. Pop. Run-On was making a balloon from her nose, but she finally woke up and blinked. Rayon. Apparently she really had been dozing off. She really looked glad to see him. Let's eat some ice cream. The first thing she asked about was eating some ice cream. She never changed. Yeah, Rayon calmly nodded. Oh, ooh, and of course the answer came from both Run-On and Wrath. Of course it won't be right now. I need to check first. Check. What are you checking? Run-On tilted her head and Burin did the same. What else? I'm obviously checking out your skills. Martha stepped back and placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Look at his eyes. He's trying to kill us. Get ready. Now, she shouted with trembling lips. She was already certain that they would have to fight against Rayon. You shouldn't be aware, but we've been training hard so far. Run-On walked up to him and widened her purple eyes, saying that they didn't need to spar. We've been doing the daybreak training and the evening. We've already told him about that. Burin sighed and shook his head. He's acting like that because he wants to check that out. He understood Rayon's intentions and unsheathed his sword. Run-On reluctantly lifted Snow Flower, but freezing coldness was emanating from her sword. Rayon's lips curved into a faint smile as he felt the ferocious, sharp, and cold pressures from respectively Martha, Burin, and Run-On. Feeling their sword pressures made him feel at home. Let's confirm how much stronger you've become. He nodded and stepped forward. I'll let you have a break as soon as you land a hit on me. Rayon shook his finger up and down, telling them to come at him. What if we don't? Run-On tilted her head. Then we will keep fighting until you do. Rayon licked his lips while facing their trembling eyes. Just tell us from the beginning that you want to spar all day long. Burin shouted at his ridiculous statement. You just need to land a hit and you can rest. It's not that hard. Rayon shrugged his shoulders, saying that it was an easy task. His personality became worse as he became a grandmaster. Burin sighed. He's back, the demon king of training. Martha raised her sword while biting her lip, saying, all right, we'll show you that we haven't been playing around. Die. She charged from the front to thrust her sword while Burin and Run-On rushed from left and right to execute their sword techniques. It's time to play. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while watching the dazzling attacks of the three team leaders, all day long. Wrath shook his head. He's seriously a pervert, isn't he? Wham! Blue radiance welled up to the dark sky. It was a magnificent sight, looking like a huge hole was made at the center of the sky. Glenn nodded, watching the sky as it appeared to have collapsed. So this is the fifth, not too bad for 2 weeks of training. Rayon lowered his head at Glenn. You should be aware that it's still far from perfect. You've only managed to build the framework, so you need to push yourself harder to complete it. I'll keep that in mind. I'll be taking my leave. Glenn nodded and turned around, having said everything he wanted. Rayon lowered his head at Glenn's back. He was completely gone by the time he raised his head. He is like the wind. Glenn always came exactly on the appointed time, helping with his training for just 2 hours and disappearing without a trace. He almost felt like a ghost sometimes, but it all paid off. He could feel that his skills were rapidly increasing as he trained with the light wind division from dawn to evening and trained with Glenn at night. The 2 weeks he'd spent were quite valuable. It's a shame now that it's over. It was a bit of pressure to be taught by Glenn, but he was saddened once it was over. Maybe he will teach me again if I get another achievement. He returned to the annex building while thinking about such nonsense, and he heard a small sound from the main entrance. He opened the door and saw that Sylvia was placing toast on the table in front of the door. Mother, you returned at the perfect time. Sylvia handed out the toast that she'd placed on the table, saying that he came at a good time. You should make sure to eat properly since you've been training until so late. You are the only one who cares, Mom. Wrath ran at Sylvia with his arms spread. Get away. Rayon kicked Wrath away and shook his head. I'm always thankful for the treat. You don't have to overexert yourself. A mom caring for her son isn't called overexerting herself. Sylvia shook her head, saying that it wasn't an issue. Rayon received the toast with a faint smile on his face. It was healthy toast, including eggs and vegetables. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen Judil recently, he mused, taking a bite of the toast. He hadn't seen Judil since the first day of training when she'd given him the toast. Even though he'd been leaving home at dawn and returning at dawn, it was still a strange thing to happen. Judil is on holiday. Holiday? Yes, she told me not to tell you about it because you might be concerned. She should be back next week. Sylvia shook her head, saying that Judil wasn't in the annex building at the moment. I see. Rayon casually nodded as if it weren't a big deal. Don't work yourself too hard. Make sure to manage your health. Sylvia told him to finish eating the toast and return to her room. Rayon put down the toast he was eating and went to Judil's room instead of his own. Where are you going without finishing it? She is on holiday, she said. Judil is pretty much my vassal. It's a serious matter since she didn't tell me about her holiday. He forced the locked doorknob open and entered her room. It was an extremely simple room. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was completely empty. However, it seemed to be how the room always looked rather than because she'd left with her belongings. Rayon looked around the empty room and took out a brown piece of paper protruding from the desk drawer. Rayon spread the paper, and his eyes distorted fiercely. This is... Rayon narrowed his eyes, checking the front and back of the brown paper. What are you doing? Wrath wrinkled his nose while looking down at the paper. Why are you acting so serious for no reason while looking at an empty piece of paper? Go outside already and finish the toast you were eating. He briskly turned his head around, showing that he had no interest in the paper. Unfortunately, this paper isn't blank. You are delusional. What are you even talking about? Nothing is written on it. Wrath was right, as there were no letters nor drawings on the paper, but it was because it was special paper. Did you already forget? Forget about what? You'll understand once you see it. Rayon left the annex building and stood in front of the lake. He lifted the brown piece of paper towards the moon, which was in the middle of the sky because it was past midnight. The faint moonlight brushed past the brown paper, and letters appeared, nearly dancing across the blank page. Ah. Wrath clapped his hands loudly, finally realizing it. It was from the first encounter with her. Correct. Rayon nodded, lifting the paper above his head so that it would get enough moonlight. It's the piece of paper I saw when I learned about Judil's identity. Back then, Judil got caught while trying to deliver the information about the annex building to Karun by making the paper float on the lake. He pretended to plant a fake rage worm after that, and took her as his subordinate after learning her circumstances. And she is my first subordinate ever. The Light Wind Division had also become his subordinates, but Judil was the very first person he'd taken under his wings. He would never abandon her as long as she didn't betray him. Rayon lowered the brown paper upon confirming that no more letters were appearing. The polished writing looked like it was devoid of any emotion. He could feel Judil's personality from it. Sir Rayon, you must be the only person who can read this letter. His name was written on the first line, implying that Judil had expected that situation. However, I hope you won't find this letter. She hoped I didn't find it. Rayon couldn't understand why she would leave a letter, hoping that he wouldn't find it. Even if I said that I need some time for my personal circumstances, Sir Rayon should be able to figure it out. I'll be honest. Rayon quickly lowered his eyes, thinking that the point was coming. The black market messaged me, saying that they seemed to have found my brother. Rayon bit his lip, looking at Judil's composed letter. I knew it, the reason Judil was still alive, why she was working under Karun, and why she took my hand was all because of the only blood relative she had left in the world. He could imagine that situation the moment he'd heard that she went on holiday without telling anything to him. Please don't worry about it since it's not certain yet. I'm just going to confirm if he really is my brother. He felt like he could hear Judil's emotionless voice as she told him not to worry about her. I have no intention of doing anything right away even if he really is my brother. I'm going to return and tell you about it first, Sir Rayon. It will take some time since it's quite far away. Please wait while focusing on your training. After all, you have something you need to do. Sincerely, Judil. In the end, Judil's name marked the end of the letter without mentioning the location. Rayon furrowed his brow while lowering the letter. I have a bad feeling about this. The fact that there was no emotion at all in the letter made him even more worried, because she might explode. Judil didn't usually show her feelings. Since her family had been the only purpose of her life, she could end up doing something without caring about herself once she met her brother. Why did she go on her own? Wrath shook his head, unable to understand. Since you promised her that you would find her brother no matter what, she just needed to ask you. She didn't decide not to tell me about it. Rayon sighed, reading the letter one more time. Then what? She couldn't tell me. Rayon remembered when Judil had come to his room after his return party. He told her that he needed to train in preparation for the duel to the death against the Axe King, and she had cheered for him with a mask on her face, just like during their first encounter. Crack. Rayon clenched his fist so powerfully that his hand turned red. Damn it, Judil had left alone without saying anything about her brother to avoid disturbing his training. He could finally understand why her reaction felt slightly off. It was because she cared about him more than herself. You idiot. Wrath pointed a finger at him and called him an idiot even though he hadn't realized it either. Yes, I'm an idiot. I should have visited her. He should have visited Judil even though he was reunited with the Light Wind Division after a long time and Glenn was training him. His mind was filled with regret. So what are you going to do now? Rayon burnt the letter with the 10,000 flames cultivation and his eyes turned serious. I'm going to follow. Regardless of where she'd gone, he had to follow her and bring her brother back. It was the first promise he'd made with another person after becoming Rayon Zeekhart. It was far more important than training. However, before then, Rayon bit his lips slightly, facing the moonlight quietly shining down upon the world. I need to start by gathering information. A dry voice shouted from under a king sea serpent's skin, its dangerous gaze almost making it look like it was still alive. Boss, the old man's skin was dark, as if he had been tanned under the sun for his entire life, and he knelt under the stairs that were covered in the king sea serpent's skin. The head elder of the union and a former party boss died. Why are you not doing anything about it? The dark-skinned old man raised his head sharply, shedding tears despite his appearance. Ha. The eyes of the South North Union's boss emerged from the darkness and lowered towards the old man. Kuyan, you must have heard about it as well. The head elder lost a one-on-one duel to the death. What's even there to take revenge on? The South North Union's boss shook his head, shaking the ashes from his cigarette. Even though we are pirates and bandits, we are still warriors at the core. We can't complain about losing in a proper one-on-one duel. How could that be? Rayon Zeekhart was the first to pick a fight with us. The old man called Kuyan furrowed his brow deeply, refusing to accept it. That's also laughable. The South North Union's boss laughed at his ridiculous argument. We could have complained if Rayon Zeekhart came on his own and started to cause issues. But he came with the elves and the next protector at that. That clearly suggests that they have the right cause in this matter. He touched his blue spear where it was leaning against the wall, murmuring that he was such a lucky guy. Kuyan, I understand how you feel, but making a move now isn't a good idea. It's a shame, but we have to conclude this matter here. The South North Union's boss shook his head, telling him not to mention that incident anymore. Boss, Kuyan raised his head, his face smeared with tears and twisted like a grotesque monster. Are you afraid of Glenn Zeekhart? His lips trembled as he smashed the floor barehandedly. I endured it when Tyler died back then. He was pretty much my grandson as the grandson of my dear friend, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to harm the boss's dignity as the head elder. But this incident is a different case. Kuyan shouted, his voice rough and dry, like he lacked any saliva and was coughing up blood instead. It's none other than the head elder of the union. Regardless of whether it was a one-on-one or if they had the right, we still have to take action. Are you trying to forget about Tyler and Surin because you found a new successor? Or are you really afraid of Glenn Zeekhart? The South North Union's boss looked down upon Kuyan silently. His gaze was as emotionless as in the beginning. Who wouldn't be afraid of Glenn Zeekhart? Kuyan, what about you? I'm not afraid of him. I don't care if I end up dying as a result. That's amazing. Unfortunately, I'm afraid of him. He extended his long legs while saying that he was afraid and placed them onto the King Sea Serpent's skin. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of the South North Union's downfall. It wouldn't be too bad if it was just you or me who died as a result, but Zeekhart's sword is brutal and persistent. They will try to get rid of everything in the South-North Union, even if they end up losing their limbs as a result. You should know what happened during the Continental War. Kuyen couldn't say anything as he simply stared at the boss. Just you wait. Roman will avenge Tyler, Raptor, and even Surin's deaths. The South-North Union's boss smiled, saying that there wasn't even a year left. Do you understand? I do, but... Kuyen bit his lip and raised his head. I can't completely accept it. Then are you going to attack Sieghart right now or something? I'm not that stupid, but I'm going to wait. He shook his head and stood up. Ah, the South-North Union's boss raised his hand. Since Surin is dead, take back the head elder's position. Kuyen quietly lowered his head and left the throne room. He immediately went to the river and made a warship depart, the one that belonged to the Council of Elders. Let's go. Yes, the sailors steered the boat without saying anything. They advanced through the cold wind of the early morning and they arrived at Perrin River where Surin and Raptor had perished. Ha! Kuyen sighed deeply, standing on the river where Surin had died. I would have helped you from the beginning if I had known this was going to happen. He let out a deep, regret-filled sigh once again. There's nothing I can do at the moment. Kuyen shook his head while looking at the dark river reflecting the moonlight. But I'm not going to let it pass. Wait in hell. He threw his golden fishing rod into the river, stared at it for a long time, then returned to the boat. The boat from the Council of Elders circled the river once to comfort Surin's soul and slowly disappeared. A tall man landed on the dark river after Kuyen was gone. The man with eyes as blue as the moonlight shook his finger, and the river started to boil, making a white skeleton surface. Do you want to live? The man spoke to the skeleton as if he were talking to a living person. I like your answer. The skeleton didn't say anything, but the man giggled. You're right. It's impossible to revive a dead person. I would have smashed your bones if you said you wanted to live, but you said that you just wanted your revenge. That's why I like it. The man casually nodded, and the skeleton was compressed into a small size before being absorbed into his hand. I came here just in case, but this will be interesting material. He threw the skeleton into the air and then caught it like he was playing with a toy before disappearing into the darkness. Kring, inside the training ground, Heavenly Drive's blade rode the wind and descended upon the land. The tip of the blade trembled faintly, splitting the small line on the ground into a fissure. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the slash that had strayed away from its trajectory. I'm too impatient. Even his training wasn't going so well because he was too worried about Judiel. He even felt like he'd become worse because his mind kept wavering. It's still not here yet. It had already been almost 2 days since he'd requested information from the black market, but there was still no news from them. He started to imagine bad things. No, I should focus. I should do what I can for now. Rayon calmed his mind and was about to raise the sword again when a small bird flew towards him from the sky. Wrath freaked out and sank to the ground as soon as he saw the bird. It's the madwoman. She's here again. His lips shivered, thinking that it was Merlin. No, it's not. Rayon extended his hand while shaking his head, and the bird landed on his hand. This little one is a messenger from the black market. A small piece of paper was folded around the bird. It was a bird from the black market, not Merlin. How pathetic of you. Rayon chuckled, letting the bird fly away. What kind of demon king is afraid of a little bird? He wasn't afraid. He just thought it was the madwoman. Sure, Mr. Cowardly Demon King, it's not true. Rayon ignored Wrath as he started to yell and opened the letter. The contents were simple. It stated that they would be waiting at a place on Sieghart's main street. Rayon burnt the piece of paper and immediately went towards the mentioned location. He entered a small shop on the corner of the commercial district, and he suddenly sensed the intense fragrance of trees. He looked around and noticed wooden sculptures of different sizes were filling the area. Rayon went deeper while appreciating the sculptures. He could feel a familiar presence from the manager on the other side of the counter. It's been a while. The manager took off the hood she was wearing with a thin voice. She was a woman, the wisdom in her eyes standing out even more than the rosy eye patch. It was Denning Rose. Did you personally come here for me? Rayon's eyes widened upon seeing Denning Rose. He hadn't thought she would be coming since he guessed that she would dispatch an agent. Of course I did. Denning Rose shook her head, saying that it wasn't anything special. She took out a green teacup and poured the water that she'd been boiling into it. The calm fragrance emanating from it was soothing his pounding heart. Here you go. Rayon took a sip from the steaming tea. The nutty and mild taste remained in his mouth, then it completely disappeared. Denning Rose must have prepared the tea to control his emotions. Let's get to the topic since you seem to be in a hurry. The person who'd been contacting us has disappeared, right? Yes. I believe she immediately made a move when she heard that her brother was found. We've actually messaged her multiple times when we found someone similar to her brother, but we were mistaken in every case. We must have found her real brother this time. Denning Rose was saying that she'd already given Judiel information about her brother before, but she'd responded that they weren't her brother. But why would she go on her own? I believe it's because she didn't want to spend my time. I see. She nodded, immediately realizing the situation. I'll start by showing you the document we gave to her. Denning Rose took out an envelope from the drawer and handed it over. Rayon opened it up right away and checked the content. We found a young man in his mid-20s, brown-haired, blue-eyed with a scar on his forehead near the village of the Surin tribe. Rayon narrowed his eyes while examining the message. He might be the one. Judil had told him that her brother was named Juval. He was around 24-25 years old, brown-haired, blue-eyed with a scar on his forehead. Judging from the contents, he was most likely her brother. But the village of the Surin tribe is. Yes, the Beast Union. Denning Rose nodded while calling the Beast Union's name. The village is from that faction, I see. He was wondering because the name sounded familiar and it was indeed from the Beast Union. But why is he even there? From his knowledge, Karun was holding both Judil and her brother's leashes. Judil was understandable, but he couldn't tell why her brother was in the Beast Union. That village is rather peculiar, but her brother didn't seem ordinary either, apparently. What do you mean by that? This is something we've figured out after Sir Rayon made his request. Coldness started to emanate from the only eye Denning Rose had. That person called Juval seems to be living the life of an assassin. Rayon bit his lip tightly, thinking about the meaning behind Denning Rose's words. Did you just say that he's an assassin? Yes, Denning Rose said as she nodded calmly. The agent dispatched there after Sir Rayon made his request was originally an assassin. His skills were quite excellent at that. Since Denning Rose called him excellent, he must have been a famous assassin before he retired. That agent said that the man who seemed to be Juval and a few others smelled like assassins. They smell like assassins. Who were the types of people who were the most proficient at recognizing the assassins? Many would think guards do, but it wasn't actually the case. Since assassins acted in a particular way, assassins were the best at noticing and recognizing other assassins. Rayon sighed briefly and leaned forward. Did that agent who used to be an assassin say that Juval was an assassin? Yes. He was working as a gatherer, but said he seemed to be an assassin. Of course, that isn't certain since he was making a guess. Denning Rose didn't even bat an eye while saying that it was a guess. She implied that it was pretty much certain. And the people around him were also assassins, right? Yes, it's not the case for everyone, but a large number of them were apparently assassins. She nodded, saying that it wasn't just a few people, which implies that they have a target to kill over there. Rayon sighed while touching the heated teacup. Indeed, that would be the only reason. Denning Rose nodded, saying that she thought the same thing. Juval is currently staying in Raven Village near the Surin tribe. It's not a big village, but it's not exactly small either. He's considered a villager since he's been living there for over a year now. Apparently, he even gets invited in by the Surin tribe because they've built a friendly relationship. Rayon stared at the quiet wave on his tea and tilted his head. It's rather impressive that you've managed to find him since he must have been changing his appearance if he's an assassin. You apparently don't know much about the Surin tribe. All I know is that they have many Beast Union shamans. Indeed, there are shamans over there. However, a few of them have a special ability. Special ability. Yes, it's an ability of the eyes called the mind's eyes. Mind's eyes, they can apparently determine people's real thoughts. Could it be a mind-reading ability? Gasp. Wrath widened his eyes and raised his head. Why are you surprised? Is there nothing like that even in Devildom? What are you even talking about? Even the King of Essence could have had an ability like that. He could have had it, not that he had it. Even his bluffs were strange, probably because he was a cowardly demon king. It could also be because he rarely lied. I heard that they used to have a shaman that could read minds hundreds of years ago, but now they can only see if a person's appearance is genuine or not. That's why it's impossible to conceal your appearance there. Denning Rose shook his head, saying that the mind-reading ability was just a story from legends. But of course, Wrath nodded while rolling his eyes. There's no way a human being would have such an ability. Such an ability shouldn't even exist in Devildom. How could a mere human? Rayon ignored Wrath as he continued to ramble and looked at Denning Rose instead. So the reason Juval revealed his appearance was. Yes, he must have gone there with his real appearance in order to gain the trust of the shamans who can use the mind's eyes. And that's how we managed to find him. I see. Rayon nodded briefly. He could finally understand the entire situation. It's even more certain now. Living in a village like Juval did to gain the trust of the people was called preparation among the assassins. He must have gained their favor with the preparation in order to kill someone. He's an assassin of all things. Judil's life was similar to his previous life. The fact that a trashy master was holding their leash, forcing them to do things that they didn't want was pretty much the same. However, she was better than him since she still had a family, and the fact that she couldn't escape because of her family made it worse than his previous life. Even though Judil had helped him a lot, he cherished Judil mostly because he could see his previous life in her. That was why the fact that her brother was living as an assassin reminded him of Darius Robert, enraging him. It might become dangerous. If he interfered at the wrong moment, he could be accused of being an assassin or even get involved in the assassination. Rayon slowly closed his eyes. He could remember Darius's evil deeds as if they had happened the day before, even though 20 years had passed. Even if he accomplished his revenge, he would never forget about what he'd done to him. That was why he didn't want Judil and her brother to experience the same thing. After all, they were similar to him. I'm never going to live like him. I need to protect my subordinate. He raised his gaze, resolving himself to live differently than Darius, who easily threw away his subordinates. Lady Judil hasn't been seen anywhere yet. It's possible that she hasn't arrived at Raven Village yet, but she might be in disguise or hiding outside the village. I guess so. Rayon nodded. Since Judil was educated as a spy, she was proficient at hiding her presence and had a careful personality even though her combat potential was lacking. She wasn't going to be found easily. By the way, who is the target of the assassins? We aren't sure about that either. Denning Rose sighed and shook her head. It was extremely rare for her to say that she didn't know something. I'd like to say that it's just the Surin chief, but we don't really have any information about them. We don't even know where the assassins are from either. I'm sorry. It's fine, that's already enough. Are you heading there? Of course I am. Rayon emptied the cup and stood up from the seat. An unwavering flame sparked in his eyes, because my subordinate is involved. Rayon finished his preparations to head towards Raven Village and left his room. He encountered Insia and Cian, who were passing by the corridor while he was heading to the entrance. Sir Rayon the damn handsome, where are you going? Insia stepped forward and lowered her head. Sir Rayon the damn handsome. Cian also shouted damn handsome as she approached. Are they sisters who lost each other during childhood? Wrath shook his head upon seeing that Cian and Insia had become even closer than real sisters. They might be. Rayon sighed mentally and walked up to them. I'm planning to train outside the house, so it's training. Insia smiled as if she was expecting that answer. By the way, Sir Rayon. She licked her lips and came one step closer. Can we continue writing the biography of Rayon? The biography of Rayon. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the incomplete books that they were holding in their arms. We are planning to publicize 2 more volumes, Dragon Slayer part and the Sapia part. Insia smiled, saying that she was even going to make a new cover. It looked like she'd already finished planning. You are going to do it anyway, even if I don't allow it. Since both Insia and Cian were as proactive as Merlin in that aspect, they were definitely going to do it anyway, whether he stopped them or not. No, we aren't going to do it if you don't want it. Insia shook her head, saying that his opinion had the highest importance since it was a book about him. Really? Of course, then please don't do it. Lauren. Insia and Cian turned pale as soon as he refused. They were staring at him with expressions that suggested the sky was collapsing onto them. Rayon shook his head, unable to meet their eyes. Do as you wish. Yes, even though Rayon was there in person, they hurriedly ran to the study, excited about making the book. You are going to regret it. Wrath's eyes were filled with envy despite saying that he would regret it. I might. Rayon chuckled and tried to leave the annex building, but Sylvia was standing in front of the stairs at the entrance. Where are you going? Sylvia walked up to him with a bright smile. I'm going out to train for a while. It will take a few days. All right, have a nice trip. She waved her hand, telling him to do his best. Send my regards to Judil. Rayon immediately turned around upon hearing Judil's name. What do you mean by that? You've been acting strange ever since I told you Judil was on holiday. There's no way your mom wouldn't notice that. Sylvia smiled, telling him that he shouldn't try to deceive his mom. She was rather strange from the first time I saw her. She is calm, but she looked like she was being chased by something at the same time. She looked a lot better after she became in charge of you, but she's been impatient again recently. Is she in danger? I won't know until I get there. He didn't lie to Sylvia since she seemed to be somewhat aware of the situation. Make sure to bring her back. I'll prepare delicious food for you. Sylvia smiled, telling him to just bring Judil back safely. Delicious food? Wrath was yawning in boredom, but suddenly straightened his neck upon hearing that. What is that delicious food? I'll be back. Rayon lowered his head at Sylvia and turned around. Wait a moment. Wrath shouted while dashing towards Sylvia. What is that delicious thing? Please just hear what it is. A wall made of monster bones was rising in the middle of a forest, where trees as long as spear shafts and bushes as sharp as spearheads were soaring to reach the sky. A brown-haired young man lowered his head in front of the wall of bones, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead showing his exhaustion. His blue eyes were sparkling despite his shabby outfit. It's me, Philip. Please open the door. As he shouted to introduce himself as Philip, a person's face showed up from behind the wall of bones. The middle-aged man licked his lips. His skin was tanned despite giving a neat impression overall. Why did you return so early? It's important to be on time for an appointment with the chief. Philip scratched his head, smiling like a good guy. I can't bring myself to dislike you. The middle-aged man shook his finger after being called the chief, and the wall shifted to create a door where about 2 people could pass simultaneously. Philip lowered his head again and entered. Small huts shaped like mushrooms were scattered haphazardly about while a tower of bones rose from the center of the village, tall enough to touch the sky. The color was completely dark, but it gave off a majestic impression rather than ominous. Why are you still so curious about it when you come here practically every day? Come this way. The chief shook his hand and Philip went towards him while gasping. It feels like that tower is sucking me in whenever I see it. I can't take my eyes off of it. You have good eyes for things. Our ancestors will be glad. That tower was built after defeating the monsters who intruded into the village, right? Yes. The story says that thousands of them attacked. Our tribe would have been annihilated if it weren't for our ancestor, the Lion King. The chief looked up to the tower and smiled faintly. Such an amazing person. Stop with flattery and take out the stuff. It's not flattery, though. Philip twisted his lips and opened the bag around his waist. Medicinal herbs, poisonous herbs, and flowers of different colors were inside it, and every single one was lively, implying that they were recently harvested. They are in such great condition to the point where it's irritating. The chief laughed bitterly while examining the medicinal and poisonous herbs that Philip had brought. How come you managed to find even better ingredients than our tribe? Where do you even gather them? It's a business secret. Philip smiled, holding a finger up to his lips. Seriously, the chief was proud of him and patted his head. All right, I'll buy them all as the highest quality goods. He nodded and handed a pouch to Philip. The clattering sound of gold coins could be heard from the inside. Philip took the pouch and bowed, his head almost reaching the ground. How about staying overnight? You won't regret it since we've acquired some good meat. I'm sorry. Today is the day I gotta send money to my home. Ah, I see. It's already that day. The chief nodded and patted Philip's shoulder. Is your mother doing better? Philip smiled without saying anything. All right, you can leave. I'll prepare dishes that you won't be able to refuse next time. Philip lowered his head and left the village. The young man from the Surin tribe with round eyes gasped while coming towards the chief. He's an interesting man. He even refused the chief's invitation. It's understandable, though. Well, I guess all his thoughts are shifted towards his mother. That's why he's wearing those rags even though he's making lots of money. Even though his body is here, his mind is with his mother since she has an incurable illness. The chief clicked his tongue in regret. You should be nice to him when he comes here, of course. We even treated him to a meal at our home last time. The young man shook his head, saying that they were already getting along. Ha! The chief sighed while looking at Philip's back as it got further away. After Philip left the Surin tribe, he returned to Raven Village, where he'd been staying for over a year. Did you already finish your business? You are so diligent. I wish my son could be like you. The villagers smiled, complimenting Philip. He'd become part of the village completely. Now I still have a long way to go. Philip smiled like a nice guy and went towards his home, located on the outskirts of the village. The moment he opened the door and entered, his expression froze in a frightening manner. I believe I told you to not come during the day. He furrowed his brow, looking at the white-haired middle-aged man sitting in the chair on the right. Watch your words towards your superior, number 196. The middle-aged man called him number 196 with serious eyes. What's the matter? How are you doing with the Surin tribe? I'm being invited to their events and homes. Well, it's only natural to gain that much favor in a whole year, though the others couldn't do it. He nodded, telling him he did a good job. Did you locate them? It's already done, Philip replied, handing over a piece of paper from his inner pocket. The location of the Surin tribe that he had visited a moment ago was drawn on the paper, and the locations of the traps and spells were written on it. Then let's get to work. Already, Philip widened his eyes, finding it unexpected. What's the matter? Do you feel reluctant? The middle-aged man looked coldly at him. You are an assassin. Affection and relationships with people are completely meaningless to you. After all, the Philip in this village is just a fake. Philip bit his lip tightly without responding. Don't you want to meet your sister, Juval? Juval furrowed his brow deeply at the mention of his sister. This mission is the 10th one. You can finally meet your sister after you complete this one. You said the same thing during the 5th mission, but I couldn't even see her face. Ah, it's true this time. But do you want to see her corpse instead? Or there's also an option of sending your corpse to her. You have a choice. Juval's chin trembled, unable to respond. How is my sister doing? She's doing great, of course. You don't need to worry about her since she's enjoying her life in a rich household. The middle-aged man shook his head, telling him to stop asking the obvious. We should finish this matter quickly since we've been seeing an unknown gaze recently. Do you remember the target? Yes. Philip bit his lip and lowered his head. His eyes had turned dark and deadpan, unlike when he'd entered the village. All right, we'll start the operation tomorrow, the moonless night. The middle-aged man shook his hand and left Philip's room. Philip stood there for a long time, as if he'd turned into a statue. Judah was above a hill where she could see Raven Village below. She bit her lip while watching Juval talk to the villagers through Encia's telescope. It's definitely him, Juval. His skin had become a lot rougher and he'd grown into an adult, but she could ascertain it the moment she saw him. He was definitely the only brother she had, Juval. Most importantly, the scar on his forehead was exactly what she remembered, since he got that scar because of me. The scar was made when he fell and scratched his forehead on a rock when they were running away together. She could never forget about it, since her mistake was the cause for it. He's doing fine. She couldn't tell the exact circumstances nor hear what they were saying since she was watching from afar, but she could at least guess that he was getting along with the villagers. But Judil bit her lip while gazing down at Juval. Why is he even here? She had a few hypotheses about it. Karun might have sold Juval, Juval might have escaped, or he could be living in that village on Karun's orders. Regardless of the case, it made her happy to simply see her brother. Since she'd believed he was dead, his energetic smile alone brought warmth to her heart. However, she became slightly greedy as she watched for 3 days. What if he is being held hostage with my life, just like what happened to me? Just as she'd become a spy in the annex building because of her brother, Juval could have been doing something bad over there because of her life. If that was the case, she couldn't allow it to continue. Juval took out a small piece of paper from her inner pocket, wrote down her own name, Juval's name, and what they'd told each other right before they got separated and waited until night to go down from the mountain. She carefully entered the village. She was wearing a robe and hiding her presence, but no one considered her suspicious, probably because outsiders often visited the village. She was about to shove the piece of paper into Juval's window, maintaining the concealment art that she'd learned from when she was educated as a spy. The window opened carefully, and a man wearing a black mask and black outfit came out of it. She could immediately tell who he was upon meeting his blue eyes. Ju. The moment she tried to call his name, the dagger suddenly emerged from his hand and fell towards Juval's forehead. PSSH. Vel, as her faint voice continued, the dagger directed at her forehead suddenly curved. The dagger changed its direction and cut the right side of her hood. He could see blood flowing from her cheek through the gap that was made. However, she only stared at Juval, not even noticing the cut on her cheek. It's Juval. It really is my brother. She could tell just by seeing his eyes. The man in front of her was Juval, her only brother. Who are you? Juval glared at her in a frightening manner, pointing his dagger at her neck. How do you know that name? Just as he was about to shove the dagger even closer, Juval took off the hood covering her head. Clang. The moment her face was revealed, Juval dropped his dagger from his hand. Juval. Juval also noticed that she was his one and only sister the moment he saw her, and his teeth clattered violently. Are you really my sister? Juval. Juval bit her lip tightly and hugged Juval. She didn't care what situation they were in, nor what Juval was trying to do. The emotions that she'd been continuously holding back for such a long time burst out at once, and she couldn't control herself anymore. Juval, Juval. She clenched her hands, murmuring her brother's name over and over. She didn't want to let him go ever again. Juval stroked her back with his trembling hand and closed his eyes. This is the scent of my sister. He could smell the same fragrance as the one he'd felt when he slept in his sister's embrace during childhood. It wasn't as mild as a flower, nor as sweet as a fruit, nor as pure as grass. It was a warm fragrance, similar to a blanket dried under the sunlight. Tears flowed from his eyes because he'd thought he would never be able to smell that gentle fragrance again. You're still alive. His division leader had told him that his sister was still alive, but he didn't trust him. He was still hanging on just in case, and they were unexpectedly reunited. He wanted to stay like that forever, but he unfortunately didn't have the time for that. Juval put his mellow mind together and separated himself from Juval. Juval, you really were. Tears continuously flowed down from Judil's eyes, her lips trembling. She seemed unable to control her emotions. I can't do this right now. Juval took the piece of paper that Judil had dropped. He quietly removed the traces and brought her into his house. He spread his aura perception to examine the surrounding area and breathed out a sigh of relief after he confirmed that no one was there. I'm glad I prepared in advance before the gathering time. It was the day of the assassination, but he still had some time until the gathering. It was a relief that he had some time until then. Judil finally returned to her senses and wiped her tears from her eyes, her face flushed. By the way, what were you trying to do? She swallowed nervously while looking at Juval's outfit. Juval took off the mask from his face and bit his lip. Should I tell her that I've been living as an assassin? He felt like Judil would be too sad if he told her that he'd been killing people as an assassin. He didn't want to make her sister cry anymore. It's not time for that right now. He tried to change the topic, saying that he had no time for that, but Judil's lips twitched once again. I've been living as a spy. What? Juval widened his eyes upon hearing that she was a spy. My job was to live where my superior designated for me, steal their information and report. Judil smiled faintly while looking at Juval. I don't know what you were doing, but I didn't want to extend my life by betraying people who believed in me. She covered her mouth with her trembling hand. I was trying to kill myself, but I couldn't bring myself to do it when I thought about you. I received a new mission, thinking that I wanted to see your face one last time, and... Judil's eyes suddenly cleared. That's how I met the person I'm serving now. Are you serving someone? Is that a different person than the one who made us like this? He's completely different. He saved me. She nodded with a smile. Her smile was small but was coming from the bottom of her heart. Who is that? Judil simply smiled without responding to him. She didn't mention Rayon's name since it could be harmful to him if she or Juval ended up dying there. What about you? How have you been living? Juval swallowed nervously and looked up to the ceiling. He lowered his gaze again and touched the Black Knight outfit again. As you can see, I haven't been leading an ordinary life. You said just now that you wanted to die after seeing me. I was the same. I thought I should die after seeing if you were still alive. Judil clenched her fist and listened to her brother without saying anything. Those bastards said that my sister has been living comfortably in a rich household. Juval furrowed his brow while thinking about the division leader's sly face. I've been living as an assassin. I've killed 9 people so far, and today is the 10th one. They said they would let me go after the 10th assassination, but it's never going to happen. He sneered, having already guessed his future. Today, yes, it's the Surin tribe. Killing everyone from there is our mission. But the Surin tribe is famous even among the Beast Union. How could you? We've already finished the preparations. It's dangerous, but it's not going to fail. Juval sighed, saying that there was a plan. Judil stood up and walked up to Juval. She grabbed his hand and briefly nodded her head. Let's run away. There's no reason to stay here. We just need to escape and we can both survive. Juval didn't refuse Judil's hand but didn't answer her either. Juval, I can't go. He slowly shook his head. A large number of assassins are already hiding around Raven Village. If we tried to escape, we are going to end up dying before we even leave the village. Juval sighed deeply and continued. It's a miracle that you managed to get all the way here. They must have missed you because they were busy preparing for the mission. Juval let Judil's hand go and touched the wall next to the bed. The wall quietly opened up, and a small space appeared where a person could hide inside. You should hide here for now and return to where you were once you hear that the forest is on fire. What are you talking about? We need to leave together. I told you we will be found out if we escape together. He grabbed Judil's hand again. He suppressed his tears upon feeling her warmth and forced a smile onto his face. I'll look for an opportunity to escape myself, so you should leave before me. Juval pointed at the mountain that Judil had come from. Wait up there. I'll be there soon. Judil didn't insist anymore. She didn't want to be separated again, but it wasn't the time to say such a thing. All right, I understand. She nodded and sat on the old bed. She patted the spot next to her with her hand and curved her lips into a smile unbefitting of the situation. Let's talk about the past for a moment. Juval couldn't bring himself to refuse that and sat next to Judil. Do you remember how you couldn't fall asleep back then without resting your head on my lap? What are you talking about? It never happened. But you asked me to give you my arm if I didn't want to give you my knees. No, I didn't. The siblings only had a short time, but the smiles on their faces looked deeper than anything else. Colin bowed at a small crystal ball. He was Juval's superior and the division leader of Phantom Assassins. The preparations are done. We've deployed all the personnel and concealed the ignition. We can start it exactly at the appointed time. The voice from the crystal ball offered a good job. It's my job, by the way. Colin's eyes flicked around as he licked his lips. Are you really going to abandon the entire third team? They are just pawns that have been raised for a situation like this. It's pointless to keep them alive since their brains have grown too much. Invest them all into the operation. The man from the crystal ball clearly refused Colin's request to the point where he almost sounded cruel. Understood. Colin immediately lowered his head since he was aware of the personality of the man on the other side of the crystal ball. See you soon then. Yes. Colin lowered his head and covered the ball, which wasn't shining anymore. He reluctantly furrowed his brow, put on his mask, and left the cave where he'd been hiding. Division leader. The assassins who'd been waiting outside came in front of him and lowered their heads. What about the signal from the inside? It hasn't happened yet. The first team leader, Burn, shook his head. Colin furrowed his brow while looking up to the sky. I'll go in to check it out real quick, but we still have some time left. I know. I'm just double-checking for the last time, so don't mind me and wait. Colin hid inside the shadow and entered the village. The assassins waiting inside and outside the village were waiting at the designated spots, implying that they were already ready. He went to Juval's home located on the outskirts of the village to finish the inspection. He was also using his concealment art in the designated place just like the others. Number 196. Colin was about to simply pass by, but he narrowed his eyes and stopped in front of Juval's home. Did you finish your preparations? Yes, I did. Juval swallowed nervously because of Colin's sudden visit. Why did he suddenly decide to come here? The mission was going to start soon. Since Colin had to order everyone from the center, Juval couldn't understand why he'd come all the way to him. A chill ran down his spine from the anxiety. Did you set up the firebombs? I've done it perfectly. We just need to ignite it, and it should create an infernal cage that no one can escape from. Good job. Colin nodded and looked at the floor in front of the house strangely. What's wrong with him? What is he thinking? He'd removed all the traces after letting his sister enter the house, yet Colin was smiling as if he knew something. His heart started to pound faster and faster. Let's go inside and have a short talk about the third team's plan. What? Juval narrowed his eyes while looking up at the sky. But the operation should start soon. It's fine, it won't take that long. Understood. He calmly nodded to avoid suspicion and entered the room. Colin sat on the chair next to the wall and leaned his back against it just like always. Fortunately, he was on the opposite side of the wall from where Judil was hiding. Are you nervous? Just a little. You are rather cowardly to be still nervous at the 10th operation. He curled his lips into a sneer. But you can do it. You haven't failed so far after all. Juval didn't respond, taking a quiet breath to relieve the tension in his heart. I promise you this will be the last time. Once this matter is concluded, you should be able to meet your sister. How am I supposed to trust you? It's up to you whether you trust me or not, but... Colin's gaze shifted towards the wall next to Juval. Who are you hiding over there? What are you talking about? I noticed that you've hurriedly removed the traces in front of your home. What's the problem with that? Of course I would do that before a mission. No, it would look stranger if you removed your traces from the home where you live. Colin sharply raised his chin and twisted his lips. And it's going to burn anyway soon enough. I'm sure you aren't aware, but I found a trace of a woman heading this way among the countless footsteps on the ground. She must have a similar occupation to us since the traces were rather faint, but there's no way I would miss it. He smiled while looking at the wall next to him as if he already knew everything. Come out. Colin grabbed the dagger's blade with his fingers and pulled it behind his shoulder. This is your last warning. Ha. Juval touched the wall while biting his pale lip. The wall opened up silently, and Judil came walking out, wearing her robe again. Who is this woman? Colin grinned while looking at Judil. I'm really curious who the woman you brought home is because you've never even gotten anywhere close to a woman after coming to this village. She is. Juval started to respond and suddenly punched the part right below where he'd touched. He carried Judil in his arms and immediately leaped outside the home, breaking through the window. Wham! Red light sparked from the ceiling and the floor, causing a huge explosion. Juval and Judil were sent flying by the explosion's aftereffects and rolled on the ground. I am sorry. Judil looked at him with a trembling chin. No, it's my fault. I should have taken into consideration that he is perverted enough to even see those traces. No, let's not talk about it for now. Juval helped Judil stand up and shook his head. I'm glad I prepared the fire. He had hidden the leftovers after setting them up near the Surin tribe, and it ended up saving his life. But there was no way it was enough to kill Colin. He was definitely going to recollect himself soon enough and chase after them. He wouldn't have died from that. We need to run away quickly. Even though he was suggesting that they run away, he didn't seem to know where to go and he could only bite his lip. Hey, you said you knew the entire area around the Surin tribe, right? Yes, then let's go there. Judil narrowed her eyes while looking at the dark forest. But there are assassins hiding in the forest path towards the Surin tribe. We are going to get caught before we arrive. There are even more of them outside. That's the only place we can go. She raised her finger and pointed at the bushes, which were pointing at the sky like blades. But you said that you know that forest better than anyone. I believe in you. It was a lesson she'd learned from Rayon. Without taking risks, rewards could not be obtained. It was time to turn the crisis into an opportunity. That forest is the only way we can survive. Rayon furrowed his brow while emerging from the dimensional gate. His head was hurting from using the gate multiple times in a row. Nice to meet you. He was rubbing his temple from the headache when a blue-haired middle-aged man lowered his head at him. The calmness in his eyes was impressive. I'm a special agent of the black market, Liston. Rayon could tell that he was the agent who used to be the assassin that Denning Rose had mentioned the moment he saw his sharp gaze. I'm Rayon Zeekhart. I've heard a lot about your great deeds. I'm honored to meet you. Liston smiled in a disciplined manner. Can we depart right away since we don't have much time? What do you mean that there's not much time? I saw that the assassins hiding in the village were getting ready to burn the forest. They are most likely going to make their move today or tomorrow. I wanted to get rid of the flames that they've set up, but I couldn't easily make my move because too many people were watching. No, that was a good decision. It could become a bigger issue if he recklessly touched it. It was better to let it happen for now and take care of the aftermath. Ha. Rayon furrowed his brow deeply. Liston had said it was today or tomorrow, but they seemed to have finished their preparations, implying that they could act at any moment. They had to move as fast as possible to reach Raven Village. We really don't have the time. Let's depart. I'm rather confident in my footwork. Are you going to be okay? Please go at full speed. Liston nodded and softly pushed at the land. Despite the cheerful movement of his legs, his body rushed at a frightening speed. He was indeed fast enough to be proud of his footwork. Thud, Rayon used the supreme harmony steps while watching Liston's back. Even though he only took a step, his shoulder was already next to Liston's. Liston parted his lips, surprised at how fast Rayon was moving. You can accelerate further. Rayon nodded, showing that he still had room to spare. Liston bit his lip and increased the speed, but Rayon easily caught up to him right away. As he ran with Liston, who was looking more and more dead, he could see that smoke was rising from afar. The village was being engulfed in a huge flame. It's that village. They've already started. Liston widened his eyes to the unexpected situation. I'll go ahead. What? Rayon didn't wait for his response and violently kicked the ground. Along with the sound of the land tearing apart, his body dashed forward while distorting the space. What? Liston dropped his jaw upon seeing that Rayon had literally turned into a red ray of light. What is that footwork? Rayon ignored Liston's reaction and advanced while crushing the path, reaching Raven Village's entrance. Kaya, fire takes priority. Extinguish the fire, we're getting water from the river. He thought there might be a scene of slaughter, but it wasn't the case. The village was on fire all over the place, and the people were trying to extinguish it. Wait, you can't go that way, it's fine. Rayon shook his head at the old man who tried to stand in his way and went into the flames. Upon examining the outskirts of the village, he could see corpses wearing masks and black outfits for night activities. They were hit on their chests with a dagger throw, but they hadn't died instantly, implying that the perpetrator had hesitated. Rayon followed the corpses and looked at the forest, where an even bigger fire than the one in the village was raging. He figured he would need to go there to figure out what was happening. Huff, huff. Liston arrived afterward and panted while coming up next to him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Is that the direction of the Surin tribe? Rayon narrowed his eyes, pointing in the direction where the assassins had moved. It was the location where the biggest flame was raging. Why yes, it looks like what's happening is different from our predictions. Liston swallowed nervously while looking at the corpses of the assassins. As he said, the fact that the corpses of the assassins were there was a serious matter. He could ascertain that Judil and Juval had been reunited. She's going ham. Wrath grinned, finding it interesting. They are in there, right? Indeed, they are moving together, but they seem to be in a lot of danger. He told him that Judil was still alive. He must have liked her toast a lot. I'll be going in there. Please wait here, Sir Liston. Rayon caught his breath and walked into the fiery forest. Wait. Liston shook his head and stepped forward. The Surin tribe is extremely vigilant. Since the forest is on fire and there are assassins, they are definitely going to antagonize you, Sir Rayon. Since you might be attacked from both sides if you get involved now, we should first examine the situation. Not going there right now isn't a choice for me. Rayon gently pushed Liston back. The flame raging in his eyes was even more intense than the one in the forest, because my subordinate is in there. Crack. Colin ground his teeth, crushing the burn on his cheek. Where are those bitches? The 4th and the 5th teams have reached near them. The 2nd team leader of the Phantom Assassin Division walked up to him and lowered his head. You should get moving as well. Tear him apart. Don't even leave a bone behind. Colin shouted maliciously, and the assassins rapidly dashed forward, and make the fire even bigger, so that no one can escape. The assassins who stayed behind moved left and right to spread the oil and tore the scroll engraved with fire magic. Whap! Crimson flames soared endlessly toward the sky, and the entire forest turned into an inescapable inferno. Division leader. The 2nd team leader swallowed nervously while looking at the flames, which were getting more and more intense. Further ahead is the Surin tribe's domain. Since they should be guarding from the outside because of the flames, I'm afraid they might accept number 196 under their protection. That's not going to happen. Colin calmly shook his head as if he had never been enraged. Those damned barbarians cherish the forest more than anything else. Do you think you'd protect an assassin wearing a black outfit when you are busy extinguishing the flames? Ah. Yes, they will beat him to death the moment they see him. He smiled coldly, as if his anger were just an act. This is even better. Colin licked his lip, weakly slapping the burn on his cheek, because our objective isn't to assassinate the Surin tribe anyway. Rayon entered the wall of flames, which were raging strongly enough to block the path. Where's Judil? The King of Essence isn't your subordinate. Wrath twisted his lips into a sneer. He told you that she's still alive, so find her on your own. He shook his round hand, saying that he'd already given him a hint. Seriously, he has such a difficult personality. Rayon frowned and examined the ground. There were marks of blood on the ground, but many of them were burnt, making it difficult to find the direction. He activated the perception of the snow flower and spread his aura perception. Since the forest was vast and a long time had passed, he couldn't find Judil or even the assassins. Ahem. Liston came next to him, fanning himself with his hand. They've set a huge fire. There must have been even more embers hidden around than what I saw. He furrowed his brow at the unexpected scale. Weren't you waiting outside? Our lady asked me to serve Sir Rayon until the very end. Liston shook his head, saying that it was Denning Rose's intentions and not his own. Rayon normally would have refused his help, but he didn't say anything because he was running out of time. We should head to the Surin tribe for now. Liston pointed forward, removing the smoke. Do you know its location? I know the direction, but it should take some time to find it because of how the forest ended up. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the forest once again. Shall I ask Wrath about it? He was contemplating whether he should throw him some food and obtain information in return. A flame of a different color burst from the ring of fire where it was rotating around his heart. Whop! The intense flame surged to his upper energy center in an instant, widening his vision field with smoke and fire. He could feel the flames all around the forest, as if they were his own breath. He could sense the presence of people from far away that even the Perception of the snow flower couldn't sense. The heat was the exact same as the flame that he'd felt recently. It was the crimson flame that the fire spirit king had left behind. His flame had turned into a new sense inside him. He examined the entire forest using the perception of the crimson flame resonating with the ring of fire. He could feel that tens, even over 100 people were moving, spread in a long formation shaped like a wing. They are the assassins. They were rapidly moving while hiding their presence. They were definitely the assassins, and they are chasing after someone. The long formation of the assassins implied that they were chasing someone. He could guess that he would be able to find Judil by following them. Sir Rayon, this way is. Let's go this way. What? But that's a roundabout way. She's over here. Rayon shook his head at Liston and dashed towards the direction where he'd sensed the presence of the assassins. Thud, he used the Supreme Harmony steps as fast as possible. The flames in the bushes subsided from his movement, which felt like the god of wind was possessing him. I did hear that he is a monster, but... Liston gasped while watching Rayon extinguishing the flame as he advanced. He's even more amazing than I thought, both in terms of might and personality. Huff. Juval rapidly turned his head around, the scent of blood mixed into his breath. His stamina was rapidly decreasing because he was running with Judil on his back after being injured. He would have normally arrived near the Surin tribe already, but he still had a long way to go. Juval, are you okay? Judil asked from his back with a teary voice. I'm fine. Juval nodded while looking forward to avoid showing her his exhausted expression. Let me down. I'll run on my own from now on. It's faster to have me carry you on my back. Juval shook his head and accelerated further. Judil bit her lip, looking at Juval's sweat-drenched neck. Juval, the flames engulfing the entire surrounding area made breathing difficult, and since he had to fight the assassins on the way, he was so exhausted that even his breath was faltering. However, his legs never stopped. It looked like he was going to keep running until the moment of his death. I shouldn't have come here. If she hadn't come down from the hill, Juval would have never ended up in that state. She was so sad and sorry that she'd created the worst situation instead of caring for her brother as an older sister. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, this is actually better. What? I told you I was planning to die after meeting you. Since I managed to see you again, I won't regret it even if I die here. Juval's lips curved into a faint smile as he looked back and told her that he was really fine with it. Her little brother, who couldn't fall asleep without her embrace, had become an extremely reliable person after withstanding all sorts of difficulties on his own. Yes, the same goes for me. Judil nodded, white clenching her back teeth. But let's still live together. I have a lot of things I wanted to show you. By the time she gripped his shoulder tightly, throwing daggers flew towards them from left and right, engulfed by shadow. Arg! Juval hurriedly stopped running and dodged the dagger that was right under his nose already. 3 assassins blocked their path while he wasn't advancing. The assassins dashed at him with daggers in their hands without even trying to speak. Juval put Judil down and leaped towards the assassins. He pulled his shoulder back to dodge the frontmost assassin's dagger and stomped his foot. Crack! The assassin's body faltered as his foot dug into the ground, and Juval pierced his neck with the dagger in his left hand. Gah! While the first assassin was dying, the other 2 assassins threw daggers from the left and right with furrowed brows. PSH. He deflected 5 of them and dodged 3 others, but 2 of them managed to scratch his thigh. He bent his knee while letting out a groan, and the assassins took the opportunity to attack him. Thud! Juval immediately straightened his knee as if he were waiting for that moment and pierced the assassins' chests. Crack! He used his dagger to pierce the heart of the assassin charging at him from the left. However, the assassin on the right bent his upper body backward and dodged it as if he were expecting his counterattack. Whoosh! The moment he was trying to split Juval's skull with the dagger in his right hand, a dark light rushed at him from behind. Whack! The assassin fell backward, a black dagger stuck in his head. Judil's lips trembled as she lowered her hand after throwing the dagger. Juval, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm more worried about. Juval bit his lip while looking at her, more worried by the fact that she'd killed a person than his own injury. I'm fine, so don't worry about me. Let's move on. I'll be running on my own now. Judil advanced, pressing her lip with her teeth. Juval clenched his fist while looking at the dead assassins. I'm sorry. They weren't exactly his companions, but they'd shared similar lives. That was why all he could do was apologize. The assassins looked up with clear eyes, as if they could understand him instead of being full of malice, and finally perished. Juval exhaled roughly and ran towards the Surin tribe's village with Judil. He furrowed deeply his brow while looking backward. They're coming, and the scale is huge, unlike before. Their numbers were endless, implying that all the assassins that had been hiding were coming at once. They were definitely going to die if they caught up to them, just a bit. It was a shortcut towards the Surin tribe that no one other than himself was aware of. Just a bit more, and he would be able to see the members of the Surin tribe. But the assassins behind them approached even faster than that. Please, please. He prayed to God even though he'd never done it before and forced his legs, which were getting heavier, onward. That was when he started to see people who were weakening the flames. The chief was taking the lead, and his entire body was blue, implying that he was using sorcery. Chief, Juval approached the chief, and one of the tribe's members threw a wooden spear at him. PSSH, the spear rushed like a ray of light and brushed past his cheek. He could feel a burning pain from it. Don't come any closer. Even though they'd only recently greeted each other with smiles on their faces, he was glaring at him with crimson eyes, completely enraged. Philip. The chief came forward and stated Juval's fake name. Chief, please listen to me. This isn't the time to extinguish the fire. Then what else are we supposed to be doing? His hollow voice tilted towards him. Are we supposed to be killing you? What? I could feel your warmth from the flame that burst from here. The chief laughed bitterly and shook his head. My mind's eyes are special. It's capable of seeing the warmth of objects. You and your friends were the ones who have ignited the flame here. That's. Juval bit his lip, unable to respond. He had indeed set up that flame in that location. That's true, but there's something more important right now. The assassins are going to. Are you talking about them? The chief pointed behind him. The dozens of assassins had already caught up, showing their murderous intent from the shadows. Block our path with the flames and call the assassins. That must have been your plan. He nodded his head as he watched the intensifying flames. Is this how you pay us back for our affection and sincerity? Crimson flame blazed from his eyes, showing that he was enraged from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry. He couldn't do anything other than apologize to him, because it was true that he was trying to assassinate the Surin tribe. Since he didn't really care whether he died or not after meeting his sister, he just wanted to tell them the truth. You can kill me if you want. However, we need to stop them before. Bullshit, you will be the first one to go. Philip, Surin's people yelled at him and showed their murderous intent instead of the chief. They were the ones who were getting along with Juval the most. Kill them all. The chief raised his trembling hand. The sorcerers and warriors of the tribe dashed towards Judil and Juval upon hearing his shout. SSSSH. Assassins also approached Judil and Juval, their murderous intent surrounding their daggers and swords. Juval smiled faintly as he watched the Surin tribe's warriors run towards him to kill him. I didn't expect that I couldn't even hold a conversation. He just needed to say a single line, but they had no intention of letting him speak at all. However, it wasn't completely unexpected. It was because of how innocent and kind-hearted they were that the betrayal must have left such a deep mark on them. I'm glad they weren't assassinated, at least. The Surin tribe was powerful. They weren't going to be annihilated by the Phantom Assassin Division in a frontal clash instead of an assassination. Juval shook his hand backward, releasing Judil's hand. Stay back, Juval. He pushed Judil away and came forth. He clenched his daggers on both hands and mustered all of his energy. He couldn't even block a single assassination technique from the team leaders, nor a single punch from the chief, but he still didn't withdraw. Kill the traitor. The Surin tribe and the assassins charged at him at the same time. Juval clenched his teeth amid the battlefield, brimming with malice and murderous intent. Ah! He shouted while thinking that he wanted to at least protect Judil no matter what when Judil stepped up in front of him. Judil, why? He has arrived. What? Judil put her hands together while looking up at the dark night sky. At that moment, a golden sun and a silver moon rose in the moonless sky. The flame and frost flickered proudly and connected themselves with the sun and moon before descending upon the land. Wham! The blades of flame and frost pushed back the Surin tribe and the assassins at the same time. Whoosh! A blonde-haired swordsman walked out of the flames. Even the forest fire was being extinguished by its intensity. Everyone was overwhelmed by his eyes, which were blazing even more strongly than the sun, and his perfectly polished energy wave. Stop the battle. His quiet voice flowed towards them, and the light returned to the people who were standing there in a daze. That coat. Surin's chief recognized Rayon's black dragon coat, his lips trembling. Judil. Rayon lowered his sword and called out to Judil, who was standing behind him. Yes, Judil came forward and knelt in front of him. Judil? Juval's eyes widened upon seeing Judil fall to her knees despite the urgency of the situation. Are you and your brother responsible for this incident? We are, I see. Rayon calmly nodded. He could roughly understand what kind of situation it was upon hearing that they were responsible. I'd like to resolve the misunderstanding, he declared, shifting his gaze at the man who seemed to be the Surin tribe's chief. Let's talk. Resolve the misunderstanding. The chief violently ground his teeth to the point of breaking. I would have cut your head off already if it weren't for your coat. Step back. The extremely fiery look in his eyes implied that he couldn't think straight anymore. The assassin's bloodlust was also prickling their skin, showing that they had no intention of talking either. Wham! Huge explosions occurred one after the other around the Surin village, ignited by their determination to continue the battle. All right. Rayon extended the hand holding the divine sword. The flame engulfing his surroundings sloshed like a tidal wave and got sucked into his hand. He almost looked like he was dancing with the fire and dominating the flame at the same time. Everyone fell silent upon witnessing that mysterious sight, and Rayon stepped forward. The Surin tribe's anger. He calmly pointed his divine sword at the Surin tribe, and the malice of the murderous demons. I'll take both of them onto me. He unleashed a frightening light, pointing the demonic sword at the assassins. Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot. The pressure of a conqueror emanated from the crumbling land and oppressed the world. I am Rayon of Sieghart. His unyielding determination burst from his divine and demonic swords as flames and frost advanced toward them. Come at me. Juval swallowed nervously while looking at the man standing in front of Judil. Rayon Sieghart. Rayon Sieghart was one of the most famous warriors on the continent. He was a monster who had defeated a grandmaster and hunted down the mad dragon at a young age, all while he could still be called a rising star. There was no way he wouldn't know about him despite living in the countryside. The rumors weren't exaggerated. Rayon Sieghart's pressure and might that he was witnessing were beyond imagination. It was difficult to pull himself together, even though the pressure wasn't directed at him. Moreover, Juval raised his gaze with trembling lips. Even though it was supposed to be a moonless night, a sun and a moon had risen at the same time as Rayon's appearance. The radiance descending from the sun and moon filling the dark sky was even more mysterious than his prowess. The excitement made a chill run down his spine just from watching him from behind. It wasn't just him. Every single warrior and assassin seemed to be crushed under Rayon's presence, and such a man is my sister's lord. Judil's reaction was enough for him to realize it. The master she served was the man in front of him, Rayon Sieghart. He couldn't even imagine how she had encountered the dragon slayer, even though she used to be a spy. Juval started to call out to Judil but stopped himself. The complicated expression on her face couldn't be described by any word. She was glad, sorry, sad, happy, and thankful at the same time. It looked completely dark because all of them were combined. Juval. Judil grabbed Juval's hand as he stood there, dumbfounded. We'll be fine now. She gripped her brother's hand and showed him a smile of relief that she couldn't show before. She didn't look frightened at all, even though she was facing the bloodlust of the Surin tribe and the assassins. Sir Rayon is going to protect us. Judil smiled softly while looking at Rayon's back. She seemed to have complete trust in Rayon. Let's wait here. Juval couldn't say anything. He simply nodded, feeling the warmth of Judil's hand. You arrogant bastard. Wrath raised his eyebrows sharply, grabbing Rayon's head. Only the monarchs of devildom like the King of Essence are allowed to say such an arrogant line. But you called me the Demon King of Mockery, didn't you? Screw the Demon King of Mockery. You are just a brat still wet behind your ears. You are so difficult to please. Rayon pushed wrath away as he kept wriggling and looked at the middle-aged man who seemed to be the Surin tribe's chief. Are you serious about that? The Surin tribe's chief loudly ground his teeth while glaring at him. Are you seriously trying to fight against all those people, and without anyone to help you? Yes, I am. Rayon nodded and took a step forward. I would have normally admired your spirit, but I can't afford to do that right now. The Surin chief clenched his fist while biting his lip, and blue energy engulfed his body. He looked like a human-shaped light was surrounding him. It was a piece of sorcery called godly possession. Neutralize him and kill all of the assassins. He dashed at him furiously, looking like he'd lost his sanity. The Surin tribe's warriors and sorcerers waiting behind him kicked the ground at the same time. PSSH, the assassins threw their daggers from behind. The dark blades rushed at him like a ray of light. Wham! Rayon didn't even look at the daggers. The daggers simply crumbled like pieces of paper from the spatial pressure of the sword field creation. Hua. However, the Surin chief's attack couldn't be ignored, unlike the daggers. His fist bent into a strange trajectory. It seemed to be targeting his abdomen. Surin tribe's chief struck with a powerful wind blowing around his fist, and Rayon thrust the divine sword towards it. Crack! The shattering sound of steel could be heard from the clash between the divine sword and the fist. It's heavy. That heavy punch made him feel like his hand was tearing apart. He was powerful enough to be the chief, but Rayon had too many things at stake to allow himself to start losing already. Kring! He executed a downward slash with the divine sword, incorporating his indomitable will into his hand. Wham! The flames blazing upon the divine blade fell like lightning, pushing back the Surin chief's fist and body at the same time. The Surin chief blinked dazedly, surprised by how easily he was pushed back. Whop! Rayon swung the divine sword into a semicircle, the flame emerging from his blade concentrating into a circular shape and creating a shield of fire. Clang! The Surin tribe's members unleashed their spells and auras, but the firewall didn't waver in the slightest since it boasted the strongest defense among his techniques. Kring! The assassins took that opportunity to throw their daggers and dash towards him. Dozens of daggers were raining down on him. Kring! Rayon lifted the demonic sword, which was tilted downwards. The silver frost emanated from the blade and spread around like a mirage. Crack! All the raining daggers were destroyed, and the two assassins at the lead were split in half alongside the daggers in their hands. Croc! It only took 2 swings of his swords for both the Surin tribe and the assassins to stop moving and stare at him in a daze. Overwhelming was the perfect word to describe the situation. Don't stop. The Surin chief didn't surrender even though he was pushed back by the flames. He clenched his fist again and used his footwork. The Surin members obeyed his order and attacked him at full power. Wham! The firewall was shattered into pieces by their powerful assault. Kua, the Surin chief, supported himself on his left foot and extended his right foot. The kick aimed at his waist was even sharper than a sword. He isn't trying to kill. It was a barbaric and advanced martial art with a well-polished trajectory, but the chief was still trying to neutralize him instead of killing him. Since that was the case, he needed to suppress his murderous intent just like he did. Of course, I can't just fight half-heartedly either. Rayon weakened his grip on the divine sword, advancing towards the Surin chief. Kring, the red blade trembled faintly, drawing a dreamy line. The sword's silvery dream was executed inside his sword field. The flame at the tip of the blade sparkled brilliantly, cutting through the Surin chief's flow of mana. Crack, the blue energy surrounding the Surin chief crumbled like a leaf. The godly possession was undone. The Surin chief widened his eyes, unable to believe that the godly possession was undone regardless of his intentions. Rumble, the Surin members launched their auras and spells instead of the chief, who had stopped moving. The various techniques of the tribal members harmonized with each other, scattering their powerful energy around. Rayon pointed the divine sword at the Surin tribe's combined technique, rushing towards him. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames. Golden void infusion. The cage of fire that specialized in suppressing evil opened its jaw and confined the gathering of the Surin tribe's auras and spells. Wham! The Surin tribe's aura and spells exploded inside the flaming prison, creating dozens of comets in the sky. What's that? Impossible. How are we supposed to break through that? Their eyes trembled as they saw that Rayon wasn't harmed in the slightest, chief and members alike. Shring. However, the murderous intent of the assassins became even deadlier as they approached, as if they were unable to feel fear. Rayon shifted his gaze towards the assassins, and the assassins on both sides took out white pieces of paper. They were scrolls enchanted with magic. The assassins tore the scrolls, and flames erupted from all directions, encircling Rayon and the Surin tribe. The flames even reached above the trees, creating an inescapable inferno. The flaming bricks piled up on top of each other, building a line of fire reaching all the way to the sky. It almost looked like a birdcage. Cough, Hua. We should have focused on them first. With even the sky covered in flames, even the warriors and the shamans clutched their chests and fell to their knees, showing that they couldn't breathe. It's meaningless. On the other hand, Rayon remained unaffected and lifted the divine sword. He pointed his sword at the flames, and the fire all around him was absorbed into his hand. This ability can also be used like this. It was another effect from gaining the Fire Spirit King Ifrit's power. He could control flames as he wanted as long as they were weaker. 10,000 flames cultivation. Whop. Even though it looked like no one could escape from the flaming birdcage, it simply subsided. The wall of fire filling their vision was completely removed, not leaving the smallest ember. The flames were sucked into his hand. He almost looked like he was controlling the fire. Was he blessed by the god of fire or something? The Surin chief and members couldn't close their drooped jaws because Rayon even started to look divine. Damn it, what's wrong with that monster? Even the assassins who didn't fear death couldn't approach anymore, their daggers trembling in their hands. You can continue. After all, you shouldn't be satisfied yet. Rayon nodded at the Surin chief, telling him to attack as much as he wanted. The Surin chief glared at Rayon for a long time and finally sighed. Whatever, I'm fully aware that you were going easy on us. All of us would have died if you were fighting seriously. It would be a waste of time to continue this any further. He shook his head, announcing the end of the battle. The Surin members also lowered their weapons and undid their godly possessions. Tell me what you wanted to say. I'll finish the job first. Rayon looked at the assassins. They seemed to have no intention of stopping, unlike the Surin tribe. I was planning to go easy on them, but some of them became assassins on their own accord, but some of them must have been similar to Judil's brother, who reluctantly became an assassin. He'd cruelly killed the ones taking the lead on purpose, but it wasn't enough to end the battle. I should show them the difference in power. Rayon pointed the demonic sword at the assassins. The frost dashed upon the blade, curved like the crescent moon, and drew a line cutting through the land. Wham! White frost covered the land that was once filled with ashes and flames. The tremendous wave of frost completely froze the legs of the assassins before they could even react. What is this? I didn't even see it coming. How? Everyone widened their eyes, stunned that it only took an instant for the ground and their legs to freeze. Rayon shifted his gaze toward the Surin chief after confirming that the assassins were perfectly neutralized. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Sieghart's Light Wind Vice Division Leader, Rayon. He lowered his head to the Surin chief, who was watching the scene with wide eyes. I already know that part. The Surin chief awkwardly nodded. That coat was my big brother, the Beast Lord's possession. I heard that he gave it to you. That's what I expected. But that's not the important part right now. Tell me what kind of misunderstanding it was. He nodded, showing that he was willing to listen to anything. He looked like his rage had finally subsided. Judil stepped forward while holding her brother's hand upon hearing Rayon's call. You should explain it to him, tell him how this situation happened. Understood. Judil nodded and stepped forward. We are siblings who were separated during childhood. I heard that my brother was here and... Colin was watching Rayon, who had single-handedly stopped the war, and bit his lip. Why is that monster even here? The plan was pretty much complete. The situation had become even more perfect after Juval ran away, but Rayon's appearance had ruined everything. How is this even possible? He had extinguished the fire on his own and even stopped the Surin tribe and the assassins at the same time. It was far too ridiculous no matter how he thought about it. Moreover, he minimized the bloodshed. Not even 5 assassins had died, and not a single person was injured among the Surin tribe. It implied that Rayon's might was far greater than he saw. It'll be all over at this rate. The Surin chief was already favorable towards Rayon. The situation was leading to the worst outcome, the outcome where Juval would live while all of his subordinates would be killed. It can't be helped. He had to use the last method in order to reverse the situation. You planted the ember inside the Surin tribe, right? They had set up the embers inside their village while the sorcerers and warriors were outside. Since the only people left in the village were mostly old people and children, the Surin tribe was bound to rampage again if it started to burn. Yes, we received a message that it was properly set up. The second team leader nodded his head. All right, ignite it. Colin bobbed his finger, giving the order for the village to be set on fire. Understood. The second team leader gave the signal and a huge explosion occurred from inside the Surin village. Wham! The flames erupting from a narrow space engulfed the entire village, blazing powerfully. It was a hellish scene that an ordinary person could never survive. No, the children are in there. Surin chief and members screamed and ran towards the village instead of listening to Judil. All right, now Colin's jaw dropped as he watched the flames soaring toward the sky. A middle-aged man with a sharp look on his face cut down the huge flame and evacuated the villagers. Who the hell is he? He wasn't even from the Surin tribe. He couldn't understand why some random person suddenly popped out and rescued people. Kill him. Tell them to kill him. Colin yelled while pointing at the blue-haired middle-aged man. What are you waiting for? Tell them to kill him right now. However, the second team leader didn't respond. What are you doing? The second team leader's head dropped from his body the moment Colin looked back. A pair of crimson eyes filled the background. Shring. Rayon turned his head, lowering his sword without the smallest bloodstain in sight. The little rat was hiding here. Liston furrowed his brow as he silently entered the Surin tribe's village. How can he order me around like a subordinate even though we've never even met before? Rayon had told him to go into the village while he was running towards the battlefield between the Surin tribe and the assassins. He'd explained that there was an ember capable of causing a huge explosion hidden inside the village, but Liston honestly couldn't believe it. Hiding an ember outside the village was possible, but doing it inside wasn't an easy task at all. When he thought about it, Rayon didn't seem to like his company to begin with. It was the same when he'd followed him into the burning forest. Rayon looked like he was asking why he'd followed him there. But why? Is it because he's afraid I might leak information about his martial arts? He thought it was a reasonable explanation since he was even more insightful than the highest-ranked warriors, as he lived as an assassin and an information agent. He's rather narrow-minded. Since the black market and Sieghart were pretty much allies, it was funny that he even thought about such a thing. But just in case, since there was a small possibility that Rayon had dispatched him to the village to protect it, he was still creating a path for escape. Suddenly, a golden sun and moon rose into the dark sky. What's that? His lips parted at the ridiculous sight, and a tremendous storm of aura blew from the sun and moon. It was Rayon. He was standing in the middle of the battlefield, his swords blazing with flame and frost, fending off the Surin tribe and the assassins at the same time. He wasn't using any special techniques or a huge amount of aura. He was simply swinging his sword in an extremely ordinary trajectory, but the godly possession was undone as the assassins were cut apart as easily as paper, unable to even withstand a single strike. In the end, he even froze the ground and dozens of assassins at the same time. It was a truly divine performance. He'd never seen that before despite being on countless battlefields. No one dared to turn their weapons on Rayon after that. A few swings of his sword were enough to completely remove the malice and murderous intent from the battlefield. A single monster called Rayon Sieghart had ended the war. Wait, he suddenly realized that someone as powerful as Rayon wouldn't be reluctant to reveal his martial arts, which means is it really going to happen? Liston quickly spread his aura perception. He could feel the presence of assassins approaching the village amid the faint embers. The assassins stopped at some distance and unleashed a faint wave of aura. Once the wave entered the village, a huge explosion occurred. Wham! A tremendous wall of flames soared to the sky, engulfing the entire village. He couldn't even breathe because of the intense heat. The fire prison didn't allow them to breathe or escape. What? Why is there fire here? Come out, everyone. We're all going to die if we stay here. The old people remaining in the village came outside with the children. However, they couldn't do anything because the fire was too powerful, leaving them biting their lips. Kring, Liston unsheathed the sword from his waist. He carved the path toward the exit that he'd prepared in advance by unleashing the aura and wind from his sword. Escape this way, he shouted, and the Surin tribe's seniors and children widened their eyes. Come this way, everyone. Escape before the fire spreads even more. The tribe's members suspected him at first, but they figured that an enemy wouldn't be trying to save them and escape through the path he created. Liston swallowed nervously, watching the seniors and children run outside the village. Did this really just happen? How is it even possible? It was understandable that a warrior could end the war on their own. It was also understandable that he'd noticed the presence of the assassins. However, finding the ember waiting for ignition in the village was completely incomprehensible. It wasn't even at the level of a monster or a genius. It was truly a divine premonition. Liston shifted his gaze, leaving the village after everyone else managed to escape. He tried to find Rayon, but he was already gone. He only saw the Surin tribe's warriors and sorcerers running towards the village, their eyes filled with sadness and anger. However, they stopped glaring upon seeing that the villagers were safe and walked towards him. How can we repay the favor? The Surin chief and the warriors lowered their heads, expressing their gratitude. Wait. Liston's fingers trembled as he watched them express their gratitude without the slightest hesitation. Now that I think about it, I've never been thanked like this before. Since he'd lived as an assassin before becoming an information agent, people's gratitude was completely new to him. Their sincere gratitude made a strange, ticklish sensation well up inside him. It wasn't a bad feeling, but he had to tell them the truth. I'm not the one who did it. Liston firmly shook his head. Sir Rayon ordered me to protect the village just in case. He was the one. Did he manage to predict all this? The Surin chief groaned and looked back in Rayon's direction. The tribe members also looked for Rayon with surprised eyes. Liston shook his head while following their gazes. He really is so unpredictable. Rayon licked his lips while looking into the masked assassin's trembling eyes. He is their leader. All of the assassins were quite powerful, but the one in front of him was the strongest in terms of might. He must have been the head of the assassins who planned the incident. How did you get here? I heard you were called Phantom Assassins Division. Judil had mentioned that Juval belonged to a team of assassins called Phantom Assassins Division. What's your goal? What are you talking about? The Phantom Assassin Division leader swallowed nervously while stepping backward. You started a war instead of assassinating. It's pretty much suicide for assassins to start a head-on assault. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the Phantom Assassins Division leader. They definitely have another goal. The assassins normally retreated when their plan went awry, but they were attacking like crazy instead. That implied that their goal wasn't to assassinate the Surin tribe, but something else entirely. Bullshit, the Phantom Assassin Division leader shouted, and the hidden assassins started to approach silently. They are the real ones. Since they could hide their bloodlust and perfectly remove their presence, their skills were at least 2 levels higher than the previous ones. When you considered the fact that such skilled assassins were staying back in such a place, it was even more clear that assassinating the Surin tribe wasn't their goal. Swoosh, assassins hiding in the darkness launched their daggers. The fast yet complex trajectories piled on top of each other, creating a shape similar to a web. It was an advanced tactic, combining a properly trained dagger throw and countless experiences. Even so, it's just meaningless. Rayon went into the web of daggers that the assassins had thrown. He lifted Heavenly Drive while observing the murderous wool formed by the daggers. The blade glimmered silver and cut through the darkness. Crack, Heavenly Drive advanced without hesitation, and the web of daggers raining down on him in a blade formation was instantly split apart. Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem, watching the assassin's eyes become distorted. The red blade created a clear resonance as it brushed past the scabbard. It was the technique consisting of piercing the eardrums and destroying the nerves. Blue Rain. The assassins dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, feeling the pain of their nerves shattering into pieces. Rayon unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He engulfed the flames bursting from his energy center around his hand and was about to swing Heavenly Drive when the Phantom Assassin Division leader made his move. He casually extended his hand, and dozens of daggers incorporating his aura pierced into his space as rays of light. He was indeed skilled enough to be the leader of an assassin division. Pull yourselves together. He has weakened significantly. The Phantom Assassin Division leader shouted while blocking Heavenly Drive's trajectory. The assassins were dazed by the blue rain but regained their senses and dashed at him again, clenching daggers in their hands. Their footwork was fast. Their daggers were lunging at his neck and heart in the span of a single breath. You aren't exactly wrong, but Rayon chuckled and lowered his eyebrows. It's not to the point where you can deal with me. Rayon widened his vision. He watched the daggers and assassins at the same time and raised Heavenly Drive, which was pulled back to the left. The extremely sharp blade was unleashed along the scorched horizon. His black coat fluttered in the air, and the darkness was torn apart. The assassins' heads were violently pulled from their bodies and rolled on the ground. A single slash had slain over 10 assassins. How, the Phantom Assassin Division leader, watched the scene in disbelief with bloodshot eyes. His expression said that he couldn't believe that the assassins died at the same time, even though they were coming from different directions and distances. Rayon shook his head, walking towards the Phantom Assassin Division leader. You can't deal with me. The Phantom Assassin Division leader used his footwork to move back. His body disappeared in an instant, melting into the darkness. I need to escape. He'd heard that the sword field creation was supposed to spend more than 80 of the user's aura, but the monster he was facing looked like he wasn't affected by it at all. It was impossible to defeat him in a frontal clash. He had to escape somehow. He tried to advance, using his footwork as fast as possible, but the view wasn't changing for some reason. He felt like he wasn't moving at all. What's happening? He looked back with trembling lips and he couldn't see his legs. Once he realized that fact, his body tilted toward the ground and an unbearable pain visited him. The Phantom Assassin Division leader screamed, clutching at the dried grass. He looked at his legs again and saw that the parts under his knees were completely cut off, crimson blood gushing from them. Rayon approached the Phantom Assassin Division leader. Heavenly Drive lowered towards the ground. The only way for a trapped rat to survive is to cut off its own legs. Rayon lowered his gaze and met his eyes. Of course, you won't be able to survive even without your legs. His face was pale from pain and fear. Tell me. Rayon placed his hand on the Phantom Assassin Division leader's back and tilted his chin. What was your goal, hoo-hoo? The Phantom Assassin Division leader raised his gaze with a laugh that sounded like a groan. You are going to kill me anyway, right? Since you are an assassin, you should know that the difference between an easy and difficult death is important. Don't make me laugh, you greenhorn. I'm the one who decides how to die. He grinned with a sneer on his face. No, your life isn't up to you to decide. Rayon snorted and pulled the Phantom Assassin Division leader's chin down. Huff. Assassins are always so old-fashioned, he declared, removing the poisonous pill from between his teeth. How did you? The Phantom Assassin Division leader widened his eyes, shocked by the fact that Rayon managed to find the poison hidden in his teeth. It's just basic. Rayon threw the poison over his shoulder and shook his head. Since you refused the easy path, I'll send you off to the difficult path, he declared. He shoved the 10,000 flames, cultivation's heat, and glacier's coldness into his back. Then he spread the two energies and activated the torture method that he'd developed. Even though the Phantom Assassin Division leader could no longer speak due to his stiffened body, he groaned intensely and trembled violently. Veins began to surface in his eyes from the overwhelming pain. Rayon shook his hand towards Wrath, sitting on the Phantom Assassin Division leader's back. Do you want to bet if he can last for an hour? I'll buy you a set menu of beet ice cream if you get it right. What if he gets it wrong? How about giving me an all-stat increase? That's not a bad deal. Wrath immediately nodded. Since he is the head of assassins, he should easily last for an hour at least. He raised his hand, saying that he bet on the man lasting over an hour. Then I'll bet on him lasting less than an hour. Rayon chuckled and increased the intensity of the torture. You damn scammer. Wrath shouted and grabbed him by his collar. Increasing the intensity is foul play, but there was no rule against increasing the intensity. That should go without saying. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I'll keep that in mind for the next time. What the hell is wrong with your personality? Wrath's jaw dropped in disbelief. Hua. The Phantom Assassin Division leader's groan sounded like he was about to die, showing that he couldn't withstand it anymore. His eyes looked like he was willing to say anything as long as the torture was stopped. You should have done that from the beginning. Rayon stopped the torture and made him stand. What's your name? See, Colin, my name is Colin. Colin lowered his head with a completely soulless expression. You really are the demon king of mockery. Wrath ground his teeth violently in frustration. You've won the bet against Wrath. As soon as Wrath acknowledged it, the message announced his victory. How are you appearing so quickly when you completely ignore the King of Essence whenever he calls you? You are really asking to be destroyed. All stats have increased by 3. Wrath furrowed his brow when another message appeared. Why did you get 3 points instead of 1? We didn't mention how many points it was going to be. The system just decided on its own accord, but it went without saying. It was obviously 1 point. Oh really? I'll tell it to keep that in mind next time. Rayon waved his hand toward the system that sent the message. This is seriously driving him crazy. Wrath couldn't suppress his anger anymore and shouted at the sky that it was being completely unreasonable. Rayon ignored Wrath as he vented his anger and shook his hand toward Colin. So what was your goal? Don't try to say that you were going to assassinate the Surin tribe. It was to create a crisis. Create a crisis. Colin was about to respond, but a blue light wavered around his heart, cutting his chest open. PSSH, the blood gushing out afterward showed that it was really happening. Rayon looked at the man glaring at him in a frightening manner behind Colin's corpse. Karun, the Central Martial Palace Master Karun, had appeared even though Rayon wasn't expecting his presence at all. Why is he even here? He couldn't understand why Karun was there even though he was supposed to be on a mission. The reason why he is here, wait. What if Juval was still under Karun's control? Rayon had thought that Karun had sold Juval off to the outside since he'd become an assassin, but that didn't seem to be the case. The group of assassins called the Phantom Assassin Division could have been Karun's subordinates. No, that's it. Neither Juval nor Judil managed to escape from Karun from the beginning. Combining Karun's appearance and Colin's claim that he was creating a crisis in the Surin tribe, Rayon could come up with an assumption. What if Karun appears when the Surin tribe is about to burn down to death and saves everyone? Karun would become the Beast Union's benefactor, and it would be a huge achievement in Zeeghart. In fact, the assassins attacking the Surin tribe were numerous but not that strong. He must have been trying to get an achievement for himself by using them as disposable pawns. And the reason he is going this far must be because of me. Rayon had gained so much achievement recently that people often said that it wouldn't be strange for him to be a candidate for succession. Karun must have felt insecure because of the strange atmosphere in the house and planned it all in order to gain achievement. Most importantly, he stopped Colin from speaking. Karun had pretty much proven that it was his plan by killing Colin in his incapacitated state. Central Martial Palace Master. Rayon met Karun's frightening eyes, quenching the boiling anger in his mind. I didn't expect to see you here. I came to check on things because the fire was spreading while on my way back from the mission. It wasn't a strange answer because he was indeed away from the house for a mission when Rayon had returned. But why did you kill him? He is an assassin. You can't underestimate them until they are dead. Karun shook his head, saying that it was an obvious thing to do. Rayon bit his lip as he watched Karun slowly approach him. Is he planning to kill me? This is dangerous. A chill ran down his spine upon seeing Karun's composed expression. There was no one other than himself and Karun around. He had no chance of survival if Karun started to attack with his sword field creation, because I won't be able to win against him even if I used the sword field creation. Karun was even more powerful than the Axe King. Since Rayon would be at a disadvantage even in his best condition, the outcome was obvious in his weakened state after using the sword field. Should I run away? No, it will be even more dangerous if I show him my back. Karun had cut Colin down before he even saw it coming. His head was going to roll in an instant if he acted recklessly. Rayon Zeeghart. Karun revealed his icy cold gaze, approaching close enough for his sword to strike. What did you hear from him, I wonder? Rayon shook his head, a calm smile on his face. I see. Karun's gaze darkened. He seemed to be planning to put an end to him right there. Rayon prepared to defend while clenching Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem when a huge shadow appeared from the sky. Wham! A white tiger as big as a house dashed in between the trees and let out a majestic roar. The man riding on its back landed in front of Rayon and Karun. Rayon's hands unconsciously trembled as he witnessed his bulky body, as big as the white tiger, and his destructive pressure crushing all living creatures. Karun furrowed his brow and stepped back. It looked like he wasn't expecting his appearance either. Rayon swallowed nervously and called out to the man who came down from the white tiger's back, the Beast King. Rayon lowered his eyebrows as he looked at the gigantic man who'd suddenly appeared. Why did he come here? There was only one man in the world with the ferocity of a wild beast and an overwhelming presence, as if he alone existed in the entire world. It was definitely the Beast King Agram, the leader of the Beast Union who he'd met during the conference of the Six Kings. However, Agram should have been living in the Union, which was located far away from the Surin tribe. That was why Rayon couldn't understand why he had appeared. Did you know he was coming? Isn't it obvious? Wrath furrowed his brow, telling him to stop asking obvious questions. Then why did you not tell me about it? Why would the King of Essence tell you? You're sulking. Not at all. He briskly turned his head away despite what he said. He was definitely sulking because of the earlier prank. He was too narrow-minded for a demon king. Rayon, and are you Karun? Agram curled his lips into a smile while looking back and forth between Rayon and Karun. It's been a while, both of you, by the way. He shifted his gaze and furrowed his brow while looking down upon the headless corpses of assassins and the ashen forest. What happened here? It looked like he hadn't figured out the situation yet. Did you not hear anything? Rayon blinked while looking at Agram. He assumed he'd come there immediately, without visiting the Surin tribe. I came here because their situation seemed to be over while the fight was still ongoing here. Agram confidently shook his head with his arms crossed. His forearms were massive, and the veins bulging on them looked like they were about to burst. Rayon, you tell me, what happened here? Rayon laughed bitterly in his mind while looking at Agram, who was standing there confidently. His personality is so cool that I'm getting cold. He couldn't understand his personality because giving Rayon the black dragon coat shouldn't be a reason to trust someone when you'd only met them once. That was cool, but Rayon thought that he wouldn't be able to do the same. Are you sure it's fine to hear about it from me? The Surin chief should explain, Rayon pointed out. Are you unaware of the meaning behind that coat? He pointed at the black dragon coat that Rayon was wearing. The fact that I gave you the black dragon coat implies that I trust you. I don't give my belongings away to just anyone. Agram curled his lips into a smile while looking at the scales that had appeared on the black dragon coat. You are even more trustworthy now that the black dragon coat has accepted you as its master. Tell me about it already. He nodded, telling him to stop dragging things out and run his mouth already. Karun was silently standing there without saying anything. His murderous gaze had also returned to normal. It looked like he wasn't going to make a move as long as Agram was around. There's no way he trusts me. Is it because there's no proof? Juval didn't know that Karun was running the Phantom Assassin Division, and Judil was always given orders by her direct superior, not by Karun himself. Since there was no actual proof that Karun was behind everything, it wasn't a good idea to bring up his name. Since he could end up being accused instead, it was time to calmly gather the proof and wait until he could finally strike him from behind. Of course, he had no intention of overlooking the incident either. Then I'll just tell you about what I know. Rayon quietly sighed and stepped forward. My maid was separated from her younger brother during her childhood. I promised her that I would help her find her brother, and Rayon explained everything that had happened so far to Agram. He only spoke of what he could prove, not offering a single lie. Karun didn't react at all even though Rayon had revealed that Judil came to him as a spy but was recruited instead. It was definitely because he knew there was no proof. That's why I ended up getting rid of the assassins here. Wahahaha. Agram clutched his forehead with his right hand and burst into laughter when Rayon finished his story. He felt like his eardrums were about to rupture because of how loud he was even though he wasn't using his aura. So you looked for your maid's brother because of her request and came all the way here to stop the war. I knew my judgment about you wasn't wrong. The soul of the Beast Union is flowing through your veins. He continuously pounded Rayon's shoulder with his huge hands. Rayon frowned before he knew it because it felt like he was being beaten by a hammer. The soul of the Beast Union. Talking about camaraderie, warriors need to have the camaraderie. I can see the foundation in you. Agram smashed his own chest with his fist. An ordinary person would have perished from that single strike. It was nothing. It wasn't nothing at all. Everyone would have died if you hadn't come here. He grabbed his shoulder, telling him to stop acting so humble. Karun. Yes, Union leader. As for you, why are you here? I saw that fire was spreading here and came by on my way back from a mission for the house. Karun lowered his head, giving the same excuse as before. Really, Zeekart's swordsmen are all full of camaraderie. Agram nodded in satisfaction. Rayon quietly raised the corners of his lips while looking at Karun. His composure wasn't going to last that long. Let's go. I also want to hear the story from the men over there. Agram held Rayon's shoulder and headed towards the village where the Surin tribe was gathered. The white tiger slowly followed them, as if it could understand what he said. Karun, you should come as well. I'll be returning now since I didn't really do anything. That won't do. Karun shook his head and tried to leave, but Agram stopped him. Even though you didn't do anything, I'm thankful enough that you came all the way here. Agram shook his hand towards Karun, saying that his refusal was denied. Karun furrowed his brow but slowly followed them because he couldn't go against Agram. Brother. As soon as Agram reached the village entrance, the Surin chief came running. What brings you here? I wanted to quietly have a drink with you, but the forest was in this state. His gentle voice implied that he was close to the Surin chief. Ah, the Surin chief widened his eyes upon seeing that Rayon was caught like a doll next to Agram. Benefactor, you are back. He knelt in front of Rayon and bent forward until his upper body reached the ground. It almost looked like a scene where the loser submitted the winner. It was a way the Beast Union expressed their sincere gratitude. Please don't do this. Rayon shook his head. He felt uncomfortable seeing a person far older than himself kneeling and prostrating at him. Don't feel pressured. Extinguishing the fire all around the forest and getting rid of the assassins is more than enough to earn this. Agram shook his head, telling him to just accept his gratitude. That's not all, the Surin chief said as he firmly shook his head. What? Agram furrowed his brow, asking what he was talking about. In addition to stopping the war, our benefactor even prepared against the trouble that was going to occur inside the village. The Surin chief pointed at Liston, who was standing there like an idiot. He dispatched him in preparation for the fire inside the village. We hadn't even thought about that part. Agram gasped, shifting his gaze towards Rayon. His expression revealed that he hadn't expected Rayon to have done so much. How did you figure out that they were preparing to set the village on fire? I just assumed that they were prepared to do anything after going so far to cause an incident. Rayon pretended that it was a guess instead of telling him the Fire Spirit King's ability, since Karun was listening to the conversation. Wahahaha, Agram came up next to Rayon and pounded on his back. He was encouraging him, but Rayon felt like his bones were being smashed. You really are something. It wasn't just the Surin chief. Every member of the Surin tribe went on their knees and got into a posture similar to prostrating. Agram smiled warmly and looked at Judil and Juval, who were standing awkwardly. Is she your maid? Yes, she is. Rayon nodded while meeting Judil's eyes. It must have been hard. Agram patted Judil's back, maintaining the smile on his face. Fortunately, he was patting her weakly since he was aware of his strength. What? Ah, yes. Judil didn't really understand, but simply nodded to go with the mood. So who dispatched your maid as a spy? Agram asked something he hadn't asked before after he saw Judil. Judil widened her eyes at the unexpected question. Rayon looked behind him instead of immediately answering his question. He parted his lips after taking a glance at Karun's face, which remained expressionless. It was the Central Martial Palace. Central Martial Palace. Agram stroked his chin and turned his eyes towards Karun. Are you the one who runs the Central Martial Palace? Yes, I am. Karun's eyes widened and he nodded, pretending that he didn't know anything about it. I see, that's what happened, Agram chuckled. His hand sparked with a rainbow of color at the same time before he unleashed an extremely swift punch. Kring! Karun unsheathed his sword and blocked his strike as if he had been expecting that situation. Clang! However, Karun was pushed back by more than 10 steps, his sword shaking to the point of breaking because Agram was way too strong. Was it your doing? The frightening light flashing from Agram's eyes made it look like he almost wanted to kill Karun. No, it wasn't. Karun shook his head with such a calm gaze that it even looked cold. I don't know anything about it. Bullshit. Agram furrowed his brow and punched Karun. His fist swelled like a divine general's attack, creating tremendous pressure and giving the impression that his legs were anchored on the ground. Wham! With a tremendous impact, Karun was violently pushed back and fell on one knee. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know anything about it. Karun bit his lip as blood flowed from it, raising his gaze. He was still acting confident. I don't think he did it either. Rayon calmly shook his head. The Central Martial Palace Master killed the head of the assassins, who was completely neutralized because he was worried about me. There's no way that a considerate person like him would have done such a cruel thing. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while looking at Karun. Karun's composure was broken for the first time. He glared at Rayon with an extremely murderous gaze. Rayon was completely unaffected because he'd seen that gaze a lot in the Lord's manor. Wow. Wrath's chin trembled. You're being so hateful that the King of Essence wants to slap your cheek. He ground his teeth, saying that Rayon was even more hateful than Karun. You pest. Agram understood the meaning behind Rayon's words and powered up his fist, which was only weakly clenched before. The power to destroy heaven was dwelling in his punch, which advanced right away. Such a destructive power could even kill a grandmaster. Karun clenched his teeth and raised his sword. His blade created a thick sword barrier made of an astral sphere in front of him, incorporating his powerful will. Wham! Agram's fist ignored Karun's sword barrier and slammed into his abdomen without losing momentum at all. With a loud bang like the tearing of a drum's skin, a sandstorm erupted as if it were triggered by a bombardment. Whoosh! Agram shook his hand, and the sandstorm subsided in an instant, revealing Karun's appearance. Cough. Karun was coughing up black blood, clutching his stomach. He seemed to have gained a serious internal injury from that punch. Rayon narrowed his eyes while examining the trajectory of Agram's fist instead of Karun. Does that attack ignore defense? Agram's punch had definitely passed through Karun's sword barrier. It seemed to be a certain kill technique that could perfectly deliver his power while ignoring the opponent's defense. Such an ability was completely unexpected to him. Martial arts of the continent were vast and boundless indeed. I want to just kill you right here, but I can't do that. Agram furrowed his brow, shaking his fist as if he touched something dirty. But I'll be personally coming to you to kill you once I find the proof. He violently ground his teeth and glared at Karun. He seemed to be thoughtless and acting without thinking about the aftermath, but he definitely planned everything thoroughly. He was indeed suited to be the head of a huge union of the beasts. Disappear, it really wasn't my doing. Shut up and scram, ha. Karun gave Rayon a deadly glare and eventually turned around, overwhelmed by Agram's gaze. Young master. Judil came up next to Rayon, shoulders trembling. Is it going to be okay? It's fine. This is insurance. Insurance? Yes. Since everyone witnessed that I had an issue with the Central Martial Palace, Karun will be the first one suspected if a problem occurs on our way back. He won't attack us unless he's actually an idiot like Balder. He will have to protect us instead. Rayon chuckled. Karun must have wanted to kill him so much, but he couldn't do it at the same time. Rayon could only laugh. Judil nodded, finally understanding the situation. Liston also understood his meaning and gasped. He had a terrified expression on his face. You sly bastard. Wrath furrowed his brow deeply in displeasure. The King of Essence is sick and tired of your slyness. Is that so? Rayon shook his head while chuckling, and Agram approached him. Come over here. Agram grabbed his shoulder again. It felt like a lump of steel was crushing his shoulder. Let's hold a festival since all of this happened. The refreshing smile on his face made it look like his anger had never happened. What festival? We still have things to do. We need to get the captured assassins to confess and deal with the aftermath. Leave that to the underlings. We just need to enjoy it. Agram forcibly dragged Rayon into the Surin tribe's village, where the fire had been extinguished. He was so strong that Rayon couldn't resist even with his physical strength. Call the union and tell them to bring all the liquor in my warehouse here. Bring all the side dishes, too. Rayon furrowed his brow while listening to him shout. It won't be easy to escape. Side dishes, Wrath nodded while licking his lips. Tell him to bring delicious side dishes. You said you were sick and tired of me a moment ago, right? Rayon sighed and slapped Wrath's head away. I'm even more sick and tired of you. Chad, the leader of Shadow Agents, cheerfully knocked on the audience chamber door. The bright expression on his face suggested that something pleasant had happened. Rumble. The heavy door opened and Roan lowered his head with his usual smile. Leader of the Shadow Agents, please enter. He pointed inside, inviting him to enter. Chad greeted Roan and headed towards the center, stepping upon the audience chamber's carpet. Greetings, my lord. He simply lowered his head instead of an official greeting because Glenn disliked it. What's going on? Glenn nodded while staring coldly at him. His legs weren't shaking like before, but he seemed displeased because Rayon wasn't in the house. Today, the light wind. Did Rayon finally return? He hurriedly parted his back from the throne. He looked like he was going to run outside right away. That's not it. Glenn leaned against the throne again with a disappointed look in his eyes. Instead, the Light Wind Vice Division leader. So it was indeed about Rayon. He straightened his back again and leaned forward. He looked like he was going to fall if he leaned any further. What happened? Stop with the delays and tell me. We've received a report from Sir Rayon. Report? Glenn furrowed his brow, asking what he was even talking about. Why would he send a report when he went out for training? It looks like Sir Rayon has gained another achievement. Chad took out a white piece of paper from his inner pocket. Glenn bobbed his finger and the report was sucked into his grasp. Oh, a bright smile appeared on Glenn's face as he spread the letter out and checked the content. Chad's lips parted as he watched the corners of Glenn's lips reach all the way up to his earlobes. I didn't know that it was possible for a person's expression to change so drastically. What could Rayon have done for you to smile like that? Cheryl asked as she smiled faintly while looking up at Glenn. I know, right? Rimmer nodded his head. A smile is blooming on his face, almost like Rayon watered it or something. He grinned, having roughly guessed what happened. Glenn cleared his throat and hardened his expression. However, the corners of his lips were twitching, trying to ascend regardless of his intention. It's not a big deal. You say that, but I've never seen that expression before. Roan walked up to the platform with a gentle laugh. It's not. Glenn shook his head and furrowed his brow. Did I show it on the outside? He thought he was hiding his face with the report, but he must have lowered his hands before he knew it because he was so happy about Rayon's deeds. His face heated up from the embarrassment, but he used his aura to cool himself down. I get it, so just tell us about what Rayon did. I'm so curious that it's getting ticklish. Rimmer shook the dust off from his shoulder with his hand and pointed at the report. Well, you leave me no other choice since you're so curious about it. Glenn nodded and lifted the report again, but the audience chamber's door burst open and Ares made her entrance. Father, she shouted while running to the center. I heard Rayon sent a letter. How she learned about it was a mystery. How do you even know? Glenn furrowed his brow, unable to understand. I've turned one of the shadow agents to my side. Ares smiled, saying that she'd gained an information agent while she was staying with the shadow agents. Glenn turned his head towards Chad, a frightening gaze sparking from his eyes. Hiccup, Chad froze, shoulders trembling. He even started to hiccup from nerves. Stop pressuring the leader of shadow agents and read the letter already. It's that one, right? Ares patted Chad's head and stepped forward. Glenn sighed in resignation and looked at the report. He said he was heading out to train, but in reality. He told them everything about what Rayon had done for the Surin tribe. Seriously, what the hell is he? Ares laughed in disbelief while looking at the report. Did he stop the war between the Surin tribe and the assassins on his own? Is that even possible? I agree, Roan stated, blinking in a daze. Since not a single person died in the Surin tribe, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a great deed. He gave a big nod of approval, showing that he was proud of Rayon. It shouldn't have been an easy task, even though he is familiar with the fire. He is seriously so good at surprising me, Cheryl mused with a smile, mostly pleased by the fact that Rayon had saved a lot of people. It's not that amazing, but I can tell that he worked pretty hard for it. Glenn calmly shook his head. However, the corners of his lips were twitching violently. I'm heading out now. Ares raised her hand and immediately turned around. What? Where are you going? Glenn anxiously wrinkled his nose. If Rayon saved the entirety of the Surin tribe, with his personality, the Beast King is definitely going to hold a festival. I'm going to participate in that one. Aries got into a posture to immediately run outside as she declared that she couldn't be late for it. Just stay put, please. Glenn stopped Aries and looked at the letter again. Now that I think about it, he read the last line of the report again. I think I'll be a bit late because the Beast Lord isn't letting me go. I'm sending the report first. Rayon had written that he was sending the report first because the Beast King Agram was holding him back. Are they drinking? Imagining him being forced to drink with the Beast King made a hot rage spread throughout his head because even Glenn himself had only drunk with Rayon twice. Should I kill him? Glenn was seriously contemplating it, and Rimmer widened his eyes upon realizing what he was thinking from his expression. No, please hold yourself back too, my lord. In a nameless forest outside the Beast Union, Karun slammed the dark and hard ground with his fist, trembling furiously. Wham! A huge fissure appeared on the ground like an earthquake was occurring as his fist pierced into the land. Those damned bastards. As if it wasn't enough to vent his anger, he pounded the ground over and over and revealed the anger that he'd been suppressing in front of Agram. He vented his frustration for a while before he finally lowered his hand as black blood started to flow from his mouth. However, the forest was already destroyed to the point of no return, left in ruins. Karun sank to the destroyed land, wiping the black blood flowing from his lips. The pain isn't decreasing. His abdomen was hurting more and more since Agram had hit him. It was indeed the Beast King's technique, capable of perfectly shoving damage into a body, breaking through a person's aura and physical defense. It can't be helped. Karun furrowed his brow and placed his hand on his abdomen. A clear blue light appeared from his hand, and the blood flowing from his mouth turned red. Huff. Karun controlled his breathing for a while before he finally stood up. He straightened his behavior to return to his usual noble self and casually snapped his fingers. You summoned me, sir. The first secretary of the Central Martial Palace, Maxian, had been hiding. He stepped in front of him to kneel upon hearing the call. Who has been giving instructions to that woman, the butler Barif? It'd be better to make him shut his mouth. Karun nodded while looking up at the night sky. Barif won't open his mouth no matter how he is tortured. Since making him shut his mouth implied killing him, Maxian lowered his head, pleading for Karun to believe in Barif. I told you to make him shut his mouth. Karun's gaze became frightening enough to suffocate a man. I'll take measures towards it. Maxian shivered and lowered his head. He was about to leave but stopped himself. But the issue is going to aggravate if Rayon Sieghart already sent the news to the house. No, Karun firmly shook his head. Even if he sent a report, it should be missing anything about me. Rayon Sieghart isn't the type of person who takes action without definitive proof, but the head of house. Father isn't the type of person who would take action even if he knew the circumstances. Rayon is most likely going to investigate himself after he returns, so cut off all the connections to the spies as soon as you return. Understood. Maxian closed his lips and stepped back. Karun violently ground his teeth while looking at the darkness of the forest. Rayon Sieghart, judging from Judil's reaction, Rayon must have been fully aware that he was the one giving orders to Judil. The fact that he'd still interfered with the matter was pretty much a declaration of war against him. If you wish to die that much, I'll oblige you. He hadn't done anything directly to Rayon so far. No, he hadn't even done anything indirectly either. He'd thought that it was meaningless to deal with him. However, Rayon had crossed the line. It was time to show him how foolish he was to do that. Crack. Karun clenched his fist tightly. I'll make you regret today's decision for the rest of your life. No, you won't even get to regret it. Gulp. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the pots of alcohol piling up in front of him. Are we drinking again? But we already drank so much yesterday. Even though they'd emptied 10 whole pots from the night before until afternoon, more pots were being delivered from somewhere. Rayon couldn't close his mouth because of how ridiculous it was. I'm going nuts. It wasn't like he was bad at drinking, but he couldn't hold back his sigh because of the huge quantity. Moreover, the cotton candy next to me made it even harder. Rayon looked at Wrath, who was snoring on his shoulder. After all, whenever he drank, the cotton candy went. Gee, so damn disgusting. Why do humans even drink this shit? Spit it out already. And whenever Rayon ate a side dish. Yuhiha, it was so delicious. They're barbarians, but they are good at cooking at least. The roasted meat is especially great. And when he started to drink again. You damn drunkard, stop drinking and eat the side dishes. He would have returned to the bracelet and started to sleep if he disliked the alcohol, but he kept blabbering without returning because of the side dishes, hurting Rayon's ears the whole time. Oh. As he was thinking, Wrath woke up and darted his tongue in and out, showing that he was clearly thinking about the side dishes from the day before. What a nice day, isn't it? Agram smiled brightly while looking at the Surin chief. Yes, it is. It's a good day with good people and good liquor. The Surin chief also had a refreshing smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood because the members of the tribe had only been injured. There hadn't been a single death. Brother. While Rayan was laughing bitterly at the sight of the 20 pots filled with liquor, he heard a familiar voice from the right side. Rayan shifted his gaze and saw that a young man even bigger than Agram was running towards him, carrying pots of liquor in both hands. Garona. The young man carrying the pots was Garona from the Black Beast tribe, who he'd fought against during the Six Kings tournament. His body had become even bigger than before. He seemed to be trying to become a dragon himself instead of a dragon slayer. It's been a while, brother. Why am I your brother? We clashed our souls against each other in that duel. That's why we are brothers. Garona smiled, saying that it was just obvious. Rayan gasped. He hasn't changed at all. Garona had acknowledged his defeat right after the match and had asked to become brothers, shouting that it was Rayan's victory. He was apparently serious about it, not joking like he'd thought. Why are you? I believe you had some work to do. Agram furrowed his brow while looking at Garona. There's no way I could sit still when my brother saved the Surin tribe. I brought all the alcohol since I heard you wanted it. Garona straightened his back, his confidence brimming from the eyes. About that, well done. Come here and drink with us. Rayan thought that he would be scolded for skipping work, but Agram complimented him instead and let him sit next to him. It looked like the Beast Union's people weren't just living by their instincts, but by reflexes instead. Take out the side dishes, too. Garona shook his hand, and all kinds of ingredients were unloaded from the beasts. The Beast Union's cooks started fires here and there in preparation for cooking. Ooh, you are the king of essence's brother starting today. Wrath gave a big nod of approval at Garona. It's so easy to become a brother. Rayan shook his head at his ridiculous statement. They just needed to give him some food to become his subordinate or brother. He couldn't imagine that a demon king could be any easier than that. Since another pleasant fellow has joined us, let's get started again. Agram raised his cup, or rather, saucepan of liquor. Sure, brother, you should also have some drinks. Garona filled a saucepan that was even bigger than Agram's and gave it to Rayan. Since my bro is so broad-minded, your glass needs to be big enough to match. Rayan swallowed nervously while looking at the drink sloshing like the ocean inside the cup. Isn't there anyone who can save me? Rayan looked around just in case. Judil and Juval were busy talking about what happened so far, their shoulders right next to each other, and Liston was having fun talking with the Surin tribe members. Oh yes, it was definitely dangerous. It was, but I wasn't afraid at all when I thought that I had to save people. I was only fixated on the value of life. Rayan couldn't understand how he was so talkative when he used to be an assassin. Rayan just gave up and lifted the cup that Garona had given to him. Side dish. Start with the side dish. Wrath smiled happily while pointing at the food being displayed in front of the liquor. Raise your glass. Drink it. We're having a festival today. Rayan closed his eyes tightly while listening to Agram and Garona's roars and Wrath's rampage. I want to go home. The drinking party was still going on after 2 days. Agram and Garona weren't getting drunk at all, even though they were drinking the alcohol like it was water. Rather, they were drinking like it was air. They looked like monsters in a different meaning than usual. Rayan's shoulders trembled as he put down the empty cup. It's getting rather difficult. Ring of fire, but he felt exhausted just from drinking at that point. Wrath was sleeping happily inside the bracelet after he had eaten to his heart's content. I also want to stop. He wanted to swing his sword because he'd been sitting and doing nothing but drinking. He was craving some action. Hell yeah. Agram burped loudly enough to echo throughout the land while putting down his cup. Garona exhaled roughly with his back leaning against the wall, showing that he was also having a hard time. Well then. Agram rotated his shoulder and stood up. Is it finally over? Rayan curled his lips. A smile naturally surfaced on his face upon thinking that the drinking party was finally over. Wham, however, Agram brought over another huge pot. It was the biggest one so far. Let's start the second round. Ahahaha, sure. Garona smiled happily as if his exhaustion was just an illusion and stepped forward. Brother, you also love the idea, right? He waved his hand, telling Rayan to quickly join them. Rayan wanted to smack his shining forehead. Rayan's hands trembled with his face turned pale. Are they seriously drinking even more now? They were seriously crazy about alcohol. It looked like they would get along with the gambling monster. Rayan stood up while groaning. He had no energy left to stay in that party anymore. Beast King, just call me Big Bro. Agram shook his hand, telling him that it was unnecessary to call him the Beast King. I've been curious about something. Is it okay for me to ask? Sure. He widely shook his hand, telling him to ask whatever he wanted. When you punched the Central Martial Palace Master for the 3rd time, it looked like you were completely ignoring his defense. Did I see it right? Rayan asked about the most interesting thing that had happened so far to change the situation he was in. You saw that. Agram raised his eyebrows, finding it interesting. It's a martial art called Tidebreaker, brother, Garona stated, having already finished his drink and nodded at him. Tidebreaker, as you described, it consists of ignoring the opponent's defense and perfectly landing an attack. I've been learning it recently, too. He shook his head, saying that it was an extremely difficult technique. you are indeed a warrior." Agram finished his glass and stood up. He stopped drinking for the first time and went towards a small open area near the village. Agram looked behind him and raised his chin sharply. His confidence alone seemed to be the best among the 6 kings. A fight between warriors consists of trading blows. Whose attack is more powerful and whose defense is more perfect is important for the outcome. However, Agram clenched his fist. A colorless atmosphere blazed from his large fist. If you can smash your opponent without losing any of your power, you'll be able to win any battle. He thrust his fist in front of Rayan. The punch was as slow as a crawling turtle, but a chill ran down his spine just from watching it. Smack! Rayan extended his hand, engulfed in aura, in order to catch Agram's fist. However, Agram's fist ignored the aura that was protecting him and delivered a tremendous amount of impact to his hand. Wham! Rayan was unable to keep his balance, got sent flying to the back, and was slammed onto the ground. Both his hands ached as if they were being torn apart. It felt like the damage was delivered directly to his flesh and all the way to his soul, breaking through his aura. Even his mind was being blown away alongside his hand. That's how the Tidebreaker strike was created and was improved over time. Agram opened his clenched fist with a refreshing smile on his face. "What do you think? Do you want to try learning it?" Rayan wiped away the sweat flowing from his forehead and looked at Agram. His nonchalant expression suggested that he was serious about that offer. Does he really intend to teach me about that martial art called Tidebreaker? He couldn't understand why he would teach the Beast King's extremely advanced martial art to an outsider like himself. I'm still a stranger to them, even if I helped the Surin tribe. Even inside a house of warriors, an advanced technique was only passed down to the direct lines, and the collateral with a large number of achievements, and only the worst techniques were taught to the rest. Sieghart wasn't much different. They sometimes bestowed outsiders with an advanced technique for their achievements, but they never taught them the martial arts learned by the head or the successor. Is he seriously teaching me such an advanced technique? The Tidebreaker must have been one of the ultimate techniques, even for Agram. Rayan couldn't believe that he was teaching such a special technique from the Beast Union to an outsider. What you said just now, Rayan calmed his violently pounding heart and raised his gaze. Are you serious? Do I look like the type of person who would say it without meaning it? That's not the case, but I know what you're thinking. Agram curled his lips into a bright smile. The warriors on this continent try to avoid showing their martial arts. It's because people will figure out a way to counter them and endanger them as a result. Rayan had been feeling it recently. Many people didn't know about Frost Pond before, allowing him to easily finish off his opponent with the ice blade, but more warriors were defending against the second strike because they were aware that Frost Pond had 2 blades total. As Agram had said, the more the martial art was known, the more people figured out how to defend and counter it. But what's the problem with that? Agram raised his chin sharply and shook his head. A technique that becomes weaker just because it was shown isn't a powerful technique to begin with. The truly powerful technique can unleash its full power even if the opponent manages to read the flow. There are no second chances on the battlefield. The pressure bursting from his serious eyes was powerful enough to crush the heart. You only have a single chance. You need to finish off your opponent in that single chance in order to survive. Tidebreaker strike was created for that purpose. It won't become any weaker just because I taught it to you or because I showed it to others. Agram declared while pounding his chest. Such a weak technique or weak warriors don't exist in the Beast Union. Rayan grasped his trembling wrist. A chill ran down his spine upon hearing that, his hair standing on end. He's right. Ultimate power doesn't weaken just because the others have seen it. Garona nodded without being surprised at all, showing his agreement. That's a nice thing to say for a muscle pig. Wrath nodded his head. The true power shouldn't be weakened in any situation. The King of Essence always froze his enemies whether he was amid flames or lava fields. He was talking too much, but he basically agreed with Agram. Now that I think about it, our head of house is also similar to Wrath. His goal, Glenn's swordsmanship, didn't become any weaker just because other people knew about it. It was literally the sky. Since it consisted of creating that sky with a sword, it was impossible for anyone to deal with it. Wrath was the same. He had always overwhelmed his opponents with the sheer power of frost without using any petty tricks. It looked like no one would be able to win against that tremendous amount of power. Agram had suggested teaching Rayan his martial art because he was as confident as Glenn and Wrath. In that case, Rayan made up his mind since he realized Agram's thoughts and stood in front of him. Please teach me. Rayan straightened his posture and lowered his head at Agram. All right. Agram gave a big nod of approval, showing that he was expecting that answer. I thought you might refuse because you were contemplating for a long time, but you accepted it in the end. It took some time to understand what you meant. Understand what? I understand what you meant when you said that there are no second chances on a battlefield, and also what I need to do. Wahahaha. He clutched his head and burst out in laughter. Nice, I like it. Ogram lowered his head and touched the hem of Rayon's black dragon coat. I thought it was an excessive gift for you back then, but it was the black dragon coat that has gained an owner that is too good for it instead. Not at all. Let's stop with the chatter and get started. He shook his hand, saying that they should stop wasting time. Tidebreaker means that you break through the ocean. Ocean, yes, it means that you are smashing your opponent with your fist, breaking through the ocean of their aura. Ogram clenched his fist. His hard fist looked like a single punch would be enough to make an opponent faint. The precept is simple. You should be able to memorize it as quickly as having a meal. Rayon widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that the precept of such an advanced martial art could be so simple. The raging storm over the great ocean and the gentle breeze over the calm coastal waves are both aspects of the same ocean. The ocean, where the sun blazes and the moon waxes, is like a mirror reflecting yourself. You have to cleanse your soul for the small ocean inside yourself to open the path for you. The precept was short indeed, but profound wisdom was dwelling inside. It was easy to understand, but Rayon couldn't be sure that he understood it correctly. Did you memorize it? Yes. Rayon nodded faintly. Then I'll teach you how to use it. Ogram clenched his fist again. An achromatic light flashed from between his thick fingers. Why are you clenching your fist to teach me how to use it? Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Ogram's fist. I told you, you have to break through the oceans of the opponent and yourself. Every ocean has a different flow and size. That's why you need countless experiences in order to break through the ocean of aura. And the fastest way to achieve that is. Rayon could tell what was going to follow without even hearing it. Hands-on experience. Ogram thrust his clenched fist. The fist rushing toward his abdomen was at least twice as fast as before. Rayon created an aura shield with the 10,000 flames cultivations, flame to block Ogram's fist. Wrong. Ogram furrowed his brow and thrust his fist all the way, implying that his response wasn't the correct answer. Smack. His fist broke through the shield of fire as if it didn't exist at all and smashed into Rayon's abdomen. Rayon groaned in pain and slammed onto the ground. What the hell? He'd almost fainted. He couldn't budge a finger because of the tremendous pain he felt. I didn't teach you the precept for no reason. You'll have to feel that pain every single time if you don't manage to use. Tidebreaker for defense. Ogram shook his finger, urging him to stand up. So when you said you would teach me how to use it. Yes, this is what I meant. Ogram dashed at him with a clenched fist and smiled while showing his teeth. Because your body will learn it on its own if you keep getting beaten up. Ogram's fist rushed even faster and more powerfully as he spoke. I knew it. Rayon bit his lip to the point of bleeding while memorizing. Tidebreaker's precept. Nothing is easy in the world. Did you finally realize it? This is nothing in devildom. When the King of Essence became the monarch of devildom, he went through even more hardships. Please shut up. The swordsman's passions were heating the sand in the 5th training ground. Run-on. Rimmer walked towards Run-on, who was nodding off at the center of the training ground. Don't close your eyes. You are going to fall asleep again, aren't you? Nyet, really? Run-on shook her head, blinking her vacant eyes. What does Nyet even mean? I was practicing swordsmanship in my dream. Dream? You just said in your dream. It's true, though. She closed her eyes again, showing that she didn't care about Rimmer's scolding. You can leave her alone. She becomes stronger for some reason after she sleeps. Burin chuckled while watching Run-on doze off. It's so annoying. Is she one of those I get stronger by sleeping types or what? Martha clicked her tongue in displeasure and started her own training. Rimmer listened to them and looked at Run-on again. The way she was nodding off looked like she was dozing, but the aura in her body was diligently moving around, just like during a battle. Could it be that she is at the border? Run-on's realm was intermediate master. Those who progressed quickly could grasp the image of their mental world at that point, and that seemed to be the case with Run-on. It was worth teaching her since her childhood. He'd been emphasizing the importance of visualization and imagination to the Light Wind Division ever since they were trainees, and his advice seemed to finally be bearing fruit, which filled him with deep emotions. And Run-on isn't the only one. Burin and Martha had also improved significantly. Not only their might, but also their mental fortitude had drastically improved, and they looked like they would reach the intermediate realm soon enough. The others have also grown a lot. Everyone in the Light Wind Division had reached the highest level of expert. Since Dorian and the vice team leaders already had their hands on the wall, they could become masters at any moment as long as they had an opportunity. Rimmer curled his lips into a smile while observing the Light Wind swordsmen one after the other. Aren't we going to become the strongest group at this rate? He could imagine the Light Wind Division becoming even more powerful than a palace despite being a division if they kept getting stronger at the same rate. They've really grown a lot. He could remember the first time he'd seen them as children. He was simply trying to realize the dream that was entrusted to him, but his dream had become his own. Martha furrowed her brow while watching the warm smile on Rimmer's face. What's wrong with our division leader? What's wrong with that ominous smile? I don't even know. Burren shook his head while scratching his cheek. He kinda looks like he's trying to borrow money. That's it. He must have gambled and lost his money. Martha clicked her tongue, saying that she was going to tell the swordsman to never lend him the money, Sir Rimmer. While Rimmer was innocently watching the Light Wind Division despite their thoughts, the training grounds door opened up and Encia entered. It's complete. She ran up to Rimmer holding a gray prosthetic arm that seemed to be made of steel. Is that, what else would it be? It's obviously your right arm, Sir Rimmer. Is it already complete? I already started to prepare before you left for Sapia, after all. Encia smiled, saying that she managed to quickly craft it because she had already finished measuring and making the blueprints when she obtained the world tree's branch and leaf. I thought you weren't too motivated to make it, though. I was just kidding. Encia shook her head while tapping on his shoulder. I'm a crafter. I never do anything halfway, and I don't joke around when it comes to my work. She handed him the prosthetic arm, her gaze brimming with confidence. Take off your shirt. I'll put it on for you. Rimmer licked his lips and looked around. Everyone in the Light Wind Division had stopped training and was surrounding them. It can't be helped. He sighed and took off his shirt. He pushed his shoulder forward, which still looked gruesome even though the wounds were healed. Encia calmly examined Rimmer's shoulder without being concerned at all about the wound. This prosthetic arm will be connected to your aura and nerves. You will probably feel like your real arm is back. She immediately brought the prosthetic arm to his shoulder, showing her confidence in the artifact that she'd crafted. Some kind of thin cloth attached to the prosthetic arm stuck to Rimmer's shoulder like rubber and turned the same color as his skin. The prosthetic arm radiated faintly, and the gray parts of the arm gradually changed to match the color of Rimmer's skin. It seemed to be a function designed for the user's comfort. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while looking at his tingling shoulder. This is the moment that cloth-looking thing attached to the prosthetic arm touched his skin. He felt like his arm had grown back along with the small pain of a needle stitching his arm. It was a strange sensation, giving the impression that the nerves inside his shoulder were touching the prosthetic arm's nerves. Let's see. He thought about moving his fingers, and the prosthetic arm's fingers started to move. He applied more strength than he thought, but the hand was clearly moving according to his intentions. Rimmer gasped while watching his hand move as he wanted. Did she really craft this? He couldn't believe how realistic it was. He could guess that he could recover his strength from before he lost his arm, even if it wouldn't be as good as when he was in his prime. Wow. It looks like a real arm, doesn't it? The prosthetic arm's color changed into the division leader's skin color. The fingers are moving. The Light Wind swordsmen also widened their eyes while watching Rimmer's arm. But you still have to be careful. It's not a real arm. You also have to practice controlling your aura. Encia told him about what he needed to be careful about while adjusting the prosthetic arm. It can withstand an aura blade without infusing any aura into it, but an astral sphere should be too much. That's even better than my original arm. It couldn't withstand an aura blade if I didn't use any aura. Rimmer chuckled and shook his hand. Ah, that's true. Encia smiled. It's done. How does that feel? Any discomfort? It's perfect. It feels like my arm has returned. Rimmer was so surprised by his arm's return that he couldn't even afford to joke about it. He smiled in satisfaction. I'll do that, then keep taking good care of him in the future. Encia shook her hand, saying that it was enough for her. Of course. Rimmer nodded while clenching his prosthetic hand into a fist. That's exactly what I intend to do. He nodded, feeling the warmth from his heart instead of his skin. Because I've made up my mind now. You made up your mind. Encia widened her eyes. About what? Run-on blinked while looking at Rimmer. It might be a new resolution to gamble again, Burren said as he smiled while pretending to throw a dice. It would be funny if he ended up losing that arm at a casino. Martha giggled while responding to Burren. Everyone in the Light Wind Division burst out into loud laughter while looking at Rimmer and the team leaders. Rimmer watched them with a small smile, a mixture of joy, sadness, and anticipation crossing his face. You'll find out soon enough. Wham! Rayon was unable to keep his balance and sank to the ground. It hurt so damn much. Collapsing didn't cause that much pain, but his hand felt like it was tearing off after it was hit by Ogram's fist. His hand would have exploded if Ogram had applied a bit more strength to his punch. QE. Rayon looked around upon hearing a scream from the side. Garona was also beaten by Ogram's fist and was greeting the ground with his face. Ha. Rayon exhaled in exhaustion and stood back up. It's not easy. The Tidebreaker's flow demonstrated by Ogram was fundamentally different from any martial art he has learned so far, making it difficult to reenact even with the Ring of Fire. He'd been training for a week, and it felt like he wouldn't be able to get a grasp on it even in 100 days. I like your tenacity, at least. Ogram's lips curled into a smile, satisfied by how Rayon stood back up right away. I can understand how you managed to reach that realm at your age. He shifted his gaze towards Garona and furrowed his brow, asking, aren't you going to stand up? Garona stood up while clutching his chest where he was punched earlier. I've already taught you everything that needs to be taught. Ogrim lifted a glass that he had placed in between the branches. The Tidebreaker Strike is a flash of inspiration rather than a martial art. Even a 3-year-old could use it if they got it right, but even 30 years of training might be in vain otherwise. He twisted his lips after he finished his glass, but those who learned it from me shouldn't have a result like that. Ogrim extended his left fist. Colorless radiance flickered violently from the gap in his fist. He smashed Garona with his fist even more powerfully than when he'd hit Karun. Smock. Garona was smashed in his face before he could defend himself and slammed onto the ground. His eyes were rolled back and his breathing came in broken gasps. One could have thought he died in that single strike if it weren't for the intense trembling of his body. You're next. Ogrim clenched his right fist and moved in front of Rayon. Gulp. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Ogrim's fist, which was radiating more and more intensely. Should I give up now? He had a feeling that the punch wasn't simply going to break his bones, but even burst open his flesh. He was contemplating what kind of excuse he should give to stop it when he saw the look in Ogrim's eyes. His eyes were full of trust in him. Rayon swallowed the words that he was about to say and regained his posture upon seeing the trust in his eyes. The Beast King is sharing his precious time with me right now. Ogrim was teaching him to the best of his ability. A half-hearted attitude or any attempt to waste time would be so rude that he wouldn't even be able to beg for forgiveness. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground and clenched his fists. He increased the Ring of Fire's output to the maximum and even activated the Perception of the Snow Flower. I'm ready. I really like this guy. Ogrim gave a big nod of approval and thrust his fist forward. Rumble. The current of air sparkling around the fist was suffocating. The pressure filling his vision was powerful enough to blow his soul away even if he wasn't using the Tidebreaker Strike. Don't step back. Watch until the end. Rayon focused on Ogrim's fist so much that even his eyes became bloodshot and the flow of time started to slow down. Tidebreaker's flow very slowly entered his grasp. The raging storm over the great ocean and the gentle breeze over the calm coastal waves are both aspects of the same ocean. Rayon clenched his right fist while reciting Tidebreaker's precept, he added. Tidebreaker's flow on the fist and thrust it towards Ogrim's punch. Wham! It was a clash between fists, but Ogrim's Tidebreaker broke through his wall of Tidebreaker and reached his skin in no time. The ocean, where the sun blazes and the moon waxes, is like a mirror reflecting yourself. I have to break it. He had to break Ogrim's flow in order to survive, even though it wouldn't allow him to win. Rayon clenched his teeth and gathered his aura again, as it had started to dissipate in vain. The rotation of the rings around the heart accelerated even further. The world was turning red because too much blood had rushed to his heart, but he forced himself to focus and recited the final line of the precept. You have to cleanse your soul for the small ocean inside yourself to open the path for you. He felt like Ogrim and himself were the only ones existing in the world, and he started to see the flow of energy in his fist. I understand it now. The small ocean inside me is my mental world. Tidebreaker was a martial art that required him to know himself first in order to break through his opponent. Rayon clenched his shaking fist while embedding a new sword called Tidebreaker Strike into his mental world. Huh! Ogrim's eyes widened, and Rayon thrust his small yet tightly clenched fist towards him. The spiral-shaped aura surging from his fist became a thick wall to defend him from the front, instead of being wiped out by Tidebreaker. Thud. Rayon bit his lip, his entire body throbbing like a heart. He could finally understand why Ogrim had told him that he could only learn Tidebreaker by feeling it with his body. The essence of Tidebreaker was inside me all along, not anyone else. Tidebreaker was a mysterious technique that could ignore the opponent's aura and attack their body directly. He thought he naturally had to start by understanding the flow of the opponent's aura, but that wasn't the case. Tidebreaker was a martial art that required him to understand himself before using it. It was about making a boat. Tidebreaker consisted of building the best boat with his own aura to break through his enemy's ocean of aura. Once he understood the essence of Tidebreaker, the aura blazing around his fist intensified. A powerful shockwave occurred from the spot where his fist was clashing against Ogrim's. Crack! The vibration intensified as if in an earthquake, and a powerful explosion erupted from the gap between their fists. Wham! The consecutive shockwaves twisted the land, and the ground trembled violently. A dark, reddish current surged like a tidal wave from the clash between the Tidebreakers, threatening to engulf the land until Ogrim shook his hand. The gesture was as casual as chasing away a butterfly, but the red current and the tremor disappeared in an instant. Ogrim wasn't using any special techniques. He'd suppressed the shockwave from the Tidebreakers with sheer power. It was an advanced application of aura control, truly befitting a transcender. Ha. Rayon leaned forward and exhaled heavily. He must have been too focused since his body felt weighed down by chunks of steel. Ha! Rayon raised his head upon hearing a dumbfounded laugh. Agram's lowered eyes were trembling faintly. What the hell are you? Agram swallowed nervously and sharply raised his eyebrows. What? I'm asking how you managed to achieve. Tidebreaker did I really use? Tidebreaker, Rayon asked in return, looking at Agram's wavering eyes. He'd gained a small enlightenment, but he couldn't be sure yet. It was weak, shabby, and completely lacking, but Agram closed his eyes and opened them again before he continued. What you used was definitely. Tidebreaker, he licked his lips in acknowledgement. You were completely clueless until a moment ago. What changed? I observed myself instead of you, Beast King. Rayon raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Yourself. Yes, I kept thinking about the meaning of the precept you taught me because I figured there had to be a meaning behind it. He recited the precept that Agram had taught him. You have to cleanse your soul for the small ocean inside yourself to open the path for you. I haven't managed to completely decipher it yet, but I understood that the small ocean inside myself is the mental world, at least. That's why I focused on polishing my will and the aura inside of me, rather than breaking through your aura. Rayon told him about how he managed to use. Tidebreaker, Rayon bit his lip tightly upon seeing that Agram had fallen speechless. Should I have held back? He'd thought that it would make him happy if he learned quickly, because Agram went out of his way to personally teach him the precept and the utilization, but he was starting to think that he might be displeased because he learned it even faster than Garona, who'd been learning for a long time. That's obvious. Wrath wrinkled his nose. Even though he was willing to teach you a special technique, there's no way he would like you when you learned it even faster than his disciple. You idiot. He shook his hand, telling him to stop being so stupid. Wehahaha, Rayon furrowed his brow while listening to Wrath, but Agram raised his chin sharply and started to laugh like a madman. I see, that's what happened. That's why you managed to learn it so quickly. A broad smile surfaced on his face as he said that he could finally understand it. What? Tidebreaker's enlightenment usually comes when you're on the verge of death after getting beaten up over and over again. That was the case for me, and it's been the case for everyone that I've taught so far. He will probably be the same. Agram's gaze was directed at Garona, who was still collapsed on the ground. From my knowledge, Tidebreaker is obtained after repeatedly getting beaten up like that, and when the body becomes one with the mind. However, he gave a big nod while looking at Rayon again. You achieved enlightenment that should have required you to be on the verge of death by simply analyzing the precept. I don't believe in the concept of genius, but it's a suitable word to describe you. Agram patted his shoulder, saying that it was an amazing feat. I said this before, but I can understand now why you are in that position right now. It wasn't a mere coincidence, as I expected. He extended his hand. Rayon stared at it blankly, and Agram shook his hand. What are you waiting for? Take my hand. Ah, yes. Rayon took his hand, and Agram shook it widely as if he were shaking the dust off a blanket. Congratulations. There was no malice at all in Agram's gaze. He really was just congratulating him for learning. Tidebreaker, how is this even possible? Rayon couldn't believe that a person like him existed. He decided to teach his secret technique and simply rejoiced when he learned it faster than Garona. He made no effort to try and restrain him. Could I do the same thing? Could I teach my secret technique to someone else and rejoice in their success? Even though he'd become nicer than in his previous life, it was definitely impossible for him. He could feel a vast difference in broad-mindedness compared to Agram. Rayon lowered his head to Agram with sincerity and respect. It's nothing to thank me for. Agram shook his hand and shifted his gaze. Just don't lose while using. Tidebreaker, that's enough for me. As a last piece of advice, you shouldn't use Tidebreaker as it is. You should change it to match your style. That was the last thing he said before he walked towards the unconscious Garona, acting as if he had no regrets at all. His cool attitude even felt disappointing. Rayon watched Agram's back for a while and sank down onto the crushed land. It was difficult to stand because of how exhausted he was. Did I manage to do it in the end? He hadn't grasped it perfectly yet. The Tidebreaker was a martial art that had to be activated during the split second of a clash against an opponent, which couldn't be practiced alone. It was going to require countless practices and battle experiences, but as long as I managed to complete it, I should be able to reach even higher. Since he walked his own path as a swordsman, his version of Tidebreaker would evolve into something entirely different from Agram's, or the warriors from the Union if he managed to make it his own. Which technique should I combine it with? He'd learned so many techniques and principles that it was to the point where they couldn't even be counted on his fingers. Since the combination could make it the strongest but also the weakest, he had to be careful with his choice. Rayon licked his lips in contemplation, and Wrath popped up. Hey, let's eat already since training is over. You have to make sure to eat every single meal since you're still in your growth period. Wrath licked his lips while saying that he should start eating some proper food since he'd been eating whatever for a while. Growth period, it wasn't really a great excuse, as his growth period was already over and it would be problematic if he grew even taller. Seriously, this food waster. You didn't even talk to that kid yet. It would be perfect to chat while eating. Wrath pointed at Juval and Judil, who were carefully looking his way. Now that I think about it, he hadn't been able to have a proper conversation with them, yet because Ogram had been holding him hostage since he'd saved the Surin tribe. It was indeed necessary to come to a consensus before they returned to the house. I never expected you to be helpful. What are you even talking about? Wrath raised his head sharply. The King of Essence is always helping you greatly. That's not true, you. Rayon started to shake his head, but... You've learned a transcender's martial art faster than anyone else. You've accomplished an impossible achievement. All stats have increased by 20. The trait Focus has increased in rank. The message immediately announced the increase in stats from learning. Tidebreaker and being acknowledged by Ogram. Arg. Wrath's eyes at the sight of the unexpected message. Ooh, Rayon stroked Wrath's soft back while slowly reading the message. I misspoke. You really are a big help. You are the giving. Shut up. Underground cavern was illuminated by soft lighting, similar to the lines connecting constellations. Darius Robert nodded his head, leaning his back against a chair. So Rayon Zeeghart is in the Beast Union now. Yes, he is. Kubara placed her hand on her chest and lowered her head. They said he stopped the Phantom Assassin Division's attack on the Surin tribe. He also extinguished the fire engulfing the entire forest. Tusk. Darius gave a long click of his tongue while gazing down on the cavern. It was only recently that he rampaged at Sapia, and it's the Beast Union now. What a busy person he is. There are rumors that the Beast King personally visited him to express his gratitude. That should be true and not just a rumor. After all, dignity doesn't exist for Ogram. I was wondering why the back of my hand has been aching since a few days ago, but that's the reason. Darius chuckled while looking at the back of his hand, where his black leather glove was completely stuck. He is roaming around the whole continent as if it is his own backyard. He made an eerie smile that made it look like he was pleased and displeased at the same time. He is so arrogant. Kubara's shoulders trembled as she heard Darius's desolate voice. Her body trembled before she knew it because of the murderous intent and madness dwelling in his voice. I'd love to interfere with Rayon Zeeghart, but I have something else to do right now. Darius shifted his gaze towards the cavern. His pupils landed on the children who were swinging their daggers. How is it proceeding over there? Only the final step remains. They should be able to wrap it up within a month. Kubara lowered her head, reporting that it was proceeding according to plan. I'll be checking at the end, but make sure to thoroughly prepare since this will signal the start of the great plan. Darius licked his lips, his eyes as ferocious as when he was listening to the news about Rayon. I'll do my best. Kubara looked at Darius calmly despite her passionate response. You can leave. Yes, sir. She bowed politely and disappeared into the shadows. Darius Robert rubbed his chin while watching the children swing their daggers with bloodshot eyes. Rayon Zeeghart. Eden, the White Blood Religion, the South-North Union, the Black Tower, the Holy Sword Alliance, and House Robert. So many groups tried to kill him, but none of them succeeded in doing it. There was no way his strength alone allowed his survival. Misfortune was definitely following him. Darius lifted the glass on the table and took a sip. I'm curious if your luck is still going to do its job within the flames of war. Rayon had a simple dinner before heading to Judil and Juval. Young master, Judil's eyes widened as she stood up from her seat. And nice to meet you, Juval stammered as he nodded, his eyes trembling like marbles. Sit down, both of you. Rayon shook his finger with a faint smile on his face. Yes. Judil nodded calmly and took a seat, but Juval was still standing, completely flustered. Don't worry and sit down. She made Juval sit next to her and looked at Rayon. Aren't you supposed to be training now? It ended. Rayon shook his head and sat next to Judil, but Sir Garona still seems to be training. It hasn't ended for him. Judil finally understood what happened and swallowed nervously while looking at Rayon. Her expression showed her disbelief at the fact that he managed to learn the technique faster than Garona, even though he'd started to learn way later. Well, let's stop talking about training. Rayon leaned forward to the table and asked, Did you have enough time to talk? Judil smiled softly. It wasn't the forced smile she had before she joined the annex building, nor was it the fake smile she'd been making since she joined the annex building. It was a smile coming from the bottom of her heart. He sincerely expressed his gratitude with a trembling voice, unlike Judil. It was troublesome indeed because your sister suddenly left. Rayon chuckled and nodded his head. Hua, I am sorry. Juval's shoulders trembled and Judil bowed. I thought I could suppress my urge, but my body moved before I knew it. I was just kidding. Judil apologized with trembling lips and Rayon shook his hand. I'm not narrow-minded enough to be incapable of understanding it. And he smiled faintly while looking at the forest, where the greenery was gradually returning. Since no one died, the misfortune ended up being a blessing. Juval, yes, you will be joining Zieghart's annex building alongside Judiel. Your job will be that of a butler and a secret guard. Can you do it? About that. Juval didn't respond right away, hesitating unexpectedly. What are you doing? Tell him you will do it already. Judiel slapped Juval's shoulder, urging him to answer. Wouldn't it be an inconvenience for you and my sister if I went there? Juval raised his trembling gaze. Inconvenience, I already heard about it. My sister and I were sold to Zieghart's central martial palace, and Karun Zieghart is the master of that place. If I'm going to cause trouble for my sister, I'd rather stay alone. Shook his head, saying that he couldn't cause issues for his sister. Rayan smiled faintly while looking at the determination in Juval's gaze. Is this how siblings are? Even though they were separated a long time ago, they lived for the sake of each other and still worried for each other after they were reunited. Even though they were strangers to him, he could feel a warmth welling up in his heart. Even though he didn't have any siblings, he could understand what Juval was thinking because he had his mother and the maids. I wonder if I would have acted the same way if my sister were still alive. Sylvia had told him that he used to have a sister, but even her corpse couldn't be found after Eden got her. Rayan thought that they could have had a similar relationship as theirs if his sister were still alive. It's meaningless to think about it. His current life was already a happy one that he couldn't have even dreamed about in his previous life. There was no reason to think about something that would never happen. No, Rayan said, shaking his head while looking at Juval. If they have any sense, they'll be unable to harm us. But what if they make a move behind the scenes? That's all right. I'll haunt him before he makes a move. Haunt him? Yes. You should focus on thinking about how to live happily with your sister. After all, that was the promise I made with your sister, young master. Judiel's lips trembled as she made an expression that Rayan had never seen before. Leave the rest to me. Rayan shook his head, looking at Juval and Judiel one after the other. Crimson lightning sparked in his eyes. I'll make it so that no one can harm you. Rayan finished his preparations to return to the house and left the lodging area. Are you ready? Judiel and Juval were sitting under a tree near the lodgings and waiting for him, implying that they'd finished their preparations a long time ago. Yes, I didn't really bring anything after all. Judiel smiled faintly while showing him a small package in her hand. Her lively expression made it look like the dam blocking her emotions had broken down when she had met with her brother. Same goes for me. I only brought my weapon and the night stealth outfit so I can leave just like this. Juval smiled awkwardly while pointing at his waist where a dagger was hidden. Even your smiles are similar. Is that because you're siblings? Let's go. Rayan shook his hand towards them and headed to the exit of the village. He could see the Surin tribe members standing in a line before he could even see the gate. Chief. Rayan went to the Surin chief standing at the center of the tribesmen and lowered his head. Are you sure you rested? I only saw you getting beaten up every day. The chief chuckled while examining him up and down. That counts as a rest for me. Your spirit doesn't lose to anyone. I can still see you in my dreams. I'll never be able to forget the red eyes that I saw that night. His shoulders trembled as he said that he could still feel Rayan's spirit from when he stopped the conflict. I'm sorry. It was an emergency back then. No, I'm thankful to you. The chief grabbed Rayan's hand and shook his head. I was too agitated back then. Many of us would have died if you hadn't been there. He slowly closed his eyes while delivering his sincere gratitude. Contact me whenever things get tough. The rest of us will drop everything and come running to you. The Surin chief spread his arms and pointed at all the tribesmen. What do you? That's right. Ask us whenever you need us. I'll even stop eating to come for help. I'm even going to stop pooping. Just ask us whenever. The Surin tribesmen lifted their clenched fists, showing their determination to help. You don't need to go that far. I only came here to look for Judiel. Regardless of the reason, it's true that you saved us. Don't feel pressured by it. Lives should be repaid with lives. Rayan shook his head, telling him they would risk their lives while saying that he shouldn't feel pressured made him feel even more pressured. That's true. A voice coming from the cafeteria on the right side echoed throughout the land. Agram kicked the door open and emerged while chewing on a piece of meat the size of a club. Beast King, that one. Wrath widened his eyes while pointing at Agram's meat. The King of Essence also wants to have that meat. He hung onto Rayan's shoulder, telling him that he wanted to voraciously devour the meat like him. Be quiet, please. Rayan slapped Wrath away and looked at Agram. What do you mean by that? A favor should indeed be repaid by a favor. Agram walked up to him after taking a bite from the hunk of meat the size of an adult man's forearm. There's no reason to refuse or feel pressured by it. It's just a natural return. He patted his shoulder with a refreshing smile on his face. That's right. Garona came up next to Agram and nodded his head. He was still smiling even though his entire face was bruised. Our beast union is clear when it comes to grudges and gratitude, more than any other faction. Since you saved the Surin tribe, it's only natural for them to risk their lives for you, brother. Rayan took a step back and observed the Surin chief and tribesmen. Agram and Garona were right. Their expressions didn't look like they were lying. It looked like everyone sincerely wanted to help him, whether in big ways or small. Of course, the same goes for me. I can sacrifice all my bones and flesh for your sake, brother. Garona pounded his chest and shouted, telling him to call on him whenever he needed something. Please don't do that. Rayon quickly shook his hands and examined the people standing in front of him. Did I form another good bond with people? It wasn't his intention, but coincidences happened one after the other to link him with them with a good bond. As Garona said, it would be rude to them if he kept refusing, so he made up his mind and stepped forward. Rayon lowered his head while looking at the Surin tribe overall. Of course, consider us your brothers. The Surin chief bowed back with a bright smile on his face. Rayon shifted his gaze to Juval after he thanked the Surin tribe. He noticed the meaning behind his gaze and stepped forward. I'm sorry, Juval bowed deeply, bending his waist at a 90-degree angle. I deceived all of you. I have no excuse for that. I'm really sorry, it's fine. The Surin chief calmly shook his head. The other tribesmen didn't show any malice either, watching him peacefully. What? Juval's eyes widened at the unexpected answer. He gently grabbed Juval's shoulder as he spoke. Juval bowed once again. His shoulders trembled faintly and rain fell onto the warm land. Brother, Garona came up next to Rayon and wrapped his arm around his shoulders. I heard you managed to achieve. Tidebreaker, tell me the secret. He raised his hand and pleaded for it. Such a thing as jealousy didn't exist at all in his expression. He really was just asking for advice. He was so pure that just looking at him felt calming. Believe in yourself. Rayon gave him the best piece of advice that he could give, since Tidebreaker required him to realize it by himself. He could end up being unable to learn it for the rest of his life if he advised him more than that. Myself, Garona tilted his head, showing his confusion. Brother, make it easier. I need an easier explana. You idiot, Agram smacked Garona's head as he tried to ask again. Gee, Garona collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, like a massive piece of steel slamming down. That's good enough as advice. There's no easy way in this. Agram furrowed his brow and carried the unconscious Garona on his shoulder. You've done well. If I had to give you a last piece of advice, you sometimes need to pick a more difficult path in order to reach even deeper and further. Don't end up like this kid. And he took out a yellow piece of paper from his inner pocket. This is a letter for your head of house. Make sure to show it to him. Understood. He accepted Agram's letter and put it inside his inner pocket. You should leave now. He shook his hand wildly, telling him to leave already. Rayon bowed at Agram and turned around. He shook his hand while watching Judil and Juval, who were smiling and crying respectively. Let's return to Sieghart. Rimmer unsheathed his sword with his prosthetic hand, standing in the middle of the 5th training ground. The sensation was completely different from before, yet his mind burned with more passion than ever. He tried to simply swing his sword like when he used a basic technique. The dappling sunlight reflected on the descending blade with a beautiful radiance. The gusting wind followed the blade and left a deep scar on the ground. Not bad. Rimmer licked his lips and incorporated a bit more aura into the prosthetic arm's mana circuits. The energy of the wind rampaged from his energy center and unleashed a powerful wind from his hand. This is pretty good. I just need to get used to this sensation, and it should be no different from my previous arm. The prosthetic arm crafted by Encia could move as naturally as the arm he had before, and it even amplified the power of his wind. The World Tree's branch inside the arm must have been amplifying the energy of the wind. I never knew that it could feel so good when I'm just using my own arm. He never expected that swinging his sword with his arm could bring such a smile to his face. There was a saying that humans needed to experience loss to feel happiness, and it was true. I could become even stronger rather than maintaining my previous realm. Initially, he had resolved himself to not get in the Light Wind Division's way, but ever since getting his prosthetic arm, the path to martial mastery had slowly begun to open up for him. He could sense that with continued training, he might even surpass the strength he had in his prime. Life is such a mystery. It never gave this to me when I desired it so much. He was ignored when he wanted it, but he could see the light now that he had given up on it. The god of martial arts was so difficult to please. Kring, Rimmer narrowed his eyes and unleashed an explosive burst of wind energy, concentrated in his hand. A green gale emanated from the silver blade, sweeping down from the sky and creating a vivid breeze. It was a gentle wind, cooling the brows of the Light Wind Division, which were drenched in sweat. Rimmer lowered his sword and touched the prosthetic arm's shoulder. It was connected so seamlessly that he didn't feel any strain at all. It felt like he could keep it on for his entire life. I'm greatly indebted to them, to both of them. He felt nothing but gratitude towards Encia, who'd made the prosthetic arm, and Rayon, who didn't give up on acquiring the materials for the arm. Rimmer returned his sword to its scabbard while contemplating what he should do for them. He was stabilizing his aura while catching his breath when the door opened and Dorian made his entrance. Sir Rayon is returning. Dorian smiled brightly, waving his hand at everyone in the Light Wind Division. Rimmer licked his lips while looking at the sky, which suddenly seemed darker. I have a feeling he is going to cause a huge mess today for some reason. Central Martial Palace. Master's office. A violent knocking sound could be heard from outside the office, which exuded a luxurious and dignified atmosphere. Enter. Karun, the Central Martial Palace master, put down his teacup and nodded his head. The door carefully opened, unlike the knocking sound, and his butler entered the room before bowing to him. Rayon Sieghart is returning. He is rather late. There are rumors that the Beast King taught him his martial arts. He gobbles up everything they give him like a raccoon. Karun tapped on the desk with his elongated finger. I believe you will have to go to the Lord's manor now because of that. Did the head of house summon us? Yes, summoning everyone whenever he returns is pretty much a family tradition now. He furrowed his brow in displeasure. By the way, the butler secretly rolled his eyes. Is it really okay to leave him like that? If Rayon Sieghart told him that Judil was originally from the Central Martial Palace. We've already severed all connections and erased all the evidence. It would be pointless even if he tried to make such a claim. Karun calmly shook his head, implying that he'd already double-checked everything. And this is my guess, but I don't think he's going to talk about it. What? Rayon Sieghart cherishes his people. He is definitely going to keep quiet about it, as it might end up harming them otherwise. That's. Yes, he's proposing a trade with me. He'll overlook this incident in exchange for me not harming Judil and her brother. I'm sure he knows what to do since he's a smart man, he declared with serious eyes, as if he already guessed Rayon's thoughts. Karun finished the small amount of tea left in his cup and stood up, saying, "Let's go. I shouldn't act any differently to show them that there's no issues. I will attend to you." The butler opened the door of the office. Karun put on a fancy uniform embedded with Sieghart's emblem and left his office. His eyes sparkled in a frightening manner, just like an owl targeting its prey in the darkness. Rayon Sieghart, that's why you are no match against me. Rayon turned his eyes to the left while entering the Lord's manor. He was looking at Karun, who was standing in front of the closest pillar to the platform. He is so composed. He was looking forward calmly, implying that he decided Rayon wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Your thoughts are too obvious, and you would typically be correct. After all, that's the textbook approach if I want to protect Judil and Juval, but I'm not an ordinary person. He stood at the center of the Lord's manor, resolving himself to smash his irritating face into pieces. Greetings, my lord. He stood at the center of the Lord's manor and went to his knee while lowering his head. Greetings, my lord. Rise. Rayon raised his head upon hearing Glenn's call. He lowered his gaze with a hardened expression that looked like he'd become a mannequin. Rayon Sieghart. Yes. Why did you go all the way to the Surin tribe when you said you'd be training nearby? Glenn nodded, supporting his chin on his fist. I can understand now what he means. The posture and expression he was making implied that he was asking him to tell everyone what happened during his journey. I'll explain from the beginning. Rayon lowered his head and pointed at Judil behind him. I have a personal maid. My name is Judil. Judil stepped up and leaned forward. She was separated from her younger brother during her childhood. When I learned about that fact, I promised her that I would find him no matter what. I requested that the black market look for information and have been waiting for it, and Rayon briefly explained what had happened so far. That's how he managed to return with both of them. The Lord's manor remained quiet for a moment after he finished his explanation. You made a promise and kept it, Glenn stated calmly, though the corners of his lips trembled as if an earthquake were shaking him. He was probably lost in some strange memory from the past. It's very easy to do, but extremely difficult at the same time. That's true. Ares energetically raised her hand. People abandon their promises like trash these days. No one would go so far to keep a promise like he did. She gave a big nod of approval, showing that she was proud of him. I personally think that it's meaningless, but it's pretty cool indeed. Yes, it was a demeanor befitting a warrior. My blood is boiling after hearing that he stopped the assassins and the Surin tribe on his own. The other division leaders and squad leaders also praised him by smiling or giving him a thumbs up. It was an action befitting a Sieghart swordsman. Of course, I wouldn't have made that promise to begin with. Balder nodded, saying that he wouldn't have done it even though it was a good thing. Good job, well done. Karun didn't say anything, and Denier only showed a small smile. Ahem, it was indeed a personal matter, but it has to be called an achievement since you made one of the 6 kings indebted to you. Glenn cleared his throat and covered his mouth. Although he was speaking faster, interestingly enough, it didn't affect his pronunciation. Rayon guessed that he was opening his mouth wide. That's why Rayon Sieghart will be bestowed. My lord, Rayon lowered his head, his hand placed on his chest. I have something else to tell you. What is it? I mentioned that my maid was separated from her brother during her childhood. Yes, you did. It happened because of someone's plot. Sniff. He covered his mouth just like Glenn had done as he spoke. He is a piece of trash who forced the 2 affectionate siblings to be separated. Rayon bit his lip, his face contorting with both anger and sorrow. He slammed his fist into the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Sob. Oh. Judil and Juval also fell on their knees and started to sob with their heads lowered. Who did such a thing? Balder lifted his fist as if he were going to find him right away. I don't know about the rest, but I'll make sure to take care of him at least. You'd better stay back because I'm going to kill him, Ares stated as she violently ground her teeth. Shut your mouths, all of you. Glenn furrowed his brow as he leaned forward. It felt like lightning was striking from his red eyes. Tell me. Who even did such a thing? Rayon shifted his gaze towards Karun while biting his lip as if he were frustrated. Everyone followed his gaze and turned their eyes towards Karun. Rayon twisted his lips while watching Karun's eyes, which were rapidly growing distorted. It's the advent of the demon king of cheekiness. Wrath shook his head while watching Rayon going out of his way to narrow his shoulders, which were as wide as the ocean. Just stop wielding a sword and become an actor instead. Rayon clenched his fist in a way that no one could see. It worked perfectly. It was worth pushing boundaries with such a long explanation. When Glenn had asked about what happened in his journey, he'd vividly explained everything, unlike the other times. He especially slowed down on the parts about how much Judil missed Juval and how Juval had been living to stir the emotions of the executives inside the audience chamber little by little. The executives were as cold as a blade, but they slowly got absorbed in Judil and Juval's circumstances before they knew it. Now that he had finished telling them the story, they were getting angry as if it had been their own younger brother who was forced to live in such a way. Judil and Juval's sobbing must have served as a hammer to destroy the wall around their emotions. Making them practice acting was so worth it. Now, as a finishing touch, Rayon lifted his eyes, wavering as if he were terrified, and looked at Karun. Even he felt like he couldn't act any better. The eyes of the executives followed his anxious and sorrowful gaze and shifted toward Karun. See, could it be? Was it the Central Martial Palace Master? Is this for real? Their lips trembled as they looked back and forth between Rayon, who was covering his mouth, and Karun, whose veins were bulging in his temple. GRR. Karun bit his lip violently while glaring at Rayon, who sank to the ground. Hey, Ares raised her chin sharply, positioning herself to block Karun's gaze from reaching Rayon. What did you do? It was a short question, but the frightening note to her voice made a chill run down his spine because of her anger. Impossible. Did you really do it? Even Balder's eyes widened in astonishment. You went too far. You should have known some moderation. He clenched his thick fingers tightly, as if he were about to grab Karun by the collar. Glenn wasn't doing anything, his lips tightly sealed even though he'd looked like he was going to take action personally. He was just quietly watching Karun, Ares, and Balder. He didn't do it. Rayon stood up after reading the atmosphere all around the audience chamber. He shook his head with a teary voice. He didn't, but you looked at Karun just now. Balder and Ares tilted their heads, wondering what he was talking about. Even Karun's eyes widened, unable to understand the situation. I don't know if Sir Karun was behind it or not. Rayon shook his hand while letting out a sigh, and Judil came next to him by crawling on her knees. Juval was nowhere to be seen when I returned to my senses, and I was already inside the Central Martial Palace. I was educated to become a maid from there. Judil told them about what had happened in the Central Martial Palace with a teary voice. Then he probably didn't do it, right? I knew it. There's no way Sir Karun would do such a thing. Everyone who suspected him should bow their heads down to the ground. The executives murmured that they were glad it wasn't him, and the direct lines breathed out a sigh of relief. Karun furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. His eyes were asking him what he was even thinking. Are you nervous? I'll make your worries come true. However, Rayon shouted instead of Judil. Judil wasn't simply educated to become a maid in the Central Martial Palace. What? She received maid education during the day, and she was forced to learn how to be a spy at night. It's true. Judil stuttered on purpose and nodded. I was taken by force when I was asleep and was taught how to behave as a spy. I learned how to remove my presence, the distant hearing technique to hear sounds from afar, and the internal control technique that allowed me to control a body's insides. I even had to learn assassination techniques. She leaned forward with teary eyes, unable to finish her sentence. Judil. Juval wrapped his arm around her shoulder and bit his lip. Every single executive was furrowing their brows. It's such a sad story. The sister lived as a spy so that she could see her little brother again, and the brother lived as an assassin in order to save his sister. I don't know who did this, but they really have a demon's heart. Rayon briefly summarized their lives to wrap it up. Did that person separate the siblings, raising one as an assassin and the other as a spy? That's not all. They even used them as hostages against each other. Oh my God. It's better to just kill them. This isn't something that a human being should be doing. Everyone except for the direct lines clenched their fists while looking at Karun. On the other hand, Karun's face had turned as dark as charcoal. I'd like to ask. Rayon stepped forward, hiding Judil behind him. He violently pounded his heart while looking at Karun. Why did the Central Martial Palace even raise a spy? And why did you dispatch that spy to the annex building, Rayon? Ares looked at him in worry. I'm fine. I just want to know why the ones working beneath him had to suffer so much, he declared, then murmured ant by silently moving his lips. You son of a jellyfish. Ares roared as soon as she saw the movement of his lips and dashed at Karun. Swoosh. Karun rapidly raised his hand to defend himself, but Ares's fist still managed to brush past his cheek. Blood started to flow from his right cheek. I didn't do it. Karun calmly shook his head. He was so calm that people would believe that he really didn't do it if they didn't know the truth. I also investigated my palace after I heard it from Rayon, but the one who did it was already dead. He pushed Ares back while telling her that the butler who'd educated Judil as a spy had hung himself. Rayon chuckled quietly upon hearing Karun's voice remain completely calm. How unsightly. He is acting exactly the way I expected. That might be true. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. But I'm still surprised by the fact that Sir Karun didn't know that such a thing was happening inside the central martial palace. It's not like you could be a palace master in name only, you arrogant. Veins bulged violently on his forehead. How regrettable. There's no one to compensate them for their lives. Rayon cut Karun off and held Judil and Juval's shoulders. Wow. Wrath blinked in awe. You're insane. Your acting is getting better and better. How is this even happening? Your acting improved even more than your swordsmanship. You are a transcender now. This isn't an act since it's how I really feel. Screw that shit. What are you even saying now after you even gave them an acting lesson? You're just imagining things. We're just telling them how we're feeling. Imagining. Bullshit. You can deceive the others, but the King of Essence won't be deceived. He will never trust you unless he is blind. Yeah, sure. Rayon poked Wrath's eyes as he kept rambling. The King of Essence's eyes. Even in a situation like that, he rolled on the ground while saying the King of Essence's eyes instead of my eyes. He definitely had a clear ego at least. Rayon slapped Wrath away as he kept squirming and gazed upwards at Karun. I believe we need to give them a chance for vengeance, even if we have to take out on the butler's corpse. He curled his lips into a smile while looking at the deep wrinkles on his forehead. Karun bit his lip while meeting Rayon's confident gaze. You damned bastard. He'd thought Rayon was going to behave as he'd expected when he saw the serious look on his face when he entered the audience chamber. Since he acknowledged his intelligence at least, he believed that an unspoken agreement was formed between them. However, he was gravely mistaken. Rayon Sieghart stirred the emotions of everyone inside the audience chamber to turn them to his side and made him into an official villain. Yes, I missed one thing. He is smart indeed, but he is even more of a nutcase. But even if it's you, you won't be able to do anything more than this. He couldn't stop the Central Martial Palace from getting involved because of Judil, but he would never be able to find proof that he was related to the matter. What I need to do is clear. Karun wiped away the blood flowing from his cheek and straightened his back. Then he just lowered his head at Rayon, Judil, and Juval. As the Central Martial Palace Master, I offer my apologies to you. Even though I wasn't involved, I'll compensate you as much as possible as the master of the Central Martial Palace. He acted confidently instead. He declared that he would take some responsibility even though it wasn't his doing. He captured the gazes of those who didn't completely fall to Rayon's words by showing his generosity. The Central Martial Palace will take responsibility for their lives. Let me apologize once again. Obviously, he didn't mean that he was going to take good care of Judil and Juval. He was threatening that he would take their lives away if Rayon kept defending the Central Martial Palace. Ha. Rayon furtively lowered his gaze. He adjusted the angle to show a sneer towards him but not anyone else. I'm thankful for the offer, but I have no intention of sending them to a place that raised them as a spy and an assassin. They will be so restless there that they won't even be able to eat. She was only educated to be a spy. There was nothing like an assassin. Karun was unable to suppress his urge and furrowed his lips. Oh, that's true. Rayon calmly nodded his head. His expression and the way he spoke clearly implied that he'd said it on purpose to sound him out. I must have been mistaken because you came near the Surin tribe, Palace Master. He brought up the Surin tribe while pretending that it was a coincidence with a cheeky look on his face. He was an irritating man. The Surin tribe. In no way was he there when the assassins attacked. Then he really. Palace Master. The executives swallowed nervously because they could get a grasp of the story. Crack. Karun glared at Rayon while grinding his teeth. His head was lowered, but his lips were curled into a deep smile. You son of an idiot. He wanted to beat him to death immediately, but that was impossible. He had to stay calm as much as possible to escape from such a situation. It will be fine as long as father doesn't do anything. Ares was also a danger, but she couldn't do as she pleased in the manor. He could still live as long as Glenn didn't act. This is so frustrating. Karun shook his head, showing his usual expression and gaze. The others were agitated upon seeing his calm reaction. I simply went there because I saw that the forest was burning and heard the screams. That's true. I'm sure that's what you did. Rayon nodded, saying that that was obviously true. Why is he saying that now? A chill ran down his spine upon hearing that Rayon was taking his side. That was clearly not a good sign. You must have been so worried. worried enough to even kill the head of the assassins, who I had perfectly arrested. Kill the head of the assassins? What do you even mean? Ares asked, shifting his gaze. When the area around the Surin village was exploding, I captured the head of assassins, who was hiding nearby alive. He was about to tell me who was behind the incident, but the central martial palace master suddenly appeared and killed him. Isn't it a rather curious coincidence? He appeared as if he had been waiting for that moment, Rayon murmured, his head still lowered. Everyone could clearly hear him even though he was quiet because his voice was clear and well-pronounced. I'd completely immobilized him, but he immediately cut his body apart. He must have been seriously worried about me. He licked his lips as he spoke. That's the gazes of the executives started to show blatant suspicion. Crack. Karun clenched his fist, his hands hidden behind his back. You damned fox, he could have reacted if he'd revealed that fact from the beginning, but Rayon was telling them about it little by little in order to control their way of thinking and emotions. Their suspicions had grown like a snowball, and it was impossible to deal with anymore. This is a bit late, but I'd like to express my gratitude again. Rayon stood up awkwardly and lowered his head. Karun could see his lips curving all the way up to his earlobes. He wanted to tear his white neck apart. Kring. Ares unsheathed her sword and dashed at Karun. Arg. Even though he was angry, Karun drew his sword to block Ares' strike, but his back reached the wall in no time because he was pushed back by sheer strength. You son of a seaweed, I'm going to kill you right now. Ares engulfed her blade with an astral sphere as if she were seriously going to kill him. The current curved towards Karun's neck with a frightening radiance. Stop. Glenn shook his hand for the first time. Ares lowered her sword and turned around upon hearing his quiet voice. Father, but I told you to stop. Ares bit her lip upon facing the coldness in Glenn's gaze. Glenn closed his eyes while looking at Karun, who was standing behind Ares. Ha. Karun rubbed his fingers while looking at Glenn's face. I'm going to be punished. Glenn wasn't an idiot. He must have noticed faster than anyone else that it was his doing. However, punishing someone like him, who was a successor candidate and a palace master, was a whole different story. Karun guessed that he would call him later on privately to punish him. My lord. Karun was relieved and lowered his hand just before Rayon raised his head. His lips were curved into a faint smile, implying that he had something else up his sleeve. I have something to give you. Rayon briefly nodded while looking at Glenn, who'd stopped the entire situation. I knew he would do that. Even though Glenn had been nice to him recently, it was just because of the rewards he'd earned. It was only natural for him to be nicer to Karun, since he was his son and the closest one to becoming his successor. That was why he'd stirred the emotions and minds of Ares, Balder, and the other executives first. This was the plan when I was in the Surin tribe. However, he had gained another weapon. You have something to give me. Glenn calmly opened his eyes. The coldness in his gaze made him look like a patient who was bound to die. Yes, it's a letter from the leader of Beast Union for you, my lord. Rayon took out Ogram's letter. Glenn simply shook his finger, and the yellow letter floated on its own to enter his grasp. Russell. Glenn furrowed his brow as soon as he spread out the letter. That's bound to happen. After all, the contents of that letter aren't embellished at all. Glenn Sieghart, you've raised your son in a shitty farm plot that can't even be fertilized. I'll overlook this matter to let you save face, but there won't be a next time. However, you don't need to think that you are indebted to me, because your grandson already paid it back. Ogram's daring personality was perfectly apparent in the letter. Glenn was obviously going to furrow his brow upon reading a letter like that. Glenn quietly exhaled and stood up. He incinerated the letter violently, showing that he'd made up his mind. I believe I already told you all not to do anything inhumane, at least. The resonance in his voice was as sharp as a blade piercing into the heart. You've crossed the line separating humans from demons. With a heavy voice, Glenn stepped down from the platform's stairs. Every single step made a majestic pressure spread around him, making it feel like the atmosphere was rumbling. What are you even talking about? Wrath quickly shook his head. That's not even a demon, it's just ugly malice. He shook his head, saying that even demons didn't act like that. Karun Sieghart, yes. Karun bit his lip to the point of bleeding upon reading how furious Glenn was. Come forth. Glenn's eyes glimmered coldly, a fiery intensity burning within them, potent enough to evaporate every drop of blood. I'll teach you how to be a human today. Rayon stood up upon seeing that Glenn was leaving the audience chamber. Where is he going? Glenn suddenly left the audience chamber instead of giving Karun a punishment. It was completely unexpected to everyone. Is he planning to punish him in a different way than I expected? Rayon had guessed that he would cease the Central Martial Palace's activities and suspend him from his duty as a punishment. If he had to add, the Central Martial Palace's achievements and funds would be given to the Light Wind Division instead. Since Karun was the closest to becoming the successor and was pretty much the leader of the direct lines, he'd thought that it would be enough for him. However, Glenn had left the audience chamber while spreading a destructive pressure, implying that he had no intention of letting it end with that. Even he was frightened despite the fact that he wasn't the one who was going to be punished. Karun bit his lip tightly and shifted his gaze. His eyes were as deadly as a blade as he glared at Judil and Juval, one after the other. Just you wait. I won't let it end like this. That was the only thing he said before he followed Glenn out of the audience chamber. The composure was gone from his expression, but his unwavering steps remained confident. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Karun's gait, which was calm until the end. I'm curious about how long you can keep that confidence. To begin with, he had no intention of eliminating Karun with just that. Rayon thought that he had to be the one to put an end to Karun, even if Glenn punished him. After all, his personal revenge was a different matter from the punishment. He was going to personally make the Central Martial Palace kneel in front of him for toying with Judil and Juval's lives and threatening the annex building. We might have to clean up a corpse today. Ares roughly scratched her head and followed Glenn. The head of house is extremely angry. Rimmer came up next to him and chuckled. It's not going to end that easily. Is he actually going to the training ground? Rayon raised his head to look at Rimmer. He could guess where Glenn was going after listening to Ares and Rimmer. Yes, he just declared that he was going to beat up his son. Rimmer casually punched in the air. It might be quite dangerous, as he is using his fist even though he usually resolves matters with words. Rimmer tapped on his shoulder and left the audience chamber. Is the head of house going to use his sword? Follow them quick. How could this happen? There are so many incidents and accidents nowadays. The direct lines and executives also ran outside with pale faces. Stand up. Rayon grabbed Judil and Juval's arms to make them stand since they were confused and were still on their knees. We should go as well. Is this going to be okay? Juval's lips were trembling in panic because the situation had gone out of hand. If this ends up causing an issue for you, young master. The same went for Judil. Her lips were pale from worry. Save the worries for later. Let's get moving for now, Rayon said as he patted their heads and went ahead. You can't miss the spectacle of the man who ruined your lives being thoroughly beaten up. Let's watch it from the best seat. Glenn slowly closed his eyes, walking towards the training ground behind the Lord's manor. It's all my fault. Karun's personality was ruined because he hadn't disciplined him when he had to. He'd let Ares and Karun do whatever they wanted during their childhood, and when they had to be guided to the right path, Glenn was absorbed by darkness. Controlling himself was all he could manage. He'd missed the time when education was important. That was why Agram wasn't exactly wrong when he said that he'd raised his children on a shit-filled farm. He gained the trust of others by willingly taking on Ares' tasks, but at the same time, he had no issue doing the dirty work in the shadows where no one would notice. Glenn hadn't taken any action against Karun, even though he was fully aware of the situation. Changing him was already a monumental task, but more importantly, it felt absurd to assert authority over him because his flaws were mostly his fault. To be honest, he'd thought that it wouldn't be too bad to have someone like Karun since the world was in turmoil. However, he went too far this time. He kidnapped innocent children and raised them as a spy and an assassin, then used them as disposable pawns. It was an unforgivable act. Most importantly, the fact that Rayon's maid had gone through all that irritated him the most. It couldn't be forgiven with a mild punishment, unlike the other times. He turned around, standing at the center of the training ground. Karun was standing in front of him while clenching his back teeth, and Ares and the executives were swallowing nervously, staying back at the outskirts. He would have normally sent the executives away for Karun's honor, but he figured it would be better to show everyone this time and decided not to say anything to them. Glenn apologized in his mind to Rayon, Judil, and Juval, who came out later than the others, and shifted his gaze towards Karun Sieghart. He took a step forward, calling him by his name instead of the title Central Martial Palace Master. Yes, my lord. Karun lowered his head, calling him by his title instead of father. There's a line you cannot cross if you want to live as a human being. Glenn casually shook his hand, and a thin line was engraved on the ground between Karun and himself. It wasn't that thick nor too thin, but it was clearly noticeable. You will either be a human or a demon, depending on whether you cross this line or not. Karun didn't respond and simply stared at the line on the ground. The line is easy to recognize. After all, people know perfectly well whether or not they should cross it. Glenn swept his hair back and furrowed his brow. You crossed the line this time. No, you've done it already before. He gazed down upon Karun, standing in front of the line he'd drawn. I wouldn't really have scolded you even if you killed them because it was necessary for you. I would have overlooked it even if you killed someone from the house because you deemed it necessary. I would have covered up for you if you kidnapped a warrior from another faction. None of that means that you've crossed the line as a human being, however. Glenn clenched his fist and the entire training ground trembled, snapping the line that was drawn on the ground. You toyed with people's lives and mocked them. That is something that only gods and demons should do, yet you did it as a human. He put away his coat and unsheathed heavenly tremor. A tremendous wave of aura burst out and black-red lightning sparked in all directions, as if the entire world were shaking. I want to finish you off right now, but I'll give you a chance since it was also my fault for being unable to educate you. Glenn casually swung his sword, and another line was drawn on the ground. The line was thinner but longer than before. I'll overlook this incident without any punishment if you manage to cross this line, even by a single step. I'll make sure that no one can complain, he declared, lowering heavenly tremor. Are you serious? Karun gritted his teeth while looking at Glenn. I don't go back on my word. If you're ready, draw your sword. Glenn looked around at the executives around them, showing that he was going to keep his word. Shring. Karun bit his lip and unsheathed his sword. He immediately unleashed his will and astral sphere to seize the opportunity. You should go all out, because if you don't. Glenn raised heavenly tremor. It pointed high up to pierce the sky, and he immediately swung it down. You are going to die. The moment his aura gleamed at the tip of the blade, a burst of red-black lightning erupted right in front of Karun. Wham! Rayan used the evil eye of wrath to peer through the lightning that obscured his vision. Wham! Karun couldn't keep his balance and was sent flying as the astral sphere in his control was shattered to pieces like a rag. Karun wiped away the blood flowing from his lips with his trembling hands. He was internally injured from fending off a single strike. Is that all? Glenn turned his head while swinging heavenly tremor, which was engulfed in wavering lightning. Did you really decide to toy with other people's lives with that skill? Hop. Karun inhaled and used his footwork to the right side, where Glenn wasn't present. He unleashed his sword strike at the lightning in front of him. The noble and disciplined sword technique created an astral sphere to break through the wall of lightning. Kring. He used that momentum to cross the line on the ground, but Glenn unleashed a technique that looked as casual as chasing away a butterfly. Lightning strikes flashed one after another from the tip of his blade, shattering Karun's attack and striking him relentlessly. Wham! The shield of the astral sphere covering Karun's body was destroyed, and he rolled on the ground like a ball that was kicked away. Cough! Karun coughed up blood while looking at the line on the ground, which wasn't tarnished at all. Karun. Glenn lowered heavenly tremor and exhaled weakly. You had the talent in martial arts. If you'd used your time for the martial arts instead, you would have reached even higher than Ares by now. Glenn wasn't only beating Karun with his sword, but also with his words. I just wanted to become the head of house. Karun gritted his teeth and stood up. His teeth looked completely red because of the blood. You could have done it. Since Ares wasn't interested in becoming the head of house, you would have been the successor if you managed to reach the same realm as her. However, you've shifted your gaze to something other than yourself. You moved toward the darkness instead of taking the shortest path, and that's why you couldn't surpass your current realm. Glenn furrowed his brow and met Karun's wavering eyes. If you'd just taken the wrong path, you could have just gone back. However, your sword set foot into the muddy path. It can't be reversed even if you regret it. Ka. Stand up, what you've done cannot be forgiven that easily. He shook his finger, his cold gaze more suitable for facing an enemy than his son, because I haven't even got started yet. Lightning fell upon him at the same time as his quiet declaration. Karun rolled on the ground in order to dodge the lightning. However, Glenn's lightning bent in a spiral like a living creature and smashed into Karun's waist. Wham! Karun's body trembled, his waist bent like a nail that was struck by a hammer. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth and waist. Rayon's fingers trembled as he witnessed that scene. He is serious. Karun was gaining even more internal injuries than external injuries. The mana circuits all around his body were damaged, and his energy center was drastically injured as well. Even if the punishment stopped right there, he would have needed to recover for multiple months at least. Huff. Karun stood back up and faced Glenn, even though it would have been understandable if he stayed on the ground. He was a nasty person, but his pride was worthy of recognition, at least. Gah! He let out a roar and dashed forward. Even though he was bleeding from all over his body because of the ruptured muscles and mana circuits, he still thrust his sword forward. The huge current bursting from the tip of his blade was as big as a tidal wave. It was an extremely advanced sword technique that Rayon wouldn't be able to fend off even if he'd gone all out. However, Glenn didn't waver in the slightest while facing that technique. He raised heavenly tremor, his eyes remaining as calm as if he were merely enjoying a quiet tea time. Nothing like the powerful lightning from before existed anymore. It was purely a sword technique. The dignified sword art ascending to the sky wasn't that flashy or heavy. Crack. Karun's attack was destroyed, and his sword shattered like glass. Crimson blood gushed from his chest as his eyes widened in disbelief. Rayon swallowed nervously while observing Glenn's sword technique. It's the Azure Sky Sword. Moreover, it's a technique that I haven't managed to learn yet. Glenn had destroyed Karun's attack with the Azure Sky Sword's technique that he'd taught him instead of the lightning technique that he usually used. It couldn't have been his intention to teach him, but a small enlightenment stimulated his brain. Gov. Karun went on his knees. The way he gasped for breath made it look like he was about to die. Don't do that yet. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Karun. Stand back up already. It wasn't because he wanted Karun to die. He just wanted to watch Glenn's sword technique a bit more. It would be too regrettable if it ended like that, since it was even more educational than when he was the sparring opponent. You are seriously a madman. Wrath shook his head in disbelief. Are you seriously still thinking about training in this situation? He ruffled his hair, shouting at him to stop it already. Rayon ignored Wrath's hand and looked at Karun, who'd stood back up. After he made his astral sphere explode, he dashed towards the line but got beaten by another Azure Sky sword technique and collapsed on the ground like a scarecrow with broken legs. Karun let out a heated groan while clutching his wound, unable to withstand the pain anymore. He bit his lip to the point of bleeding while looking at the line on the ground, which seemed much too far away. Karun Sieghart. Glenn shook his head, standing in front of the line that was driving Karun to despair. Did you really toy with other people's lives when you can't even cross this line? Karun was unable to respond and hung his head. He seemed to be losing consciousness because he'd lost too much blood. Bring me everything about what you've made and done. You understood. Karun nodded while coughing up blood. The black color of the blood implied that his internal injury had further intensified. Denier Balder. Yes, Denier and Balder swallowed nervously and stood in front of Glenn. Mobilize the wise Martial Palace and the true Martial Palace to search through the entirety of the central Martial Palace. Investigate everything about it. Do not miss even the smallest detail. Understood. Yes. The two quickly responded and lowered their heads. The central Martial Palace will cease its operations, and Karun Sieghart will be suspended. I'm not going to set a duration. The fact that there was no set duration implied that it could last forever. Understood. Karun straightened his back and lowered his head even though his pale face looked like he was about to die. Rayon thought that he was as good as him in terms of patience alone, considering how he managed to stand back up in his state. And Glenn returned heavenly tremor to the scabbard and lowered his gaze. Bring everyone that you've toyed with and apologize to them personally. Karun was unable to respond and simply bit his lip. If you don't want to do it, there's another option. Of course. I'll do it. He lowered his head, realizing what the other option would be. Rayon narrowed his eyes while examining Karun's condition. He is on the verge of death. Glenn had ordered a suspension for an indefinite period of time, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to stand up even without that. We are from the 6 kings, not the 5 demons. Don't cross the line that allows you to remain a human being. Karun closed his eyes and collapsed before he could even respond to Glenn's last line. However, the last groan from him sounded like a sneer. Take him back. Glenn gestured with his hand, and the warriors who'd been waiting carried Karun on their backs, running out of the training ground. You should also keep this in mind. He shook his head while looking at the executives one after the other. He was continuously telling them to keep the line, as if he were afraid of something. I knew it. Problem occurred as soon as you arrived. Rayon was quietly watching Glenn when Rimmer came up to him. What? The sky suddenly turned dark as soon as I heard about your return. I expected trouble, even though I didn't expect it to be this big. He curled his lips into a smile while pointing at the sky. That's why today is the perfect day. Rimmer chuckled and stood in front of Glenn, who was about to turn around. I have something to tell you, my lord. What is it? Glenn turned back and looked at Rimmer. I have actually contemplated this a lot. I could be greedy or selfish, but I made up my mind when I saw today's incident. I believe I can hand it over now. Rimmer went on his knees and placed his prosthetic arm over the left side of his chest. I'm going to resign as the Light Wind Division's leader today, and he met Glenn's red eyes, his eyes brimming with conviction. I recommend Rayon Sieghart as the Light Wind Division leader. Glenn furrowed his brow as if he'd heard an unreasonable request. Division leader. Rayon dashed forward and held Rimmer's shoulder. What are you even talking about? Why are you handing over the division leader's spot all of a sudden? Rayon had thought that he could return to the annex building and rest assured because the issue with Karun was resolved, but he was hit with a wave of dizziness because Rimmer suddenly declared he would hand over the division leader position. It's about time. Rimmer grinned while looking back at him. Since you can even stand up against the central Martial Palace Master for your maid and her brother, you should be able to protect the Light Wind Division against anyone. I believe in you. He nodded heavily, showing that he was serious about it, but this is still too sudden. Rayon bit his lip while looking at Rimmer. Becoming the division leader was fine since he was a vice division leader in name only and had been doing the leader's job anyway. The reason he was panicking wasn't because of the division leader's position, but because he had a feeling that Rimmer was planning to leave the Light Wind Division. Why are you trying to retire now when you even gained a prosthetic arm? Is there an issue? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Rimmer's right arm. No. Rimmer shook his head while swinging the prosthetic arm like a windmill. It's perfectly fine. It's even better than my original arm. Then why? I'm not going to retire. He smiled while holding Rayon's shoulder. I'm just going to step back and you are going to climb in rank. We are only swapping the positions. Rimmer shook his head, saying that he had no intention of leaving the Light Wind Division yet. Why would I resign from this sweet job that pays me even if I don't do anything? He rubbed his fingers, saying that he still had a lot of debt to pay back. Ah. Rayon nodded his head, acknowledging the calmness in Rimmer's eyes. That's what he was talking about. He thought that Rimmer was going to leave the Light Wind division, but fortunately, he was only inheriting the division leader's position. You'll make a good division leader. Rimmer patted his shoulder with his left arm, the one made of flesh and blood, instead of his prosthetic arm. Make Rayon Sieghart a division leader. Well, he is competent enough for it. To be honest, he should be even better than Rimmer. The executives were the first ones to react to Rimmer's suggestion. They nodded, saying that it seemed to be a good idea. By the way, Aries tilted her head in bewilderment. Wasn't Rayon the Light Wind division leader already, though? That's true. I also thought that Rayon was the Light Wind division leader. I thought he already inherited the position. Rayon even writes the reports, doesn't he? She wasn't the only one. The other executives also found it strange and their eyes widened. What are you talking about? I'm the Light Wind division leader for now. Rimmer shook his hand, telling them to stop saying nonsense. Cheryl rubbed her chin and came in front of Rimmer, who manages the training ground, Rayon, who assigns tasks to the members, Rayon, who sends the progress report during a mission, Rayon. What about the reports and financial documents after you return? Cheryl's voice became lower and lower, showing that she was getting angry as she asked. Rayon. Rimmer stuttered in the end. He seemed to have noticed where it was leading. Can you really call yourself a human being? I'm an elf, though. Shut up. Rimmer fell to his knees, but Cheryl kicked him without reserve. Glenn stepped aside to give her more room to beat Rimmer up. But that's the subordinate's job. I'm doing the division leader's job perfectly fine. Rimmer shook his head, saying that everything she'd mentioned was the vice division leader's job. Then let me ask this time. Aries furrowed her brow and stood on Rimmer's right side. Who devises the plan before a mission? Rayon, of course. Who makes the decisions during a mission? Rayon. Who takes care of the enemy's leader during the battle? Rayon, too. Hey, you're just a parasite. She couldn't suppress her urge anymore and smashed his head with her fist. Whack! Along with the thundering noise of a landslide, Rimmer's neck sank into his shoulders like a turtle into its shell. Ach! Rimmer screamed so that she would stop hitting him, but Aries never stopped. You don't do anything at all. That's why everyone thought Rayon was the division leader all along. You're better off dead. Cheryl ran up to him again and started to stomp on him. Glenn stepped back once again, allowing them to step on Rimmer even harder. That's why I'm giving him my position. Rimmer shook his hand and managed to escape from Cheryl and Aries' stomping. My lord, please say something. Glenn shook his head with a furrowed brow. I also thought that Rayon was the Light Wind division leader. He seemed to be serious about it, considering that he said it in such a serious situation. Arg, what the hell? Rimmer shook his head in disbelief. You can't be doing this to me, my lord. Do you know how much? Shut up, Glenn twisted his lips and unleashed his lightning. Rumble. Rimmer was struck by the lightning and tumbled on the ground, his body charred black. You are just a leech wasting a salary. Glenn kicked Rimmer's charred body away and walked up to Rayon. Rayon Sieghart. Yes, my lord, what do you think about it? He lowered his eyebrows, asking if he really could do the division leader's job. The Light Wind division is currently the center of attention in the entire continent, not just Sieghart. Team leaders are masters, and the team members are at the highest level of expert. Some of them even have the potential of becoming masters soon. Glenn calmly shook his hand. The attention of the people isn't always a good thing. The Light Wind division has made many enemies, too. You can't hope for someone to save you every single time. Can you become the wall to protect your subordinates even when your life is in danger? Glenn's question was asking for something even further than the division leader's job. Rayon could feel that he'd been thoroughly watching the Light Wind division. As you said, the Light Wind division has many enemies. However, I could not call myself a swordsman of Sieghart if I was afraid of the enemies and went into hiding. I'll create a Light Wind division that terrifies our enemies so that they will avoid us rather than try to fight us, Rayon declared, pounding on the left side of his chest with his right fist. And don't worry about me protecting my subordinates. Rayon smiled while looking at Rimmer, who was trying to stand up while faltering. That was the one thing I clearly learned. Is that so? Glenn looked at Rayon and Rimmer one after the other and nodded his head. His face looked slightly more energetic. You will become a good division leader. Unexpectedly, he complimented him right away and patted his shoulder. Even though it was unexpected, Rayon thought it was understandable considering the situation. Rayon Sieghart is hereby appointed as the Light Wind division leader. The executive sent a dignified round of applause upon hearing Glenn's declaration. Congratulations. Grats. Cheryl and Aries came next to him and smiled faintly. The appointment was rather late, considering your abilities. I'm looking forward to your cooperation. See you during the next conference of division leaders. You'll get to learn how frightening the seniors are. The executives also congratulated him with smiles on their faces. The direct lines were simply furrowing their brows without saying anything. My lord. Rayon took a step towards Glenn. I apologize for my rudeness, but I have a request. A request? Yes, can I request that you protect Judil and Juval? Why, young master, we're fine. Judil and Juval widened their eyes and shook their hands to his unexpected request. Don't say that. Glenn shook his head while looking at those two. Don't feel pressured by it, not when it is only natural that I do so. He shook his head, saying that they shouldn't worry about it. He returned to the Lord's manor, calling for Ares, Balder, and Denier to come with him. Rayon. As soon as Glenn disappeared, Rimmer suddenly stood up and came up next to him. He was spreading a burning scent all around him. Since you're a division leader now, I have some things to teach you. I'm listening. First of all, the financial documents. I've been doing it all along, though. Then about the reports. I've been writing them, too. Then talk to the head of house from time to time when he is bored. You should keep doing that one. He had nothing helpful to teach him in the end. I also have something to tell you. What is it? Are you sure you can withstand my training? Because you're my subordinate now. Rimmer's eyes widened, showing that he hadn't thought about that part. The training is a bit too much. Wait a moment. He quickly shook his head. Haven't you been doing that already? You've always called me along with the others and forced me to train. That's true. Rayon nodded. He realized that he'd been the division leader for a long time already. He sighed because of the ridiculous realization, and Rimmer gave him a thumbs up with a grin on his face. It's so sweet to be a deadweight. Stop that. Rayon couldn't hold himself back anymore and kicked Rimmer. He was seriously asking for a beating. What's a sweet deadweight? Let's eat it right away. Wrath suddenly jolted even though he was yawning in boredom. Rayon closed his eyes tightly after looking at Rimmer and Wrath. This is so exhausting. Rayon returned to the annex building with Juval and Judil. Sylvia and the maids were already out in the garden, probably because they'd heard the news about his return. Judil. Sylvia dashed at them right away and hugged Judil. Madam. Judil bit her lip tightly in Sylvia's embrace. She seemed to be trying to suppress her emotions, but her eyes were becoming slightly moist. I was so worried. You should have said something at least before you left. Sylvia hit Judil's back with the hand that was hugging her. But I'm glad that you returned safely. Welcome back, I'm sorry. Judil hung her head, repeatedly whispering apologies, and Sylvia's shoulder gradually grew damp. Judil, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Helen, Yua, and the other maids also came running and surrounded Judil and Sylvia. Rather than asking for her circumstances, they breathed a sigh of relief at the fact that Judil was safe. Judil, where have you been? Or are you okay? Encia and Cian also came closer and observed Judil's complexion. Juval grabbed her wrist tightly with his trembling hand while looking at the maids surrounding Judil. He seemed to be impressed by the fact that so many people were worried about his sister. Rayon. Sylvia raised her gaze while rubbing Judil's back. What even happened? You said you would explain it after you returned. I didn't say anything like that, thou. Tell her that you said you would. You seriously can't read the mood. Wrath smacked the back of his head. Is he even a human? He should be a demon. He furrowed his brow, calling him so insensitive. Rayon nodded while rubbing the back of his head that was smacked by Wrath. Then we should stay back for now. Helen was going to return with the other maids, but Sylvia shook her head. No, let's listen to him together. There should be no secrets between family. She made everyone sit on the ground in the garden, not leaving out a single person. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Sylvia. It looks like she has changed a little. No, that might be my mother's original personality. Sylvia had become more confident and steadfast than before once her energy center had recovered. It was befitting behavior for a Sieghart swordsman like she'd taught him. Her might has changed even more, though. She had already recovered to the intermediate master level. Actually, she was almost at the advanced master's realm. Even though the artificial energy center contained as much mana as a grandmaster, her growth was still extremely fast. He could tell why people were saying that she was the most talented among Glenn's children. Tell us about it now. Sylvia looked around at everyone and nodded. It started quite a long time ago, when Judil first arrived. Rayon told everyone in the garden what had happened so far. I'm sorry. After his story ended, Judil went on her knees and lowered her head to the ground. I deceived everyone, including you, madam. I really have no excuse. Stop it, Sylvia interrupted her and hugged her again. It must have been hard. Judil's shoulders trembled violently upon hearing her gentle voice. The maids didn't say anything either and joined Sylvia to hug Judil together. So you're Juval. Sylvia raised her head to look at Juval with Judil still in her arms. And nice to meet you. I'm Juval's lips trembled in panic. Welcome to the annex building. Sylvia smiled brightly at Juval like a flower under the dappling sunlight. Even though she'd heard that Juval had been living as an assassin, she wasn't afraid of or angry at him. She simply accepted him. The other maids also smiled to welcome Judil's little brother. Rayon had expected that Sylvia and the maids would accept Juval and Judil because of their painful lives, but they were treating them even better than his expectations. Rayon was just thankful to them. Let's go in. Sylvia grabbed Juval and Judil's hands and headed towards the annex building. We've prepared the special treat in the annex building for you. She smiled cheerfully, telling them to wait for just a moment. Food, special treat, delicious stuff. Wrath had been expressing his anger with his arms crossed, but he flew towards the annex building faster than anyone else as soon as he heard that it was time to eat. This is where I feel the most at ease, after all. Rayon chuckled as he watched Sylvia and the maids from behind, as well as Wrath, who was wagging his tail. Come here already. The King of Essence won't be able to eat if you don't. I'm coming. The ragged Saint Frederick examined Karun's body with a gloomy gaze. It wouldn't be strange if he died. Glenn had carved a scar that could hardly be healed inside Karun's body, as if he was trying to kill him. A slight delay in treatment would have left Karun crippled or even dead. Well, it's understandable, though. Karun had done something that a human being should never do. He could feel Glenn's anguish and pain as he had to drive his son to the verge of death. Frederick furrowed his brow and tapped one of Karun's vitals with his finger. Black blood oozed from the pores all around Karun's body down to his skin, which had turned as red as if it had been burned. He didn't stop moving his finger even though he was breaking out in cold sweat. His hand kept stimulating his mana circuits as if the passage of time didn't exist anymore, and it only stopped when the dim moonlight clashed against the window. Ha. Frederick lowered his hand and put the medicine inside Karun's mouth. Karun slowly opened his eyes after enough time had passed to finish a cup of tea. His grown and trembling lips showed that his pain was intense. You finally woke up, Frederick sighed while touching Karun's forehead. The saint, did you see the road to heaven? Karun furrowed his brow upon remembering why he was beaten up by Glenn. Why did you do that? He closed his eyes without saying anything. Well, whatever, I'm not here to blame you anyway. Frederick examined Karun's state once again and shook his head. Even though you are a grandmaster, your internal injuries are too severe. A few weeks won't be enough to completely recover. I'm well aware. Karun calmly nodded, implying that he was aware of his own condition. You've escaped the throes of death, but the inside of your body is completely ragged. Don't even cultivate your aura for a while. Yes. I'll be back at dawn. Frederick watched Karun for a moment then stood up. You should rest. He shook his hand and left the medical ward. Ha, Karun finally opened his closed eyes. I still have my aura at least. As Frederick had said, his energy center and mana circuits had been torn apart like a rag, but it wasn't impossible for him to recover. It would take a long time, but it seemed possible to recover at least. I didn't expect my father to take action. He'd thought that he might be severely punished, but hadn't expected him to personally beat him. He figured that he would need to change his predictions of Glenn. Ha. Do you regret it? Karun sighed, and a coquettish voice could be heard from below the hospital bed. A faint light wavered from the dark shadow, and a man wearing a pure white robe without a speck of dust floated in the air. You. Karun wasn't surprised and simply furrowed his brow, implying that he'd seen him before. You should have joined forces with us. This wouldn't have happened if you did, the robed man sneered while shaking his head. How did you get in here? We exist everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The robed man shook his head, showing his refusal to answer his question. What do you think? How about becoming our ally now? He raised his snow-white hand. If you do, we will get rid of Rayon Zekart and make you the head of Zekart. Karun sneered while looking at the robed man. Do you think that vermin like you can do it when you can't even take advantage of the information I provided? I'm sorry to hear that. It was because your information was wrong. The robed man shook his head. Anyway, you've made up your mind now, haven't you? He extended his transparent hand towards Karun. There's only one way left for you now. Stop with your bullshit and disappear. Karun glared at the robed man with bloodshot eyes. Didn't you desire to become the head of house? I do. No, I am going to become the head. However, it's meaningless if I don't achieve it with my own strength. He violently ground his teeth like a beast. It would be difficult in your current state. No, it's impossible. I'm Karun Zekart. I might destroy Zekart myself if I can't become the head of house, but I have no intention of joining forces with trash from the outside. Karun clenched his fist despite the weak state of his body, showing his determination to never go back on his word. The robed man shook his head. Seriously, people from Zekart have too much pride. He extended his hands and brought them together into a chopping motion. You seriously don't know your place when you are just a fly that has lost its wings. A bug that doesn't know its place. The robed man slammed his hands down at Karun. Needs to be stomped to death. At that moment, a red lightning sparked and grasped the robed man's wrist. Crack, it was Glenn Zekart. The man who should have been in the Lord's manor had smashed the robed man's wrist all the way to the bones. You shouldn't leave the window open. Glenn's red eyes were oppressing the moonlight seeping through the window. After all, a bug managed to enter. Karun's eyes widened at Glenn's sudden appearance. Why is my father here? His hospital room was located far away from the Lord's manor. He couldn't understand how he got there, as it should have been impossible for him to have noticed that presence from so far away without using aura perception, even for Glenn. Gah! The robed man realized that his wrist and bone were shattered and screamed. Gee, Glenn Zeekhart, why are you here? You have no right to question me. Glenn punched the robed man in the mouth. Smack. The man's teeth scattered like corn kernels. Glenn was preventing him from using the poison in his mouth. Uog. The robed man collapsed with a strange groan. He seemed to be completely incapacitated by the lightning energy that Glenn had shoved into him. Where did you come from? Glenn made the robed man kneel on the ground and turned his chin. It was a short question, but he could learn a lot from it. The robed man simply let out a groan while leaning forward instead of answering his question. You don't need to answer if you don't want to. Glenn nodded, telling him to do as he wished. Crimson lightning sparked, and the robed man started to flail his limbs about as if he were having a seizure. Arg, a red flower bloomed on the white robe he was wearing. It was his blood flowing from his pores because Glenn's lightning energy was scorching his entire body. Huff. The robed man couldn't even breathe properly, gasping for breath with a pale face. Karun swallowed nervously as he witnessed that scene. His entire body is being controlled. Glenn was putting pressure on his entire body with his lightning energy. Forget moving his fingers, he couldn't even breathe as he wanted. You are rather determined for vermin. Glenn nodded his head with an unwavering gaze. You can try to withstand it if you want to, however, your body isn't yours anymore. Q-hoo-hoo. Just as Glenn was about to twist the lightning energy like a wire, the robed man groaned and sneered at the same time. What do you think is going to happen if it isn't mine? Glenn sensed the irregularity and moved his energy rapidly, enhancing the pressure that was controlling him. Cough, but the man coughed up a dangerous amount of blood, ignoring the intensified suppression. Why your time will end soon, Glenn Zeekha. The robed man perished after he murmured something incomprehensible. Glenn wasn't flustered even though it was an unexpected situation. He calmly extended his hand to cut his man's chest open. There was something about him. He had stopped the robed man's aura and muscles perfectly on top of taking out the poison hidden between his teeth. Considering the fact that he'd still perished after that, there was definitely something hidden inside his heart. PSH. Glenn grasped the thing that was showing a small movement inside the robed man's heart, which was being covered in blood. It was a bug that looked like a centipede, so small that ordinary people couldn't even see it. However, its teeth were too big in comparison, giving it a grotesque appearance. A rage worm. Glenn furrowed his brow while looking at the worm, which was going limp as it exhausted its strength. The shape was slightly different from the ones he knew of, but the rage worm was the only thing that could be hidden inside the heart. He could guess that the man had perished because of that nasty sorcery. A group that uses rage worms. The Black Tower and Eden were the only ones who might use the rage worm among the 5 demons, but that didn't guarantee that one of them was the perpetrator. It could be a new group, or the white blood religion, judging by the color of the robe. Glenn pushed back the man's hood. As expected, his face was unfamiliar. Glenn put his corpse down and shifted his gaze towards Karun, who had become quiet. Father. Karun tried to stand up, but he was unable to move because he had no strength left in his body. How did you get here? Who is he? Glenn asked instead of answering. I don't know either. Karun shook his head after taking a glance at the robed man's corpse. He approached me before and asked for an alliance, but I ignored him. What did he say back then? He said he would make me the head of house. Head of house? How? He said that he would eliminate the successor candidates one by one. Glenn furrowed his brow because that was enough for him to understand what happened. Did you sell him information about Rayon? Ha. Karun briefly licked his lips. The fact that he was asking about Rayon implied that he'd heard his entire conversation with the man. Yes, I did, but it looks like you didn't give correct information. What's the reason? I gave him fake information because I thought figuring out their identity took priority, but they never revealed themselves. They were rather skilled. Then why didn't you accept the offer of an alliance despite how skilled they are? Glenn asked, gazing down upon Karun coldly. Karun briefly closed his eyes before opening them again. His distorted face showed that he was in pain just from speaking, but he endured the pain to answer his question. I'm the Northern Conqueror's son. While I may commit inhuman acts, I will never do anything to betray Zeekhart. Just as I told him, I have no intention of letting outsiders set foot on this land, even if it means destroying Zeekhart with my own hands. He declared his true intention like a pledge. Glenn was speechless. He was still staring at Karun coldly. You. Just as he was about to speak, Frederick violently opened the door and entered. What's going on? Why is there a corpse here? Frederick shouted in astonishment. We'll need to change his room. Move Karun to somewhere near the main building. Glenn pointed at Karun's bed. Hey, tell me what happened before you leave. Who is this guy? Let's have a drink later. He left after only saying that much. Glenn went to Cheryl and Roan, who'd been waiting outside the hospital room, and handed over the rage worm corpse. This is Roan narrowed his eyes while looking at the rage worm that fell into his hand. It was a peculiar rage worm. Don't limit yourselves to the 5 demons. Investigate every single faction that is rumored to use rage worms. Yes, understood. Cheryl and Roan responded seriously, unlike when they were talking about Rayon, and disappeared towards the Lord's manor. Did you say that my time will be over soon? Glenn touched Heavenly Tremor's scabbard while glancing towards the annex building. You will be the first to perish before my time is over. I'll make you regret ever making Sieghart your enemy. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive, standing on the lake behind the annex building. Just as he was about to raise his sword overhead, Wrath suddenly appeared. Hell yeah, Wrath exclaimed while rubbing his plump belly. The food at home is the best. He can never get tired of it no matter how many times he has it. Wrath licked his lips thoroughly, saying that he was satisfied with the meal. It would feel like heaven if a bead ice cream was added on top. Didn't someone promise to give me some delicious things for a while? Wrath rubbed his hands, wanting to be in heaven despite being a demon king. That was last time, though. You are supposed to do it more than once. Keep your promise. Let's go to the shop tomorrow. Rayon quickly shook his hand because he had a feeling that Wrath was going to keep talking all day long if he didn't do anything about it. Wow, you actually became broad-minded upon being promoted to division leader. You might become a big man once you become a demon king. That's never going to happen. You never know. Wrath returned to the bracelet, telling him that he'd see him again the next day. Rayon shook his head and raised Heavenly Drive above his head. He slashed downwards with a soft snap of his wrist. The graceful wind caused by the sword cut through the moon reflected on the lake. Kring, the mysterious sight looked like the moon was splitting apart, but Rayon shook his head with a furrowed brow. This isn't right. Glenn had destroyed Karun's advanced attack with a simple swing of his sword, similar to a basic technique. Rayon wanted to recreate his prowess, which seemed to merge his emotions and will, but it obviously wasn't working out too well. Doing it is indeed different from watching. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and rapidly slashed upwards. The swing looked like a huge serpent ascending to the sky upon becoming a dragon. It was the Azure Sky sword technique that Glenn had displayed. Kring, the red current ascended along with the blade. Its momentum looked like it was going to split the sky apart but faded away eventually. A red trail was left in the air like a comet. This isn't right either. Unlike his slash, Glenn's sword was so majestic that it looked like it was forging the sky itself. The difference was laughable because it was even greater than the difference between a mighty long spear and a toothpick. I guess it's impossible to mimic his move right away after all, even though his mental world had improved and the Ring of Fire was with him. It was impossible to immediately learn a transcender like Glenn's technique and enlightenment. Of course, that's not enough reason to give up. Rayon's real weapon wasn't a talent to copy other people's moves, but his tenacity to keep trying until he could. He resolved to keep trying until it worked and activated the Azure Sky sword once again. Kring, he furrowed his brow because the balance was even worse than his first attempt. Then he suddenly heard a heavy voice from behind him. You lost your posture. Rayon swallowed nervously and turned around. Glenn had arrived before he knew it and was standing in front of the lake. My lord, he hadn't even noticed his arrival. Rayon's heart pounded even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Greetings, my lord. That's enough, he was trying to greet him, but Glenn shook his hand and walked onto the lake. Even though he was stepping on water, it didn't even create the smallest wave on the surface. It was as if he were walking on the ground. What brings you here? That idiot Ogram said that you've repaid my debt in my stead. Glenn furrowed his brow as if it hurt his pride. Rayon blinked while looking at Glenn's serious gaze. It looks like he's feeling a bit better. Glenn's face was extremely stiff, but he seemed a lot brighter than when he was punishing Karun before. What you've done is definitely not a simple matter. It wouldn't have been strange if a war broke out between Sieghart and the Beast Union, and you stopped that war. Glenn walked up to him with an expression that could hardly be read and nodded his head. Good job, it was nothing. He just wanted to save Judil and Juval. Rayon shook his head since he hadn't done that for such a great purpose. The fact remains, even if you act humble. Glenn took a book and a golden tablet from his clothes. I summarized my interpretation of your sword techniques and the Azure Sky Sword. I wrote down my personal thoughts, so just use it without trying to follow it no matter what. He handed him the book as he spoke. It was giving off the characteristic scent of a new book, implying that it was recently written. Rayon carefully accepted the book and opened it. The interpretations of his martial arts were written in beautiful and powerful handwriting, and every single one was extremely detailed. Rayon could feel that Glenn had been watching him thoroughly. Since there isn't much time left until the duel to death, it should be better to take another look at yourself instead of learning a new sword technique or martial art. You don't need to thank me like that. I didn't make it alone. Glenn shook his head, saying that the leader of Shadow Agents and Shirl also worked hard on it, and he slowly turned around. He closed his eyes, stepping on the moon reflected on the lake. Congratulations on becoming the division leader. It was the last thing he said before he left the lake. Rayon lowered his head towards Glenn as he quietly left. The book in his hand felt warm for some reason. Dawn at the 5th training ground was busy, unlike other times. Did you hear the news? Buran licked his lips while walking up to Martha. The one about Rayon becoming the division leader. So you knew about it. Of course I did. The entire house is making a fuss about it. Martha shook her head, saying that you had to be deaf not to know about it. It will be a bit easier for us in the future because that lazy beggar isn't our division leader anymore. She smiled, saying that the Light Wind Division was finally going to run as it should. Well, anyone would be better than that division leader. Burin chuckled while looking at the platform where Rimmer usually took a nap. But doesn't it feel rather strange? Because the person who's been training with us all along is becoming a division leader. Martha smiled faintly, as if she were thinking about the past. That's true. He was just a little kid back then. Burin rubbed his chin while reminiscing about the past. By the way, he followed Martha's gaze but suddenly furrowed his brow. What should we call Rayon from now on? What do you mean by that? While he was the vice division leader, we called him by his name and spoke to him casually. He didn't really mind it either, but now he is a division leader. Why are you even asking? Martha shook her hand as if it were an obvious question. Naturally, we have to call him the division leader and speak with courtesy. What? Burin's eyes widened at Martha's words. He even gasped because of how strange it was for her to say that, since she looked like she was going to hate the idea the most. The division leader is the position that leads the entire division from the front. Everyone's lives will be in danger if the line of command is broken. We have to treat him accordingly when the other members are watching, although it could be fine when it's just between us, Martha calmly declared, showing that she'd already made up her mind. Division leader Rayon. Runan secretly approached them and nodded. Yes, call him that from now on. Martha nodded and showed her approval. Team leader Miss Rakshasha. Runan pointed at Martha next and very slightly raised the corners of her lips. You damn sleepyhead. Martha violently ground her teeth and dashed at Runan. Miss Rakshasa, Peewees, don't get angry. Shut up, okay. Runan froze up the ground and leaped backward. Burin narrowed his eyes while watching Martha as she started to rampage. How unexpected. Since Martha had always spoken to Rayon casually, Burin had thought that her attitude wouldn't change even though he had become a division leader. However, she declared that they should show their respect towards Rayon before anyone else. It made him smile before he knew it because it felt like the child with a bad personality had matured. Wham! As Burin was smiling while watching the small war between Martha and Runan, the training grounds door opened and Rimmer entered along with Rayon. Line up. He immediately gathered the Light Wind Division and ran up to the platform. Rayon stood at the Vice Division leader's position behind the platform, and Rimmer stepped forward. I'm sure everyone has heard about it. He chuckled as he faced the Light Wind Division's gazes, which seemed to burn red with passion. The leader of this division changed yesterday. Rimmer calmly examined the team leaders and all the plane members one after the other and nodded his head. It really was a huge pain. Crane shook his head while looking at Rimmer. I even want to praise myself for not being influenced by that laziness, Martha said as she looked at Rimmer with a frown. He commuted to the gambling house more often than the training ground. After all, Burin sighed. He seemed to be thinking about how he had to visit various gambling houses in order to find Rimmer. I'm sleepy. Runan shook her hand, asking them to quickly proceed with it. You bastards, can't you read the mood? You should act nicely at a time like this. Rimmer's face turned red because he'd imagined a beautiful scene of departure. How could you have a beautiful departure after everything you've done? And you aren't even leaving. You are just being demoted to Vice Division Leader. Isn't that too good for him? He will be a salary thief since he'll be paid without doing anything at all. I'm jealous of his life. Stop it. Rayon stepped forward, stopping the Light Wind Division as they started to rustle. He might be a sloth, a gambling addict, a drunkard, and a beggar, but he was still our division leader. You should restrain yourselves while you're defending me, right? Rimmer clutched his chest as if he were in pain and his lips trembled. He didn't work, nor did he train or do any maintenance, but... Stop right there, it hurts. He shook his head with an even more pained expression than when he was beaten up by Glenn. Upon hearing his shout, the Light Wind Division also unsheathed their swords and performed a sword salute. The playful atmosphere was completely gone. The fifth training ground was brimming with courtesy and seriousness. Rimmer looked at the swordsmen one after the other, all of whom used to be his disciples but had become his subordinates. Rimmer gestured with his hand, and Rayon stood at the front of the platform. I'm the new division leader, Rayon Sieghart. Rayon performed a sword salute, meeting the Light Wind Division's eyes, which felt like they were sparkling. I'm looking forward to your cooperation. I'm looking forward to your cooperation, too. The Light Wind Division, including the team leaders, shouted loudly and lifted their swords towards Rayon. Their voices were at least twice as loud as when they were sending Rimmer off. I hate you. Rimmer briskly turned his head to show his displeasure. Yes, of course. Everyone in the Light Wind Division nodded with bright smiles on their faces upon hearing that becoming the Light Wind Palace was their goal. Now then, to commemorate my promotion to division leader. Are we going to dine together? Crane immediately raised his hand. We'll be doing a special training. The fifth training ground fell silent upon hearing the following speech. Training. In this situation and mood, our division leader seriously can't read the mood. Runan, Burin, and Martha gasped at once. This training will be focus enhancement training that lasts for a week, and it will consist of duels in the North Grave Mountain. Let's start by dividing into the chaser and survivor teams. Rayon explained the training that he'd prepared. The light wind division gradually turned pale as he continued his explanation. But continuously training for a whole week while even risking our lives in duels is too much. Crane's eyes trembled in fear. I'll just kill myself. Dorian took out a steel hammer from his belly pocket. I agree. Burren's chin trembled violently. I forgot that he's a demon. Moreover, he isn't an ordinary demon. He is a demon king. The demon king has returned. The light wind division recalled their memories of Rayon's training in the past with trembling chins. D division leader, please stop Sir Rayon. Dorian put his hands together while looking at Rimmer. Ahaha. Rimmer quickly shook his head. He's the division leader now. I'm taking my leave since I have a lot to do. He tried to escape, but Rayon blocked his path. Where are you going? I'll be staying out because I have an appointment. Everyone in the light wind division has to participate in this training. Naturally, the vice division leader also has to join. Rayon grabbed Rimmer's wrist with a frightening smile on his face. Rimmer gasped while looking at Rayon's hand, which was gripping him like a handcuff. How could that be? I'm the vice division lead. You saw it happen just now. Rayon shook his head with a grin. The vice division leader will also have to participate in every training session in the future. Wait a moment, this isn't what I wanted. Revert it. I don't want to be the vice division leader. He wanted to enjoy a sweet life by working as the vice division leader in name only while being paid for it, but he was unexpectedly being dragged into training. It's already too late for that, you damn one. Dorian looked at the dark forest while crawling on the ground. He swallowed nervously and moved slowly to avoid making any sounds, moving behind the round boulder resembling a turtle shell. He leaned against the boulder and exhaled the breath he'd been holding. I really feel like I'm going to die. Dorian shook his head while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. 2 days had passed since the focus enhancement training had begun, and he'd experienced death 6 times in total. Martha had gotten him once, the gambling monster caught him once, and the other 4 times were from encountering Rayon. He was beaten like a dog every time he encountered Rayon, exhausting him to the point that he couldn't conceal his presence. I can't believe he has a duel to the death scheduled next year. It was a mystery that he was going all out in training the light wind division instead of training himself when his duel to the death with the Axe King would happen soon. He had the same impression every time, but Rayon was completely different from a coward like him. It's not like I can be half-hearted with how hard the division leader is working. The reason Rayon was using his precious time to focus on the light wind division's training was simple. It was to increase their survival rate, even if just by a small margin. Dorian was fully aware of that fact, and that was why he couldn't take the training lightly. I need to get moving now. It wasn't a good idea to stay in the same location for an extended period of time. He started to twitch his ass in order to move after a bit of rest, but a dark shadow was cast on the ground. Dorian raised his gaze with trembling lips. 2 red moons were floating on the boulder. No, they weren't anything like moons. It was Rayon's red eyes. Kaya! He screamed and tried to run away, but he couldn't move his body because Rayon's foot was pressing on his shoulder. Smack! Rayon thrust his hand into Dorian's solar plexus without hesitation. Dorian tried to defend with aura, but Rayon's attack broke through his aura and delivered a powerful impact into his body. The strength left his body as if he had been struck by a steel hammer. What the hell is this? It would have been understandable if it broke through his aura, but the way it completely bypassed his aura was ridiculous. I'm getting used to it. Rayon smiled in satisfaction while looking at his hand as if he were experimenting with something. Was this the 7th time? Why do you keep following me? Dorian whined while leaning forward. Unfortunately, I wasn't here for you this time. What, below here? Rayon pointed under the boulder that Dorian had been hiding behind. He smiled faintly and stomped on the ground powerfully. Wham! With a loud bang that sounded like the mountain was collapsing, a huge fissure was created. Rimmer and Crane popped out of the dark hole that was made. How? Rimmer and Crane's jaws dropped as they wondered how he managed to find them when they were hiding underground. You should sleep quietly. Why were you snoring? Rayon shook his head while pointing at the line of the drool flowing from Rimmer's mouth. You crazy bastard, why is your hearing so good? Are you an elf or something? No, I'm a human. He casually turned his shoulder and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Crane, we have no other choice. Let's fight. You understood. You should be the frontliner. I'll prepare a surprise attack from the back. Yes, Crane bit his lip and stepped forward. His eyes sparkled with resolve. Rayon sighed after watching Crane's reaction. Look behind you. I won't be deceived by that. I haven't been idling around so far. Crane showed his determination to fight until the end by clenching his sword with both hands and unleashing his aura to the maximum output. The aura blade gathering around his blade condensed into a vivid aura thread. That's not what I'm saying. The elf you're counting on has already escaped. Rayon shook his hand. Crane turned around. His eyes widened upon confirming that Rimmer was nowhere to be seen, even though he believed he would defend him like a reliable ally. you damned L. But it doesn't mean that you really should have turned around to check. Rayon took the opportunity as Crane was looking back to smack his abdomen with the hilt of his blade. Smack! Crane slammed onto the ground after he got hit by Heavenly Drive. He screamed, his limbs writhing in pain. It's true that the Vice Division leader ran away, but you can't give up because of that. You should have quickly decided between fighting until the end or looking for an opportunity to run away. Rayon left a mark on Crane's forehead showing that he was dead and examined the direction where Rimmer had escaped. He was about to follow the traces when Martha dashed out from the bushes on the right side. I'm sick and tired of running away. Come at me. Martha bobbed her finger, looking for a fight. That personality of yours never changes. Rayon chuckled and swirled Heavenly Drive as if he'd been expecting Martha's appearance. If you want the penalty that much, I shall give it to you. He raised Heavenly Drive to waist level and used the Supreme Harmony steps. He reached in front of Martha in an instant and unleashed the Fangs of Insanity. The aura surrounding the silver blade bared its fangs ferociously, as if it were going to gnaw at Martha's neck. Cring, Martha read the Fangs of Insanity's flow and thrust her sword while activating. Berserk Klong, a powerful sound burst out from the clash between their swords. Martha unleashed her slash to the best of her ability, but her technique itself was broken, unable to withstand the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's fire. The moment Martha's sword tilted downwards, a wave of frost gushed from the tree on the left. Wham! The silver coldness engulfed the entire area and removed the pressure caused by Heavenly Drive. Run-On came down from the tree and stood right next to Martha. I believe I told you that you should work alone. Rayon lowered his eyebrows, igniting the coldness inside Heavenly Drive. The enemy of an enemy is an ally. Run-On pointed her sword at Rayon while saying that she'd just become Martha's ally. Rayon stared at Run-On's beloved sword, Snow Flower, for a moment before he thrust Heavenly Drive backward. Clong! Burin was sent flying far away from the Blizzard sword art while trying to silently approach. Burin furrowed his brow while putting his hand on the ground. Even a surprise attack doesn't work against him. What's up with you now? I was just trying to block the path. He shook his hand towards Crane and Dorian, suggesting that they should leave quickly. I see. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Martha, Run-On, and Burin one after the other. All three of them are fully aware of the meaning of this training. The focus enhancement training they were doing wasn't solely designed to increase their focus and battle experience. It was to make them experience how to move when they had to scatter and escape when they failed a mission, and they were stepping up to buy time for the subordinates to escape. I'm proud of you for that, but Rayon unleashed an astral blade, even bigger than Burin, Martha, and Run-On's astral energies, combined on Heavenly Drive and activated the Supreme Harmony steps. He curled his lips into a smile while looking at the astonishment in their eyes. I have no intention of going easy on you. Glenn watched Rayon and the three team leaders while standing on the tiger boulder. Hoo-hoo. Roan came up next to Glenn and laughed heartily. The first thing he does after becoming a division leader is train them. I can't match up to how consistent he is. He watched gently, showing how proud he was of Rayon. He must be trying to teach them because he has learned it himself. Shirley nodded calmly. When you said he has learned, you mean the lack of power. She shook her head. That's true indeed. Roan smiled gently, saying that he could finally understand. The interesting part is that he cares about the other swordsmen even though he should be fully occupied with his own matters. I don't even understand how bold he is. Shirl furrowed her brow, thinking about the duel to the death with the Axe King. He is just kind-hearted. He cares more about others than himself, and he cares a lot about his companions. That's another unique talent he has. He is just like Lady Sylvia. Roan gave a big nod of approval in response to Shirl. They both stopped speaking in unison and lifted their gazes above the boulder. Glenn cleared his throat while blushing. Well, it's not as great as you claim, but it's pretty good indeed. The corners of his lips were twitching wildly, soaring towards the sky. Since he is a division leader now, he needs to have that much sense of responsibility and confidence at least. Glenn kept smiling endlessly while watching Rayon with unfocused eyes. Hoo-hoo. Shirl and Roan smiled cheerfully while meeting each other's eyes. And my lord. By the time Rayon defeated Burin, Run-On, and Martha one after the other, Rimmer climbed above the boulder. Stop, Rayon, please. Why do I have to be here? Rimmer screamed while sweeping back his sweat-drenched bangs. It was your decision to live as the Light Wind Vice Division leader, wasn't it? That's true, but it's only natural for the Vice Division leader to obey the division leader. What's the problem? Glenn rubbed his fingers, his gaze looking like he would kill him if Rimmer had a problem with Rayon. Crimson lightning was sparking from his grasp. It's not that I have a problem with him, but if you run away from this training, I'll personally oversee your training for a month. Rimmer furrowed his brow and stepped back the moment he heard Glenn's declaration. Seriously, the grandfather and the grandson are the exact same. This Sieghart is damned. He shouted that he was sick and tired of it and stepped back. Ahem. Glenn was still happy even though Sieghart was insulted, and the corners of his lips soared to the sky without reserve. His cheeks were turning even redder. Rimmer's eyes widened as he observed Glenn's smile. Don't tell me, are you happy right now because I said that the grandfather and the grandson are the exact same? I'm going nuts. He shook his head at his ridiculous reaction. Don't make any unnecessary comments. Glenn covered his red face and wrinkled his nose. Take him back down already. Yes, understood. Roan and Cheryl nodded and grabbed Rimmer's arms to drag him downwards. I'm really sick and tired of it. He said the grandfather and the grandson are the exact same. Rimmer kept shouting, but Glenn smiled brightly while looking at his back. That's not too bad. Wayham, Burren, Martha, and Runnon collapsed one after the other and slammed onto the ground. You've definitely improved a lot compared to the past. Rayon nodded while meeting their distorted eyes. God damn it! Runnon, Burren, and Martha could only twitch their fingers while kissing the ground because they didn't even have any strength left to reply. But if you end up dying while buying time for escape, the division will suffer a critical loss. You need to keep contemplating how to survive the situation. Rayon advised them and descended from the mountain in order to find the other Light Wind Division members. When he spread his aura perception in order to sense the swordsman's presences, he noticed a very small movement. He waited for a moment because it seemed to be a wild animal, and a golden marten popped out from the bushes. A marten? Were there martens in this mountain? He knew that many kinds of animals lived in the North Grave Mountain, but he'd never seen a marten before. The marten ran towards him without being afraid of humans, as if it had just seen some food. It can't be. It is indeed the case. Wrath widened his eyes. It's definitely the madwoman. He screamed and hid away in the ice flower bracelet. Rayon. A coquettish voice came from the marten's small mouth. It was Merlin, as expected. She smiled cheerfully while straightening her back, and Rayon reluctantly found her cute because she looked like a marten. Rayon created an aura barrier right away to conceal the sound and brought the marten into the bushes. What brought you here? Because you're here. And Merlin tilted her head, wondering why he was asking such an obvious question. I have to congratulate you for becoming a division leader. Rayon gasped while looking at Merlin's glowing eyes. He sometimes got this feeling that Merlin was even better with information than the shadow agents. Congratulations on becoming a division leader. You can even become the head of house next time. Merlin was talking about becoming the head of house as if it were as easy as becoming the manager of a bead ice cream shop. Her mindset was seriously too difficult to deal with. It's too early to say that. Merlin took a sparkling golden ring from her fur with a refreshing smile on her face. What is this? It's a present, a present. It's a present to commemorate your becoming a division leader. She nodded while congratulating him once again. I prepared one the same color as your hair. Merlin pointed at his blonde hair, which was fluttering in the wind. Rayon blinked while looking at the golden ring that Merlin had taken out. How come Merlin is the first to give me a present? Many people congratulated him after he became a division leader, but it was the first time he was given a present. He found it stupid, but was also thankful to her. However, getting an actual present was a different story from getting information from her, so he couldn't easily extend his hand. Take it. It's not anything too good. Merlin shook the ring, saying that her arm was aching. Rayon accepted the ring because he'd heard that it was rude to refuse a present that someone had gone out of their way to prepare, and she'd said that it wasn't anything too good. Its simple, patternless appearance was to his liking. I'll store it properly. Wear it instead of storing it. It's an artifact. Merlin smiled while looking at the ring. Artifact. It's an ancient artifact, but you said that it wasn't anything too good. It's just a cheap trinket to me. She shrugged her shoulders while rolling her eyes. After all, it's useless for a mage. Then, yes, it's only useful for the warriors. It amplifies the aura that you gather in your hand. Rayon furrowed his brow after trying to shove aura into the ring. It's true. The aura entering the ring was amplified before it returned. As she said, it was a high-quality artifact that could amplify the aura. By the way, this feels similar to that ring. It had a similar shape to the cheap ring that he'd purchased in the black market before. He'd left it alone because he hadn't managed to find how to remove the seal, and Merlin's ring seemed to be the same thing. Don't tell me, is it the same seal as that one? He figured he would quickly need to find a phoenix. Regardless of the case, it's not an ordinary item. Rayon carefully stored the ring and looked at Merlin. She was just smiling as if she was simply glad that he took her present nicely. How is Eden doing nowadays? Are you doing fine over there? Nothing special happened for me. I've been just wasting my time with missions. But the Fallen should be suspicious of you. It's fine because he doesn't blatantly annoy me. She shook her hand, saying that he didn't need to worry about it since she even made a new hole to escape. It looked like she completely lost interest in Eden. Rather than that, there were a lot of issues in other places. Other places, yes. The 5 demons made their move, and many of the neutral factions were ruined. A war could break out at any moment. There was even a rumor recently that the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave was found. The Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. Rayon's eyes widened. What's a Sword and Saber Sovereign? It sounds delicious. Wrath poked his head out. It's not food. It refers to the warrior who competed for the place of the strongest in the continent a few hundred years ago. He could use both sword and saber, and I heard he was in the Transcender's realm with both of them. Swords and sabers look similar, but they were completely different weapons. Unlike a sword, which was focused around stabs, sabers were specialized in slashes. That was why it was difficult to be good at handling both weapons, but the Sword and Saber Sovereign was rumored to be so proficient in both of them that he could use them like his limbs. His name was still brought up by the people even though hundreds of years had passed, which implied that he must have far surpassed the Transcender's realm. Yes, Merlin nodded while scratching her side. The map indicating the location of the Sword and Saber Sovereign is out there. The person called the Shadowless Wanderer apparently has it right now, but I think both the 6 kings and the 5 demons must be chasing after him. She shook her head, showing that she wasn't really interested in it. The Shadowless Wanderer. Since I finished what I came to do, I'll be taking my leave. Merlin waved her hand, saying that it was time for her to leave. I'm going to keep watching you, so don't worry. Rayon wanted to tell her that was even more worrying, but he had to shut his mouth because she'd even given him a present. And as for this one. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Merlin's mouth. He clenched his fist while wondering what she was going to say, and her lips twitched once again. It wants you to trim its claws. CL claws. Rayon's eyes widened because it was a completely unexpected request. It said that its claws are too long and are being a hindrance when it's hunting. Cut them into a nice shape, trim them, and also color them a bit. I'm even trimming a marten's claws now. Rayon closed his eyes tightly after looking at the marten's foot. What is life? Rayon turned around, standing on the 5th training grounds platform. They look like they're about to die. The light wind swordsmen had hunched shoulders, with faces that looked like they were about to DA us like puppies that had been on a day-long walk. Straighten your backs. It's over now. But it took 3 whole weeks to be over instead of a single week. You demon king, you evil. Burin and Martha violently ground their teeth, and Run-On sank to the ground while faltering. What kind of training lasts for 3 whole weeks? That fiendish bastard. Rimmer also lay flat on the ground with hollowed cheeks. Rayon chuckled while looking at the ragged state of the Light Wind Division. As they said, 3 weeks had passed because he kept extending the training since it was going too well. It was a long and difficult time, but the Light Wind Division became proficient at surprise attacks and running away in addition to fighting from the front after all the experience they'd gained. It was a relief because they became capable of running away from a powerful opponent and looking for an opportunity instead of just fighting head-on. You've done well so far. Rayon nodded while looking at the Light Wind Division's exhausted eyes. Rest for 3 days. It's time for rest, finally. We can finally escape from the demon. The Light Wind Division roared toward the sky as if they were finally freed from slavery. Before that, Rayon began as he shook his hand towards the Light Wind Division, who were smiling without exception. Wait a moment, is it about another training session? It could be, since he is a demon. Yeah, he might tell us that we are going to train since the sun is still in the sky. The Light Wind Division looked at the sun in the middle of the sky with trembling lips. We should eat, at least. Rayon clapped his hands once again, and people entered from outside the training ground to lay out tents and tables, then started to prepare steaming dishes. What is this? This is too sudden. You wanted a group dinner, didn't you? Rayon curled his lips into a smile while looking at the Light Wind Division's surprise. It's a reward for completing the training. Whoa! The first shout of joy came from Wrath instead of the Light Wind Division. When did you even prepare all this? He darted his tongue in and out while looking at the dishes and desserts that were being set under the tent. While you were asleep. You weasel, the King of Essence believed in you all along. Wrath showered him with pointless flattery without taking his eyes off the food. You've done a great job. Eat well and rest well for 3 days. Ooh, this is what I like about the new division leader. He's way better than the stingy previous division leader. The Light Wind Division ran towards the table that was being filled with dishes before they even thanked him. Did he even bring liquor? Wow, all of them are high quality. The gambling monster and Rimmer went to the liquor and immediately started to drink. Ice. Run-On ran to the beet ice cream with her purple eyes sparkling faintly and started to dish up as much ice cream as she wanted. Martha went next to Run-On and scratched her head. Which is the tasty one? She took the initiative to approach her, probably because she was thankful that Run-On had helped her in various ways during the training. This one. Run-On calmly nodded and gave the green ice cream to Martha. It has a strange color. Is it really tasty? Martha tilted her head, showing that she didn't exactly like the color, but reluctantly took a bite in the end. You damned idiot. How could you feed poison to me? She charged at Run-On because of the minty taste of the ice cream. You have bad taste. Run-On shook her head and started to run away once again. They're pretty much sisters now. Burren shook his head while watching Run-On and Martha playing tag. Beef girl has a bad taste. How could she do that to such precious food? Wrath sighed while looking at the mint chocolate ice cream Martha had spat out. You're the special ones. Rayon was smiling while watching the Light Wind Division enjoy the food when Rimmer came up next to him with an entire wine bottle in his hand. It must have been rather costly. It's fine. Rayon shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. By the way, Rimmer licked his lips and shook his head. There's something that I didn't tell you. What is it? Division leaders have to attend the executive meeting. I'm well aware he'd heard about the conference that decided various matters for the divisions and squads. I should prepare myself since it's my first time participating. I'm looking forward to your teaching. But that meeting, Rimmer licked his lips for a moment, then finished the entire bottle before he continued, is today. What? That executive meeting takes place today. It starts in 3 hours. He shook his head while looking up at the sky. Really? Yes, really. Eat first. Talk about it after eating. Wrath shouted at him to eat, but Rayon put down the dish, then closed his eyes before opening them again. Why are you telling me this so late? I just remembered. Rimmer playfully raised his chin. Rayon bit his lip and picked up his dish again. I actually have something to tell you as well. What is it? Rimmer shook his head while opening an expensive-looking bottle. You know that the group meal is usually funded by the one who retires, right? Rayon's lips curved into a sly smile as soon as Rimmer started to drink. Rimmer's lips trembled anxiously. The liquor flowed down from his mouth. All of this food and liquor will be charged to you, Vice Division Leader. Rayon shook his hand, and the restaurant's manager and the pub's manager gave a thumbs up to Rimmer at the same time. Why didn't you tell me about that earlier? Because you never asked before. Rimmer was about to shout in irritation but bit his lip upon remembering what he'd done. Stop right there, everyone. Stop eating. Don't eat anything. He ran to the buffet while shouting. Do you want to see me washing dishes for the rest of my life? Stop eating already. Executive meeting. Rayon averted his gaze from Rimmer's desperate struggle and licked his lips. It sounds fun. Rayon returned to the annex building before the group dinner ended. He wanted to enjoy the meal with the Light Wind Division until the end, but he couldn't participate in the executive conference while looking shabby, so he left early to take a shower. He was putting on a neatly pressed uniform as Wrath jumped like a frog. You liar, the King of Essence isn't satisfied yet. Wrath shook his fist, saddened by the fact that he couldn't fully enjoy the group dinner. I had no other choice. Rayon shook his head while pushing Wrath away as he dashed around. I can't just keep spending my time there when I have to attend the conference. Besides, I already ate enough food that you wanted. Rayon couldn't understand why Wrath was rampaging when he'd eaten all of the food in the buffet precisely to prevent that from happening. It's not all about food. Since the King of Essence's subordinates are there, he has to stay there with them until the end. He shook his hand, saying that he had to stay with his subordinates as their king. It looked like he was sad about the fact that he couldn't be with them until the end rather than being unable to eat. I thought he was just a food waster. Wait, he still is a food waster. Wrath had always been serious about his subordinates, and he must have wanted to cherish the group dinner. Next time. Since Rayon was also saddened by it, he slapped Wrath away while telling him that they should have another group dinner next time. Rayon left his room with Heavenly Drive hanging at his waist. As he was about to leave at the entrance, Sylvia and the maids were waiting in front of the door. Why are you here? This is your first time attending the executive meeting. We've been waiting to cheer for you. Sylvia came closer and straightened the slight wrinkle on his collar. How do you know that? I have a friend in Shadow Agents. I heard it from her. Encia smiled cheerfully while bringing her V-shaped fingers to her eyes. It's you again. Rayon had been curious about how Sylvia and the maids had so much information about him. It was Encia's doing. It was a performance befitting the weirdo who competed with Merlin. Are you thoroughly prepared? Even the division leaders who acknowledge you should be a bit different at the round table. What do you mean by them being different? The round table conference is a small battlefield. The executives argue against each other and even start duels in order to obtain missions that give them more achievements, more benefits, or are easier. Sylvia sighed, showing that she was well aware of what happened at the executive meetings. They'll likely be mean to you because you're a newcomer, but you should be able to learn a lot about Sieghart, so you should attend while thinking of it as a lesson. You know so much about it. I was able to attend for studying purposes when I was a part of the direct line. Sylvia smiled faintly. I guess I don't need to worry about it since Sir Rimmer will be attending with you this time. No, Rayon calmly shook his head. That man is dead drunk and sleeping. Rimmer had declared that he was going to eat all of the food and die, then started to drink all the liquor he could before he fainted. He was likely sleeping soundly in his room. Sylvia blinked, dazed, then tightened her lips. You should be just fine, Sir Rayon. And Sia smiled, saying that everything would be okay. Gee, good luck. Sian was still stuttering, but her voice was clearly stronger than before. Rayon could guess that the making of his biography was proceeding smoothly. Judil quietly lowered her head, and he could see her trust in him in her gaze. I'll be back. Rayon waved his hand at everyone and headed to the main building. He walked up to a circular building that was either called the Executive Meeting Room or the Round Table Meeting Room and stood in front of the door. "Greetings, Light Wind Division Leader." The two swordsmen waiting in front of the door placed their hands on their swords and nodded at him. "Please enter." The swordsmen raised their heads and opened the door to allow him entrance. Rayon thanked the swordsman with his eyes and entered the meeting room. He walked through a short corridor and found a huge round table that had more than enough seats for dozens of people under the dim lighting. The round table was dark, as if it were cloaked in shadow, and it created a strange harmony with the silver walls under the moonlight. A few executives had already taken seats around the round table, and a middle-aged man standing around the center quickly stood up and waved his hand at him. Rayon. It was Trevin, the Warring Steel Division leader who had a cool personality, just like his short blonde hair implied. He approached him at once and smiled broadly. "Warring Steel Division leader. I finally get to see you." Trevin grabbed his shoulder, saying that he was glad to see him, but we've seen each other recently. He was talking like it's been a long time, but they'd encountered each other in the audience chamber after his return, and they'd even trained together between divisions before then. "I'm talking about meeting you here." He pointed at the black round table. "I wanted to see you in this round table meeting." Trevin lifted his finger with a grin on his face and continued, "Because I've been curious what kind of trouble you were going to cause here." He grabbed his shoulder and headed to the end of the black round table. "Come this way, I'll guide you to the Light Wind Division leader's seat." Apparently, each executive had a fixed seat at the round table. Rayon followed Trevin to the right end of the round table. However, the Light Wind Division leader's seat had an even lower position than a squad leader's, while all the other division leaders had a seat on the inner side. Why is the Light Wind Division the only one that has such a remote seat? That's because he never comes, a red-haired woman sitting at the inner side of the round table explained instead of Trevin. It was Serena, the Void Sword Division leader, with her characteristic blue eyes that looked as deep as a lake under the sunlight. Just like Trevin, she had always been favorable toward him. "Void Sword Division leader." Rayon lowered his head to Serena. "You don't need to greet me. We don't need to greet each other here." Serena shook his hand, telling him to be at ease. "By the way, what did you mean that he never came?" "Just what I said. Your predecessor never showed up, so the Heavenly Blade Division leader shoved his seat all the way to the edge." She clicked her tongue, saying that she'd practically never seen Rimmer in the round table meeting. "She's right, I've seldom seen Sir Rimmer." The Warring Steel Division leader also shook his head, saying that he'd never seen Rimmer in the meetings. "I see." Rayon bit his lip. Even though outsiders were telling him about his division leader, he immediately believed them. That damned elf, Rimmer, had left the training ground earlier than usual whenever there was a meeting, saying that he would fetch a great mission for them. Rayon realized that he must have been at the gambling house instead. "Then how did we end up with the missions we've gotten so far?" "They just went to you because no one wanted to take them," Serena chuckled. Rayon bit his lip weakly. "So that's why all those missions felt pretty bad. Considering the fact that their lives were endangered every time they went out on a mission, he must have always gotten the ones that no one else wanted." Rayon sighed and took the Light Wind Division leader's seat. He resolved himself to playing more tricks on Rimmer while wiping the dusty nameplate clean. "So how do you feel about becoming a division leader?" Serena winked from her seat. "To be honest, I'm not feeling anything special. I feel like I've been doing the division leader's job for a long time already," he replied honestly. "That's exactly what I guessed. You are a model student." Serena smiled, saying that she knew he'd feel that way. "I considered you the division leader from the first time we met." Trevin chuckled, nodding. "Is that so?" Rayon smiled faintly. He was chatting with them from the same position for the first time. Glenn was standing with arms crossed on the highest floor of the Lord's Manor, which was practically an observatory. He nodded faintly while thinking about Rayon, who had just entered the meeting room. He has improved, even by a little. He noticed that Rayon's mental world had expanded slightly. He must have improved what he already had rather than learning something new, following the advice that Glenn had given him when he delivered the Book of Interpretations about his martial arts. Glenn was thinking that Rayon had been overlooking his own training for the past 3 weeks because he was only focused on the Light Wind Division, but that wasn't the case at all. He hadn't ignored his own training at all while raising his subordinates at the same time. "I can't help but cherish him. Talent, personality, and patience. He wasn't lacking in any aspect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the greatest masterpiece in Sieghart's history, my lord." Glenn nodded in satisfaction as Roan came up next to him. "Even though it's his first round table meeting, you don't need to worry about him. Sir Rimmer will be here soon. He won't be able to attend because he is currently unconscious." Chad, the leader of Shadow Agents, shook his head at Roan. "Unconscious?" Glenn furrowed his brow while looking at Chad. "Was he injured during training?" "That's not it." The Light Wind Division leader held a group dinner to commemorate the end of their training, and he fainted while drinking. Chad swallowed nervously and explained why Rimmer was unconscious. Zap! Lightning sparked from Glenn's hand as soon as he heard about Rimmer. The powerful energy blazing around him looked like he would have turned Rimmer into ash if he'd been there. Roan licked his lips and raised his finger. Since the Heavenly Blade Division leader is missing, I should. No, you don't need to. Glenn shook his head at Roan. Rimmer is better off being absent. He murmured that it wasn't needed, showing how much he trusted Rayon. But executives should be different at the round table from the audience chamber. Chad was also anxious and lowered his eyebrows. It's fine. Glenn turned around and calmly shook his head. He curled his lips into a slight smile as if he were seeing the future. Because I released a dogger, rather a shark. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the executives sitting around the round table. They are completely different from when I saw them before. He'd often seen them in the audience chamber, but they looked completely different at the meeting. Their presence used to be suppressed by the transcender Glenn Sieghart, but it was raging like wildfire instead, and they were baring their fangs to devour each other. Is this the true nature of Sieghart's executives? Every single one of them was emanating powerful pressures with spirited eyes, squad leaders and division leaders alike. Whether they were acquainted with him or not, the mere fact that such warriors were from Sieghart made him proud. Wham! Rayon was smiling in satisfaction when a pressure that was on a whole different level from the others wavered, and the meeting room's door swung open. The one who made his entrance with heavy steps was Balder. The round table meeting was either called the executive meeting or a meeting of division leaders. Palace masters rarely participated, to his knowledge, but Balder was attending unexpectedly. Sir Balder, the true martial palace master, is attending. Well, this is unexpected. The other executives also seemed intrigued, murmurs being heard here and there. HMPH, Balder snorted at Rayon, who was sitting at a corner, and went to the innermost spot and took a seat. The door opened up again but glided smoothly this time, as if it had recently been oiled. However, the huge and refined pressure spreading around the one who entered didn't lose to Balder. Denier calmly walked into the room, possessing a flawlessly crafted path of aura as if it were sewn with a thread. Denier met the eyes of the executives around the round table and looked at Rayon at the end. He smiled quietly as if he were welcoming him, then took the seat on the opposite side from Balder. Is it also rare for the wise martial palace master to attend? Rayon sent an aura message to Trevin, who was far away from him. No, Trevin shook his head. The wise martial palace master attends the round table every single time unless he is on a mission. He is popular among the executives because he often concedes his missions. He smiled, saying that Denier was completely different from Balder. Rayon looked at the two palace masters who were sitting in the deepest part. Balder's furrowed brow implied that he didn't like the situation, and Denier looked as composed as always. As everyone remained silent because of their heavy pressures, Chad, the leader of shadow agents, made his entrance. I'm the last to arrive. Chad lowered his head apologetically. He went to the deepest part of the table, stood between Denier and Balder, and took out his documents. His gaze was directed at Rayon over the document. However, the fact that Sieghart's domain is peaceful doesn't mean that the entire continent is the same. Chad's eyes glimmered in a strange light. Eden assaulted Sapia. A war broke out between Balkar and the Black Tower, and the South-North Union annihilated House Flumen. The White Blood religion also took over the Kazan divine religion, and the Holy Sword Alliance started their march into the world. He was thoroughly aware of their actions, implying that he must have investigated the situations of all of the 5 demons. Of course, that's not all. The 5 divine orders are also carefully making their moves. Even if Lady Ares' faction isn't doing anything, the other 4 must be plotting something. Even a small ember can start a wildfire, so we can't ignore even the smallest detail. Chad recited the situation in the entire continent with a discerning tone, unlike how he trembled in front of Glenn. He looked like a completely different person. Rayon thought that he was right to think that he shouldn't underestimate him when Chad continued his speech. However, the one who is getting the most attention right now isn't the 6 kings, the 5 demons, or the 5 divine orders. Is it the sword and saber sovereign? Serena briefly licked her lips. Correct. Chad nodded while meeting Serena's eyes. The map indicating the location of the sword and saber sovereign, who was the strongest in the continent hundreds of years ago, has supposedly appeared. An assassin named White Snake Rain is currently in possession of the map. He even knew the assassin's name, implying that the shadow agents had gathered the information on it. Rayon furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. White Snake Rain, a warrior called Shadowless Wanderer, seemed to have it when Merlin told him about it, but the owner must have changed while he was training. Since the 6 kings and the 5 demons are clashing one after the other, and even the location of the sword and saber sovereign was revealed, the continent's situation isn't good right now. It's to the point that it can be called a powder keg ready to blow. Chad briefly sighed. Whenever you go out on a mission, please remain cautious at all times and make sure to control your subordinates perfectly. He lowered the first document after saying that piece of advice and warning. Then we will allocate the missions now. Please raise your hand if there's a mission you want. Chad lifted the second document. The missions must have been listed on it. Rayon licked his lips while observing the atmosphere around the round table. I'd like to see the sword and saber sovereign's grave if possible. Considering the fact that Chad had mentioned the sword and saber sovereign's grave at the start of the meeting, one of the missions should be about investigating the grave. It was appealing because Rayon figured there was a lot to gain from it. The first mission is to patrol Sieghart's domain, as I mentioned in the beginning. Since you will have to prepare for a potential attack while patrolling all the way from the northern sea to the edge of North Grave Mountain, it's an extremely important mission despite how it looks. Chad lowered the document while raising his voice. Raise your hand if you want the scouting mission. A few squad leaders and Trevin raised their hands. Then this mission will go to the Warring Steel divvies. Wait, just as Chad was about to pick Trevin, Balder raised his hand. Isn't it usually the youngest's job to take care of such a trivial matter? He looked at Rayon while blabbering that it was a trivial mission, as if he had already forgotten that Chad had emphasized its importance. The youngest, Chad tilted his head while looking at Balder. Look that way. There's a child who has taken a seat at the round table for the first time. Balder blatantly pointed at Rayon. He seemed to be trying to pick a fight, but he was doing it personally instead of ordering a subordinate to do it. He really was a consistent person. He just became a division leader, and it's his first participation at the round table. He should be taking care of unimportant missions for the sake of his seniors, right? He furrowed his brow, saying that the children nowadays had no manners. Chad furrowed his brow while touching his document. He seemed to be racking his brain on how to stop Balder. Rayon chuckled while watching that scene, just like I expected. He thought that Balder was definitely going to pick a fight with him since he was pretty much an animal who acted according to its mood, and he was right. I'm also aware that the junior and senior relationship exists even among the executives. Rayon showed a simple courtesy towards Balder. However, I believe the relationship exists for them to be considerate of each other, not to shift the unwanted missions. Rayon offered Balder, who was furrowing his brow, a reasonable argument. Since I'm the leader of an armed organization, I believe I should be trying to get a mission that we can carry out to the best of our abilities. Getting an unwanted mission just to please others, because I'm a junior, would be an act of disrespect toward the round table, Rayon declared and sat down again. Why, you arrogant bastard, Balder stood up while furrowing his brow. Are you thinking you can do anything just because you have some achievements? Where do you think you are to start an argument? We are at the round table. I think it's built into a round shape to allow discussions like this. Rayon smiled while touching the round table in front of him. Yes, you are right. Unexpectedly, Balder easily acknowledged his mistake. However, discussions aren't all we do here. If there's a difference in opinion, we might come to a conclusion through a clash of power. He clenched his fist as if he had been given a perfect opportunity to give Rayon a beating. I'm going to. Just as Balder was about to twist his lips, the meeting room door burst open and Ares entered. Smack! Her body disappeared as if it had turned into light and reappeared at the end of the round table to violently kick Balder's cheek. Wham! Balder slammed into the wall while breaking his chair in the process. What happened? Everyone's jaws dropped because of the sudden occurrence. You fucking old fart. Ares furrowed her brow while stepping on Balder's head as he lay down on the ground. You should be caring for a new executive, so why are you picking a fight with him? I'm getting goosebumps at how narrow-minded you are. Balder pushed Ares' foot away and rapidly stood up. Ares, what are you doing right now? The way you were acting like an old fart was unbearable. Ares murmured that she was disgusted with him and took Balder's seat. Balder ground his teeth but simply bit his lip, unable to do anything against her. That huge lump is wasted on you, punk. Lump? What lump are you talking about? Lump of fat, of course. Ares furrowed her brow while looking at Balder's bulging muscles. Those are muscles, not fat. Even for my sister, such a claim. Really? Then let's say they're lumps of muscles. That's good enough. Balder was satisfied and nodded his head while standing next to Ares. Rayon blinked while witnessing the scene in front of him. Is he really satisfied with that? He was beaten, his seat was stolen, and he was even humiliated, but he was satisfied with being called a lump of muscles. He was easy to understand, but Rayon couldn't understand him at the same time. Chad, yes. Chad swallowed nervously and nodded at Ares' call. Give it to me. She took Chad's document by force and lifted it. You're all lacking in consideration. You should take care of a newcomer, Ares declared and lifted the documents towards Rayon. My dear nephew, what do you want to do? Your auntie will do you a favor since it's your first mission. Rayon closed his eyes tightly while looking at Ares' hearty smile. Please stop. Ares shook the document in her hand with a bright smile on her face, showing that she was serious about letting him pick the mission he wanted. Rayon pressed on his lips tightly while looking at the document fluttering in the air. This is embarrassing. It was the first time in a long time that he'd felt so embarrassed. Last time had been when he was pretending to be a baby with Sylvia. He could feel his face heating up, and he was certain his face would be red if he looked into a mirror. Wow. Wrath's head also trembled in shock. The King of Essence has seen many unreasonable people before, but she is on a whole different level. She is a huge troublemaker in a different way than shitty ears. Indeed, Rayon briefly nodded. Those people usually forced others to accept their unreasonable behavior with just their noble bloodline, but Ares was also competent on top of her bloodline. Glenn was the only person who could contain her even inside Sieghart, which was one of the 6 kings. Do you want Auntie to pick it for you if you have a hard time choosing? Ares skimmed through the documents she was holding and lifted one of them. This one looks good. Beggars from the South North Union are apparently scouting all the way to Perrin River in our territory, so go there and mess them up. It will be practice for defeating the Axe King. She smiled, saying that it was a perfect time to send a warning to the South North Union's boss and the Axe King. This one looks nice, too. It says monsters are gathering at the Thanon Plains in the northwest. Since the Light Wind Division just went through collective training, it wouldn't be a bad idea to join a large-scale war. And Ares told him about other contents of the documents, offering to pick nice missions for him. What's going on? Should this really be happening? The executives blankly looked back and forth between Ares and Rayon. Just keep quiet if you don't want to be bitten by a mad dog. Balder lifted his fist towards the executives, implying that they should shut their mouths. It looked like he didn't want to increase the number of victims after himself. Who are you calling a mad dog? Ares furrowed her brow and smacked Balder's waist. Hop. Rayon rubbed his aching temple with his finger. His hand was even trembling because of how embarrassed he was. Excuse me, Lady Ares. Just as he was trying to tell Ares to please stop, Denier stood up from his seat. Ares. Denier walked up to Ares and shook his head. Please calm down. Something like this doesn't help Rayon at all. Are you also trying to get in his way? That's not the case. As you said, it's good to be considerate to a new division leader, and it's totally understandable to let him pick the mission he wants. However, he lowered his eyebrows while looking at Rayon. That's up to Rayon to decide. If you feed him everything and pick it for him, it won't be helpful for his growth at all. It's not like you can attend every single round table meeting. Regardless of Denier's usual reputation, what he just said was so reasonable that anyone had to admit it. However, Ares was a free woman who didn't like reasonable arguments. Ares slowly raised her gaze and looked at Denier. Their pupils looked similar but looked different at the same time. You are such a smooth talker. She tilted her head and curled her lips into a smile. Since you are a smooth talker, you must have plenty of desires too. Ares, Denier blinked, unable to understand what she was talking about. You aren't exactly wrong. You are actually right. But why does it feel like you are just pretending to be a nice person when you are the one who said it? Ares rotated her shoulder. It looked like she was going to punch him or something. Rayon gasped. It would have been nice if she listened to Denier and stopped, but Ares seemed to be trying to aggravate the issue, as expected. Denier reluctantly stepped back and got into a defensive posture. The energy bursting from under his feet made it look like a stone wall was surging from the ground. Rumble. Ares threw the documents behind her and stood up. The powerful pressure blazing around her was as ferocious as the god of warriors. Is this the only way in the end? Rayon sighed and looked at Ares. He strained his neck and parted his lips. Auntie. As soon as he called her auntie, the energy wave spreading above her shoulders disappeared at once. Yes, my nephew. Ares smiled brightly as if she was never angry at all. What's the matter? She waved her hand, with her voice brimming with warmth like when she was pressuring Denier. Wow, look at how her voice has changed. She's the one who is pretending to be nice. Shut up. Balder got kicked on his thigh while complaining about Ares. Cough, he rolled on the ground while clutching his thigh. Apparently his thigh couldn't be protected with muscles. I also agree with the wise martial palace master. Rayon watched Balder rolling on the ground, then lifted his gaze towards Ares. I'm thankful for your care because I'm new here and don't even have my predecessor with me, but such special treatment is unnecessary. I want to get a mission fair and square, just like the other executives. He felt sorry for Ares, who was trying to be nice to him, but it was the right thing to do in that situation. Really, it can't be helped if that's what you want. Ares shook her hand and took Balder's seat again. She didn't look saddened by his refusal at all. She actually seemed to like it instead, just as I expected. He was thinking that Ares was acting even more unreasonably than usual, but she must have been hoping that he would stop her. It must be because of me. She must have wanted to give the executives a good impression of Rayon by showing that he could stop Ares Sieghart and that he got the mission without her help. In short, her goal was to increase his reputation. Balder stood up after rubbing his thigh and stood behind Ares again. I don't know about the rest, but I like that personality of his at least. A warrior should be like that. He gave him a thumbs up, as if he had forgotten that he'd called him bad-mannered 10 minutes ago. He was so simple that it ironically made him difficult to predict. Then proceed. Ares smiled in satisfaction and gave the documents that she'd thrown away to Chad. Chad accepted the documents with trembling hands, his eyes directed at Rayon. The way his fists were clenched made it look like he was resolving himself to something. Then let's resume assigning the missions. Chad put the documents together while glancing at Ares. Balder was still standing behind Ares. He was quite special, considering he was still standing when he could have taken someone else's seat. I won't offer a long explanation since Lady Ares explained the missions in my stead. Please raise your hands if you want to take the duty of driving the South-North Union away from Perrin River. It was quiet, even cold. Every single executive was glancing at Rayon and Ares, trying to gauge their intentions. Rayon closed his eyes and lowered his head. He showed everyone that he wasn't interested in that mission at all. Then we'll take that mission. Latin, the Warring Sword Division leader, raised his hand from the right. Since no one was against it, the Warring Sword Division was entrusted with the mission. The next mission is the extermination of monsters gathering in Thanon Plains. Considering that both large and small monsters are gathering, we are guessing that a boss-tier monster was born. Raise your hand if you want to take this mission. No one raised their hand once again. Rayon immediately closed his eyes. We'll take care of the extermination mission. Trevin raised his hand. No one was against it once again, and the Warring Steel Division was entrusted with the mission. I like that this round-table meeting is proceeding so quickly. Let's continue. Chad read the documents one after the other, and the executives started to relax and take the missions one after the other. Ah, it's finally this one. Chad lifted the document, a deep well forming around his lips. This mission is related to the sword and saber sovereign incident that I mentioned when I was talking about the continent's situation. He licked his lips while tapping on the document. We are Sieghart. No martial art in the world can reach our sword, but the White Snake Rain, who is the current holder of the sword and saber sovereign's location, is currently near Sieghart. Are you serious? Yes. He isn't exactly in our domain, but he is nearby. It could be a huge problem if the grave is discovered in Sieghart territory, so we need to take measures in advance. Chad nodded his head, saying that someone had to decide whether they should recover the map from the White Snake Rain and open the grave or not. It will be quite a dangerous mission, as you might have to recover the map of the sword and saber sovereign or even enter the grave. If you still want to take the mission, then please raise your hand. Balder immediately raised his hand. Our true martial palace will be going. You can't do that, Daner sighed, shaking his head. I'm going because I want to. I'll show them that Sieghart is the strongest, not some sword and saber sovereign. Balder clenched his fist, saying that he was going there to beat up the people who were coming to the grave instead of getting the treasure inside it. We haven't finished investigating the central martial palace yet. Did you forget our lord's orders? Balder finally remembered about the investigation mission and widened his mouth. Once the executives realized that the two palace masters wouldn't be taking the mission, those who didn't have any mission yet raised their hands. Rayon nodded while watching them. It's a natural outcome. The sword and saber sovereign's grave was a whole different level from the other missions. If they managed to conquer the grave, they would obtain an incomparable amount of fame, wealth, and the sword and saber sovereign's martial art. It was only natural for them to be interested, even for Sieghart's executives. Aren't you going to raise your hand? You wanted to do that one. Wrath tilted his head, wondering what he was doing. Rayon. Ares also urged him to pick that mission by bobbing her finger. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the document that Chad was holding instead of Ares. He said a moment ago that he was in the vicinity of Sieghart. Chad had informed them that the White Snake Rain, who had the map indicating the location of the sword and saber sovereign's grave, was currently on the move near Sieghart's domain. After pondering about that part, Rayon figured that he could go for the sword and saber sovereign's grave without even taking the mission. That would be a lot easier. In the end, Rayon quietly watched the situation without raising his hand. I'm thankful for the participation of the squad leaders, but this mission is dangerous. I believe it's best to dispatch at least a division. What a shame, it was a great opportunity. The squad leaders who wanted the mission lowered their hands upon hearing Chad's advice. There were two executives left in the end. It was Serena, the Void Sword Division leader, and Dronin, the leader of the Spirit Wolf Division, which was affiliated with the Direct Lines. Rayon had encountered Dronin a lot in the audience chamber, but he'd never talked to him before. He was a man of very few words. It looks like neither of you is willing to concede. Since it's an urgent mission, it's not a good idea to decide with a spar. Let's decide it with a vote. Chad called their names and started the vote to decide who would take the mission. Raise your hand if you think that the Void Sword Division should take the mission. Me. Once Ares supported Serena, most of the neutral executives who were still indecisive raised their hands. Then the Void Sword Division will be in charge of the mission concerning the sword and saber sovereign's grave. And Chad's shoulders flinched when he turned the page. I'm sorry, I forgot about this mission because so many things happened. He lifted the first document he'd brought up once again. It's the mission to scout Sieghart's domain that I mentioned in the beginning. Raise your hand if you want to take this missy. I'll do it. Rayon immediately stood up and raised his hand. You want to scout? Why now? Every single executive sitting around the round table widened their eyes because he volunteered to take the scouting mission that Balder had treated as a chore. I just thought that I should do what I can for now, just like the wise Martial Palace Master and the true Martial Palace Master said. Our Light Wind Division will be in charge of scouting as the juniors. Balder blinked in surprise upon hearing that Rayon was going to do what he'd asked. Why, you don't need to do that, though. He took a step away from Ares, worried that he might get another beating. Just pick what you want to do, as you said before. No, I'll slowly scout the area and remind myself about what kind of place Sieghart is. Rayon shook his head and declared that he was going to take that mission. Wow, I do like your personality at least. Balder nodded in satisfaction upon seeing that Ares wasn't taking any action. Yes, scouting is an important mission too. Make sure to see through it. I'll reserve a good mission for you at the next round table. I'll assign the best one to you. He pounded his chest, telling Rayon to count on him. Hoo-hoo, on the other hand, Ares smiled faintly, implying that she'd noticed Rayon's intention behind taking the scouting mission. Denier also seemed to have figured out his thoughts as he narrowed his eyes. As expected, no one is against it. Then the Light Wind Division will be in charge of the scouting mission. Chad nodded after confirming the reactions of the executives at the round table. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the gazes of the executives, which were clearly different from before. You know that Rayon Balder followed Denier up as he left the round table meeting with a broad smile on his face. Don't you like his personality at least? He used to be an eyesore because of the incident with Radin, but everything he says nowadays is to my liking. I would have recruited him to our palace if I'd known. He licked his lips in regret. I knew it. Denier shook his head while looking at Balder's smile. You didn't manage to read his thoughts. What do you mean by that? Why do you think Rayon suddenly volunteered for the scouting mission, even though he wasn't really interested in it at first? He already said the reason. He wants to travel around Sieghart. That's not it, he slowly shook his finger. It's because the current holder of the Sword and Saber Sovereign's map is rather close to Sieghart's domain, which means... Yes, if he is that close, it's possible for him to look for the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave under the pretext of scouting the area. That's Rayon's plan. He created a path that can gain the favor of the executives and also get the actual benefit at the same time. Denier laughed bitterly, saying that Rayon had excellently analyzed the situation. In fact, everyone except for you could have come up with that idea. However, Rayon was the first one to figure it out and made the decision. I can't believe that his decision was the fastest, even more than the executives who have participated in the round table dozens of times already. The executives probably realized that fact by now and might be thinking that they were completely played by him. That ain't right. Balder firmly shook his head. Rather than being played, they should be thinking that Rayon is amazing. After all, he got that mission with his own ability. Complimenting him for that is the right thing to do in this case. Only narrow-minded rats will complain that they were played. He smiled, saying that Rayon should be praised for it. It feels even more regrettable now. Such a smart guy should have joined our palace. You, Denier narrowed his eyes while watching Balder. Aren't you jealous of him? Jealous. Because Karun made a big mistake, Rayon Sieghart is even more trusted by our father now and he has become a division leader. If he survives the duel to the death next year, he will probably become a part of the direct line. The Light Wind Division will become a palace, and he will be a successor candidate just like us. He will be your rival. Balder scratched his chin with his large hand. I do want to become the head of house. I'd be happy if I could, and I'd do anything for that sake. Well, I won't do anything, not like him. He must have been reminded of Karun because he looked towards the medical ward. I might feel jealous and envious of him, but if I couldn't win against him after I did everything I could, that means that he can make Sieghart even bigger than I ever could. If that's the case, I don't mind yielding the position. Balder shook his head, saying that he could accept anyone as the head of house as long as it was helpful for Sieghart's development. Denier nodded while looking at Balder. You never change. Why are you saying that now? I'm saying that you should stay the way you are. Denier gently patted Balder's shoulder and returned to the wise martial palace. Make it easier to understand. Balder furrowed his brow while looking at Denier's back. It's too hard for me. 2 days later, Rayon went to the main street in order to receive the information that he'd requested from the black market. He opened an old door at the corner of the commercial district and entered the shop. The manager, who was sitting at the counter, took off her hood and lowered her head. It was Denning Rose, wearing an eye patch with purple rose patterns. Greetings, Light Wind Division leader. Denning Rose lowered her head, her lips curved into a small smile. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Rayon looked at Denning Rose awkwardly. Since you are a division leader now, I need to treat you accordingly. Denning Rose shook her hand, saying that it was the natural thing to do as a merchant. Congratulations on becoming a division leader. It's only natural for me to come since it's your request, division leader. Denning Rose smiled, saying that it was an act of respect for a client. I'd like to hear from you how you became a division leader, but let's go straight to business since we don't have much time. The situation has changed a little. Her single eye glinted, showing how serious she was. What do you mean by that? White Snake Rain used to have the map for the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave until 2 days ago, but he died and the owner has changed. Who is the new owner? The Holy Sword Alliance. Denning Rose's lips trembled briefly. The Sword and Saber Sovereign's map is currently in the Holy Sword Alliance's possession. Rayon sighed as he met Denning Rose's intelligent gaze. Well, I suppose it would have been stranger if those crazy bastards didn't come for it. The Holy Sword Alliance worshipped the sword and swordsmanship, and they were insane enough to even kill their parents and siblings in order to obtain an advanced sword technique. Since they would even intrude into the Six Kings' home base in order to obtain the sword and saber sovereign's legacy, it would have been stranger if they hadn't come for it. Who came from the Holy Sword Alliance? Croy, the master of the Abyssal Sword. Denning Rose took out a document and placed it on the table. Croy's name was written on the topmost line, and his activities were written underneath. He even reached the highest level of master before the Holy Sword Alliance stopped their activities, she stated. Croy. Rayon had heard about the master of the Abyssal Sword in his previous life. People even said that Croy's feet were his real weapon instead of his sword because of his excellent footwork. Then he might have reached Grandmaster by now. Do you remember Liston? Denning Rose suddenly brought up Liston while talking about the master of the Abyssal Sword. Of course. Liston was the agent from the black market who'd guided him to the Surin tribe when he was trying to save Judiel. Rayon clearly remembered him because he was originally an assassin and he'd carried out his instructions perfectly. Even he couldn't see the master of the Abyssal Sword's footwork properly. The previous owner of the map, White Snake Rain, was also proficient in footwork and concealment. However, he still easily managed to get to stab him in the back. It should be safe to assume that at least his footwork is at the Grandmaster level. Denning Rose tapped on the document with her finger, saying that Rayon should be careful of him. The blunt sound felt like it was expressing her worries. Then the master of the Abyssal Sword should have already entered the sword and saber sovereign's grave. Unlike the shadowless wanderer in White Snake Rain, the master of the Abyssal Sword was a powerful warrior. That was why Rayon guessed that he must have quickly found the sword and saber sovereign's grave and entered it. No, Denning Rose shook her head with unwavering eyes. The master of the Abyssal Sword is simply on the move, just like the others. He wouldn't have managed to interpret the map perfectly yet. Interpret, rather than interpretation, it's more like it's difficult to find the location because the terrain has changed over the hundreds of years. Ah. Rayon could understand what she meant. Since hundreds of years had passed since the sword and saber sovereign's death, many places had changed compared to when the map was created, and they were unable to find the grave's location as a result. Both the Shadowless Wanderer and White Snake Rain were moving in the neutral area between Zeeghart and the Balkar Kingdom, and they are gradually heading west. Her finger pointed at the far end of Zeeghart and Balkar. The letters indicating the Black Tower could be seen further away from there. If our black market has guessed right, the grave should be around here. Denning Rose rolled her finger and drew a triangle connecting Zeeghart, the Balkar Kingdom, and the Black Tower. It was a neutral area that didn't belong to any of those three factions. This area is currently a huge mess because even the neutral factions and hidden powerhouses have appeared, not just the Six Kings and the Five Demons. They are even massacring commoners, blinded by the sword and saber sovereign's martial art. Denning Rose crinkled her nose, saying that it wasn't a good situation. Rayon made sure to remember the area that Denning Rose pointed out to him and took a gold pouch that he'd prepared in advance from his subspace pocket. The table shook once Rayon placed the heavy gold pouch on it. What is this? I'll purchase all information about this matter in real time. We can track them, but are you really going there? I believe you received a scouting mission, from what I've heard. I need to go because I have a scouting mission. Rayon touched the part of the map that Denning Rose had pointed at a moment ago. I can't just leave those pigs who are blinded by treasure alone. Finding the sword and saber sovereign's grave or defeating the master of the Abyssal Sword were both important, but protecting Zeeghart's domain had the highest priority. He couldn't leave them alone since they were threatening Zeeghart's safety. It won't be an easy task. The Six Kings and the Five Demons are obviously dangerous, and even the previous powerhouses who disappeared from the scene and nameless warriors who have been living in seclusion are also appearing. It's fine. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. If I can't even overcome that much, I'm going to die next year anyway. The duel to the death. Denning Rose briefly nodded, showing that she understood what he meant. You wouldn't listen even if I tried to stop you, she sighed, sweeping her hair up from the back of her neck. Then we will have to assist you to the best of our abilities, under the black market's name. First of all, we'll find the master of the Abyssal Sword's location. No, that can be saved for later. Rayon swung his finger diagonally and pointed at the map. The first thing we need to do is... Rayon went to the 5th training ground after meeting with Denning Rose. The Light Wind swordsmen had been waiting inside the training ground and gathered in front of the platform. Even though they were still on holiday, their foreheads were sweaty and they were wearing their training outfits. They had started to train again on their own accord after only a single day of rest. They were getting addicted to training just like Rayon, division leader. Martha politely lowered her head. The entire first team is here. She was showing perfect courtesy, unlike when he was a vice division leader. It was rather unexpected because Rayon had thought that she would be the least obedient one. Everyone in the second team is here, too. Run-on raised her hand with blank eyes. She was being polite, but it didn't really feel like she was at the same time. The entire third team is also here. Buran stepped forward and lowered his head. Good job. Rayon nodded at them casually and examined everyone in the light wind division. No one seemed to have any complaints about the sudden call, probably because they were already training in the training ground anyway. No, one person had complaints. I'm dying. The world looks like it's doubled. Rimmer shook his hand, sitting with his back against the platform. Why are you summoning us when it's already so painful that I could die? Rimmer clutched her head and groaned in pain. It looked like he was still suffering from a hangover even though it had already been 2 days. Rayon ignored Rimmer and parted his lips while gazing down upon the light wind division. I think you should already be aware, but we've been assigned a mission from the round table meeting. I heard about it. It's a scouting mission. Dorian raised his hand. Scouting has such a nice sound to it that puts me at ease. It's giving me a strong feeling that nothing special is going to happen. He smiled, saying that he was thankful that Rayon had taken a safe mission. Sounds boring, Martha clicked her tongue in displeasure. Who is even going to intrude on Sieghart's domain? We don't know that. Buran shook his head at Martha. Sieghart's name isn't invincible. You should have fully experienced it already. HMPH. It's a noble mission where we need to protect and search the domain of our house. Pull yourselves together. Buran strengthened the light wind division's spirit with an organized voice. Is it because of Karun? He felt like Buran had gotten an even stiffer personality, probably because of Karun's issues. It looked like heavy burdens were pressing upon his shoulders. I can sleep while walking. Run-on blinked, saying that she could sleep twice as much as before. It was amazing how consistent she washed, said that right after Buran had finished talking. Clap. Rayon clapped his hands to focus the light wind division's attention. The third team leader is right. Rayon nodded while looking at Buran. Some of you should have heard about it already, but there's currently a storm brewing on the continent right now. It's called the Sword and Saber Sovereign's Grave. I heard about it as well. I heard it's a huge mess already. Crane energetically raised his hand. That grave doesn't matter to us though, does it? That's right. We just need to scout the area. The others nodding their heads looked like they'd also heard about the grave. Yes, it does matter. The Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave is most likely located near Sieghart's domain. Or are you sure? Buran's eyes widened, showing that he didn't know about that part. The other swordsmen also widened their mouths, gasping in surprise. Yes, our mission is to patrol Sieghart's domain to discover and eliminate potential danger. As a result, it's heavily related to that matter. Division leader. Martha walked up to the platform, curling her lips into a smile. You got the scouting mission for that purpose, didn't you? Rayon smiled faintly without responding to her. Our division leader is definitely crazy. Martha smiled cheerfully despite calling him crazy. She seemed to like it a lot more than a simple scouting mission. How did you even come up with that idea when it was your first time participating in the round table meeting? Buran shook his head, unable to understand him. He is definitely remarkable. That sly personality of his can be good for us sometimes. The Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. The other light wind swordsmen also talked about the grave with faint smiles on their faces, showing that they were interested in it. Rimmer quietly watched Rayon and the light wind division from behind without saying anything. A peaceful smile surfaced on his lips. You can talk about it later. Rayon gathered the light wind division's attention once again. The Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave should be dangerous by itself, but countless monsters are gathering around it as well, which should make this a difficult journey, since the holidays aren't even over. Rayon lifted his finger and continued, I'll take volunteers for this mission. Those who don't wish to go can stay in the house and rest. He was serious about it. He didn't want to force everyone to come since their break wasn't even over yet. What are you talking about? Martha furrowed her brow and leaped forth. It's finally time to vent our frustration after being bullied by you for 3 whole weeks. Why would we refuse? She clenched her fist strongly enough to make a cracking sound, saying that she wanted to destroy her enemies already. She's right. Buran clenched his back teeth. Since we've been training in hell for the past 3 weeks, we need to see the results. He clenched the hilt of his sword, saying that he also wanted to vent his stress. I won't let them get any sleep. Run-On widened her eyes, shouting that she would force the sleepless nights on others. She wasn't really scary though because her eyes were still blank. I'm going to. I'll crawl and follow you if you try to leave me behind. I'll kill them all. No, I'll tear off their heads. It wasn't just the team leaders. The entire light wind division ground their teeth, showing their ferocious spirit. Their eyes were sparkling yellow like those of a dog, rather than a human being, and a mad dog at that. There wasn't any sanity left in them. Dorian tried to read the mood without raising his hand until the end and reluctantly raised his hand. I like their spirit, but Rayon tilted his head while looking into their eyes, which had halfway entered the domain of insanity. Why does it look like everyone went insane? Is your moral compass broken? You're the one who drove them to insanity. Wrath gasped at his ridiculous comment. He furrowed his brow while watching the light wind division's madness, which was blazing more and more intensely. Even a circus trainer feeds the animals and lets them sleep, you crazy bastard. Lucen village was located on the border between Sieghart and the neutral area. It was a small village where every villager managed an orchard together to make their living, and an unprecedented number of warriors entered the village. It's here. Search the entire village. A middle-aged man riding a black horse shook his finger with a fiery gaze. He was Volant, the leader of the black marauder squad that was called the Wind of Death in the White Orchid Desert. Yes, open all the doors. Search everything, don't miss the smallest detail. Mounted bandits wearing black bandanas destroyed the village and broke the trees with their horses. They were wielding different weapons, but their eyes were burning with desire. Crack, apples that were carefully raised by the villagers of Lucen were smashed and burst under the hooves. As the apple trees kept being cut down, the orchard even started to look like a barren land. Why are you doing this? Lucen's village chief approached Volant, who was riding a black horse. Please stop it. If you kill those trees, it's also going to kill us. We will give you money if that's what you want. The villagers followed the chief, falling on their knees and lowering their heads. Do you have a death wish? The scar carved across Volant's forehead wriggled in a grotesque manner. He wasn't asking a question. He was really about to kill him if he said one more word. Wow. Since the villagers and the chief had never been around a warrior before, they stepped back, their pale lips trembling in fear. Squad leader. The Black Marauder Squad's vice leader, who was wearing an eye patch on his left eye, came towards Volant and lowered his head. We didn't find anything even though we cut down every tree in the orchard and also searched the houses. Is it really here? The map I saw when the master of the Abyssal Sword killed White Snake Rain definitely had a mark over here. Volant shook his head, saying that he was certain about it, but we didn't find anything. Set it on fire. What? The vice squad leader's eyes widened in surprise. We've cut down the trees, but the bushes are still interfering with the search. Set everything on fire. But Sieghart's domain is nearby, if they end up appearing because of that. Even Sieghart should be focused on the master of the Abyssal Sword right now. We just need to quickly get it done. Volant shook his finger, saying that they would finish the job quickly and leave. Understood. The vice squad leader was convinced that it was a good idea and nodded his head, then gathered the subordinates. Set the orchard and the village on fire. At your command. The 4 magicians covered in gray robes unleashed flames from their hands. The crimson flame dashed like a beast and engulfed the entire village and the orchard. Water, bring water, quick, the village chief shouted for the villagers to bring water with a trembling chin. He overcame the fear and crawled on his knees towards Volant. Please stop. I'll give you all the money I have, please. He rubbed his hands, but Volant swung the spear that was resting on his shoulder. PSSH. A dark hole was made in the village chief's chest, and his body tilted towards the ground. Cough, he tried to cover the wound in his chest, but the blood kept flowing from him like a broken dam. Kaya, chief. The villagers blankly sank on the ground, unable to believe the village chief's death. Get rid of all of them as well. Yes, I've been waiting for that order. This makes it easier. Who even cares about Sieghart? The mounted bandits rode their horses with frightening smiles on their faces because their job was easier that way. The moment the heated spears were about to stab the villagers, the sound of an explosion occurred from the direction of the orchard's entrance. Wham! The mounted bandits guarding the entrance were thrown into the flame, their bodies cut apart. What is it? Volant lifted the spear from below while glaring at the smoke. Open the path. A quiet voice flowed from the shadow surging from the gray smoke. 3 swordsmen dashed out the moment that arrogant voice stepped upon the land. Wham! A swordswoman with black hair and dark eyes was the first to charge, thrusting her sword forward. A huge amount of energy concentrated at the tip of her sword like a tidal wave and exploded at once. The vice squad leader and the elite guards next to Volant were shattered to pieces. Slash! The blue-haired swordsman followed closely, drawing a line of light as beautiful as the crescent moon in the sky. An impeccable line that had never been seen in the human realm advanced, and the heads of the magicians who'd been preparing to defend were instantly cut off like toys. Whop! The purple-eyed swordswoman walked out after the others and swept the land with her sword. The frost dwelling at the tip of her blade advanced through the wind and froze the legs of the bandits and the horses alike. Who are you? Volant stepped backwards, and his lips trembled once he noticed the burning sword emblem engraved in their outfits. Sieghart. He gasped and clenched his spear. Why is Sieghart here? The frightening sound of footsteps resounding from the gray smoke seemed to be responding to his shout. The black-haired swordswoman who popped the vice squad leader's body, the blue-haired swordsman who beheaded the magicians, and the purple-eyed swordswoman who'd frozen the entire bandit squad took a step back. Red eyes appeared from behind them, blazing even more powerfully than the sun. Volant's heart tightened to the point of bursting just from meeting his eyes. Wait, just. The man with blonde hair and red eyes calmly shook his head. Volant could tell who he was because there was no other swordsman in the world who had such monstrous subordinates at such a young age. Rayon Zika, consider yourself unlucky. Vullen's head dropped to the ground with a frightening sound cutting through the wind. Loud. Vullen's headless corpse dropped like a rock. Isq squad leader, and no. The Black Marauder squad screamed and yelled while looking at Vullen's corpse. Light Wind Division. Rayon met the eyes of the Light Wind Division, who were waiting behind him. Kill them all. Those mounted bandits were human scum who were trying to slaughter innocent people and burn the village. There was no point in keeping them alive. I hear and I obey. The Light Wind Division lifted their blades against the Black Marauder squad with cold-hearted eyes, as if their personalities had changed from when they were in the 5th training ground. Slash. The Light Wind Division swords cut off the bandits' heads without the slightest hesitation, as they become full-fledged warriors after countless battles. PL, please spare us. We'll withdraw, since stop it. Please stop. The Black Marauder squad went on their knees while shouting to be spared, but the Light Wind Division's swords carried out Rayon's order. They didn't stop the slaughter until the last bandit was slain. Rayon walked over to the headless bandit leader's corpse and approached the old man who was bleeding intensely from his stomach. It's a serious injury. The gravity of the wound was an issue, but the fact that he was an old man with a weak constitution and the intense bleeding made it unlikely that he could be saved by just being showered with holy power. However, Rayon still wanted to save him, since he was a righteous man who tried to save the village until the very end without yielding to the threat of the bandits. Rayon unleashed the divinity blooming from the underworld and focused it in his hand. He used the enlightenment he'd gained during the incident at the Surin tribe and polished the holy power in the shape of a needle and a thread. SW Swordsman, please save our chief, I'm begging you. The villagers went on their knees, asking for him to save the chief first even though they were also stabbed and injured. That allowed him to understand what kind of person the village chief was. I'll do my best. Rayon made the rings of fire resonate. He increased his focus, just like when he was entering the extremely advanced realm. He removed the dead blood and examined his organs by shoving the holy power in his body, but the bleeding continued even though the holy power tried to stop it, implying that all of his blood vessels had ruptured. Damn it, I need to stop the bleeding first, but too many vessels have ruptured. He broke out into a cold sweat because it was his first time treating such a serious injury in the organs, even though he was somewhat knowledgeable in medicine. Let me see. As he was wasting holy power with a furrowed brow, Martha came next to him. This way. She inserted her hand coated with holy water into the village chief's stomach directly to find the area where he was bleeding the most. Reconnect this blood vessel first. The other parts can still wait. All right, Rayon nodded. He believed in Martha, connecting the village chief's blood vessels with the needle and thread made by polishing the holy power. As she'd said, the bleeding drastically decreased once he fixed the first blood vessel, and he could finally afford to examine his organs. He used the remaining holy power to stop the wounds and fill his flesh. The village chief's face used to be so pale that he looked like he would die at any moment, but his complexion slowly started to improve. He slowly raised his eyebrows. Aye. Chief, once the village chief opened his eyes, the villagers ran towards him while sobbing. I thought I died. These swordsmen saved you. They seem to be from Zeeghart. Oh my. The village chief flailed his limbs in an attempt to stand up as soon as he heard the villagers. You still need to rest. Rayon pressed down on the village chief's shoulder to make him lie back down on the ground. All he could do was look at him with wavering eyes, but the gratitude he was expressing was even deeper than a bow. I am really thankful that you saved our village. I don't even know what I should say. He was more thankful about the village being saved than his own life. His personality was just what Rayon had expected. We aren't affiliated with Zeeghart. That doesn't really matter. As the village chief said, the village was outside Zeeghart's domain. However, that wasn't a reason to ignore their crisis. He would be no different from Darius Robert if he ignored innocent people dying right in front of him just because he was occupied with other things. You should stay in Zeeghart's domain until this matter is concluded, just in case. The village under our protection is directly north of this area, so it shouldn't be difficult to find. Is it really okay? We haven't done anything for Zeeghart, don't worry about it. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face. I'd like to give you something, but everything was burnt. The village chief raised his heavy head. He bit his lip while looking at the apple trees that had turned into ash. Then send us some apples after you manage to revive the forest. Rayon shook his head after applying the ointment to the village chief's abdomen. That's enough. The village chief's eyes widened and he fell speechless, not expecting him to only ask for some apples. Dorian. Rayon finished the treatment and shook his hand towards Dorian. Yes, Dorian walked up to him and lowered his head. Guide them to Simon Village. Understood. He nodded and carefully carried the village chief on his back. Dorian placed the usable items among the incinerated goods in his belly pocket and went to the north with the villagers. Rayon watched the villagers leave with Dorian for a while before he turned around. He went to Martha, who was looking at her hand, and nodded his head. It was nothing. Martha calmly shook her head while lowering her bloody hand. She seemed to be planning to keep her word, as she was still talking politely even though no one else was around. Have you been studying medicine this whole time? I've been going to the saint whenever I have the time to learn little by little. She must have been serious about wanting to treat everyone's injuries after Orgos's assault if she'd been learning medicine all this time. It's truly a strange feeling to save people with hands that were used to kill. Martha stared at her hands for a while. It looked like her lips were softening. Wow, Wrath exclaimed as if he were chewing on a large lump of beef. That's beef girl for you. You deserve to be the king of Essence's subordinate. He nodded, acknowledging Martha's mental growth. She doesn't even know about your existence. It doesn't matter. A true king simply watches his subordinate's growth. Wrath curled his lips into a smile, saying something befitting a demon king for once. Rayon chuckled while watching Wrath wagging his tail, and the sound of the wind could be heard from behind him. Division leader. Mark Goten walked up to him violently like a bison and went to his knees. The light wind members who came with him also lowered their heads. Just as the black market informed us, some warriors were occupying Cuban village. We've taken care of them all and returned. Good job. Rayon nodded at Mark Goten. We're also done over here. Rimmer was walking from the northeast. He shook his hand, showing his exhaustion. I don't even understand why they were so persistent despite being so weak. It's all over now. The first information that Rayon had requested from Denning Rose wasn't the master of the Abyssal Sword's location, but the location of villages that were harmed by warriors blinded by greed. The Light Wind Division's mission was to scout and protect the domain instead of looking for the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave, and he'd seen ordinary people being slaughtered by greedy warriors so many times before that he wanted to resolve that issue first. Since we've saved 5 villages now, did we manage to clear them all up? Burin came up next to him, shaking the blood off his sword. Assuming the black market's information is correct, that should be the case. Martha nodded, her eyes glowing calmly. Run-On stared at Martha blankly. What? Speak up if you have something on your mind. Martha furrowed her brow in displeasure. Shut up, you little shit. Martha charged at Run-On as if her calm appearance was just a lie. PSH. Just as they were about to clash against each other, a man in a gray robe rose from the shadow on the ground. Greetings, Light Wind Division leader. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. He was Denning Rose's direct subordinate who was delivering the information in real time. Are any other villages being harmed? No, no other village is in trouble. The warriors followed the master of the Abyssal Sword to the west. Rayon turned around. He jerked his chin at the Light Wind Division, whose eyes were glowing coldly. The real fight begins now. Are you ready? Yes, the Light Wind Division responded, not too loudly nor quietly. Rayon nodded after meeting their eyes, which were carrying a balance of confidence and tension. Rayon touched Heavenly Drive's scabbard with a smile on his face. He clenched his hand while feeling the wave of bloodlust and desire coming from the west. Guide us to the master of the Abyssal Sword's location. Rayon and the Light Wind Division followed the black market agent to the west. Once they left Sieghart and Balkar's domains and reached a strange terrain which was a mixture between forest and desert, their visions were filled with a wall of people. Why are there so many people here? Martha furrowed her brow, annoyed by the amount of people. Even though they are just randoms, the numbers are overwhelming. Burin also showed his surprise by shaking his head. Yaln Run-On simply sighed, showing that she didn't really care. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the people who had to stay there because they couldn't enter the desert. Someone must be blocking the path. None of the warriors and magicians looking for an opportunity in front of the desert were exceptionally powerful. The really powerful ones should have been hiding their abilities and turning their eyes to the corner of the forest and desert. On the other hand, those who are blocking their path are powerful. The reason all those people couldn't advance into the desert wasn't because they weren't organized. It was because someone was blocking their path from the front. Considering the fact that they could stop so many people, they must have been rather powerful. Tusk. They are full of greed. Rimmer clicked his tongue while looking at the people who were trying to go inside no matter what. Throwing your greed away is the most important thing in life. Rayon and the Light Wind Division turned around at the same time upon hearing his murmur. What is Shitty Ears saying now? I don't even know. Even Wrath stared at him blankly, wondering what the hell he was talking about. What? I didn't say anything wrong. You would have been right if you weren't the one who said it, Vice Division Leader. Martha shook her head at his pathetic behavior. Rayon chuckled, and a middle-aged man wearing a hood landed along with a small wind. Sir Rayon, it's you, Mr. Liston. It was Liston, the black market agent, who guided him to the Surin tribe. Rayon had heard that he'd been tracking the master of the Abyssal Sword, and he must have followed him all the way there. You still recognize me even though I've changed my appearance. Liston smiled awkwardly while taking off his hood. That's because you have the same presence. Disguise and concealment of energy would be meaningless against you. He shook his head and took a step forward. Since there's no time to catch up, I'll explain the situation right away. Liston was so polite that he almost felt like a Zeeghart agent rather than one from the black market. The ones blocking the path in front of that crowd are the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen and the Black Tower's demonized humans. Black Tower, yes, they are the floor overseer Snow Wraith Duchess's subordinates. The Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower must be working together. In the past, the Black Tower had attacked Balkar, while the Holy Sword Alliance Master was attacking the 5 Divine Orders. The two factions must have maintained their alliance. It looks like it. Liston nodded, saying that he thought the same. Where are the Master of the Abyssal Sword and the Snow Wraith Duchess? They are currently fighting against the Void Sword Division leader from Zeeghart and Balkar's Barfel the Boltweaver inside the desert. They seem to be looking for the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave while fighting. He immediately explained the situation as if he'd been watching the entire area all along. Among those who are currently blocking the path, the powerful warriors are Lucitan, the Abyssal Sword Division's Vice Master, and Bellurian, the Vice Floor Overseer. Those people can't even set a single foot inside the desert because of how powerful they are. Liston shook his head while looking at the people who couldn't advance because their path was blocked. Many powerful warriors seem to be hiding around, though. Indeed. However, they seem to have no intention of making a move until the grave is found. Liston licked his lips. He also seemed to have noticed the presence of outstanding people hiding all around. What are you going to do? He lowered his head, showing his intention to follow whatever plan Rayon came up with. Rayon turned around. The calm look in the Light Wind Division's eyes implied that they were ready to follow any order. I would have hidden just like the others in the past. In his previous life, he would have concealed himself and looked for an opportunity, but he'd gained the name of Rayon Zeeghart, the Light Wind Division leader, in his new life. There was no reason to hide anymore. Since the Light Wind Division had hammered their swords once again, it was the perfect opportunity to spread their name. We'll break through, Rayon declared and went ahead. Step. Because of the heavy step pressing upon the land and the blazing wave of power emanating from below, the warriors who'd been solely focused in front of them naturally looked back and stepped aside to make a path for him. What? Why do you keep pushing me? The warriors kept pushing and colliding with each other, but still opened a path for him. They didn't even seem to understand why they were stepping aside. Is that Zeeghart's emblem? Blonde hair and red eyes, could he be? Why yes, it's Rayon Zeeghart. The mad dog, it's the Light Wind Division. The warriors swallowed nervously and stepped back upon recognizing Rayon and the Light Wind Division. Rayon moved through the crowd of people, ebbing away like a receding tide, eventually spotting a middle-aged swordsman wielding a thin sword and a woman with dark circles under her eyes. That's. They also recognized Rayon and the Light Wind Division, causing them to furrow their brows. Rayon Zeeghart, the Dragon Slayer. Lucitan, the Vice Master of Sword from the Abyssal Sword Division, licked his lips while looking at Rayon. Entry is prohibited here. Bellurian nervously narrowed her eyes and warmed up her fingers. Rayon didn't stop walking, as if he was completely ignoring them. Leave him alone. Lucitan shook his hand at Bellurian, who was about to attack Rayon. I was actually curious. He tilted his head with a strange look in his eyes and continued, I want to see if he really is that strong. What are you even talking about? He is the Dragon Slayer. Bellurian frowned while looking at Lucitan. Think about it. Ares Zeeghart was there when he killed Cloud, and that monster was also next to him when he killed the Mad Dragon. Which means. Yes, Ares Zeeghart dumped all the achievements onto him. It's impossible for a 21-year-old to be that powerful. Lucitan's lips curved into a sneer as if he'd figured out Rayon's secret. He can't do anything on his own. That's reasonable. Bellurian also started to smile, finding Lucitan's claim to be believable. So what do you want to do? Rayon's steps came to a halt in front of Lucitan and Bellurian. It was true that such a rumor had recently been spreading. It was necessary to clearly show them his prowess for the sake of the reformed Light Wind Division. What else? I'll stop that groundless rumor about you right here. If you manage to defeat me, I'll spread the rumor about you even after death. Lucitan unleashed a furious wave of power and charged at him as if he were certain he was going to win. The moment his thin blade sparkled faintly, it rushed towards Rayon's throat as if it had pierced through the space. Cring. Bellurian closed the distance from the left side and shoved her nails, which were engulfed in a blazing darkness, toward him, showing that they'd practiced coordinating their attacks. The violent harmony implied that it wasn't the first time that they'd fought together. Rayon slowly lowered his hand and clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt. He casually extended his left foot as if he were going for a walk and lifted his sword. Cring. The tip of the blade soared along with a blue wind and created a dazzling light in between Bellurian's demonic energy and Lucitan's sword strike. Crack. Lucitan's sword and Bellurian's claws were severed at the same time, and a red line appeared on their necks. Tap. Lucitan and Bellurian's heads fell to the ground before a single breath could be drawn. Heavenly Drive descended with a dim light after drawing the surreally beautiful line. You don't need to spread the rumor for me. Rayon shook the blood off Heavenly Drive while stepping over their corpses. After all, a cheap mouth will only spread cheap rumors. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive from below, aiming toward the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons and the Black Tower's demonized humans behind Lucitan and Bellurian. Slash. The sound slashing through the air resounded as loudly as a violent tide, and the bodies of the demonized humans tilted toward the ground. Swoosh. The slash cut through the space and the chests of the demonized humans and the sword demons at the same time, crimson blood gushing from them as a result. They lay down in the desert without even realizing their own deaths, just like Lucitan and Bellurian. The gray sand was stained with the crimson color of blood. Huh, Liston gasped while observing Lucitan and Bellurian's headless corpses. Those monsters shouldn't have died so easily. Rayon's 2 casual swings looked like he was simply fanning at them, yet the wall created by the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower that had stopped hundreds of people was instantly destroyed. It was an overwhelming power. He seemed to have grown even stronger than the last time he'd seen him. I could get them easily because they were underestimating me. Rayon shook his hand at Liston, who was flustered at the sight. Lucitan and Bellurian had lost their heads in a single slash because they'd underestimated Rayon and weren't going all out right off the bat. Such carelessness should have never happened during a fight to the death. This isn't time to be concerned with those idiots. Rayon activated the perception of the snow flower and gathered his aura. He formed his aura perception into the shape of a spider web and spread it all around the forest and desert. They should be easy to find since they're supposed to be fighting right now. He couldn't see Serena and the master of the abyssal sword anywhere in the forest or desert, but the flow of their aura should have been easily noticeable since they were fighting. His aura perception spread in all directions like a divine dragon, and he could sense a powerful wave of aura from the end of it. It was a clash between wills unleashed by grandmasters. They're over there. Rayon decided on the direction and turned around. They were over there the last time I saw them. The location Liston was pointing at was slightly away from the aura wave's location. He was wrong. Rayon told Liston the correct direction and shook his hand towards the light wind division. He executed the Supreme Harmony steps and dashed forward at the front of the formation. Yes, not a single person among the light wind division doubted his decision. It was as if they completely believed Rayon's words as the truth as they followed him by dashing through the desert. Ah, this is so much work. Not even Rimmer was arguing with him despite being the Sword of Light, who didn't even listen to the head of house. The entirety of the light wind division had complete trust in Rayon. I can just rest at this rate, can't I? Liston sighed while looking at Rayon's back, which was already far away. He didn't even need to give him any information because he could find his enemies with his inhuman aura perception. Liston had seen many warriors before, but he'd never seen such a monster. However, even if I won't be helpful at all, I should still follow him until the end. He wanted to follow the light wind division so that he could feel that sensation once again. Wait for me. Liston shook his hand and dashed through the desert, following the light wind division's trail. We should go too. Yes, the sword and saber sovereign's grave is right under our noses. We can't miss our chance. That's right. You never know who will get the treasure once we enter the grave. Catch up to them. The warriors who'd been stopped by the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower also dashed through the desert in the direction Rayon was running. The desire reflected in their eyes hadn't decreased at all. While those warriors were running like bison, some of them were turning around, giving up on the sword and saber sovereign's legacy. I don't think I can do this. I agree. I'm going back home. How am I even supposed to win against a monster like that? I'm just going to carry on the family business at home. A few warriors were frightened by Rayon's might and returned to their homes with their heads hanging low. However, the powerful warriors and eccentric people who'd been watching the situation unfold while hiding slowly started to follow Rayon without a single exception. Rayon ran towards the location where he'd sensed the clash of auras for a while, a devastated forest and desert appearing on his path. Half of the forest was turned into ash, implying that it was set on fire, and the other half was frozen by black frost. On the other hand, the desert had dozens of craters on the ground. There was hardly anywhere intact as if it had been bombarded by magic. Did the Snow Wraith Duchess fight against Barfil the Boltweaver in the forest, while Serena fought the master of the Abyssal Sword in the desert? He could guess that it was how the 2-on-2 battle had unfolded. No, there's one more person. There were traces of another extremely powerful warrior, something that wasn't the auras of the Void Sword Division's swordsmen or the Abyssal Sword Division's sword demons, which means they're probably. While Rayon was trying to guess who the other enemy might be, the sandhill exploded and Serena soared into the sky with a tall man with long black hair. Serena's tidy hair had become disheveled, and her uniform was stained with sand and blood. She seemed to be in big trouble. On the other hand, the tall swordsman who was fighting her was curling his lips into a smile. He wasn't injured in the slightest. Is he the master of the Abyssal Sword? His arms and legs were abnormally long. He wasn't at the level of having a perfect body for swordsmanship and footwork. He looked like a grasshopper, but Rayon couldn't laugh at him because the wave of power emanating from him was too great. Thud, the master of the abyssal sword stepped on the air as if it were land and charged at Serena. His rapier wavered faintly in his grasp and created dozens of webs of light. Serena calmly raised her gaze even though she had noticed the web of blades was covering the sky. She held her sword with both hands and slashed down to cut through heaven and earth. Wham! With a tremendous shockwave, Serena's strike and the master of the abyssal sword's blades disappeared altogether. Kring, the master of the abyssal sword, immediately rushed at Serena from the left side as if he had expected that to happen and thrust his sword towards her heart. Serena didn't miss the master of the abyssal sword's movement either, stepping forward onto the desert with her right foot. She advanced in response to her enemy's attack, aiming to block his sword. Klong, he isn't a good opponent for her. Since the master of the abyssal sword aimed to maximize his speed, it was pretty much a hard counter to Serena's heavy blade. Moreover, Rayon shifted his gaze to the left. A huge presence drastically subsided from the destroyed forest, and someone was approaching them at a tremendous speed. Rumble. A young-looking woman appeared, wrapped in the black ice that had frozen half of the forest, and raised her spear of ice towards Serena's neck. The Snow Wraith Duchess must have defeated the Boltweaver and seemed to be trying to help the master of the abyssal sword. "You're late." The master of the abyssal sword gripped his sword, which was being pushed back, with an evil grin on his face. He stabbed towards Serena's heart once again, showing that he wasn't about to miss his opportunity. Serena's eyes became distorted for the first time despite how they'd remained composed even when she was injured. She solely focused on the master of the abyssal sword, not even looking at the Snow Wraith Duchess, implying that she was going to give up on one side. She seemed to be planning to fend off the attack from behind with an aura shield. Thud. At that moment, Rayon released his energy, which he'd been hiding, and executed the Supreme Harmony steps. He was different from the master of the abyssal sword who was stepping on the air. His advance looked like he leaped through the space as he landed behind Serena. Rayon. As Serena's surprised gaze reached him, Rayon crushed the Snow Wraith Duchess's sword as it rushed towards her with Heavenly Drive's hilt. Wham! The 10,000 Flames cultivation's flame competed against the Snow Wraith Duchess's frost-like beasts bearing their fangs and exploded all at once. The Snow Wraith Duchess furrowed her brow and stepped back from the powerful shockwave. Her trembling hands looked like they belonged to a transparent ice sculpture. "Who are you?" The Snow Wraith Duchess looked around in panic, and the master of the abyssal sword landed next to her. "He is Rayon Sieghart." The master of the abyssal sword recognized him at a glance and furrowed his brow. "How did you get here? Lucitan should have been there." Now that you mention it, the Snow Wraith Duchess shifted her gaze, looking for Bellurian as well. "Do I even need to answer?" Rayon tilted his head while looking down on the Snow Wraith Duchess and the master of the abyssal sword. Their gazes stiffened even more fiercely. "But I didn't sense a fight at all." "That's because we didn't fight." "What?" "They both died in a single strike." "They weren't even worth a fight," Rayon declared with an unwavering gaze. "You little shit." "What an arrogant bastard." The master of the abyssal sword and the Snow Wraith Duchess bit their lips. "I have no intention of continuing this pointless talk with you. Just give me the map." Rayon bobbed his finger at the master of the abyssal sword. "Ha. The master of the abyssal sword clutched his head and burst into laughter. "I must have been away from the scene for too long." He twisted his lips and kicked the ground. "Because look at how a brat who is still wet behind his ears is babbling at me. Then see how it feels like to be killed by that babbling brat," Rayon snorted, about to unleash the Flame Spirit. White water spouted at the right side of the master of the abyssal sword and the Snow Wraith Duchess, and a strange man whose upper body was gray showed up. This energy, bloody energy. He could feel the white blood religion's bloody energy from that man. Moreover, it was as powerful as an apostle's. "It's him." Serena came up next to Rayon and bit her lip. "He suddenly interfered when the Boltweaver and I were fighting them. That's the sixth apostle." Her sword trembled in her hand as she told him that they were taken by surprise. "So, he is from the white blood religion." When Rayon had noticed the trace of another powerful warrior, he'd thought it was one of the white blood religion's apostles, and he'd guessed it right. The sixth apostle, he'd never seen that apostle before, but he couldn't be underestimated. His bloody energy was too soft to a frightening extent. Those three factions often acted together among the 5 demons. Rayon guessed that they'd decided to share the sword in Saber Sovereign's grave. "You arrived at the perfect time. Let's get rid of them for now." "We've got an issue." The sixth apostle took a glance at Rayon and shook his head. "The shadowless wanderer found the grave before us. He was the first one to enter, and the people in the area are all heading over there." "What?" The master of the abyssal sword's eyes widened at the unexpected situation. "What is that bullshit? Wasn't the shadowless wanderer killed by the white snake rain?" The Snow Wraith Duchess was also surprised, her mouth widening as she asked what was happening. "He must have faked his death and continued his search. He appears to have memorized the map." God damn it, where is it? It's not too far from here. The sixth apostle raised his finger. White bloody energy spread around from the tip of his finger and engulfed the Snow Wraith Duchess and the master of the abyssal sword. Where do you think you're going? HMPH. Rayon executed the supreme harmony steps. He approached the sixth apostle, and just as he was about to unleash the Crimson Slash, the master of the abyssal sword and the Snow Wraith Duchess extended their hands at the same time. Clang! The energies of the two monsters exploded at once, and the sword strike and ice rained down like a shower. The attacks weren't directed at Rayon, but at the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division behind him. Even though Serena and Rimmer were among them, it seemed unlikely that they could fend off all of those attacks. Damn it, Rayon took a step back and unleashed the Flame Spirit. Hundreds of flower petals bloomed from the tip of his blade, creating a wall of flame that defended the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division from the attacks aimed at the front. Kring, Rimmer and Serena deflected the falling sword strikes and ice from left and right respectively. However, the sixth apostle, the master of the abyssal sword, and the Snow Wraith Duchess disappeared in the meantime. Sir Rayon, Liston hurriedly ran up to him. What they said was true. The shadowless wanderer already found the grave and entered. He lowered his head, saying that their agent had just contacted him. The location is... It's over there. Rayon pointed in the direction of the destroyed forest. He could sense the presence of the enemies that disappeared a moment ago from that direction. It really wasn't that far. Let's go. Rayon shook his hand to the back, and Serena stopped walking, coughing up blood. The internal injury that she'd been enduring must have been aggravated. Void Sword Division leader, I'm fine. Serena wiped the blood from her mouth as if there wasn't an issue and swallowed a pill to treat the internal injury. I'm just slightly injured from the sixth apostle's surprise attack. Don't worry about me. She shook her hand and went ahead to the forest. Rayon thought that her patience was as good as his own because she wasn't showing her intense pain at all. Are you really okay? Yes, understood. It would have been rude to keep worrying about her when she was saying she was fine. Rayon nodded and went into the forest. The corpses of the Balkar magicians who'd been slain by the Snow Wraith Duchess and the demonized humans were lying all over the place. Many of them seemed to have been killed by the sixth apostle and the bloody demons. It looked like they didn't manage to survive even though they were Balkar's magicians because they were attacked by 2 out of the 5 demons. Rayon bit his lip, and when he entered the forest, able to sense the presence of many people. Their numbers were great, as if everyone in the area had gathered. Even the reclusive masters and the powerful warriors of the previous generations who had been concealing themselves were showing up. Some of the warriors had unsheathed their swords, wary about the others, but most of them were simply running into the forest. Rayon went deeper into the forest by following their steps, and he could see a small Zelkova tree under a small hill. There was a rectangular hole in the ground. The smooth section implied that it wasn't a natural hole, but one that was artificially created instead. The master of the abyssal sword, the Snow Wraith Duchess, and the apostle were nowhere to be seen, implying that they'd already gone inside. There was blood scattered all around the area. Considering the fact that they had entered without hesitation when they had the map, it must have been the sword and saber sovereign's grave for sure. While Rayon was thinking, the reclusive masters, powerful warriors from the previous generation, and even the ordinary warriors were all jumping inside. Rayon frowned while looking at the hole in the ground. I can't read any energy. It was just a hole, but he couldn't sense the energy inside it. Serena's expression wasn't looking good either, probably because she noticed the same thing. Void Sword Division were going in. However, she decided quickly. Since her mission was to find the sword and saber sovereign's grave, she must have decided to move without hesitation whether it was a trap or not. Are you really going in? I picked this mission myself. I should complete it even if I have to die. Serena smiled calmly, saying that she couldn't withdraw from it. You should make your own decision. If you end up coming in, you should play it safe as much as possible. She casually shook her hand and went ahead into the grave. The Void Sword Division also jumped in without any hesitation, showing their trust in their division leader. What are we going to do? Rimmer came up next to him. Many people were entering the sword and saber sovereign's grave while he was contemplating the matter. Isn't this a bit strange? Strange. Rimmer came closer, asking what he meant. The fact that the grave was found the moment we were about to clash against the Abyssal Sword Division, the Black Tower, and the White Blood religion is strange, and the fact that everyone came to learn about it is also strange. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the sword and saber sovereign's grave. Considering the fact that Serena was also looking at it with a bad expression, she must have noticed that it was strange. Moreover, the Shadowless Wanderer is a thief and an information agent. He would have preferred death to opening the grave where it was fully visible to everyone. Maybe he had no other choice because the Holy Sword Alliance would have gotten it otherwise, Rimmer said, shaking his head. Even then, it's true that the situation is strange. Burin narrowed his eyes while looking at Rayon. In the end, it's most likely a trap, Rimmer sighed. Indeed. However, Rayon nodded at Rimmer and examined the hole once again. This entrance is clearly an old structure. It wasn't made just a few dozens of years ago, but hundreds of years ago at least. The entrance looked so old that he couldn't even estimate how old it was. I agree with you. It might be a trap, but this wasn't made recently, Liston stated as he nodded in agreement. So what are you going to do? Rimmer nodded his head, asking for his decision as the division leader. Rayon looked around the light wind division. All of the swordsmen were looking at him with their gazes brimming with confidence. They seemed to be telling him that they could achieve anything. We'll go. Yes, Rimmer calmly nodded. He seemed to be saying that he trusted Rayon's decision as the division leader, whether he was right or wrong. Dorian. Rayon shook his hand at Dorian. Distribute that to everyone. That, yes. Dorian nodded and distributed badges with a green wind emblem to everyone in the light wind division. What is this? Buran shook his head while accepting the badge. It's the light wind division sign. That's why it's a green wind, he chuckled while taking a glance at Rimmer. Well, it's shabby, but I guess it's not too bad. Martha nodded her head. It's light. Run-On seemed to like it and immediately attached the badge to her sleeve. This is so dull. Instead of spending money to make something like this, you should have given it to me. However, the elf who was the motif of the emblem frowned in displeasure. Seriously, he made it so hard to like him. Let's go in. Rayon jumped into the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave after confirming that everyone in the Light Wind Division had attached their badges to various spots on their uniforms. His feet didn't reach the ground, and the aura spreading around him was suddenly disconnected. That implied that the space was completely disconnected from the outside. It was a strange sensation. It felt like he was falling into a bottomless abyss while floating in the air. By the time his senses became dull from falling for too long, he could finally feel his feet reach the ground. Rayon slowly raised his eyebrows. His jaw dropped upon witnessing an unbelievable sight. What is this place? It was dark. It was as if night had fallen in that world of darkness. Rayon swallowed nervously as his eyes took in the dark forest filling his vision. How is this even happening? The outside world was totally bright, but he could understand it being so dark since he'd come so far down. However, he was seeing a huge forest in front of him. He couldn't understand why such a forest existed underground. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the branches and leaves of the trees making the forest. The existence of a forest is strange enough, but the leaves are also strange. You could usually approximate the climate of a region by the leaves and branches of a tree. Thin leaves implied that it was a cold region, while broad leaves suggested a tropical climate, but both kinds of leaves coexisted inside the forest. Moreover, what's going on with the sky? Since he was underground, there should have been a ceiling, even if it was a high one. However, no matter how far he extended his aura perception above his head, he couldn't sense any ceiling at all. Even though he'd fallen for a long time, it was an impossible occurrence. Rayon's hands trembled as he started to raise his gaze. No way is that a moon. He could see a crescent moon even smaller than a pinky nail at the left corner of the sky. Its extremely faint radiance differed from a real moon, but it did seem to be a moon at least. What is this place? He pinched the back of his hand just in case, but he could feel pain normally. That implied that he wasn't dreaming. The strange land in front of him really existed. A boundary, a formation. Was it a trap after all? Even though his mind was engulfed in anxiety, his instincts weren't telling him that it was a trap. He wasn't too sure, but it even felt familiar. I don't understand what's happening. He furrowed his brow, thinking about the entrance of the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave once again. There should be no exit if it really is a trap. That's not the case. Wrath suddenly emerged from the bracelet. That's not the case. Do you know where we are? No, he doesn't. He shook his hand despite sounding like he knew something. Then what did you mean by that earlier? There's an exit leading to the outside, which is what you were worried about. Wrath pointed at the moon in the sky. You should have realized already, but this isn't an ordinary space. Yes, whether it's a boundary created with magic, a formation made with sorcery, or even if it was created with martial arts, there's bound to be an exit since there was an entrance. That's the law of dimension for a complete space. He shook his finger, saying that there was bound to be an exit leading to the outside world even though it might be difficult to find. I see. Fortunately, Rayon realized that he wasn't in the worst possible case. The Demon King could be helpful sometimes, despite being a food waster. If you're thankful, then leave this place already and buy him some ice cream. Apparently, they've come up with some new flavors. Rayon couldn't understand how he had information about new flavors when he couldn't even speak to other people. He was shaking his head when the light wind swordsmen fell behind him one after the other. What is this place? Buran furrowed his brow while shifting his gaze. Why is it so dark? It was definitely daytime before. Crane tilted his head while looking at the dark forest. You idiot, it's dark because we're underground. Martha gave him a smack with her knuckles. There's a moon. Run-On raised her finger. The crescent moon was reflected in her blank eyes. Why is there a moon underground? Martha and Buran's jaws dropped as they looked at the moon Run-On was pointing at. What is a mysterious place. It almost makes me want to leave right away. Dorian put his hand into his belly pocket with trembling lips, showing that he was already terrified. A burning torch came out with his hand. What's that? Rayon blinked while looking at Dorian. He could never get used to that pocket, not when he just pulled out a torch instead of torch materials. It's a torch, a necessity, but the others aren't coming in. He licked his lips while glancing around. Those who entered before us are nowhere to be seen either. Burin shook his head as he took the area in. When they jumped into the sword and saber sovereign's grave, many people had entered in advance, and many people were waiting behind them, yet not a single person could be seen. Rayon could guess that they dropped in at different locations depending on when they entered. Is it a boundary made with magic? Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking around. I've never heard that the sword and saber sovereign used magic, though. That's true. Liston nodded his head. He was the last person who'd entered the grave. The sword and saber sovereign only wielded swords and sabers his entire life. He never learned any magic or sorcery. Then what is this place? Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking up at the sky, which was as dark as a moonless night. He had some magicians and sorcerers he was friendly with, but they weren't competent enough to create such a huge space. Liston immediately recited the information, showing that he had investigated the sword and saber sovereign thoroughly. What kind of person was the sword and saber sovereign? Since you should already know that his martial art reached the transcendental realm, I'll focus on other aspects. He was more inclined as a righteous man. He didn't belong to any faction, but he wandered all around the continent and focused on carrying out good deeds and polishing his martial arts. And I'm not sure about this information, but some people were saying that he looked up to Sieghart's warriors. Is that true? Rayon's eyes widened. Even Denning Rose hadn't told him about that. Yes, but he apparently never visited Sieghart nor met them. That's why I said I wasn't sure. I see. Denning Rose must not have told him about it because she couldn't tell him anything uncertain as the branch manager and the disciple of the black market's master. Rayon stroked his chin and closed his eyes. Which means there are three possibilities about this place. First, the sword and saber sovereign had created it himself in order to pass down his martial art to a successor in the future since he didn't belong to any faction. Second, the sword and saber sovereign had used a space that someone else had created before. Third, it was a trap. Rayon guessed that the third possibility was the most likely. We'll move on for now. Rayon nodded at the light wind division. Since others entered before us, we should quickly catch up to them, but we don't even know if an exit exists or not. It might be a trap. Burin came up next to him with a worried gaze. No, Rayon calmly shook his head. This space is already completed. Whether it's a formation or a boundary, they had to create an exit since there was an entrance according to the laws of the world. There's definitely an exit, though it might be difficult to find. Rayon repeated what Wrath had told him. But that's what the King of Essence told you. Wrath's eyes widened in shock. Was there a law like that? I didn't know. I've never heard about it either. He is indeed a division leader. He is so knowledgeable, even in that aspect. The Light Wind Division's jaws dropped in admiration. That's true. Whether it's a formation or a boundary, they have to create an exit since they've made an entrance. That's really amazing. Most people wouldn't know about it. Liston nodded in awe, showing his surprise. You damned bastard. Wrath grabbed him by his collar while shouting. Give those compliments you just got to the King of Essence right now. Why are you being praised for the King of Essence's information? Why does it matter who gets the praise? Wow, what nerve. He can only admire you at this point. You sly, two-faced bastard. His hands trembled in frustration. That's not what I meant. Rayon was about to shake his hand when messages popped up in front of his eyes. Wrath was both surprised and impressed by you. All stats have increased by 1. Oh, huh. Wrath blinked while looking at the message. This isn't right. Do you have pasta instead of a brain? There's no way it was a compliment. Regardless of Wrath's rampage, the message disappeared as if it was done with its task. Come back out right now. Let's have a go until one of us dies, the King of Essence or you. Wrath grabbed his own hair and pulled on it, unable to appease his anger. Can you stop already? Would you stop if it happened to you? Ha! Rayon shook his head and entered the forest in front of him. Let's go this way. He decided on the direction and was about to advance when a rustling sound could be heard from inside the forest. It's not a person. The heavy and bloody stench implied that the presence didn't belong to a human being. It was a blunt movement, characteristic of a monster. Roar. With a violent roar that crushed the entire forest, orcs appeared, their yellow teeth protruding from their mouths. What orcs? Ha, it's just orcs. I was nervous for no reason. The Light Wind Division chuckled upon seeing the group of orcs. Their expressions were treating them as small fries despite their numbers. Don't underestimate them. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the orcs. What do you mean by that? Burin observed the orcs once again, but he still didn't seem to notice as he tilted his head. They aren't ordinary orcs. The orcs looked just like the ones outside in appearance, but their gazes and energies were different. They weren't ordinary orcs. Moreover, their skin was covered in warm blood. That implied that they'd already slain the other warriors before finding them. You'll find out once you try them out. Crane. Yes, as always, Crane used his footwork to advance as soon as he was given the order. He dashed in between the group of orcs in an instant and swung his sword. Kring. Just as his aura-coated blade was about to cut down the frontmost orc, the lower double axe surged like lightning. Clang, Crane's sword trembled, blocked by the orc's axe. What combative energy? Martha furrowed her brow as she looked at the red combative energy brimming from the orc's axe. How is an ordinary orc using combative energy? She gasped in disbelief. The battle's situation was urgent, much to Martha's surprise. The orc pushed Crane back with sheer strength and swung its axe. Tusk. Crane frowned and focused his aura on his sword. The blade radiated faintly, and the orc's cut was cut off at the same time as the double axe was split. You are right, division leader. They aren't ordinary orcs. They can use combative energy, even if it's faint. He caught his breath, fixing his grip on the sword. Kaya, the orcs dashed while screaming loudly, angered by the death of their companion. Even the speed of their movement was on a whole different level from an ordinary orc. They almost looked like the dark orc, which was rumored to be the strongest type of orc. They aren't too bad to use as teaching material. Rayon lifted his finger towards the orcs. They've killed people, cut them all down. Yes, since the Light Wind Division had already witnessed Crane's fight against the orc, they unleashed their auras right off the bat. Every single orc was powerful, but they were no match for the Light Wind Division since they had improved both physically and mentally. The swordsmen cut the orcs down with their combative energy and filled the forest with green-skinned corpses. Liston gasped as he watched the Light Wind Division advance like a gust of wind. How come every single one of them is at least at the highest level of expert? The Light Wind Division was in their early 20s on average. Liston couldn't believe that such young swordsmen were at the highest level of expert, without any exceptions. How is this happening? Having a single genius like Rayon was understandable, but the fact that all of them were gifted enough to be at the door of the Master Realm was even more surprising. This side is almost Duka. Crane cut down the orc warrior in front of him, only to groan when he was about to proceed to the left. He stepped back while dragging his right leg. What? The other Light Wind swordsman started to scream at around the same time as Crane. What's the matter? Rayon took a step towards Crane. There must have been a trap. Raise your foot. As he'd said, there was a hole under his right boot and blood was flowing from it, implying that he had stepped on a trap. Was the trap set by the orcs? A trap with a black spike was located between the weeds where Crane had been standing earlier. However, the needle was smeared with something other than Crane's blood, a purple liquid. Is it poison? Pea poison. Am I going to die? Orc poison isn't that powerful. You should be able to drive it away with your aura. I'm glad to hear that, but this doesn't seem to be orc poison. Arg, which one is it? Rayon ignored Crane, who was freaking out, and took some poison from the needle to put it in his mouth. Division leader, what are you doing? Rayon, Buran, Martha, and Runnan ran at him at the same time. Martha and Runnan even dropped their honorifics as if they forgot their pledge of speaking to him with respect. Don't worry, I can withstand it. Ring of Fire, and he even had poison resistance as a trait. Since he could eliminate the poison no matter how powerful it was, eating the poison was the best way to figure out what kind of poison it was. It doesn't do anything to the organs, but it stimulates the muscles, body, and the energy center. As expected, the purple poison wasn't the paralyzing poison that the orcs usually used. Bella's flower. It was a poisonous flower that he'd used from time to time in his previous life. It wasn't that potent, but it quickly took away stamina and accelerated aura consumption. He used it to devastate the target's mind. It's a poison using Bella's flower. Be Bella's flower. Liston was the first one to react, as expected as an assassin. What is that? Crane raised his voice in shock. It's not a powerful poison, but it rapidly takes away your stamina. It's rather annoying to treat. It could have been worse. You shouldn't be glad about it. You can't drive away this poison with aura. There's no way we can find the antidote here. He shook his head, saying that the situation was getting complicated. Dorian. Rayon shook his hand at Dorian, who was watching with a stiff face. Do you have some Pellin's flower and Roserin's leaf, by any chance? Of course I do. Dorian nodded and took out multiple flowers and stems from his belly pocket. They are necessities. Rayon was getting confused about what was not a necessity to him, but accepted them for the time being. He used a herbal mortar to grind the two materials and applied it to the Crane and injured swordsman's feet. The pain decreased and my hand stopped trembling. The swordsmen clenched their fists, saying that they could move again. By the time the treatment was over, monsters had appeared again. Even mid and large-sized monsters were among them in addition to the orcs. You shouldn't assume that the monsters are your only enemies. Think of it as fighting against the space itself. Yes, the Light Wind Division shouted as sharply as a blade and dashed towards the monsters. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the corpses of warriors piled up behind the monsters. Sword and saber, Sovereign, what were you even trying to achieve? What are those monsters? Zieghart's Light Wind Division. Do you think I didn't know about that? Even though they are from Zieghart, they are only in their early 20s. How come all of them are at the highest level of expert? The monsters are powerful, but those kids seem to be even more powerful. Their strength is one thing, but they don't even get tired. It almost looks like they are the monsters here. The warriors sitting in exhaustion at various locations in the forest were amazed by how the Light Wind Division slaughtered the groups of orcs and trolls. Haliston also gasped while watching the Light Wind Division's backs as they turned monsters into corpses in no time. They are literally monsters. They were in a small hell. Night continued for multiple days. They couldn't even determine their location, and the enhanced monsters appeared endlessly. There were snares and traps scattered here and there, making it difficult to keep track of everything. Even a seasoned warrior or assassin was bound to get exhausted and weakened. In fact, the black market's agents, including himself, had practically closed their eyes because of how tired they were. But the Light Wind Division was different. They almost looked like they'd just started to fight because of how lively they were as they cut down the monsters and destroyed the traps. It wasn't a willpower that warriors in their early 20s could achieve. In fact, they'd encountered quite a lot of warriors and magicians on their way. Some of the factions had more members and more experience than the Light Wind Division, but their faces were shadowed without exception. Many were simply resting on the spot, giving up on moving around. However, the Light Wind Division continued their advance, as unwavering as a deep-rooted tree. Liston was feeling curiosity at that point instead of admiration. Liston approached a light wind swordsman who was walking in the rear. He was a swordsman named Dorian, and he was a weirdo who took out a table and a brazier during meals and a tent when they were going to sleep. "Excuse me." "Yes." Dorian smiled cheerfully and turned his head. "Are you okay?" "What?" He shook his head, showing that he couldn't understand what he was asking. "You've been fighting in this darkness for days now. Aren't you getting tired?" "Of course I'm tired." Dorian shook his head while letting out a sigh. "Then how?" "Because I've experienced something even more tiring than this." "Even more tiring?" "Yes. We went through the division leader's 3-week-long special training before we came here. That was hell." Crane finished Dorian's sentence in his stand. "Yes, this is heaven compared to those 3 weeks." Burren nodded in agreement. "Don't even talk about it. It makes my hands tremble." Martha bit her lip, telling them not to even mention it. Even Run-On clutched her head despite usually looking blank. What could have even happened? We fought 3 weeks straight, without even sleeping an hour a day. I thought I was going to die because we had to fight the division leader, the team leaders, and even the other members." Crane sighed deeply and explained the training they went through. "I don't even want to think about it." Dorian broke out in a cold sweat while remembering that time. Haliston blinked and looked at Rayon, who was walking in front of everyone. "There's a trap over there. Don't step on it." Rayon was pointing at the traps one after the other even though they weren't visible because of the darkness. Even for an assassin like himself, it was difficult to find them in that darkness, yet he was locating the traps with precision. Even a genius in martial arts shouldn't have been able to do that. He really is a monster. He was obviously aware of how powerful Rayon was, but he didn't know now that he was also knowledgeable in poisons, traps, and formation, while being skilled at raising his subordinates at the same time. Rayon looked perfect in every aspect. Liston swallowed nervously while looking at Rayon's back, which wasn't wavering in the slightest. The branch manager found a real gem. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the Zelkova tree that was the biggest among the ones he'd seen so far. It was the first time they had come across a place radiating light on its own since entering the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. It was an unmistakable sign, clear enough for even a fool to recognize. "It must be the exit," Crane shouted while looking at the shining land from behind Rayon. "Unfortunately, it's not the exit." Rayon shook his head, his gaze fixated on the shining land, because they couldn't have created this place for a trivial trial like this. The monsters were powerful, and the traps and snares were full of variety. They drained a great deal of stamina and willpower, but they lacked the strength to inflict significant harm on a powerful warrior. Since they could only serve as a filter to get the weaklings out, the shining hole in front of him must have been the entrance to the next floor rather than the exit. It must be leading to the next floor. Burren nodded, implying that he thought the same thing. "Let me check it out first." Rayon made the Light Wind Division stay back and examined the shining land. The hole had a similar shape as the entrance to the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. However, the rectangular frame felt familiar for some reason, unlike the one outside. "Why do I feel this way?" Rayon examined the hole with narrowed eyes, and a golden flame burst from inside the white hole. The hand supporting Rayon on the ground started to tremble as the golden flame filled his vision. Again. "Wait, how come he's been practically everywhere?" First head of Zieghart's back appeared behind the remnant of the golden flame as it was fading away. The surrounding area was blurry, as if he was gazing into a deep well, and only his ancestor looked clear, as if another layer had been added. His back looked familiar at that point because of how often Rayon had been seeing him. His ancestor wasn't fighting against anyone. He wasn't even wielding his sword. Instead, he was talking to people who seemed to be his companions with a smile on his face. This is different from the other times. Whenever Rayon saw the first head's memory, he was always fighting against someone, and his expression had been serious. However, his ancestor was examining the hole under the Zelkova tree that had guided him in that world, a small smile on his face. It was quite different from the other memories he'd seen before. The forest is extremely bright, too. The terrain was still a forest, but it was as bright as day, and there were no monsters in sight. His ancestor stood up after making a rectangular hole. He gave out instructions while walking around the forest, and the magicians and sorcerers started to draw geometric magic circles and sorcery arrays. The small woman that he'd seen before in the cave where he'd obtained the ocean soul was among the magicians wearing robes. After his ancestor gave out instructions to everyone, he stood at the center of the forest and started to draw something on the ground with his sword. Is he carving a formation with his sword, since Sieghart's swordsman could use the sword field creation? Rayon thought he might be carving a sword formation with mana, just like magicians and sorcerers. Everyone, including his ancestor, was smiling faintly. They almost looked like they were looking forward to something. He was quietly watching his ancestor's sword formation, and his heart suddenly pounded loudly. The 8 rings of fire naturally resonated with each other and started to engrave his ancestor's formation into his brain. The flame emerging from his ancestor's blade wasn't simply delivering its intense heat to the land, but also to his mental world. The moment his ancestor completed the boundary and took the sword off the ground, a golden flame blazed in his vision once again. That implied that it was time to return. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching the storming flame devour his vision. Even the end is different. His ancestor had always looked at him at the end of the memories, but he had turned his back towards Rayon instead and was returning to his companions. As he'd guessed in the beginning, the memory he was watching was different from the other ones. Rayon closed his eyes while thinking about his ancestor's sword formation. Rayon calmly opened his eyes. The flame wasn't emerging from the white hole anymore. Where did you go this time? Wrath furrowed his brow, asking what he's been doing. Where were you even running around after leaving your body behind? I just went to see my ancestor. Ancestor? Was your ancestor a tourist? Why are you claiming you've seen him everywhere we've been? He must have had some wanderlust. Rayon casually shook his hand and glanced inside the white hole. Judging from the flame's memory, the first head and his companions must have created this place. It was uncertain whether the sword and saber sovereign had used it as his grave, but Sieghart's first head was the one who'd created that land. Sieghart's ancestor must have been the warrior the sword and saber sovereign looked up to, the one that Liston had mentioned. However, they shouldn't have lived in the same timeline. Rayon wasn't too sure how long Sieghart's first head had lived, but the sword and saber sovereign was born a long time after his time. He couldn't really understand how they became related. Why aren't you entering? Burin came up behind him and tilted his head. We need to go back. What? After coming all the way here? Crane's eyes widened, unable to understand his decision. I have something to confirm. Rayon shook the dirt off his hand and headed towards the location where his ancestor had carved the boundary in his memory. The forest was still dark, but the vivid memory allowed him to find the location without much difficulty. The boundary is nowhere to be seen. He lit up with the torch, but the boundary that his ancestor had drawn with his sword was completely gone. Well, it would have actually been funny if it remained. Rayon placed his hand on the ground and activated the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He unleashed a pure flame and drew the exact same sword formation that his ancestor had carved. He could feel a resonance in his chest. His heart was pounding just like when he'd seen the ancestor's boundary. His ancestor's sword formation was still alive under the land. However, it has changed. His ancestor's sword formation had a different flow than when he'd first engraved it. Since a long time had passed, it was possible for the boundary to disappear or the flow of mana to be distorted, but it was different from those cases. A completely different energy was mixed into his ancestor's boundary. Could it be the sword and saber sovereign? This can't be the sword and saber sovereign's energy. Only people who have been living as a shadow would have noticed that the energy was full of malice. It was a sinister mana that Rayon understood better than anyone else. Rayon bit his lip while taking his hand off the darkened land. Is it you again, Darius Robert? In a space covered in gray fog. Middle-aged man holding a teacup covered in golden ornamentation lifted a book with his left hand. When he carefully opened the book, a warrior wearing a black knight traveling outfit surged from the shadows. Sir Delpros. The warrior in a knight traveling outfit hurriedly lowered his head. We've got a problem. Calm down. The man called Delpros casually shook his hand. Speak more calmly, Shadowed Serpent Division leader. Ah, yes. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader nodded his head and straightened his back. What's the issue? The important people have all reached the second floor according to the plan. However, one of them is showing slightly strange movements. One of them. Delpros lowered his book slightly. His eyes rose from the letters, gazing down on the Shadowed Serpent Division leader. It's the Light Wind Division from Sieghart. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader swallowed nervously, unable to meet Delpros' eyes. Even the Void Sword Division went down to the second floor, but they are still on the first floor. What's the reason? I don't understand. And he continued while biting his lip. Not a single one of them is injured. Not just Rayon Sieghart, but none of them, yes. Do you think that makes any sense? Delpros lowered the book and lifted his gaze. The first floor of the grave was designed to exhaust their aura and stamina while inflicting small injuries. He couldn't believe that not a single one of them was injured when countless monsters and traps were laid out. It's true. The shadowed Serpent Division leader shook his head with trembling eyes. To be precise, they were injured, but it was meaningless because they treated themselves right away. But there should have been Bella's flower or Lemfin's poison among the traps, so how? They had the antidote for the poison. Impossible. Did they actually have the Pelin and Roserin's leaves? They had a large amount and even shared with other injured people. Bullshit, I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. He bit his lip and leaned forward. Ha. Delpros extended his hand and grasped the teacup. The cup vibrated violently, as if it was going to be smashed. But aura and stamina consumption should have been inevitable since they've been fighting against monsters and avoiding traps in the darkness. Their mental fatigue should have increased too, so if they get attacked further on the second floor. About that, the shadowed Serpent Division leader licked his lip and raised his gaze. It looked like they were barely getting tired. What do you mean? On top of fighting the monsters that were coming at them, the Light Wind Division even went ahead and looked for monsters to fight. As some of them were even smiling while fighting, he gasped, saying that they looked like mad dogs who were crazy for battle. There are many groups that are more powerful than them, but I've never seen madness like that. Were they looking for monsters to fight? Are they really mad dogs? Delpros furrowed his brow while sweeping his hair back. Darkness, enhanced monsters, traps, snares, and poison. Every single layer was designed to exhaust the mind and body. Even the powerful warriors, famous all around the continent, were bound to be stressed by it. It was ridiculous to think that they'd been having fun fighting. Moreover, he couldn't understand why they went to look for monsters, since they should have been after the sword and saber sovereign's legacy. He really started to wonder if they had rabies or something. What should we do? The shadowed Serpent Division leader licked his lips, showing that it was too much to handle for him. Send them to the red spot on the second floor. Red spot, but Rayon Sieghart should be highly resistant to flames. It's fine. Delpros regained his composure and made an evil grin while picking up his teacup, because it will be pointless no matter how resistant he is to flames. Glenn was looking up at the quiet flow in the sky, standing at the open space at the entrance to North Grave Mountain where he had sparred with Rayon. My lord. Chad approached him from behind and bowed. We've detected the Light Wind Division's movements. What are they doing? Glenn calmly turned around. He was pretending to be composed as much as possible, but his eyes were trembling faintly. They saved villages that were being attacked by warriors who were looking for the grave, then headed to the sword and saber sovereign's grave. Chad slightly lowered his chin while looking into Glenn's eyes. They saved villages. Yes, we thought they would immediately head to the master of the abyssal sword, who had the map for the grave, but they must have prioritized saving people's lives. They helped them even though they were outside Sieghart's domain. He lowered his head with a faint smile on his face, showing that he was happy about Rayon's actions. I guessed it wrong. I thought he was obviously going for the sword and saber sovereign's grave when he took the mission. Cheryl's eyes widened as she looked at Chad. Young Master Rayon should be indeed going for the sword and saber sovereign's grave. However, Roan peacefully shook his head. His mission was to scout Sieghart's domain. He simply saved people first, according to the mission. He smiled gently, showing that he was proud of Rayon's actions. The sword and saber sovereign makes even me a bit greedy. He is such a mysterious man for making his priorities clear in such a situation. Cheryl curled her lips while also showing her admiration. They were flicking their eyes over to observe Glenn as they spoke. HMMPH. Glenn cleared his throat and turned halfway around. He shook his head, his lips extending like a rubber band. It's only natural to do so with their mission. It's not even a big deal. Despite saying that it wasn't a big deal, Glenn's face had turned completely red from excitement and satisfaction. Hoo-hoo. Cheryl and Roan couldn't hide their smiles, entertained by Glenn's reaction. By the way, Chad slowly raised his hand. Those who entered the sword and saber sovereign's grave are way more powerful than normal. Even after the young master Rayon entered the grave, not only the 6 kings and 5 demons, but even a huge number of powerful warriors from the previous generation made their entrance. I'm worried about their safety. He furrowed his brow, saying that he was also worried about the Void Sword Division in addition to the Light Wind Division. Indeed, I could recognize some names among them. Cheryl nodded in agreement with Chad. Should I go there? You don't need to. Glenn firmly shook his head. It will be dangerous, whether it's because of traps or the sword and saber sovereign's grave. It would have been stranger if there was no danger. However, Rayon was fully aware of the danger when he decided to go. Rayon had been in plenty of dangerous situations before, but they were mostly sudden occurrences. Since he'd gone there while being fully aware of the danger this time, he had to overcome it by himself. We can't help him all the time. Let's just watch him this time. Glenn crossed his arms, showing that he had no intention of dispatching anyone. However, the intense trembling of his shoulders showed how worried he was. I understand. Roan and Shirl quietly nodded upon seeing that fact. On the other hand, Chad was clenching his fist tightly in his sleeve. This is my chance. It's an opportunity to gain the future Lord's favor. Rayon placed his hand on the left side of his chest, where the ring of fire was rotating. Gladness and wrath were blazing in his heart, pounding with the flames. So it was a trap, as expected. It had become clear that they weren't in the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. It must have been created by Sieghart's ancestor at first, but Darius Robert had turned it into a space with an unknown objective. I can't tell Darius Robert's goal. He had some guesses, but he couldn't be sure because of how crazy he was. But regardless of the case, it won't go according to your plan. It would have been a different story if he didn't know about it, but since he learned that the grave was part of Darius's plan, he had no intention of leaving it alone. Whether the Sword and Saber Sovereign's legacy existed or not, he was going to ruin his plans by any means necessary. Let's go back. Rayon shook his hand at the light wind division behind him. You are looking a bit different. Rimmer came up next to him with a faint smile surfacing on his face. You look more excited than when we first arrived. Yes, it's getting more fun. By the way, Rayon nodded and looked at Rimmer. Why have you been so quiet recently? Quiet. You've been simply watching from the back without interfering at all, because you are the division leader. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders. I'm simply obeying the division leader's orders as the vice division leader. He smiled, saying that he was only doing his job. Don't make me laugh, Martha shook her head. You are just staying in the rear because you can't be bothered. Ah, did you figure me out? Rimmer smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Rimmer's behavior. He is acting unusual. Rimmer was talking with a serious gaze instead of a playful one. He seemed to really trust him as the division leader rather than because he couldn't be bothered, as Martha had claimed. I feel a bit of pressure. With even Rimmer showing his unhindered trust in addition to the light wind division, a warm sensation started to return to his heart, which was raging in vengeance. He could finally feel his trust for what it was instead of being pressured by it. Yes, this isn't the time to be excited. Rayon calmed himself down and turned around. He shook his head while pointing at the entrance to the second floor, which was shining under the Zelkova tree. We don't know what's waiting for us underneath this hole. He created a thick aura barrier to prevent any sound from leaking out as he spoke. Consider this place as the enemy base rather than the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave from now on. Be cautious of everything that approaches you, even if it's another member of the Light Wind Division. Rimmer had given him the courage to properly lead everyone. He told them exactly what he was thinking. What do you even mean? Buran frowned, unable to understand. Understood. Yeah. Martha and Runnan didn't ask any questions. They simply nodded, showing their determination to follow his orders regardless of what it was. It's too complicated to explain. One thing I'll tell you for now is that this place isn't a grave but was corrupted by an outsider. You should think of it as a dungeon full of malice. Rayon briefly explained and turned around again. He briefly caught his breath and jumped into the white hole. His body weight disappeared and he fell into an endless space, just like when he entered the grave. The only difference from the first time was that the surrounding area was bright instead of dark. After some time, Rayon could feel the sensation of his feet touching the ground. The ground was hard, unlike the first floor. It almost felt like he was stepping on a large boulder or lump of steel. The first thing he saw after opening his eyes was roiling waves of lava, bubbling and surging. The atmosphere was filled with bloody winds of flame and heat hazes emerging from the extreme temperature. It was a lava field, a land of scorching heat with blazing heat on top of that. What? Buran furrowed his brow while looking around. We were just in a dark forest and now it's a lava field. He shook his head at the ridiculous sight. I guess I like how bright it is, at least. Martha ground her teeth while wiping the sweat from her forehead despite saying that she liked it. Runnan poked her tongue out with a suddenly exhausted expression. I don't like when it's hot. She used her coldness to create ice and rubbed it on her cheek, but the round ice melted in no time and became warm water instead. Lava, why is there even a volcano underground? I don't even know what's going on. I'm already getting tired. What the hell is the Sword and Saber Sovereign? Both the warriors who'd entered before the Light Wind Division and those who followed them dropped their jaws upon seeing the lava field. We'll first analyze the terrain before we move. Focus on finding a route where we can safely travel rather than finding the path leading to the lower floor. Rayon was trying to tell the Light Wind Division about their objective. Rumble, the lava pit, as vast as a lake, rumbled as if an earthquake had struck and culminated into a massive explosion. Wham! The lava surged like a tidal wave, and majestic wings emerged from it, as if it was torn from one side of the world tree. At the center of the endless wings, eyes glimmered with piercing blue light, and a golden beak engulfed in flames let out a majestic roar that tightened the very core of one's heart. It was a phoenix, the mythical and divine creature that supposedly lived for eternity inside flames, had cleared the lava away to reveal its huge and imposing appearance. Ah! Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment upon seeing the way the phoenix even melted the lava with its flames. A phoenix, moreover, it's not any ordinary phoenix. It's practically a dragon, our runaway. The warriors who'd arrived before and those who were behind started to withdraw in panic. Huh, is that really a phoenix? Are you sure it's not a red dragon? This is insane. How are we even supposed to kill it? Even the light wind division was flustered, their pale lips shaking in fear. However, one person was different. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while watching the raging phoenix spouting the bloody flames. I've been looking for you so hard, and I finally found you my heated food. Wrath jumped into the air while Rayon was licking his lips. Roasted phoenix, you finally came to appreciate the taste. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Wrath instead of the phoenix. Why would you even roast it when it's already burning? How foolish. Wrath clicked his tongue at his ignorance. A phoenix's meat is as soft as the highest grade beef since it can revive after death. Moreover, you don't even need to roast it since it's already burning. The intense drooling from his mouth implied that he had already tried roasted phoenix. What have you even been eating? Wrath had his tongue out like a puppy, and Rayon pushed him away before looking at the phoenix again. Since the phoenix is still here when the warriors at Grandmaster's level should have passed before us are their separate spaces, Rayon could guess that there were multiple paths starting from the second floor. Regardless of the case, I can finally unseal the ring. He had requested the location of a phoenix from the black market in order to undo the seal of an old ring that he'd purchased when he was a trainee. He'd been waiting for a long time, and he finally got the chance. By the way, that phoenix, why is it so big? Has it been alive for over 1,000 years? The phoenix in front of him was at least 3 times bigger than the one he'd encountered in his previous life, and the heat emanating from its wings was out of the ordinary. Since phoenixes got stronger the longer they lived, just like other creatures, he could assume that it had lived for an extremely long time. You human vermin. The phoenix fiercely raised its wings, an intimidating glow spreading from its eyes. Felt like an invisible flame was tightening around the neck. Did it just speak? Burren's jaw dropped. He had never expected a phoenix to speak. He wasn't speaking. Rayon shook his head, his gaze fixated on the phoenix. He was using his will to deliver his intention. The phoenix had projected its malice toward every human around it by using its will. Since could use its will, its rank was at least in the Grandmaster realm. I'll turn all of you into ash. The phoenix opened its blazing beak. Crimson flames sparked from a throat that was as dark as a bottomless pit. Even though it was far away, a tremendous amount of heat, capable of grilling one's skin, was delivered. There's no way we can defend against that. It's over. It's all over now. The warriors couldn't even budge a finger and stood completely still, terrified by the phoenix's pressure. However, the light wind division was different. Since they'd already experienced a fear surpassing the phoenix, they gripped their swords in order to survive. Open formation. Burren ordered the swordsmen and stood at the center of the formation. Baron Wind emerged violently and engulfed his surroundings. First team, stick next to me. Martha activated. Berserkin unsheathed her sword in front of the first team. The thick wall of astral energy bursting from her looked like it was trying to protect the light wind division. Second team, fall back. Run-On stood in front of the second team while quietly letting out her voice. A distant flower of frost bloomed from her beloved sword Snow Flower's blade. I'll take the front. Mark Goten grasped his saber with both hands and unleashed his astral energy while standing at the frontmost spot of the large light wind formation. If there's already a phoenix on the second floor, I wonder what's going to come next. Rimmer shook his head while letting out a sigh. Despite his complaint, his hand was placed on the hilt of his blade, ready to take action whenever he needed to. Rayon nodded while watching the light wind division from behind. They are finally getting decent. Even the masters were panicking, but the light wind division was preparing to overcome the crisis on their own, without hoping for Rimmer or Rayon's help. It was worth doing the focus enhancement training for 3 weeks. Swaya, the phoenix's flame gushed down upon the large light wind formation. It was a dreadful sight, similar to lava from an erupting volcano falling from the sky. Give it everything you've got. Upon hearing Burren's shout, the light wind division inflamed their fighting spirit and further thickened the aura shield that was flickering in blue. The aura of the 3 team leaders soaked the edges of the large light wind formation, fortifying the wall even further. The phoenix's flame, rumored to even devour other flames, clashed against the best defensive formation of the large light wind formation. Rumble. The large light wind formation's defensive ability was sturdy enough to ignore astral energy, but the phoenix's aura even scorched the aura itself and started to crush the light wind formation. It's not over yet. Endure it until the end. We're all going to die if a single one of us withdraws. The 3 team leaders, Run-On, Martha, and Burren, encouraged the swordsmen while Mark Goten blocked the flame with his body from the very front. However, the phoenix's flames weren't extinguished. They even reached right under their feet. What a shame. Rayon briefly licked his lips. The light wind division might have managed to fend off the flame if they were slightly stronger. It was regrettable that they were defeated with only a small difference. But you still did a good job. It naturally brought a smile to his face because he could see the light wind division's resolution, which was clearly different from before. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and extended his hand towards the phoenix's flame. What was unleashed from his energy center wasn't the 10,000 flames cultivation, or glacier. The crimson flame blazing beautifully was the flame that Ifrit had given to him. Since the crimson flame had control over flames, the phoenix flame that was trying to devour the light wind division was suddenly deflected and flew to the left. Wham! The clash between flames and lava created a huge explosion. A dark rain cloud full of ash floated to the sky. You bastard. The phoenix clattered its beak while looking at Rayon. What did you just do? His twisted blue eyes were embodying the word panic. How can you use such a power? Rayon examined the phoenix's feathers without giving any response. Where's the weakness? The golden feathers were the start and the end of a phoenix. Just like how a dragon had its fatal scale, a phoenix also has a feather that hides its weakness. Rayon activated the crimson flame, evil eye of wrath, and the perception of the snow flower at the same time. The ring of fire resonated to enhance the three traits, and Rayon could vividly feel the energy incorporated in the phoenix as if he were touching it. Is it under the right wing? The feather under the wing had a weaker flame than the other spots, even if the difference was extremely faint. Rayon could guess that it was the weakness. Tell me, how can you use such power despite being a mere human? I got it from my little brother. Little brother. The phoenix was confused, but Rayon ignored it and executed the supreme harmony steps. His leap looked like he was soaring to the sky, but he couldn't reach the phoenix because it was too high up. How dare you? The phoenix sneered upon realizing that Rayon couldn't reach it and swung its wings. A rain of flame fell from the countless feathers. I got you. Rayon bit his lip tightly and jumped up by stepping on the air. It was the master of the abyssal sword's mid-air jump that he'd seen before entering that place. Phoenix panicked and flew even higher by lifting its wings. As a result, the phoenix was still far away despite Rayon's mid-air jump. What an idiot. The phoenix furrowed its brow, embarrassed by the fact that it was surprised by a human and spread its wings. I'll incinerate you. It focused the flame at the tip of its beak, trying to take advantage of the fact that Rayon couldn't move mid-air. The concentrated flame became a huge fireball and descended. The tremendous heat was even distorting the space. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while looking at the approaching fireball. You must be thinking that it's over, but it's only getting started now. Rayon placed his hand on the hilt of Heavenly Drive, hanging around his waist. He unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation while clenching his fist. He focused on the inside of his body instead of the outside and awakened the mana circuits all around his body. Kring. While feeling the 10,000 flames cultivation's fire welling up in both his body and mind, he activated Ares' space sword and agrams. Tidebreaker simultaneously. Creak. An intense pain similar to his brain tearing apart could be felt from simultaneously activating the two martial arts that he wasn't used to. However, it was time to endure the pain in advance. He unsheathed Heavenly Drive while making the rings of fire resonate with each other. Slash. The red blade soaring from the scabbard ignored the fireball unleashed by the phoenix and severed the part under its left wing. Kaya. The phoenix's scream was so painful that it was difficult to believe that it was a simple slash on the wing. It started to fall straight down to the ground, as if it had lost consciousness from the intense pain. It's not dead yet. The execution of his sword technique wasn't perfect because he was lacking in proficiency and had to dodge the fireball at the same time. The phoenix was still alive. Rayon made himself heavier to quickly land on the ground, then dashed toward the phoenix that was falling from the sky. Disappear as expected of a mythical creature, the phoenix had already returned to its senses and created a wall of flame. I've already predicted your moves. Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive back and unsheathed the blade of Requiem. He thrust the blade, its crimson edge shimmering with cascading blue sparks. Swoosh. The blade of Requiem broke through the intense flame and violently pierced into the phoenix's weakness again. Kaya. The phoenix's eyes rolled to the other side, unable to withstand the pain. It seemed to have completely lost its sanity. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity, thrusting Heavenly Drive from where he'd pulled it back in advance. The reddened line of heat severed the phoenix's neck with a faint radiance. Rumble. The phoenix's huge body was separated from the head and fell from the sky. Wham! The phoenix's head fell into the lava, and its floundering body was half stretched across the land. Wow. How many times did he swing his sword? 3 times. It was 3 times. He even killed a phoenix with 3 swings of his sword. I can't even call him a monster at this point. The Light Wind Division shook their heads at the ridiculous sight. Is that Rayon Sieghart? There is a good reason he's called the Dragon Slayer. Isn't he going to get a new name again, like the Phoenix Slayer? Are we really supposed to compete against a monster like that? I suddenly want to go back home. The other warriors had fallen on their asses and shook their heads at him. It's not over yet. As everyone was gasping dejectedly, the Phoenix's voice could be heard again. You'll never be able to get out of this place. It'll take over 10 years for you to resurrect, though. Rayon shook his head while looking at the lava where the Phoenix's will was coming from. The Phoenix was a mythical creature that could revive, but it couldn't immediately come back to life. According to Rayon's knowledge, it was reborn from one of its feathers of its previous body 10 years after death, so he couldn't understand why it was saying something like that. This place is special. I can be revived whenever I want to. The Phoenix ground its teeth, saying that it wouldn't be defeated by petty tricks anymore. Rayon bit his lip while gazing upon the lava. In that case, it's going to revive inside the lava. Even a phoenix couldn't use its original power right after being revived. It was definitely going to resurrect itself inside the lava, where people couldn't enter, and come out after regaining its power. I would be able to defeat it easily if I knew which feather it would revive from him. Rayon blinked while looking at the phoenix's feathers, which were scattered all around the area. What? Since the crimson flame was still activated, he could feel a faint flame blazing from every single one of the feathers. They weren't ordinary flames, but the life of the phoenix that he'd been fighting against until a moment ago. Could it be? Is it revived by using that life dwelling in the feathers? Just you wait, I'll completely incinerate you. I won't leave even a single bone behind. The phoenix continuously showed its malice, frustrated by its death. I'll follow you to the end of the world to melt you down. You'll wish you would have died in lava instead. Could it be? Rayon ignored the phoenix and picked up one of the feathers from the ground. He mixed the 10,000 flames cultivation and the crimson flame, then delivered the heat into the flame inside the feather. Whop! The feather suddenly started to tremble, and a huge sphere of fire soared high enough to reach the sky. Creak! The flame with a spherical shape, like an egg that was split in half, and a phoenix that was at around half the original size came out from the inside and dropped onto the ground. I'll never let you escape, Peep. The phoenix exclaimed furiously, but suddenly made the sound of a chick and sharply raised its head. Its beak was trembling intensely, revealing its panic. What? Why am I here? It really worked. Rayon's lips curved into a smile as he looked into the phoenix's trembling eyes. What did you say just now? Can you say it again? Kayin the phoenix parted its beak while looking at Rayon's bright smile. How is this even happening? It was preparing to revive inside the lava, but its mind was suddenly dragged outside and it was revived against its will. It wanted to stop it, but the process was uncontrollable, like a storm engulfing it. What just happened and how? I wasn't planning to revive yet. That was my doing. The cheeky human waved his hand. What do you mean? How could you revive me? I just tried and it worked. That doesn't even make any sense. Stop lying, then let's try it again. The human shook his hand with a grin. The world split apart in an instant, and a stinging pain could be felt on his neck. A tremendous pain arrived after that, and its vision went dark. After some time, its mind could feel its presence once again. It was just a dream. It was a terrifying dream despite being short. A human forcing it to revive was just ridiculous, even for a dream. It was glad that it had never happened in reality. I must have been too nervous. Kayin figured that it had a nightmare because it was unexpectedly defeated. It resolved that the next fight would be different and was about to sense the feather's energy inside the lava. It suddenly couldn't move its soul anymore, feeling like it was being pulled outside. It can't be. Kayin tried to stop it somehow, but there was nothing it could do. It was sucked outside as if its feathers were grabbed and pulled. Peep! When it opened its eyes, the cheeky human was waving his hand. Kayin's jaw dropped as it looked at Rayon. It looks like you still don't believe me. Shall I do it one more time? And no, wait, I belie. Smack! Its vision went dark once again. In the silent land, where the gray fog was covering the area like a tent, Delpros was sitting on an antique chair that was out of place in the scenery with his eyes closed. The aura squirming around him was powerful enough to smash steel, which implied that he wasn't simply resting. His aura rampaged as violently as a storm, but it subsided and was polished sharply as the time passed, then returned to Delpros. This should be enough. Just as Delpros nodded in satisfaction with a smile on his face, a black shadow surged up from behind him. Sir Delpros. The shadowed serpent division leader lowered his head at Delpros. All of the important figures have gone down to the third floor. Their injuries have aggravated and their mental fatigue seems to have doubled. How about fatalities? Many of them are injured, but almost none of them have died. He nodded, saying that it was proceeding according to the plan. Then what happened to him? What? The shadowed serpent division leader immediately understood who he was talking about, but he pretended he didn't with trembling lips. I'm talking about Rayon Zeeghart. He is currently fighting. He must be having a hard time if he is still fighting. Delpros nodded with a faint smile on his face. I told you, fire resistance doesn't matter against the Phoenix's flame. That's not it. What, The Shadowed Serpent Division leader bit his lip, showing that he didn't really want to talk about it. Tell me already. He is using the phoenix to train. He clutched his head, unable to believe it even though he'd just said it himself. What the hell are you talking about? The gilded teacup that Delprose was holding was smashed into pieces. It's true. He is killing the phoenix and reviving it again to practice fighting. Do you think that makes any sense? I'm not lying. I can't tell for sure, but it looked like Rayon Sieghart could determine where the phoenix would be revived. Give it to me. He extended his hand, and the Shadowed Serpent Division leader handed over a spherical crystal ball. He shoved his aura inside it, and an image was shown inside. It was a lava field where flames were covering both the sky and the land. A phoenix was born from a small feather. It spread its huge wings, revealing its imposing figure and overwhelming its surroundings. The swordsmen wearing black uniforms rushed at the phoenix together and started to beat it up. The phoenix rampaged while screaming, but it couldn't unleash its original power and collapsed because it had just revived. After that, a handsome man with blonde hair and red eyes picked up a feather from the ground and gripped it. He set the feather on fire, and the phoenix was revived. This time, the swordsmen from the other side came to the phoenix and started to fight it. Clang! Delprose lost strength in his grip and dropped the crystal ball, his head trembling in shock. What the hell is wrong with them? Next up is the second team. Rayon nodded his head at Run-On, his hands clasped behind his back. Yeah, Run-On stepped forward with the second team's swordsman. Rayon incorporated the feather with the 10,000 flames, cultivations, energy, and threw it away. A powerful flame burst from the feather, and the phoenix was born. Why, you bastards, stop it, let's go. Run-On advanced, scattering silver frost around. The phoenix's feathers were completely frozen because it hadn't recovered its strength yet. While the phoenix was immobilized, the second team's swordsmen dashed at it from all directions and swung their swords. Smack, smack. The phoenix unleashed its flames and flapped its wings, but the light wind division was able to pierce into the fire without much difficulty since it was in a weakened state. The phoenix was beaten up by the second team and rolled on the ground, its feathers pulled out. Stop, please stop. The phoenix shook its head, begging for them to stop. This is almost my 20th death already. This is too painful even for me, he shouted, telling them to please stop. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the phoenix, which was almost begging for mercy at that point. We still didn't get our turn. Burin raised his hand. Division leader, I'd like to fight it one-on-one. Mark Goten raised his hand, saying that he wanted to try it alone. That's what they say. Rayon shook his finger at the phoenix. Let's think about it after they are done. Wait. Rayon cut the phoenix down and grabbed the feather again. He injected flames into the feather, and the phoenix was born again. Rayon pointed his finger while watching the phoenix being born with a scream instead of a roar. I leave it to you. Let's go, please stop. Burin dashed at the revived phoenix soon after that, and the phoenix shook its wings with teary eyes. I'm going to kill myself if you keep doing this. I'm serious. I'm really going to kill myself. The phoenix flailed its wings, saying that it was going to end itself. You are using a phoenix as for teaching material. Wrath gasped while watching the crying phoenix. Calling you a demon would be a compliment. You crazy bastard. It's better than eating the phoenix. Rayon was murmuring that he was better than Wrath at least, but he could hear the phoenix's crying shout. I'd rather be eaten, you evil fiends. Rayon lowered his gaze, sitting on a black boulder that lava was gushing from. Chirp. The phoenix used to look even bigger than the volcano, but it had become even smaller than a chicken because all of its strength was drained out of it as it slumped on the ground. Your name? Rayon shook his finger, telling the phoenix to state its name, but it simply opened its beak as if its mind was blown away. Answer, peep peep. Rayon lowered his voice and a cheep leaked from the phoenix, showing how frightened it was. I'll ask again. Your name? Rayon furrowed his brow, lowering his frightening gaze. And my name is Kayin. The phoenix stated its name with the sharp beak that had once brought terror to humans. Kayin. Rayon nodded and asked his second question. How old are you? I didn't bother to count after 1,000 years. Kayin scratched the back of its head with its wing, embarrassed by the fact that it didn't know its age. Moreover, this place is rather special, and it's difficult to keep track of age. You don't know, and that's supposed to be enough. Answer, peep peep. The phoenix's beak trembled, a terrified look in its eyes. It doesn't need to be exact, just give me a rough estimation. If I just count how long I've lived, I think it should be a bit over 3,000 years. The phoenix closed its eyes tightly and responded, going out of its way to calculate the age. 3,000 years. Rayon had noticed that its size and power were on a whole different level from an ordinary phoenix, and as he suspected, it had lived for an extremely long time. What have you been doing here? I've been carrying out a promise. What promise? It was to stay here and test people who entered this place. Kayin continued, stroking its beak with its wing. Only the people I permit to are allowed to proceed downstairs. As I thought, you are the gatekeeper. The phoenix had shouted that they wouldn't be able to leave that place as it died. As expected, it must have been playing the role of gatekeeper. What am I even watching right now? Buran shook his head at the ridiculous sight. Is he really interrogating a phoenix right now? And aren't you surprised that he used the phoenix for combat practice by reviving it? Martha snorted, commenting on his late surprise. I won't be surprised at this point no matter what that division leader does. She swept her hair back while watching the back of Rayon's head. Rayon, damn handsome. Runan clapped her hands, praising his good work. Who made that promise with you? Rayon gestured with his chin while looking down on Kayin. Kayin forced itself to raise its trembling head. I'd like to ask a question concerning that part, can I? I'm listening. May I take a closer look at the flame that you used when you revived me, please? Its manner of speech had completely changed. Rayon had never expected that a phoenix could speak so politely. The flame I used when I revived you. It felt similar to the man that made the promise with me. Rayon narrowed his eyes while listening to Kayin. So was it Sieghart's first head after all? Apparently, Sieghart's ancestor had assigned the phoenix as the gatekeeper. Rayon created an aura barrier to prevent others from hearing the conversation and unleashed the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's fire. Wahap. The flame, engulfed in a faint golden glimmer, was reflected in the phoenix's eyes. The color had changed upon reaching the 1,000 flames of the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. I knew it. Kayin nodded while watching the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's flame, which was still closer to red. It's still immature, but you are his descendant. But your personality is the complete opposite. What did you say? Peep peep, I said nothing. The phoenix's wings shivered intensely, afraid it would get beaten again. So he is the one who made this place, right? Yes, he did, though I think he didn't make it on his own. Multiple people helped him. The memory he'd seen was true. His ancestor and his companions had indeed created that space. Why did you accept being a gatekeeper? I was indebted to him. Indebted? That human saved children of my species. If it weren't for him, they would have been caught by other humans and turned into slaves. I see. Rayon could guess that his ancestor had rescued phoenixes who were caught by humans. He really was involved with everything. He must have had a habit of wandering around. Since I didn't have a long time left to live anyway, I accepted his suggestion and became a gatekeeper here. Tell me exactly what he requested of you. He told me to give people a suitable trial, let them head downstairs if they passed, and make them leave so they can take the trial again if they fail. Rayon nodded while looking into Kayin's eyes, which weren't trembling anymore. I'm starting to get a grasp of the situation. Sieghart's first head must have created that space for all of the descendants of Sieghart. He assumed that because it was supposed to be a trial. But isn't it a bit strange? Peep peep. You were seriously trying to kill us when you saw us. Kayin wasn't trying to test people, but spread its bloodlust as if it were trying to kill everyone. The reason Rayon had killed it multiple times and used it as teaching material was because he'd felt a serious intent to kill. That wasn't my own volition. It wasn't your own volition. Some humans found this place recently. They weren't satisfied with simply passing through this land and twisted the formation and boundary instead. There was a monster among them that even I couldn't deal with. Rayon could tell who that was, Darius Robert. Just as he'd felt on the first floor, Darius Robert must have visited that place. I knew it. This isn't a normal grave. Even though it was originally made to train people in Sieghart, or was the sword and saber sovereign's grave, it was reduced to Darius Robert's trap. Did you see his face by any chance? I couldn't see them because I was caught in an instant. Their power was one thing, but they were wearing something over their face. Kayin's tail trembled, showing that it was still afraid of him. I see. Rayon nodded calmly. There was no reason to be disappointed because Darius Robber wasn't going to leave any traces to begin with. Kayin secretly stepped back while glancing at Rayon. Where do you think you're going? Rayon extended his hand and grabbed Kayin's neck. Peep, are you a chick or something? Rayon thought that people would say he was bullying the phoenix because of its behavior. You really are bullying it. Wrath shook his head. What a pitiful thing. If it were the king of essence, he would have eaten it in a single bite. He licked his lips in regret. Ha. Rayon sighed deeply and plucked Kayin's feather. Peep. Tears welled up in Kayin's eyes as Rayon kept plucking its feathers. Are you really going to eat me? I shouldn't be tasty right now because I don't have much meat. That's not. An excellent choice. Rayon started to shake his head, but Wrath lifted his clenched fist. The King of Essence just realized something outrageous. What is it? Rayon had a bad feeling about it, but he looked at Wrath just in case. You can revive that fire bird over and over, right? Yes. Then you can eat it except for one single feather, revive it from the feather, and eat it again just to revive it again. Drool was flooding out from Wrath's mouth. It will be an endless supply of tender meat. The continent's hunger is resolved. It will be an infinitely refilling roasted chicken. His eyes flicked around like a madman. Even that chick asked to be eaten. Bring it to the King of Essence's mouth right now. Smack. Rayon shoved his fist in Wrath's mouth. You food waster. Eat this instead and shut up. Ha. Delpros clutched his forehead and sank onto a white chair. He was right. He bit his lip while looking at the shattered crystal ball. What? The Shadowed Serpent Division leader shook his head, unable to understand what he was talking about. He told me to eliminate Rayon Sieghart as fast as possible if he ever entered the grave. He said he was as dangerous as a transcender. Then why? I thought the others took priority. Delpros furrowed his brow while looking at the shattered crystal ball. In fact, there are at least 5 people stronger than Rayon Sieghart in the grave. It wouldn't make any sense to observe a greenhorn who is barely over 20 instead of those monsters. He bit his lip, showing that he wasn't expecting that to happen. Moreover, it would be pointless to simply kill him. He is seriously an annoying man. Then how about focusing all the traps and monsters on the next floor towards the Light Wind Division? The Shadowed Serpent Division leader lowered his head and walked up to him. No matter how powerful Rayon Sieghart is, he shouldn't be able to protect everyone in the Light Wind Division. Actually, if Rayon decides to take care of all traps and monsters from the front, that would be even better. That way we can waste his stamina and aura. Yes, that should be the only way at this point. Delpros nodded while letting out a sigh. I'll make the preparations. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader nodded and disappeared into the shadow. Delpros rubbed his temple in irritation. And clink, with the sound of a chain clinking from the right corner of the dark room, an eerie sound similar to a demon's cry could be heard. Woo! Delpros calmly shifted his gaze and looked at the location the sound came from. The glittering black eyes sparkled from a space engulfed in gray fog that seemed to be protecting or confining something. It's not your turn yet. Delpros met the dark eyes and curled his lips into a smile. After all, the protagonist should appear at the last moment. Rayon dipped the old metal ring that he'd purchased at Cameloon when he was a trainee in the lava slightly. The ring retained its shape even inside the lava instead of melting. PSSH, a strange resonance occurred on the surface of the ring after a while. It wasn't melting. The yellow rust was removed and a mysterious emblem began to appear on the ring. It worked. The ring trembled faintly, emanating a powerful heat inside the phoenix feather. The ring seal was going to naturally disappear once it stopped trembling. How about this then? He took out the ring that Merlin had gifted him and plunged it into the lava just like the other one. It doesn't work with this one. It wasn't showing any reaction even though he had it dipped for a long time. The ring had a special seal just like the other one, but the unsealing method must have been different. I should find a different way. Rayon put the ring on his finger while thinking that it couldn't be helped. Kayan. Rayon brushed off his hands and waved his hand at Kayan, who was trembling behind him. Peep, open the door. Peep. Kayan nodded its head and spread the wings, which were as large as a person's palm. Rumble. The lava split apart like a cogwheel, and a dimensional door leading to the next floor opened up on the red scorching land. You should be able to reach the 3rd floor's labyrinth if you enter that passage. Labyrinth? Yes, the 3rd floor is a labyrinth. You have to find the path while avoiding the traps and monsters. Rayon shifted his gaze away from Kayan and looked at the Light Wind Division. Go down before me. Understood. Enter in order, starting with the first team. Burin nodded, then gestured with his hand. The Light Wind Division entered the hole one after the other. Then be careful on your way. I'll be taking my leave. What are you talking about? Rayon shook his head and extended his right hand. He grabbed Kayan's neck as it flapped its wings, trying to run away. Peep, peep. Where are you going? I've already done everything I need to do so. You need to guide us. Since you know that it's a labyrinth, you should roughly know the path. Peep. The phoenix moved its eyes anxiously, but it couldn't find anyone to save it. Good job, Wrath waved his hand, complimenting Rayon's actions. You can't release an infinitely refilling roasted chicken. It's not though, why is it not? It's burning, isn't it? I guess. It revives infinitely, right? That's true. It's an infinitely refilling roasted chicken. Rayon decided to just ignore him because he couldn't even be bothered to explain anymore. I do roughly know the path, but I need something if we want to proceed quickly. We don't need that, so just follow. Peep. Rayon gripped Kayan's neck and went down the hole leading to the 3rd floor. The people who were still on the 2nd floor were standing there blankly, unable to enter the hole even though it was right in front of them. Aren't you going to enter? It's meaningless to go. I know, right? There's no way we could get anything out of this when those people even kidnapped a phoenix. I'm giving up. Me too. I'm going to stay here and go home afterward. The Light Wind Division was the only group that went down to the 3rd floor that day. Rayon was getting used to the falling sensation. He opened his eyes after he felt his strength drain away from his body and then return. The entire land in front of him was covered in brown sand. Rayon raised his gaze and narrowed his eyes. Is this the labyrinth? He couldn't see what was ahead of him because a huge wall was blocking his vision. The wall was gray, which made it even more difficult to figure out his location. Let's see. He activated the Supreme Harmony steps and lightly kicked the ground. Thud. He was trying to jump over the wall, but he couldn't move or see beyond the wall. It was as if an invisible ceiling was blocking him. Apparently, it was designed to be impossible to surpass the wall. I tried it, but I don't think we can surpass the wall. Rimmer also said that they couldn't go outside the wall while shaking his head. Even astral energy can't destroy it. Martha clicked her tongue while pulling her sword back after slashing the wall. It doesn't even freeze. Run-on hung her head in disappointment. How long does it normally take to proceed through this place? Rayon shook Kayin weakly. It should take at least half a day even with my guidance. Half a day. Rayon couldn't tell for sure how much time had passed since they'd entered the grave, but he could guess that those who were ahead had already made it through the maze. Since they had wasted a lot of time, they had to go down as fast as possible. Is there any way to proceed quickly? In the past, when that human put his hand on the wall and did something, a path opened up to the end of the labyrinth, but I don't exactly know what it was. He did something, Rayon examined the wall while licking his lips. It looked like an ordinary wall on the outside, one that was simply blocking the path. However, he could guess what he needed to do after hearing Kayin's description. Whop, Rayon activated the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation at the same time. He unleashed the flame that was pretty much Sieghart's flame and drew the boundary that his ancestor had shown him on the wall. The flames surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, carving a distinct boundary on the wall of the labyrinth. Once the boundary was completed, it sparkled in gold and created a passage that looked like a whirlpool. Its shape was similar to the hole that led to the next floor, but the color was different. It worked. Peep peep, Kayin flapped its wings in astonishment and sank on its ass. That's the right door. How did you do that? Judging from its reaction, Rayon could guess that the door indeed led to the next floor. What's going on? Division leader, what did you do? Why did the door already appear when we only just got here? Even the Light Wind Division widened their eyes in surprise because of the sudden appearance of the door. Is it really okay to enter this door? Dorian was scared and swallowed nervously. I don't know about the others, but we are entitled to at least. What do you mean? I'll explain it to you later. Let's go for now. Rayon smiled faintly and went ahead into the flaming passage. There was a single path that he could walk upon instead of falling down like the other passages. Interestingly, he could feel some warmth for the first time after entering the grave. He walked through the red line similar to the carpet in the audience chamber, and a burning passage the same shape as the entrance could be seen. When he slowly left through that passage, a huge wall appeared in front of him, and the hole leading to the fourth floor was in the middle of it. That was easy. Rayon was looking at the passage leading to the fourth floor with a faint smile on his face, and a white hand suddenly emerged from the wall on his left side. A woman with a youthful appearance that was unbefitting in such a location slid towards him along with a frightening black frost. The Snow Wraith Duchess. The one who had reached the end of the labyrinth was the floor overseer of the Black Tower and a demonized human at the Grandmaster's realm. I'm not sure why you are here, but this is perfect. The Snow Wraith Duchess raised her pale finger with her lips curving into a subtle smile. Because it was a shame we couldn't finish the battle outside. It was a shame for me too. What? Only my subordinates were getting to train. I wasn't getting enough action. Rayon soundlessly unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Golden radiance burst from his red eyes. I'm not even expecting an infinite refill, so serve as an appetizer at least. Delprose was watching the crystal ball showing Rayon and started to furrow his brow. Is he even taking the phoenix with him now? It looks like it. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader also rubbed his temples, showing his surprise at the fact that Rayon was forcing the phoenix to come with him. He is seriously too much for me to handle. Delprose let out a deep sigh. Forcing the gatekeeper to come with him was so ridiculous that even that person hadn't considered it. You're done with the preparations, right? He shifted his gaze towards the Shadowed Serpent Division leader, irritation resting on his brows. Of course. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader nodded confidently. Regardless of where they decide to advance, they are going to encounter a wave of formations, traps, and monsters. All right, they shouldn't be able to get out of there this time easily. Delprose nodded while looking at the crystal ball again. He wasn't planning on getting Rayon killed in the labyrinth. Since the other floors were just an appetizer for the last floor, eating away his stamina and aura was enough for the moment. What an idiot, Delprose snorted while watching Rayon, who was trying to jump over the labyrinth wall. It was a wall of will that even transcenders might not be able to destroy. Watching his useless struggle eased his irritation slightly. They're finally getting started. I wonder what kind of expression he is going to make him. Delprose's lips started to tremble as he watched Rayon inside the crystal ball. What the hell is that now? Rayon Sieghart suddenly placed his hand on the wall instead of trying to advance into the labyrinth. Delprose quietly watched him because he was curious about what he was planning. A mysterious emblem suddenly appeared on the wall, and a flaming door opened up. However, there wasn't only one door. A passage with a similar appearance opened up on the wall at the end of the third floor's labyrinth. That implied that the flaming passage Rayon had opened up was connected to the end of the labyrinth. What the hell is that? I am not too sure either. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader's teeth chattered, answering that he had never seen a passage like that. Don't tell me Delpros clenched his fist while looking at Kayin the Phoenix, who was captured by Rayon. Did that stupid Phoenix teach him the hidden passage? When they defeated the Phoenix and manipulated its mind, the Phoenix had told them about the existence of a dimensional door that allowed them to pass through the labyrinth. Rayon must have opened the dimensional door in question. Even that person couldn't do it, though. Darius Robert had opened a similar door before, but he couldn't reach the end of the labyrinth at once. He could reach the end by repeating it 3 times, but Rayon's passage reached all the way to the end with only 1 usage. It was an unbelievable sight, one that couldn't be happening. Stop them. What stopped them? Delpros lifted his fist and slammed the table with a teacup on top of it. Once his fist struck the white table, it crumbled into pieces as if it had never existed. We can never let him go. If Rayon managed to escape, all of the traps and monsters they'd prepared would be rendered useless. It was a huge loss that he didn't even want to imagine. It's not working. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader manipulated mana with his fingers and shook his head. I've been trying to stop him ever since that passage first appeared, but my manipulation ability isn't working against it. It's probably. He lowered his gaze while biting his lip. The unique ability of the creator of this place. How can he use that? Delpros clenched his fist hard enough to make a cracking sound. Rayon wasn't even aware of the grave's existence before the incident. He couldn't understand how Rayon managed to open that passage. Are there any of the 5 demons currently in the labyrinth? The Snow Wraith Duchess is nearby. She seemed to be exploring the labyrinth on her own accord because she didn't go down even though she had the chance. Send her that way. What? The Shadowed Serpent Division leader widened his eyes in surprise. But Rayon Zeeghart is going to die if he encounters the Snow Wraith Duchess. Unlike Rayon, the Snow Wraith Duchess had been famous as an extremely famous warrior for a long time. Even though Rayon Zeeghart had become a grandmaster, it was impossible for him to win against the Snow Wraith Duchess in his state. It would be even more problematic if he goes out of our control even further. Delpros shook his head with a frown on his face. We can just tamper with the corpse. It's fully possible if it's just him. You understood. And he caught his breath and raised his finger. Prepare the 4th floor in advance. Delpros bit his lip, his face twisted like an evil fiend. Make sure he won't be able to survive. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the demonized humans standing behind the Snow Wraith Duchess. They've gotten stronger. The wave of energy emanating from them was fiercer than when they were outside. He could guess that the demonized humans had also gotten stronger as they passed through the 1st and 2nd floors. What? They are the Black Tower's bastards. Martha emerged from the flaming passage and snorted at the Black Tower's demonized humans. The trash came to us on their own. She turned her wrist, releasing her fiery pressure. We're lucky. Burin was also glad at the encounter and curled his lips into a smile. Test subject. Run-On nodded with blank eyes, showing that she wanted to test out her improvement after passing through the 1st and 2nd floors. That's nothing compared to the Phoenix. I still can't forget about the incident with Orgos. Their existence itself is a pest to the world, so no one would blame us for getting rid of them. Light Wind Division was also fully confident as they glared at the Black Tower's demonized humans. Many swordsmen craved revenge, thinking about the incident with the demonic monarch of the Azure Flame. You arrogant bastards. How dare you, little brats. Please give us the order. We will pull their heads off right away. The Black Tower's demonized humans were enraged by the Light Wind Division's confidence, lowering their heads at the Snow Wraith Duchess, asking for her order. Ha, do they take after their master? What an arrogant pack of dogs. The Snow Wraith Duchess snorted at their ridiculous behavior. They wouldn't be mad dogs if they remained still in the face of their food. Rayon raised his finger, madness brushing past his eyes. Mad Dog Division. He twisted his lips while pointing at the demonized humans standing behind the Snow Wraith Duchess. Bite. At your command. The Light Wind Division unsheathed their swords and charged toward the demonized humans. Madness similar to Rayon's was emerging from their eyes. Wait. We aren't mad dogs, sir. Please stop calling us dogs. I like puppies. Martha, Burin, and Run-On commented as they executed their footwork. Wham! Martha's powerful sword strike destroyed the wall of demonic energy created by the demonized humans. Burin's precise and sharp blade didn't miss the opportunity and beheaded the demonized humans. Run-On walked between Martha and Burin and thrust Snow Flower. The frost dwelling at the tip of her blade fluttered around like cherry blossoms, cutting through the demonized humans' vitals. Let's go. The Light Wind Division advanced through the path that the 3 team leaders had created and clashed their swords against the demonized humans from the front. Wham! Dozens of people's auras and demonic energies exploded at once, causing the sand on the labyrinth's floor to burst out like a storm. What's wrong with them? I heard they've barely reached adulthood, so how? As the sandstorm subsided, it was revealed that the demonized humans were being pushed back. The Light Wind Division was concentrating their auras as if they were a single swordsman to crush the demonic energy of the demonized humans. Their pressure was already on a whole different level. All of you are lacking in cuteness. Even though the demonized humans were dying, the Snow Wraith Duchess didn't mind them at all and simply nodded her head. I'll show you the difference in power. Come at me, both of you. She bobbed her finger at Rayon and Rimmer. Can you deal with us? Rimmer chuckled while glancing at Rayon. Sure, since it's just a one-armed elf and a brat. The Snow Wraith Duchess confidently nodded her head. You shouldn't underestimate him just because he looks young. Rimmer smiled faintly with his arms crossed. That old monster reached the Grandmaster's realm before you were even born, so she is indeed entitled to say that. If you looked at her true face, you'd find a grandmother covered with wrinkles. Shut up, the Snow Wraith Duchess raised her finger while glaring at Rimmer. It looked like she was getting angry at being called a grandmother more than anything else. I have some bad memories with the Black Tower. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and looked down upon the Snow Wraith Duchess. You should consider yourself unlucky. I told you to shut up. The Snow Wraith Duchess yelled furiously and stomped the ground. Wham! Rayon immediately executed Supreme Harmony steps without any preparation, taking advantage of the Snow Wraith Duchess's irritation. He made his aura explode from the toes on his left foot as he took the second step. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was moving at an extreme speed. He felt like the edges of his vision were turning dark. What an idiot. He was about to execute the Crimson Slash after approaching her, but her lips curled into a deep smile. The Snow Wraith Duchess extended her left hand. Her anger had subsided as if she had never been irritated. The dark frost concentrating around her hand was fired like a dagger throw. Her counterattack was almost perfect. Rayon bit his lip weakly while watching the Snow Wraith Duchess's demonic energy rushing towards his heart. I was wondering, but it was indeed the case. Since the opponent was a grandmaster and had been famous as an extremely powerful warrior for a long time on top, he'd thought that her irritation was a trap by itself, and he'd guessed it right. Tap. The moment before the Snow Wraith Duchess's frost pierced into his heart, Rayon switched the Supreme Harmonies. Second step to the third step. The speed changed to softness. His body slipped as if the strength had drained out of it and dodged the Snow Wraith Duchess's attack with a paper-thin difference. What? The Snow Wraith Duchess's eyes widened, surprised at how fast he'd switched his footwork. This one is genuine. Unlike her angry appearance, her surprise was her genuine emotion. Rayon closed the distance from the left side to take advantage of that small opening caused by her surprise. He pulled Heavenly Drive back to the right in advance, and he thrust it like an awl. Slash. The edge emanating a red radiance brushed past the Snow Wraith Duchess's shoulder. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue while stepping back. He was going for her neck, but she'd managed to turn around in that split second and dodge the trajectory, as expected of a grandmaster. You bastard. The Snow Wraith Duchess furrowed her brow while looking at the wound on her shoulder. She unleashed her demonic energy, and the blood stopped gushing from her shoulder. The wound disappeared as if the time had been reversed. Her regeneration had surpassed the human realm. You are worse than the rumors. Your will is weak, and your aura is ordinary. Say that again after removing that frown from your face. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the Snow Wraith Duchess's face, which was distorted like a grotesque monster. Your wrinkles are showing. Shut up. The Snow Wraith Duchess shouted and extended her hand. The black coldness spread from hand in all directions, as if she'd summoned the night. Crack. The Snow Wraith Duchess's demonic energy started to dominate the space in the blink of an eye. Rayon spread the 10,000 flames cultivation's fire, but the coldness wasn't easily melted. It was a tremendous amount and density of demonic energy. Wait, save us. The demonized human's legs started to freeze into black ice upon being exposed to the Snow Wraith Duchess's frost. They shouted at her to save them, but she didn't even take a glance at them as she unleashed a frost even more powerful and darker than before. Rayon withdrew to a corner, while attracting her attention to prevent it from affecting the light wind division. He spread the 10,000 flames cultivation to block the advance of the Snow Wraith Duchess's frost, which was freezing the floor and the walls. It's pointless. Forget flames, not even ice can stop my frost. As she said, even the 10,000 flames cultivation's flame was unable to melt her demonic energy. Now that I think about it, he remembered the scene he'd witnessed in the desert and forest before entering the grave. Her dark frost remained even when it was surrounded by powerful flame and lightning energy. I knew you were going to head to a corner. What? You won't be able to dodge anymore. All you can do is kneel in front of me. The Snow Wraith Duchess opened her hand the moment she saw that Rayon was cornered. The frost engulfing the surrounding area was activated at once, forming a huge tidal wave. She seemed to be planning to finish the fight with a single move by unleashing all of the frost she'd been focusing at once. Rayon's eyes became serious as he looked at the wave of demonic energy rushing towards him. Now is the time. He was already aware that she was going to attack like that the moment she spread her frost to the surrounding area. The certain kill technique must have never failed her, but her faith was going to be the reason for her demise. Rayon didn't withdraw. He advanced toward the wave of frost instead while pulling Heavenly Drive behind his shoulder. What are you doing? You won't reach me from there, Rayon unleashed. Glacier's frost, engulfed by his will, while listening to the snow-wraith Duchess's mockery. The blade under the dusky twilight shall not waver, even in the face of the surging waves. Murmuring a line of precept to himself, Rayon thrust Heavenly Drive. Heavenly Drive's blade flickered in a blue light, pierced through the wave of frost unleashed by the snow-wraith Duchess, and severed the silver space. Crock, not even the smallest hole was made on the wave of frost that was about to reach the labyrinth wall. However, a dark hole was made in the left side of the snow-wraith Duchess's chest, where she was standing behind it. Gov! The snow-wraith Duchess sank to the ground while coughing up blood. She tried to cover the hole in her chest with her demonic energy, but the black hole couldn't be covered up, as if it were ignoring her demonic energy. "Why, you told me. Your frost is different from mine." Rayon shook his head while looking at the snow-wraith Duchess. Rather than a difference in power, it's more like the phenomenon where water doesn't mix with oil. Since my frost is engraved in your chest, isn't it obvious that your demonic energy can't stop it? The snow-wraith Duchess had declared that frost and flame couldn't stop her demonic energy. If his frost didn't work against hers, that implied that her frost wouldn't work against his either. It could be said that they were countering each other. The snow-wraith Duchess finally realized what was happening with trembling lips. The disaster was brought by your own mouth. Rayon walked up to the snow-wraith Duchess while twirling Heavenly Drive. Wait, I wasn't even going all out. It's not over yet. As she said, her previous attack wasn't her full power. Rayon would have needed to use the Swordfield creation to win in an all-out battle. He would have achieved more growth if she'd gone all out, but it was more important to save as much power as possible for the time being since he didn't know what Darius was planning yet. Only idiots give their opponents time. Rayon sneered just like the snow-wraith Duchess had done in the beginning and immediately swung Heavenly Drive. Wham! The golden holy light devoured the black demonic energy and incinerated the snow-wraith Duchess's body. Kill, I'll kill you. I'm never going to forgive you, sure, do it if you can. Rayon snorted and beheaded the snow-wraith Duchess. Crack, she couldn't even close her eyes as the light disappeared from them, unable to believe that she was dying. Rayon raised his gaze after he finished the snow-wraith Duchess off. How come he's killing a grandmaster so quickly? Is this even possible? It wasn't an ordinary demonized human. It was the snow-wraith Duchess. The Light Wind Division and the demonized humans had stopped fighting at some point and were all staring at him. The demonized humans had dropped their jaws in astonishment, unable to say anything. We're going to train here before we continue if you don't finish them off in 5 minutes. Rayon bobbed his finger. Madness reappeared from the Light Wind Division's calm gazes. Kill them, trample them all, freak them up. Rayon closed his eyes while listening to the refreshing sound of the Light Wind Division's strikes. I've gotten a bit closer. Creating a line of precept had allowed him to take another step towards the strike that allowed him to break through the space while ignoring defense. It wasn't intentional, but I ended up getting some help. Rayon chuckled while looking at the labyrinth ceiling. You must be there. It couldn't be a coincidence that the snow-wraith Duchess appeared as soon as he reached the end of the labyrinth. It was definitely set up by Darius's subordinates. Wait right there. I'll ruin it all, regardless of what you're trying. Floor Overseer, how is this happening? I am possible. Lady Snow-wraith Duchess couldn't have died to a brat like him. The Black Tower's demonized humans looked at the Snow-wraith Duchess's corpse at Rayon's feet with trembling lips. Their foreheads were drenched in cold sweat. Faster. Move as fast as you can. Burin gritted his teeth and stabbed his sword at the demonized humans. The barren wind emerging from his sharpened blade severed the demonized humans' chests in their surprised state. If our division leader says he'll do it, he will. He isn't joking. Martha furrowed her brow and activated. Berserk, the aura sparkling from her hand, fell upon her enemies with a tremendous weight. Wham! With a huge impact that echoed throughout the labyrinth, the demonized humans were sent flying in all directions. I don't want to train. Run-On scattered her frost, impatience dwelling in her blank eyes. The frost scattering from her blue edge started to bind the limbs of the demonized humans. You are nothing but pests to this world. Mark Goten looked like he despised the demonized humans rather than being afraid of Rayon's training. He unleashed his anarchic lighting saber technique at the maximum output while biting his lip. The saber strike tore the sky apart like lightning and cut down the head of a team leader who was ordering the others. Rumble. The explosive power of the Light Wind Division's team leaders and Mark Goten followed up one after the other, and the wall of demonic energy protecting the demonized humans was shattered in an instant. The path is open. No mercy to the demonized humans. Kill them all. Let's go. The Light Wind Division entered the domain of the demonized humans by executing their footwork so they wouldn't miss the opportunity their team leaders had created. Since stop them, fend them off no matter what. How are we supposed to fend them off? It's over, it's all over for us. The demonized humans were shocked by the Snow Wraith Duchess's death and couldn't even counterattack as they were pushed back helplessly. You idiots, do you want to die here? Go to the front right now, we can still survive. The master-tier demonized humans tried to raise their spirits, but Burr and Martha and Run-On took action to completely break their spirits. Fight, do you think you stand a chance? It's all over, you dark rats, there's no path for you. The three team leaders took care of one master-tier demonized human each and destroyed any hope for a counterattack from the demonized humans. Because the Snow Wraith Duchess had perished, and even their team leaders couldn't do much, the remaining demonized humans were plucked as easily as weeds. You're the last one. Martha leaped like a tiger and smashed her sword into the last remaining demonized human team leader's neck. Kua. The demonized human extended his hand into the air in regret before he collapsed. We're done. Burren swallowed nervously and looked behind him. How long did it take? It hasn't been 5 minutes yet, right? It wasn't just him. Everyone in the Light Wind Division was looking at Rayon with nervousness and anticipation in their minds. Rayon tapped on his wrist, then shook his head. Unfortunately for you, it's been more than 5 minutes. What? There's no way though. We finished them off quickly. The Light Wind Division widened their mouths, unable to believe that 5 minutes had already passed. 5 minutes, Rimmer tilted his head. I think they finished at around the 4-minute mark. He was tilting his head, asking if Rayon wasn't mistaken with his measurement. Vice Division Leader. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking back at Rimmer. Do you want to train with them? Rimmer's shoulders trembled, then he shook his head. It's been more than 5 minutes. It clearly has. I saw it myself. He abandoned the Light Wind Division like old shoes for the sake of his own well-being. You bastard, you're just like those Celestials. Wrath furrowed his brow deeply. How can you lie without even batting your eyes when you should be a human being? He gasped at his ridiculous behavior. It's all for their sake. Rayon was shaking his head with a smile when it wasn't. Dorian energetically raised his hand. He shook his head, a portable watch in his hand. I activated the watch as soon as you mentioned the 5 minutes and the alarm didn't ring yet. The ticking sound of the needle could be heard a few times before the watch started to vibrate and made the chirping sound of a small bird. See, we just hit the 5-minute mark. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Dorian's watch, asking, are you sure your watch isn't broken? You should know that I always make sure to maintain the necessities at least. It's not broken. Dorian confidently put his hands on his waist. Ooh, Dorian did it. He prevailed against the demon. He defeated the demon king, our hero Dorian. Everyone in the Light Wind Division shouted Dorian's name and put their hands up. Puhahaha. Wrath burst out into laughter while covering his plump stomach. You were defeated by your wallet. Serves you right, Peppa Peppy. Even Kayin laughed at him while flapping its wings. Cough, Piep. Rayon walked up to the Light Wind Division, grasping Kayin with his left hand and Wrath with his right hand. I must have made a mistake, I'm sorry. He was only going to hurt his dignity if he kept insisting since it was already timed. He had no other choice but to acknowledge it. What's gotten into you? Wrath blinked at his unexpected behavior. Really, you're acknowledging it. Whoa, Dorian. The Light Wind Division happily cheered for the victory and even tossed Dorian in the air. Yuhehe, we won. Crane started a mocking dance and bobbed his finger. Crane. Rayon swept his hair back and walked up to Crane, who was acting up. What? You've been stabbed. It's not a big deal. Crane shook his head while hiding the wound on the back of his hand. You would have lost your hand if it was a slightly bigger deal. About that. Moreover, it was stabbed by a blade of demonic energy, not just an ordinary blade. You could have been forced to cut your arm off instead of a hand. I mean. That's one. Rayon walked up to Dorian, who was extremely proud of himself since he'd become the hero who'd slain the Demon King. Dorian, what? Dorian walked up to him while trying to read his face. You've got a cut on your thigh. It was just a scratch. Even my skin is unharmed. Demonic energy can inflict fatal injury just from touching the skin. It's not called demonic for no reason. That's two. Rayon went past Dorian and approached another Light Wind member. All of them had small injuries. What is he doing right now? Why is he counting those numbers? I am not sure. I have a bad feeling about this. The Light Wind Division gulped nervously while listening to Rayon's count, which had already gone past 10. 25. Rayon finished counting the number of Light Wind swordsmen who'd gotten an injury before returning to his original position. That's the number of idiots who were injured during this fight. The Light Wind Division lowered their heads and closed their mouths as if they never had a festival. How could 25 of you get injured against enemies whose morale was broken after the Snow Wraith Duchess's death? Do you think that should happen? Boo, but. Well, it happened because we were fighting in a hurry, because we didn't have the time. Shouldn't you have sharpened your focus even more because you didn't have much time? Do you even think that works as an excuse? The Light Wind Division's faces turned pale because of Rayon's cutting remark. This is no good. I'll have to fix you up a little now. Wait a moment. That's not what you promised. Crane rapidly raised his head like a meerkat. What promise? Since we finished the fight in 5 minutes, it's unfair to make us train. You misunderstand. This training is a bit of special education for those who were injured like an idiot. It's unrelated to the time. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while gazing down at the light wind division. The Demon King has revived. How did he revive so quickly? Who is going to exterminate him now? The light wind division sighed, lowering their shoulders in resignation. Why, you demon peep. Even Kayan pitied the light wind division, its wings trembling. You idiots, how many times does the King of Essence have to tell you until you understand? Wrath yelled at the light wind division. A demon king like that doesn't even exist in devildom. The Void Sword Division leader, Serena, sighed briefly while lowering her sword. Corpses of large monsters covered in white fur were piled up like a mountain behind her. Blood still retaining its warmth was flowing onto the land, but the snow falling from the sky removed the traces of battle in an instant. Serena slowly raised her gaze. Snow was falling endlessly from the empty sky. Nothing existed on the land under the snow. Endless plains were all that existed in this world. Where is this place? The scenery she'd seen when she first arrived on the 4th floor after passing the 3rd floor's labyrinth had no difference at all from the place she was in after walking for over a day. The snow field, snow, and monsters were the only existences in this world. Are there no other people at all? She'd gone through the passage toward the 4th floor with the Void Sword Division, but forget her subordinates, she hadn't encountered anyone at all. The space must have been either extremely expansive or isolated from the outside. Because she kept walking through the empty snowfield while worrying about her subordinates, her stamina was draining even faster than during a battle. Even the mental fatigue was accumulating because she had to fight monsters that popped out without any presence, and her body was starting to feel heavy. Is this really the Sword and Saber Sovereign's grave? She'd been ignoring it so far in order to act faster than the 5 demons, but she was getting more and more suspicious about the grave. Rather than a grave, it looks like a place where abilities are tested. Deadly traps were usually prepared in graves and dungeons in order to fend off grave robbers. However, the grave she was in seemed to be testing intruders rather than trapping them. She couldn't understand the Sword and Saber Sovereign's intentions. Who is the monster that even made this place? Whether it was the Sword and Saber Sovereign or someone else, it was clear that they held an unfathomable amount of power. She looked at the sky again, her thoughts getting more jumbled the more she thought about it. The intense snow falling like crazy around her reminded her of the member of the house she'd seen before entering the grave. I wonder if Rayon is doing fine on his way. She believed in Rayon's strength and judgment, but she couldn't help being worried because the enemies were the White Blood Religion, the Black Tower, and the Holy Sword Alliance. Since he'd even helped her before she entered the dungeon, she was curious about if he was advancing well. I need to get out of here in order to find it out, but While Serena was licking her lips, gazing at the endless snow field, a small shape could be seen on the right edge of her vision. It's not a monster. The 4th floor's monsters had been appearing all of a sudden, ignoring her perception. It had a human appearance instead, one that she'd never seen there before. Who is that? She didn't recklessly approach them and focused her aura on her eyes since they could have been an enemy. The blonde hair and red eyes blazing like the powerful sun weren't losing their light even under the snow, and she could see a black coat fluttering in the air which had become his trademark. Rayon, Void Sword Division leader. Rayon also confirmed who she was and ran towards her rapidly. I'm glad that the first person I met here is the Void Sword Division leader. He lowered his head, his face covered in delight. Have you also been wandering around here? Yes, I'm not too sure, but I think it's been over a day now, Rayon sighed, saying that it was a terrible place with no end in sight. I was the same. Serena nodded and examined Rayon. She examined him just in case since it was such a special place, but she didn't find anything strange about him. The nature of his aura and his frame were the exact same, and his uniform had the tier that he'd gotten from fighting the master of the Abyssal Sword and the Snow Wraith Duchess before entering the grave. Did anything special happen? It did, right before coming to this place. Rayon shook his head. Right before? Yes. I encountered the Snow Wraith Duchess at the 3rd floor's labyrinth. Wait, did you win against her? Yes. He smiled nonchalantly while stating that he'd slain the Snow Wraith Duchess. Huh. Serena laughed bitterly while looking at Rayon. I was just lucky. She was controlling her demonic energy like a wave, and it was difficult to deal with. I'm curious about how you won against her, but let's get moving for now. She shook her hand towards him. We need to find the others, too. I understand. Rayon nodded and followed her from the left. Tell me while walking. How did you encounter the Snow Wraith Duchess, and how did you win against her? Serena shook her finger towards Rayon, who was next to her, while walking to the front. She came at me as if she'd been waiting for me the moment we reached the end of the labyrinth. I told the Light Wind Division to fight the demonized humans and went for a one-on-one. Rayon explained the fight against the Snow Wraith Duchess with his characteristic calm speech. Seriously, you used frost against her. Serena looked forward while chuckling. She was rapidly getting relaxed because she'd encountered a person after a long time, and the person in question was Rayon, who she'd come to cherish. She felt like she'd returned to the house. I had an easier time in comparison on the way. Did you not encounter any of the 5 demons? No, I was far away from the 5 demons, but I fell into a nasty trap in the labyrinth. As she was telling him her story while looking forward, I see, Rayon raised his right hand like a weapon while maintaining his smile. He stabbed his hand at Serena's back without any pressure or murderous intention. Whack. Burin, you're too fixated on the idea of leading everyone from the front, and you aren't showing your own strength enough. Rayon dusted his hand off and started by standing in front of Burin. I understand. Burin nodded painfully. The area under his eyes had become completely dark. Martha, you're still relying too much on Berserk. Your real ability will decrease if you keep relying on that power. Martha bit her lip, unable to refute his words. Run-on, you're still too passive. Don't you still have something you need to do? Yes, Run-on understood what he meant and nodded her head. Dorian, moving in order to overcome fear is fine, but your hastiness is decreasing your vision. You should be careful. Next up is. Rayon pointed out the issues that he'd noticed during their battle to every single member of the Light Wind Division. The Light Wind Division engraved Rayon's advice deep in their hearts while resting. They genuinely realized that Rayon wasn't doing it just to be mean. Get ready if you've rested enough. Rayon clapped his hands and pointed at the passage leading to the 4th floor. As a last piece of advice, you should believe in your own strength a bit more. Be more confident. Understood. The Light Wind Division entered the passage toward the 4th floor with bright smiles on their faces upon hearing that piece of advice, which was also a compliment. Hey, are you trying to make the Light Wind Division as powerful as the Heavenly Blade Division? Rimmer was the last person remaining, and he shifted his gaze to the front of the passage. Rather than being as powerful as them, they should surpass the Heavenly Blade Division. Rayon shook his head. He had no intention of stopping when it came to making them stronger. He was going to make every member of the Light Wind Division into a master so that they would be the strongest armed organization in the continent, not just Sieghart. Whoa, I'm starting to feel sorry for them. Rimmer entered the passage towards the 4th floor, murmuring that he must have passed on the division leader position on too early. They'll thank me later. Rayon chuckled and entered the dark hole after everyone else. Floating sensation was the same as the others, but the fall was clearly shorter. Rayon sighed quietly and lifted his eyebrows. It was white. The snowfield was literally white, with no trees or even a pebble visible. The snow falling endlessly from the sky was as big as a child's fist, giving off the impression that he would be buried in the snowfield no matter what he did. No one is here. Not only the Light Wind Division, but even Kayan had disappeared even though he was holding it in his hand. No one. The King of Essence is here. Wrath shook his head, brushing it off as nonsense. Rayon chuckled and advanced through the snow field, but there really was nothing there. People, monsters, trees, clouds, and the sun. Not a single thing that could be used as a landmark existed, making it impossible to tell whether he was moving forward or backward. Where the hell is this place? Wrath furrowed his brow in irritation. Why is it still endless even though we've walked for over an entire day? The King of Essence is getting bored. The same goes for me. He could somewhat tell the intentions of the creator from the 1st to the 3rd floor, but it was impossible to understand why the 4th floor even existed. Are they trying to irritate me? Rayon briefly clicked his tongue when a dark shape similar to a shadow could be seen on the right side. Rayon, he enhanced his vision with the evil eye of wrath and could see Rimmer running at him while waving his hand. He looked like a snowman because of the snow piled up on his head and shoulders. Vice Division Leader, we've finally met up. Rimmer sighed, voice worried. Wrath twisted his lips while looking at Rimmer. Rayon's eyes became serious as he gazed at Rimmer. He examined him just in case, but he couldn't find anything strange about him. It was so hard to be alone all day long. He shook his head, saying that it was too boring and painful. Rayon felt like it was exactly what he would say since he sounded like there was no one to do chores for him. Did anything happen to you? It was actually easier for me because there really was nothing here. Well, I guess. After all, you are like that. Rimmer chuckled and nodded his head. Let's get going. I'm worried because we can't find the others. He furrowed his brow, saying that something might have happened to the Light Wind Division. Sure. Rayon calmly nodded and started to walk to the front. While Rayon was calmly walking, Rimmer put his fingers together and raised his hand like a weapon. The side of the hand was polished even sharper than a blade and soundlessly rushed towards Rayon. Wham! However, Rimmer's hand could only cut the snow falling from the sky instead of reaching Rayon's heart. Tap! Rayon grasped Rimmer's trembling wrist, which had appeared from the ground like an illusion. How? Rimmer's lips trembled as he looked into Rayon's serious eyes. Because our damned elf master would never worry about me and the others. Since Rimmer hated cringy things, he would never say that he was worried about them even if he was thinking such a thing. Crack! The heat blazing from Rayon's eyes was as intense as lava. He violently clenched his grasp and smashed the wrist of the thing taking Rimmer's appearance. Who are you? How? The thing using Rimmer's appearance didn't scream even though its wrist had been smashed. It kept repeating the word how and moving its leaf-colored eyes. Rayon's brow furrowed deeply as he observed it. Whatever it isn't human. Even if they were trained with pain resistance, people were bound to twitch their forearms and shoulders if their wrists were broken. However, the thing in front of him showed no reaction at all, as if its sense of pain were gone. It was either an illusion created with the boundary or a special monster. How? The monster using Rimmer's appearance shouted, trying to remove its wrist from Rayon's hand. Rayon didn't want to let it go, but the wrist turned into wriggling liquid, making it impossible to keep holding it. Hey, what are you? Rayon bit his lip while looking at his empty hand. Me. The monster using Rimmer's appearance viscously transformed its hand like mud and unsheathed its two swords. Those swords. There was no way he wouldn't recognize them. It was holding Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. I am Rayon Sieghart. Rayon gasped at the ridiculous sight, and it charged at him while lifting Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. Kring, a crimson line of heat emerged from Heavenly Drive's blade, wielded by the monster using Rimmer's appearance. What the hell? Rayon widened his eyes and stepped back. Crimson slash. A sharp line of heat passed through the space he'd dodged from. The snow in the air evaporated in an instant and scattered the water. Rayon swallowed nervously. It was a real deal. The sword technique the monster had used was genuinely the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Crimson slash, the one that he often used. It should have been impossible, as he was the only one on the continent who'd learned the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Thud, the monster stepped forward with its left foot, intending to follow as much as Rayon had backed off. Even that step was familiar. Supreme Harmony steps. He slashed down with Heavenly Drive to the left while executing the Supreme Harmony steps. The strike looked like a savage beast gnawing at its prey's neck. It was the Fangs of Insanity. Clong. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive and stabbed it with his Blizzard Sword art at the same time. The cold blade, capable of severing the flow of the attack, twisted the Fangs of Insanity's balance. Kyuhuhu. The monster, using his sword technique and Rimmer's appearance, curled its lips into a deep smile even though it was pushed back. Just what are you? I am Rayon Sieghart. He sneered and pierced the sky with the fake Heavenly Drive. The cold blade, capable of cutting off the flow of a sword strike, twisted. Fangs of Insanity's flow. Red flower buds slowly appeared from its silver blade. Thousands of flame pieces spread through the wind and enveloped the snow field. Flame Spirit. Crimson slash, Supreme Harmony steps, Fangs of Insanity, and now the Flame Spirit. The monster had perfectly mimicked the Flame Spirit, which could be called the most difficult sword skill Rayon knew in terms of technique. Both the output and form weren't lacking at all. This is insane. Rayon gasped at the scene and suddenly lowered his eyebrows. A gray horn similar to a shark fin grew on its forehead while it was spreading the Flame Spirit around. A horn? Wait, that color. He'd never seen that horn before, but he'd seen that cloudy gray color. A doppelganger. It was the exact same color as the doppelganger's skin in its original appearance, back when it tried to kidnap Yu at Habun Castle. Considering the fact that it is copying my sword techniques, it's definitely a doppelganger. Moreover, it's a lord. Unlike other doppelgangers, which obtain the ability of a person by devouring them, the doppelganger lord could copy the ability of a person they encountered without needing anything else. However, he'd heard that even a lord had its limits when it came to copying abilities, but it was as powerful as Rayon himself probably, because of the characteristic of the place they were in. Did you finally realize it? Wrath snorted at how pathetic he was. That copycat will keep copying your skills. Get rid of it already since it's annoying. Rayon narrowed his eyes while removing the doppelganger lords. Flame Spirit with the real Flame Spirit, but this is a bit strange. Doppelgangers usually took on the same appearance as the opponent instead of another person and picked a one-on-one duel. That was the reason the rumor about dying upon encountering a doppelganger had spread. However, the doppelganger lord had shown up with Rimmer's appearance instead of his own, and it only started to use his techniques after going for a surprise attack. It wasn't an ordinary situation. Which means this must be another one of Darius Roberts' manipulations. I'm Rayon Sieghart. The doppelganger lord shouted loudly and stabbed at him with the fake Heavenly Drive. The blade flew at him like an arrow, then spread around like a mirage to pressure the vitals all around his body. It was the 36 Crimson Slash. Rayon clenched his back teeth while creating a firewall with Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. What a smart move. Darius had manipulated the space that was designed to involve a duel against the doppelganger into a malicious place where the doppelganger started a surprise attack with a companion's appearance. People were bound to strengthen their bonds by fighting together from the first to the third floor while fighting alongside their companions, just to be stabbed in the back with a companion's face on the fourth floor. He was seriously the best when it came to being evil. If the doppelganger had been better at pretending to be Rimmer, even Rayon himself would have been deceived. Then what about the King of Essence's subordinates? Wrath jolted, finally remembering about them. Ice Cream Girl, Beef Girl, Pineapple Girl, the King of Essence's wallet, they are all in danger. I think they should be fine. After all, the doppelganger should be bad at acting, just like this one. A doppelganger could only act like a human perfectly after devouring that human in question. Since the ones on the fourth floor had to copy a companion with only a fragment of their memory, their acting was slightly flawed. The fact that the doppelganger lord was worried about the light-wind division while using Rimmer's appearance was proof. Others could be deceived, but it shouldn't have worked against the light-wind division easily since they were trained to be cautious about each other ever since the training in the North Grave Mountain. Key, the doppelganger thrust the sword it had pulled back. A huge flame stormed around the blade, taking the shape of a dragon. Is it the flame dragon art now? Rayon furrowed his brow and was about to dodge. Rumble, he could see the rotating flame. The storm of fire looked slow for some reason. Rayon had the feeling that the power and speed could be enhanced if he could make the flames move a bit faster. He dodged the flame dragon art with supreme harmony steps, and the doppelganger lord followed up, executing the Frost Pond. The blade of frost followed up the real blade, targeting his neck like a shadow. It's following up too quickly. He realized that the second blade of frost was following up the real blade too quickly. He figured it would be more difficult to deal with if he increased the time gap between them. Now that I think about it, isn't this my first time seeing my own sword technique like this? The doppelganger he'd encountered in Habon Castle hadn't tried to copy his sword techniques. It had simply assaulted him with tremendous power. That was why he had never seen his own swordsmanship from an opponent's perspective. It was an extremely helpful experience. This is pretty good. Rayon curved his lips into a faint smile and weakly gripped Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. I found a new training ground. Training round. What the hell? Wrath furrowed his brow while watching Rayon's reaction. Defeat it quickly and leave, you nutcase celestial. But why? Delpros gritted his teeth while watching Rayon's battle against the doppelganger lord. Why does even the surprise attack fail against him? He clutched his head while shouting that he couldn't understand. I'm sorry. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader lowered his trembling head. It's not for you to apologize. Delpros bit his lip to the point of bleeding. It would have been the same even if I did it myself. He clenched his fist while glaring at Rayon inside the crystal ball. It's all his fault. He could laugh off how he was training the swordsman on the first floor as if he were in a playground. He could also accept the fact that he defeated the Phoenix on the second floor without much difficulty. However, he kept reviving the Phoenix as much as he wanted after that, turning it into his subordinate. He opened a secret passage in the third floor's labyrinth and even killed the Snow Wraith Duchess at the end of it. Yes, the Snow Wraith Duchess. I can't understand how he did that, even when I think about it again. It was a single strike. Rayon Sieghart had been looking for an opportunity by focusing on evasion and had stabbed the life out of her in a single strike. He was so dumbfounded when he'd witnessed that scene that he couldn't even speak for a while, because the Snow Wraith Duchess was supposed to be more powerful. Rayon was also a grandmaster, but since the Snow Wraith Duchess had much more aura and experience than him, he'd believed that she would obviously win. He still couldn't believe the fact that a monster like that had perished in a single counterattack, and even on the fourth floor the surprise attack didn't work against him. The plan for the fourth floor was perfect. They'd been fighting alongside their companions and were suddenly separated. A reliable companion appeared when the open field was making them anxious. Anyone would let their guard down as a result. However, Rayon noticed the doppelganger lord's surprise attack and even counterattacked after fending off the attack. He almost wanted to believe he was dreaming. Is he just lucky? No, it's definitely not because of that. Rayon could have been considered lucky if it only happened once or twice, but since he'd done so many surprising things, he had to reluctantly admit it was his skill. In the end, we need to finish him off on the last floor. It's not over yet. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader raised his gaze. I understand that you want to rely on the doppelganger, but even a doppelganger lord can't win against a grandmaster. Delpros briefly clicked his tongue and shook his head. I've enhanced the boundary in that space. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader grasped the back of his hand while looking into the crystal ball. The deep wrinkles on the back of his hand made it look like he'd suddenly gotten 10 years older. What? I've changed the formula so that the doppelganger lord can use even more power than what it has. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader's eyes were blazing intensely. Rayon Sieghart will have to fight his own self, one that gets gradually stronger as time passes. Heavenly Drive and Heavenly Drive clashed against each other. Their blades turned red as if they were diffracting the sunlight. Clong! A huge flame covered the sky and the land like an erupting volcano. The snow covering the world melted down and the gray land was bared. Rayon advanced, crushing the land where the snow was thinned. He thrust Heavenly Drive toward the doppelganger lord, who was using his sword techniques in Rimmer's appearance. Thud. The doppelganger lord executed the exact same technique with the same posture as Rayon, as if it was waiting for him to do so. Crack! The flame bursting from the space in between the edges formed a small circle like a bead and exploded at once. It was the second form of Rayon Sieghart's swordplay. The Heavenly Heavy Cannon. A huge shockwave spread around in all directions and caused a phenomenon that made it look like the snow had stopped for a moment. Crack! After Rayon and the doppelganger lord took a step back each, they executed the Supreme Harmonies. Second step and thrust their swords toward each other's hearts. Frost Pond, Blue Rain, Blood Rain, Sword Silvery Dream, and even the Azure Sky Sword. Rayon and the doppelganger lord tried to kill each other with the exact same techniques. The space seemed indestructible, but fissures started to appear at some point, and craters were made on the ground. Rayon twisted his lips while watching his own sword technique performed by the doppelganger lord. It's getting stronger and stronger. The doppelganger lord's sword techniques were getting stronger and faster. He was starting to feel that he was losing in terms of output. However, that doesn't change anything. After all, he had changed too much compared to when he'd learned and created those techniques. The doppelganger lord's techniques were more powerful, but it didn't have the enlightenment that he'd recently realized. The one who could take a step forward wasn't the monster with a larger amount of aura but Rayon, who had gained more experience and contemplation. Watching the doppelganger lord's sword technique allowed him to meet a deficient version of himself, one who was still swinging the sword the same way as before despite the increased realm of martial arts. I realized it's deficient because I created those techniques with the insight I had at the moment without making any precepts. He had pretty much been wearing children's clothes with an adult body. He had gained another small enlightenment about how he needed to proceed in the future. I'm lucky to meet it here. No, it was probably bound to happen. The fourth floor seemed to be designed to make a person take a look at oneself by using the doppelganger. Since it was a training ground created by Sieghart's ancestor, it wasn't a coincidence or luck. I am Rayon Sieghart, I am. The doppelganger roared and slammed the two swords onto the ground. The fake Heavenly Drive and Blade of Requiem emanated a powerful light, drawing a sun and a moon in the sky. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the sun, and the moon seeping into the white sky, and the divine and demonic swords the doppelganger lord was holding. Sword field creation. Is this even possible? Even for a doppelganger lord, it was completely unexpected that it could use the sword field creation. The emotion of surprise filled his mind for the first time since he'd entered the grave. Kie, the doppelganger, who even managed to activate the sword field creation, dashed at him while shrieking. The wave of energy emanating from the divine and demonic swords was piercing into the black dragon coat. Even though it was far away, Rayon felt a tingling pain on the skin. Kring, Rayon unleashed the firewall and Frost Pond, incorporating coldness and heat into Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. Clang. The impact was tremendous, as expected from the divine and demonic swords. He felt like his shoulders were going to be dislocated. Ki, the doppelganger kept slashing down with the divine and demonic swords one after the other, showing its intention to keep its upper hand. It was using a proper sword technique instead of rashly spreading its power. Rayon felt like he was facing a highly advanced warrior. Creak. Rayon narrowed his eyes while unleashing Blue Rain with Heavenly Drive and thus Sword Silvery Dream with the Blade of Requiem. Have my enemies been fighting against a monster like that? The tremendous amount of power and endless heat and coldness were connected through a profound sword technique. It was him, but it was definitely a frightening sight. However, the lacking part of me is still there. Rayon had believed that sword field creation was complete up until that point. Unlike when he was a master, he thought it gained the balance it needed when he became a grandmaster. But that wasn't the case. Observing it after taking another step from grandmaster allowed him to realize that it was still insufficient in so many ways. It could be a good idea to make some difference between the divine and demonic swords instead of keeping the balance, and it could also be nice to reduce the area of the sword field during a duel to maximize the output. The more he crossed swords with the doppelganger, the more he could see the path he needed to take in the future. He couldn't be satisfied with anything he had at the moment. Rumble, the doppelganger lord took a step back. It lifted the divine sword above its right shoulder while pulling the demonic sword behind its left waist. Dazzling light spread in all directions from the two swords, making it difficult to open the eyes. Red-blue invincible sword. Though divine and demonic harmonies combination technique and the strongest sword skill he could use at the moment burst from the doppelganger lord's hands. Ki, the doppelganger lord let out the loudest roar so far. It dashed without consideration for the aftermath, asking for a final clash. Its approach alone caused an intense pain that made it feel like his muscles were being ruptured and his skin was melting. It was definitely his strongest technique, the red-blue invincible sword. The blades of flame and frost, amplified with no limits, were falling toward him. It almost looked like the red sun and the blue moon were devouring the sky. I can't defend against it no matter what I do, or so I would have thought in the past. He had created the divine and demonic harmony when he was a master. It was further empowered after he'd become a grandmaster, but he could feel that it was still not enough. I guess I need to destroy my past self in order to climb higher. Bring it on. Rayon stomped the ground heavily. He spread the rebound rising from his ankle to all around his body. 10,000 flames, cultivations, heat, and Glacier's coldness dashed through his expanding mana circuits. The flame and frost blazed while stimulating each other and created lightning on Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem's edges. Change was scary, but he wouldn't be able to achieve anything if he didn't advance. Rayon looked at the sky behind the flame and the frost. It was a noble sky, one whose endless height no one could reach. Rayon imagined the best thing he could do while looking at his goal. Azure Sky Sword. Immutable form of infinite transformation. Nothing can reach the sky that changes endlessly. Croc, the wave of flame unleashed by the divine sword and the glacier mountain erected by the demonic sword was cut down altogether. All that remained was the sky. It was the ever-changing azure sky that never changed at the same time. You changed. The doppelganger lord let out an eerie laugh, realizing that Rayon was different from itself. It disappeared into the light of flame and frost with a satisfied smile on its face. Whoosh, the snow stopped falling from the sky. The snowfield disappeared and a dark passage opened up. It was connected to the next floor. I fully understand now. Rayon bit his lip while looking at his trembling hands. This space was created by Sieghart's ancestor for the sake of his descendants. It wasn't created for a single person. It was a training ground made for everyone. First floor enhanced stamina and willpower by fighting monsters and avoiding traps. The second floor hardened the bond between companions by fighting a single powerful opponent together. The third floor was probably designed to improve judgment, insight, and cooperation, even though he couldn't tell for sure because he'd quickly skipped it. The fourth floor that he'd just passed allowed him to check his own ability by fighting against himself, and it was designed to improve the mental world for those who'd achieve. Swordfield, every single floor was designed to improve the warrior's abilities with kind-hearted intentions. However, Darius had changed the land filled with an ancestor's consideration into a deadly hell. His habit of mocking people's lives hadn't changed at all. Darius Robert. Rayon bit his lip and looked at the hole that led to the next floor, which was probably the last one. I'm pretty sure you aren't here. Since Darius Robert was extremely cautious, he was most certainly not present himself. However, the plan he devised was perfectly apparent in the grave. Rayon resolved to shatter his plan for the sake of Sieghart's ancestor, who had helped him in so many ways. He twisted his lips while jumping into the dark hole. I'll deny everything about you in Sieghart's name. The moment Rayon cut down the doppelganger lord, Delpros took his hand off the crystal ball. The ball lost its light and fell into darkness as the mana left it. How? The shadowed serpent division leader lost strength on his legs and sank powerlessly on his ass. I focused over 30 boundaries on that one. His lips trembled in disbelief, even though he'd watched Rayon's fight against the doppelganger lord. This doesn't make any sense. The shadowed serpent division leader couldn't suppress his frustration and slammed the ground with his fist. Since he wasn't a warrior, it tore the skin on the back of his hand, and blood started to flow. Delpros let out a small sigh while looking at the darkened crystal ball. The shadowed serpent division leader returned to his senses upon hearing Delpros's sigh and lowered his head while forcing himself to stand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Your plan wasn't wrong. Delpros calmly shook his head. The issue was that Rayon Sieghart is such a monster that he even surpasses your plan. The doppelganger lord enhanced by the shadowed serpent division leader was extremely powerful. There should have been a time limit, but it was powerful enough to kill most people in the grave. The only reason it had gone wrong was Rayon Sieghart's talent. He is stronger than expected. No, rather than that he is rapidly becoming stronger. The shadowed serpent division leader didn't seem to have realized it, but Rayon Sieghart had gotten stronger while fighting the doppelganger lord. He had made up for his shortcomings and improved his strong points during that short time. He is truly a monster. He could clearly understand why that person was so mindful about Rayon Sieghart when he was just a greenhorn. Shouldn't we block the path now? It wouldn't last for long, but we should be able to stop him until we finish our job. No, Delpros firmly shook his head. It's meaningless. Rayon Sieghart had come down to the fourth floor while destroying the rules on every other floor. It was better to control him rather than let him do whatever he wanted somewhere they couldn't see. Since this is the last floor anyway, I'll finish him off myself. Powerful and heavy pressure emerged from under Delpros in the shape of a water droplet. He started to walk out, but suddenly shifted his gaze to the right corner. He lowered his brow while looking at the black pair of eyes flickering from the gray fog. Dispatch that one when the time comes. Understood. The shadowed serpent division leader lowered his head, showing his faith in him. It's time to put an end to everything and create a new beginning. Delpros curved his lips into a bloody smile and disappeared into darkness. Rayon opened his eyes after arriving on the 5th floor. What is this place? It was a strange space. Only the ground was lit up, as if a round light were attached to the sky and beaming down on it, and he couldn't find any path towards the exit because the entire surrounding area was dark. Since the space itself wasn't that vast either, it felt stuffy, like he was inside a closed container. The fortunate thing was that there weren't that many people. He would have felt suffocated if the space was even smaller. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the fine sand covering the ground like a training ground. 10,000 flames, cultivation traces, have intensified. He could feel the first head of Sieghart, who had created the training ground, nearby. He had a feeling that he could remove the dark energy that Darius Robert had added if he could analyze the first head's boundary a bit more in depth. Rayon made the rings of fire resonate to increase his focus. He examined the people on the 5th floor while analyzing the boundary engraved deep under the ground. There aren't that many people. Even considering that the space wasn't that wide, there weren't that many people since there weren't even 30 of them in total. Most of the warriors were slightly or severely injured, and they were emanating extremely sharp pressures against each other, as if they were going to start a fight, unlike on the 1st floor where they were just cautious about each other. However, he could also see many corpses for some strange reason. He examined them just in case and found out that they'd perished a long time ago. Fortunately, none of us are among them. He'd been worried about the light wind division upon seeing the corpses. He was about to move in order to find the swordsmen. Division leader, he could hear Dorian's voice from the deeper area. He shifted his gaze towards where the sound came from and saw Dorian running at him, his belly pocket swaying in the air. Ooh, the King of Essence's wallet, you are safe. Wrath gladly waved his round hand. Dorian. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Dorian. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Division leader. Are you the real one? Dorian's lips twitched while trying to read his face. I knew it. Rayon could assume that Dorian was also attacked by a doppelganger. I finally encountered someone after being lost in the snowfield for a whole day, and it was you, division leader. I was so glad to meet him. That's why I greeted and he greeted me in a friendly manner. Isn't it too strange? Is that supposed to be strange? How do I usually act? Rayon tilted his head and shook his hand at Dorian, signaling for him to continue. I found it strange, but I overlooked it. The fake division leader also told me that we should get moving. Dorian licked his lips. Just in case, I playfully asked him, I don't have to train here, right? He rapidly continued while furrowing his brow, and he responded, yes, let's skip the training here since it could be dangerous. That's why I unconsciously slapped his cheek. Rayon gulped loudly. He was surprised upon being slapped and suddenly started to run away. I tried to catch him, but he managed to escape because he was too fast. Did you seriously recognize that he wasn't me from just that? There's no way our division leader would spout nonsense about skipping training. He was definitely a fake. Dorian shook his head, saying that it was absolutely impossible. What does he even think about me? He shook his head at his ridiculous statement just as the sound of someone falling could be heard from behind him. He looked back and Crane was walking towards him with wide eyes. Division leader, you are the real one, right? I mean, our division leader didn't train while walking. I asked why he didn't, and he spouted some bullshit about wanting to move quickly because he was worried about the others. I immediately figured out that he was a fake and smacked the back of his head. Crane smiled cheerfully, saying that it felt great even though he was a fake. You too. Yes, me too. Dorian and Crane suddenly clapped their heads above their heads. Clap. Rayon clutched his temple while listening to the clear resonance. Puhaha. Wrath covered his stomach and burst into laughter. The King of Essence told you. Shitty ears and you have pretty much the same image. Shut up. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he kept laughing at him and bit his lip. What's wrong with my reputation? As he was letting out a sigh, other people entered the space once again. He spotted a familiar face among them. It was Martha, who was an extreme beauty as long as she kept her mouth shut. Martha furrowed her brow and bobbed her finger instead of approaching him right away. Judging from her reaction, he could guess that she'd also met a doppelganger. Did you also encounter me? He was an extremely strange person. Martha bit her lip and nodded. She even forgot her respectful speech because of how surprised she was. I was walking on the snow field and you suddenly appeared. And you started worrying about the others as soon as we met up. I found it strange, but I followed while thinking it was understandable, but you simply walked. You just walked without doing any swordsmanship or footwork training. Why is that even strange? Because you always practice your footwork or swordsmanship while walking. She bared her teeth, shouting that it couldn't be happening. I found it strange, so I asked him, aren't you going to train? Can you guess how he responded? What did he say? He said that the others mattered more for the time being. Do you think that makes any sense? You're a training demon. Martha twisted her lips, saying that she immediately realized he was an enemy. So what did you do? I stabbed him in the back. Since stabbed, Rayon swallowed nervously. The doppelganger was stabbed just because he was worried about the others. He suddenly felt pity towards him. The path towards this location opened up once I defeated him. Martha dusted off her hands, saying that she came down through the door after waiting for a few hours. As expected, you are fully aware of our division leader's personality. Of course I am. He's honestly a crazy bastard. Rayon closed his eyes tightly while listening to their conversation. How do they even see me? Why are you even asking? Wrath shook his head while scratching his stomach. Just a crazy bastard. 2 more light wind swordsmen came down after Martha, but no more of them appeared after that. I'm worried something might have happened to them. Dorian anxiously bit his lip. There's no way they would be deceived by the fake division leader, though Crane shook his head, saying that it was impossible for a light wind division member to be deceived by the fake Rayon. Rayon leaned his back against the wall with his arms crossed. It's not just us. There are only a few people overall. It wasn't just about the light wind division. The other groups from 6 kings, 5 demons, and neutral factions were clearly too few in number. Since there was no way people like the Master of the Abyssal Sword and the 6th Apostle would be unable to reach the area, he could guess that there were separate spaces. Let's wait for the time being. Something should definitely. Rayon was trying to appease the anxious swordsman when another area lit up from the ceiling with a ticking sound. Tap, tap. The magic lamps were enlightened one after the other, and dark spaces showed up one after the other. Division leader. Burin, vice division leader. The others are over there as well. Dozens of spaces similar to where he was were illuminated, making it a huge cavern altogether. It was even bigger than Sieghart's great training ground, but it felt a bit narrow because there were too many people. Division leader, you're alive, division leader. I saw a fake division leader. The light wind division approached him with relieved expressions on their faces. Most of them furrowed their brows, saying that they'd seen him. Me too, Rimmer nodded, his eyes full of surprise. Listen, I asked him to lend me some funds for gambling, and he immediately said he would. He was a crazy bastard. It was a shame, but I noticed that he was a fake. He sighed, saying that he should have killed him after getting the money. Me too. The damn ugly Rayon said that he didn't like mint chocolate. Run-On licked her lips, saying that she'd cut down the fake Rayon who didn't like mint chocolate. Rayon had a lot he wanted to say, but he simply shut his mouth because of the situation. Aren't you glad, though? Wrath shook his head, his cheeks puffed up, showing that he had a hard time holding back his laughter. That's true. Most groups had corpses or severely injured members, but no one in the light wind division was severely injured even though some of them had small injuries. He could guess that they wouldn't be in trouble even if a battle broke out. The 2 5 demons are still doing fine, as expected. Unlike the Black Tower that he'd encountered in the 3rd floor's labyrinth, the Master of the Abyssal Sword and the 6th Apostle were also uninjured. The doppelganger's attack must have been ineffective against them. However, they were glaring at each other as if they wanted to kill them even though they should have been allies. Then what about the Void Sword Division? Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the Void Sword Division gathering in the northwest. The area around Serena's waist was tainted with blood. She seemed seriously wounded. Oh no, Rayon dashed towards Serena. Void Sword Division leader, don't approach us. The Void Sword's Vice Division leader, who must have been with Serena from the beginning, placed his hand on the hilt of his blade and blocked his path. Serena lowered her eyes slightly while looking at him without saying anything. Rayon exhaled briefly while meeting her cold eyes. Don't tell me did it attack under my appearance. It was the only way to explain her cold gaze. Light Wind Division leader, step back. The Void Sword's Vice Division leader pressed upon his lip with his white teeth, showing that he was prepared to battle. Stop it. Serena stepped forward and made the Void Sword Division's Vice Division leader withdraw. Division leader, it wasn't him. She shook her head while letting out a sigh. I can tell from seeing his eyes. That wasn't Rayon. Did you encounter me? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Serena's wound. Yes, he had the exact same appearance, temperament, and voice as you. Serena let out a sigh while raising her eyes slightly. I was walking to look for an exit, and you suddenly attacked from behind. I barely managed to avoid getting hit in a vital area and tried to counterattack, but he immediately ran away. She calmly shook her head as if she weren't injured at all. I couldn't figure out what you were trying to achieve no matter how hard I thought about it, but I finally understood it. It wasn't you. Serena's lips curved into a faint smile, eyes brimming with certainty. How can you be sure about that? Because I've been watching you ever since you were a child. She smiled faintly. I told you, I wanted to bring you to the Void Sword Division from the beginning. And look over there. Serena pointed at the wall on the opposite side. Balkar Kingdom's magicians were piercing them with a deadly glare. I found it strange that they've been glaring at us as if we were their worst enemies, but I think I have the answer now. The same thing happened to them. They were probably attacked by those things using our appearances. Rayon examined the area once again after hearing that. You ungrateful sons of bitches. Right back at you. How could you attack us from behind? Who are you trying to frame? Look at this laceration on our Vice Division leader's corpse. It was made by your Supreme Wolf-Sex sword technique. You cowards, how could you take him by surprise? The factions that were originally allied or cooperating were showing an intense bloodlust against each other, as if they were about to start a fight. Some people found it strange, like Serena, but most people were absorbed by the atmosphere and revealed their emotions without reserve. Rayon bit his lip while reading the fifth floor's atmosphere, which was becoming colder and colder. Was this their goal? He thought they were trying to kill people with the doppelgangers, but he realized their real intention was to cause a dispute between the factions. I was wondering why corpses were here. He'd found it strange that there were corpses even though only the living should have been able to get there, and there was a good reason behind it, because powerful warriors can tell who killed them just by looking at the corpse. It must have been a plan to accelerate the conflict between the allied factions through the traces on the corpses. He could only admire Darius's malice to have used such a method to create conflict. Rayon clenched his fist, sensing the tension among the people growing tighter, like a rubber band stretched to its limit. But the conflict shouldn't be his final goal. What Darius wants to truly achieve must be war. If he could manipulate all of the corpses of the people in the grave and release them to the world, the 6 kings, the 5 demons, and all the neutral factions would be engulfed in war between themselves. It seemed clear that a continental war was Darius's objective. All right, fine, I'll start by killing you. That's my line. The White-Eyed Sword House and the Raging Wave Saber sect pointed their weapons at each other. Kill them, eradicate them all, wait. Rayon interfered between the two factions that were about to attack each other. He was the only one who could stop the situation since he defeated the doppelganger in a direct confrontation. Please listen to me. Who the hell are you? What's the point of those shitty eyes of yours? He is Rayon Sieghart, the Dragon Slayer. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the head of the White-Eyed Sword House insulted the Raging Wave Saber sect's leader. I've heard lots of great rumors about your deeds, Light Wind Division leader. I'd like to greet you, but this isn't the right time for that. The head of White-Eyed Sword House shook his head and gripped his red blazing sword. I agree. We need to cut down those swindlers, so step aside. The Raging Wave Saber sect's leader also unleashed a deadly aura from his saber while showing his teeth. It's because of that. Rayon added aura to his voice so that everyone could hear him. His quiet voice pierced through the deadly pressures and spread all around the cavern. On the 4th floor snowfield, He was about to explain what had happened to him so far. A magic lamp lit up from the north, which had been dark so far, and a space opened up. A middle-aged man wearing a white ceremonial outfit was revealed, sitting on a golden chair that emerged like a throne made for an emperor. His short blonde hair emanated the noble and disciplined atmosphere of a soldier. That man, Rayon bit his lip while watching the middle-aged man elegantly lift his teacup. Is that Delpros? His face had gotten slightly older, but his noble appearance was the same as before. Unlike Shadows, who were in charge of assassination, information gathering, and theft, Delpros was one of Darius Roberts' vanguards. He was in charge of using the armed forces, and this was undoubtedly Delpros, so he was in charge of this place. Rayon was watching Delpros, and he suddenly narrowed his brow while looking back at him. Who are you? What the hell are you? Come down from there right now. The warriors and magicians raised their voices before anything else, pressured by Delpros. I'm the owner of this grave. Delpros casually nodded his head. The owner of this grave. Then are you the sword and saber sovereign? That's impossible. Let me explain again. I was saying that I'm the owner since I was the first one to find the sword and saber sovereign's grave. His lips curved into a faint smile. Are you telling us to believe that? Is this enough for you to believe me? Delpros took out 2 thick books from the thin air. The red book had the words Abyssal Saber Art written on it, and the blue book was engraved with the title Demon Breaking Sword Art. The letters on both of them were as vivid as a flying dragon. The Abyssal Saber Art and Demon Breaking Sword Art, those are the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts. It really was the sword and saber sovereign's grave. If only I had them. The warriors swallowed nervously while looking at the books Delpros was holding, despite how they'd been antagonizing each other. Do you want to have these? No one responded to Delpros' question, but greed and desire were welling up in everyone's eyes. It was a deep and intense desire, stemming from the belief that they could reach the same realm as the sword and saber sovereign if they could possess the books. All right, I'll give them to you. He chuckled and shook the books in the air. Or are you giving them to us, those books? But under a condition. Delpros' frightening gaze landed on Rayon and pierced him. I'll give both these books to whoever manages to kill him. At that moment, hundreds of gazes on the 5th floor were directed at Rayon. It almost looked like the scene of a swarm of fireflies flying into the air at the same time near a dark lake. How are we supposed to believe that you are telling the truth? Yes, it's already clear that you are plotting something, considering you called us all the way here. The head of White-Eyed Sword House and the leader of the Raging Wave Saber sect shouted at the same time, even though they'd been fighting against each other. You over there. Delpros shook his hand towards a middle-aged man in a scholar's outfit standing on the far left end. He was a warrior from Owen's Knight Order who'd arrived later on. You are Krasel, the omniscient sword sage, right? Yes, I am. Krasel raised his gaze and nodded his head. You should personally confirm it since you don't lose to anyone when it comes to the martial arts history and analysis. Krasel glanced at his companions and slowly went up to the platform where Delpros was located. Take it. Delpros confidently threw the abyssal saber art at him. Krasel opened the book on the spot, his eyes moving rapidly. His face gradually froze and a cold sweat started to flow from his cheeks. It's the real deal. Krasel nodded, unable to take his eyes off the book. The book is already hundreds of years old, and it wasn't modified at all. The contents don't have anything strange in them either. His lips trembled as he declared that it really seemed to be the abyssal saber art even though he hadn't finished reading it. It should be enough as a proof. Delpros bobbed his finger, and the abyssal saber art was sucked back into his hand. The one who kills him will be the new sword and saber sovereign. Delpros threw the two books, and a spherical aura barrier was formed, making them float in the air. The head of White-Eyed Sword House and the Raging Wave Saber Sect's leader secretly stepped back and gripped their weapons. Their deadly gazes looked like they were going to attack the moment they saw an opening. Rayon looked around while touching Heavenly Drive's hilt. I've never gotten this kind of attention before. The pressures from hundreds of people fascinated by the demon called Desire were tightening his heart. His body felt even more tense than when he was surrounded by the 5 demons. However, he wasn't afraid. He was on Zeekhart land, and the will of the ancestor who had founded the land was with him. This is just like the saying, a dog pretends to be the master when the real master is away. Rayon curled his lips into a smile and tilted his chin. I'll need to tighten your leash again. What are you even talking about? Delpros furrowed his brow while leaning forward. I'm telling you to stop pretending to be the owner of my land, you mongrel, your land. He started to laugh like a madman, his hand placed on his forehead. Since when has this place been Zeekhart's land? This is. Ever since my arrival, Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot. The land was split apart along with a thud. The golden flame, as dazzling as starlight, spread around in all directions while curving into beautiful lines. Whap, a flame blazing with an intense heat haze, forming a sword of fire similar to Zeekhart's emblem on the yellow land. What's wrong with this flame? My aura is burning. Step back. The slaves of Desire, who had looked like they would attack at any moment, started to panic and stepped back. Light Wind Division, carve a path. At your command, the Light Wind Division stood on either side of Rayon. The warriors swallowed nervously and pulled their weapons back upon feeling their frightening pressures. Come down, you mongrel. A red radiance glowed from Rayon's eyes. As he looked up at the throne and stood upon the land of Desire, he declared, you don't belong in that place. House Robert. Darius' office. Darius Robert was reading documents, using the faint moonlight as a light source. By the time the crescent moon, reminiscent of a woman's lips, reached the center of the sky, the hand holding his pen came to a halt. Darius Robert put down his pen and took off his glove. Sticky blood flowed from inside the black leather glove and dropped onto the antique desk. He stared at the crimson blood flowing down from the back of his hand for a moment before he shifted his gaze toward the door. Kubara. The door of the office opened as soon as Darius finished calling her name. Kubara entered and knelt on the ground, neatly dressed in her maid outfit. You summoned me, my lord. You said Rayon Zeekhart also entered the grave, didn't you? Yes. He arrived a bit later than the other factions, but he still entered on the first day the grave opened. Kubara lowered her head as she informed him about Rayon's entrance. Darius closed his mouth again and stared at the blood flowing from the wound on the back of his hand. Kubara waited for Darius to continue with her eyes closed. Was it this evening when the situation was supposed to conclude? Darius turned his head slightly, wiping the blood on the desk away with a handkerchief. Yes, sir, Kubara responded without hesitation. However, it might take a bit more time to manipulate the wounds on the corpses. Darius licked his lips, watching the beautiful radiance of the moonlight. I think I'll have to go there myself. What? Kubara asked, surprised enough to act out of the norm, and raised her head. There is a huge crowd around the grave right now, if people happen to see you. I won't go that close. Darius shook his head, looking at the back of his hand again. I just want to confirm something. He didn't believe in superstition, but so far, the blood had only flowed from the wound on the back of his hand when his plans had gone awry. Rayon Zeekhart, is it you're doing again? He'd believed there wouldn't be any issues unless someone as powerful as a leader of the 6 kings or the 5 demons entered, but Rayon's intervention was concerning because he could be called the definition of unpredictable. Not a single thing had gone well for him when Rayon was involved. I can't let him ruin it, not this time. Setting up the sword and saber sovereign's grave had cost an astronomical amount of money. If it ended up failing, the loss would be one thing, but even his great plan could end up ruined. He couldn't stand by and wait because of how important that plan was. Believe in Delpros and the Shadowed Serpent Division leader. After all, you've bestowed upon them the ability to control the entire Graven, they even have that with them. Yes, the plan is perfect. However, Darius Robert calmly shook his head. Rayon Sieghart has always surpassed my expectations. He stood up from his seat and wiped away the blood flowing from his hand with his lips. An eerie darkness fell over the office, as if even the moonlight was terrified of him. I need to watch him personally. Rayon was about to walk towards Delpros, following the path created by the Light Wind Division. Wham! Heavy shockwaves burst out from left and right, and the Light Wind Division was pushed back. Can't you see us, you arrogant bastard? It was the master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle. The two old monsters stood in the Light Wind Division's way, their subordinates behind them. We should attack too. We can't retreat now after we came all the way here. Even someone like me can become the sword and saber sovereign, as long as I kill Rayon Sieghart. It was probably because of Delpros's mention of a new sword and saber sovereign, but even the warriors from neutral factions jumped onto the battlefield and surrounded the Light Wind Division. How foolish. Rayon sneered at the master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle. Do you really believe that he will hand over the sword and saber sovereign's book of martial arts? He snorted while glancing sideways at Delpros, who was casually sipping his tea. I don't really care even if he doesn't. The master of the Abyssal Sword shook his head, twirling his thin sword. I just need to kill him after I kill you. A frightening smile surfaced on his face at his confident declaration. Regardless of the book, I just don't like you, the Sixth Apostle stated as he furrowed his brow at Roan. The religious leader asked me to bring you in alive, but no one will know if you die in a place like this. He wielded his hand like a weapon, emanating a powerful murderous intent. His white, bloody energy was blazing like a heat haze. However, the master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle were still cautious toward each other even though they were looking at Rayon. Rayon briefly caught his breath and observed the surrounding area. Is there no one to stop them? Krasel, the omniscient sword sage, and a knight order with a bison emblem on their chests had come from the Owen Kingdom, the latter being the Coman Knights, rumored to be the strongest when it came to chaotic battles. As for Balker, Barfel the Boltweaver was forming a magic array with the other magicians even though Rayon had thought he was dead. However, the two factions seemed to have no intention of helping Sieghart. They were simply watching the situation with serious eyes. They must have encountered a doppelganger that took on the appearance of someone from the Void Sword Division on the 4th floor. Considering the way Balkar had been glaring at the Void Sword Division this whole time, he could ascertain that they were assaulted by a doppelganger disguised as members of the Void Sword Division, just as Serena had guessed. Foo-foo. Delpros raised his chin sharply and sneered. His expression was telling him that the situation was proceeding according to his plan. I'll destroy that face right now. Rayon thrust Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem in between the destructive waves of energy emerging from the master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle. Incomplete sword field creation. Divine and demonic harmony. He'd thought it was complete, but he named it incomplete again because he'd realized it still wasn't good enough. Red flames burst from Heavenly Drive's silver blade to incorporate the divine, and silver frost welled up onto the blade of Requiem's crimson blade to create the demonic, divine, and demonic swords. The haughty wave of energy emanating from the two edges pushed back the master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle's energies perfectly. Sword field creation. The Sixth Apostle bit his lip while looking at the divine and demonic swords that were blazing in different colors. I still can't believe it even though I've witnessed it. However, the master of the Abyssal Sword narrowed his eyes and twitched the corner of his lips. It's a meaningless struggle. Your life is what's meaningless here. Rayon curled his lips while looking at the master of the Abyssal Sword. You bastard. The master of the Abyssal Sword couldn't withstand the insult and dashed at him. He approached at an extreme speed, like a ray of light brushing past his vision, and thrust his sword towards Rayon's heart. Rayon lifted the divine sword in order to defend, but a cheerful wind blew in from behind him. Kring, Rimmer moved forward before the divine sword and blocked the master of the Abyssal Sword's blade. Klong, the master of the Abyssal Sword's strike was deflected, blocked by Rimmer's wind barrier. I don't think he is your opponent, division leader. A refreshing smile was lying around his lips as he slightly turned his head. Can you do it? Who do you think I am? I'm the demon's subordinate. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders, telling him to get moving already. You won't go anywhere. The Sixth Apostle thrust his hand as if he'd been waiting for it. It was an extremely violent martial art, but a profound principle was dwelling in it, just as Rayon was about to execute the Frost Pond with the demonic sword. A heavy aura struck down like lightning from above his head. Wham! It was Serena. Even though she was injured, she advanced as if she were perfectly fine and pushed the sixth apostle back with sheer power. Yes, the Void Sword Division followed Serena's order and unleashed their heavy auras next to the Light Wind Division. Their swords weren't showing the slightest hesitation. You're just a corpse clinging to life. The sixth apostle bit his lip, unleashing the astral sphere on his hand. Void Sword Division leader, I almost fell in love. Serena smiled faintly while turning her head. Rayon didn't think he'd ever seen that expression on her face before. What? Watching you just now was like I was seeing the head of house from the past. Me too. I thought our head of house was here. Rimmer chuckled while avoiding the master of the abyssal sword's blade by a paper-thin difference. Rayon, go. Serena pointed at the throne where Delprose was located with her chin. We'll stop them here, so you should do what you need to. She smiled, saying that she would block their path even if the price ended up being her life. Rayon lowered his head at Serena and Rimmer before he headed towards Delprose again. He was still casually drinking his tea despite the situation. Rayon was about to leap towards him, clenching his divine and demonic swords. Stop. I'm sorry, but I won't let you go. The Knight Captain and the Boltweaver stood in his path toward the platform even though they'd been simply watching so far. What do you think you are doing right now? Rayon widened his eyes while looking at Kuzan the Coman Knight Captain and Barfel the Boltweaver. He'd never expected them to get on his way, of all people. We were attacked by Sieghart. You aren't allowed to go until you give us a clear explanation. They unsheathed their sword and raised their staff, showing that they were serious about it. Are you telling me that you are going to break the pact of the Six Kings? Rayon bit his lip while looking at the Coman Knight Captain's sword and the Boltweaver's staff. You are the ones who broke the pact first. You attacked up on the 4th floor. The Boltweaver bared his teeth at the Void Sword Division while the Coman Knights were glaring at Rayon Rimmer and the Light Wind Division. They were just fakes. They've attacked you with doppelgang. If they were doppelgangers, they should have transformed into one of us instead of other people, shouldn't they? You are taking us for fools. Stop your nonsense. The Coman Knight Captain and the Boltweaver shook their heads, treating it as nonsense. Moreover, there's no proof to your claim. On the other hand, we've actually been attacked. I'll listen to you if you offer your head. Rayon looked at the Coman Knight Captain and the Boltweaver's eyes while listening to them. Their eyes were tainted with desire, just like the others. You should get rid of that greed from your eyes before you say such a thing. He twisted his lips, looking at the Coman Knight Captain and the Boltweaver with his divine and demonic swords. Shut up. The Coman Knight Captain swung down his sword without hesitation. The strike was wrapped in sharpness and swiftness despite how it looked. Zap, the Boltweaver finished chanting in an instant and unleashed 5 streams of lightning. Thud, Rayon executed the Supreme Harmony steps. He moved to the left as if he were sliding. He pushed the divine and demonic swords towards the lightning and sword strike rushing towards him. Wham! He felt like his shoulders were being crushed by the tremendous impact. Rayon bit his lip and raised his gaze. They're serious. Is this really happening? The Coman Knight Captain and the Boltweaver's attacks were incorporating an intense bloodlust, as if they were really trying to kill him. Rayon couldn't understand them no matter how he thought about it. Kill them all. We are more numerous. Never fall back. The sword and saber sovereign's martial arts is in our grasp. The Owen Knights, Balkar's magicians, the Holy Sword Alliance, the White Blood Religion, and even the neutral faction Sevrione swung their swords, their eyes obscured in red heat. All of them looked insane. Did they all lose their minds because of the treasure? No, this can't be happening. Since killing him and obtaining the sword and saber sovereign's martial art didn't allow them to immediately become the sword and saber sovereign, they still had to keep fighting endlessly after that. Rayon couldn't understand why they were acting that way, without thinking about the aftermath. God damn it, kill them. Don't just stop them, just kill them all. How dare you? Even Burr and Martha and Run-On switched from a defensive formation to an extreme offense and started to push back the 5 demons in the neutral factions. The strange heat was also blazing from the Light Wind Division's eyes. It's burning. This is how a battle should be. Delprose sipped on his tea with an entertained smile as if he'd expected it to happen. This is strange. Rayon furrowed his brow while fending off the Coman Knight Captain's sword. This doesn't make any sense. He could understand it for others, but it wasn't normal for even the Light Wind Division to crave battle. A force that wasn't their desire for treasure must have been at work. Wait, another force. If it was another force applied in that land, there was only one possibility. Don't run away. Where do you think you're going? The Coman Knight Captain unleashed his astral sphere, and the Boltweaver summoned lightning in the sky. Unavoidable attacks assaulted him, one after the other, from the sky and the land. Kring Rayon stomped the ground. He executed the Frost Pond with the demonic sword and the Crimson Slash with the divine sword to create a diagonal shield of slashes. Clayang. He barely managed to block the Coman Knight Captain and the Boltweaver's attacks, then he lowered his gaze toward the ground at the same time. It was this boundary all along. Darius had altered the boundary on the 5th floor to taint people's minds with desire for treasure and battle. The fact that even Owen, Balker, the Light Wind Division, and the Void Sword Division were engulfed in madness in addition to the 5 demons and the neutral factions was proof. What an amazing plan. It was such a nasty setup, to the point that Rayon had to admire Darius Robert. However, I won't let it go as you wanted. He'd been continuously analyzing the boundary ever since he'd arrived on the 5th floor. He just needed to understand it a bit further, and he'd likely be able to recover the boundary to the state it was in before Darius had altered it. Rayon twisted his lips while looking at Delpros, who was lifting his teacup towards him as if in a toast. I'll break that teacup before I take your life. What are you doing? Weren't you going to attack me? Delpros smiled deeply while watching Rayon frown. You must be flustered, even if it's you. He could guess that Rayon must have been at a loss because the 6 kings who should have been on his side were attacking him instead. It must have been surprising for Rayon, but it was just a natural outcome, because this is the real plan. The 5th floor was the end of the grave, where the sword and saber sovereign's actual legacy was located, and the boundary's power was the strongest in that place. Darius Robert wasn't planning on killing everyone on the 4th floor to begin with. He wanted to cover the boundary that was affecting the warriors, who were already surprised at being attacked by their companions or allies, to make them take up arms against each other. It's normally impossible, but it's possible for him. Darius Robert had altered the boundary installed in the grave, changing it into a new one that made the warriors lose their reason. Since it took over their minds at an extremely slow speed, just like the scent of alcohol in a pub, they were bound to fight without even realizing what got to them until the end unless they were in the Transcender realm. Delpros curled his lips into a smile while watching Rayon dodge the Boltweaver's attack and the Common Knight Captain's sword. This is as far as you go. No matter how powerful Rayon Sieghart was, it was impossible for him to fight the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver simultaneously. Since even Rimmer, Serena, the Light Wind Division, and the Void Sword Division had lost their sanity and were focused on fighting, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was already over. His plan is so perfect. He'd entered the scene because he was worried that Rayon might ruin the last stage of the plan just like he did for the rest, but it was unnecessary. His great lord's plan was flawless. While Delpros was casually lifting his teacup, Rayon Sieghart leaped backward and crossed the divine and demonic swords. He gritted his teeth and made a clear resonance through friction by using the demonic sword as the divine sword's scabbard. The sword resonance bursting out all the way out to the dark space felt like it was awakening the mind rather than the ears. HMPH. Delpros's lips curved into a sneer as he shook his teacup. It's pointless. He knew what that sword technique was. It was a sword skill that consisted of having the sword resonance pierce into the opponent's hearing and stimulate their nerves. He must have been trying to awaken the warriors from their insanity by reaching their nervous system. However, the boundary was completely different from simple brainwashing. It couldn't be maintained for a long time, but in exchange, it could never be awakened with such a method. I advise you to stop your pointless attempt and focus on your survival. Delpros started to laugh at Rayon, but stopped as his lips suddenly started to tremble. What's going on? The Common Knight Captain who had been charging at Rayon stopped swinging his sword, and the Boltweaver recalled his lightning. Why was I attacking Rayon Sieghart? What? Their lips trembled in disbelief as they looked at the weapons in their hands as if they couldn't understand what they'd been doing. What? Why did I just attack Sieghart? Why? What happened to me? Common Knights and Magicians also stepped back while swallowing nervously. The battlefield suddenly paused and silence arrived. Why, you bastard, what did you do? Delpros barked, extending his hand towards Rayon, who'd regained his composure. I told you this land originally belonged to Sieghart. Rayon nodded with a calm smile on his face. I've reverted the boundary to the state it was in before your manipulation. What? I removed the mind control from the boundary. He murmured that he destroyed Darius's boundary while pointing his finger at the ground. Clang! Delpros dropped the teacup in his hand. The luxurious teacup fell under the platform and shattered into pieces. Impossible. Darius had personally set up that boundary. He couldn't believe that a greenhorn like Rayon had managed to remove it. Why were we even fighting? I was just trying to be cautious, but why was I trying to kill? However, people had regained their senses and were lowering their weapons. That implied that Rayon had told him the truth. Isn't it obvious? Rimmer lifted his sword and pointed it at Delpros. That mongrel did it. Delpros bit his lip to the point of bleeding and shook his head. Shadowed Serpent Division Leader, are you watching? Yes. The Shadowed Serpent Division Leader took a long time to respond, implying that he was also shocked. Send that down, but the time isn't. It's already too late. The plan is ruined. Delpros bit his lip tightly and glared at Rayon. I need to kill him by any means necessary. Rayon smiled while watching Delpros's panic. I'm glad I've been preparing in advance. It would have taken him a long time if he had to suddenly start removing the boundary, but he managed to quickly finish his analysis of it because he'd been working on it ever since he arrived. He resounded. Blue rain alongside the flow of the first head's boundary, and it restored the boundary to its original state, awakening everyone's minds as a result. I am sorry. The Common Knight captain lowered his head. It wasn't my intent, no, it's my fault. Even though it was done against his will, he admitted his mistake and lowered his head. The same goes for me, the Boltweaver sighed. I must have lost my mind because of the severe injury. He lowered his staff while apologizing. It's fine. Instead, just don't get in my way. Forget getting in your way, I'll even help you. The Common Knight captain shouted that they would forfeit getting the sword and saber sovereign's relic while apologizing for his grave mistake. Rayon calmly nodded and stood in front of the platform where Delprose was sitting. It really is time for you to come down now. He was about to climb the stairs, but a transparent wall blocked his path. You remain unsightly until the very end. Rayon twisted his lips and lifted the divine and demonic swords. The brilliant radiance of the flame and the weak glow of the frost spread their lights like a lunar halo and destroyed the wall blocking the platform. Rumble, Rayon tilted his chin, standing in front of the shattering wall of aura. If you don't want to come down, I'll personally. I'll open it up, Delprose twisted his lips. What? I'll open the path. He gestured with his hand, and the area behind the platform that had remained dark so far was lit up. It seemed to be the door leading to the outside rather than a new space. I am leaving. I can't stay here anymore. Me too. I don't want to die. The warriors from the neutral factions who'd been mindlessly fighting started to run towards the open door. Wait. Rayon extended his hand to try to stop them, but they didn't stop running because they were already terrified. And PSSH, dozens of the warriors who'd been running towards the door were split apart like pieces of paper. Blood rained down and seeped into the ground. It was such a surreal sight. A bulky man walked out from the faint light. He was an old man holding a blue sword in his left hand and a saber reddened from heat in his right hand. His face was full of wrinkles, but strangely enough, his skin was as clear as a baby's. He slowly walked towards them and raised his head upon entering the cavern. The black and white parts of the eyes were switched. A living being couldn't possibly have those eyes. He is the one you've been waiting for. Delprose stood up, his lips curving into a twisted smile. Sword and saber sovereign, kill them all. The sword and saber sovereign. Rayon swallowed nervously as he watched the old man step on the blood. Is he really the sword and saber sovereign? Since the sword and saber sovereign had lived hundreds of years ago, even the black market couldn't tell him about his appearance. All he knew was that he was a transcended warrior who used a blue sword and a red saber, which perfectly matched his characteristics. As the old man walked towards them, raising his sword, which was shining in galaxy blue, and his saber, which was burning endlessly like lava, he overwhelmed everyone in that place with his wave of energy. Except for the fact that the white parts of his eyes were black and the pupils were white, he looked exactly like the sword and saber sovereign had been described in the records. Even though the sword and saber is a transcended warrior, it's impossible for him to still be alive. Which means that thing is dead and revived. Splash. It was difficult to figure out because the sword and saber sovereign's pressure was far too powerful, but he was showing almost no signs of life. He was definitely a dead person who was being controlled. The sword and saber sovereign, the owner of this grave. How is that even possible? The sword and saber sovereign lived hundreds of years ago. The warriors widened their eyes in disbelief while looking at the sword and saber sovereign. He must be a fake, right? Look at that sword and saber. He's exactly like the sword and saber sovereign described in the records. Abyssal saber, demon-breaking sword. The sword and saber sovereign's weapons have the same names as his techniques, and his appearance perfectly matches. People stepped back because of the monstrous energy wave emanating from the sword and saber sovereign and the frightening glimmer of his weapons. There's no reason to suspect him. He is the sword and saber sovereign. Delprose shook his head while sweeping his short hair back. Composure was returning to his gaze. This cavern that you're standing in right now is the actual location of the sword and saber sovereign's grave. Then what about his legacy? Rayon looked at Delprose with a furrowed brow. He curled his lip into a smile while looking at the sword and saber sovereign standing in front of the platform. We even received the opportunity to control the sword and saber sovereign himself. Delprose shook his hand as if he were conducting an orchestra. He was indeed a transcender. His corpse was perfectly fine even after his death. He left some incomprehensible will, but it shouldn't really matter. He giggled, saying that he was glad that the sword and saber sovereign was so dumb. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the sword and saber sovereign's empty eyes. My guess was right. The first head of Sieghart had created the training ground for the sake of the people in the future, and the sword and saber sovereign came all the way there and tried to leave his martial art and weapons to Sieghart because he looked up to the first head. However, everyone must have forgotten about it afterward because the land ended up being no longer part of Sieghart's domain. The sword and saber sovereign must have left behind his legacy with good intentions, but the land had been turned into hell by the biggest villain of the century, Darius Robert, and the warrior who'd been carrying out righteous actions as a neutral entity ended up as a genocidal fiend after his death. He is seriously trash. Wrath finally understood the situation and bit his lip. Humans insult demons all the time, but you are even worse than us when you look at it. That's true. Rayon couldn't even say anything to refute the words. Delpros and Darius were both pretty much evil fiends in the guise of humans, sword and saber sovereign. Delpros bobbed his finger and the sword and saber sovereign bowed to him. The extreme courtesy he was showing was reminiscent of a vassal serving his king. Kill them all, but don't tear them apart. I have a use for their corpses. The sword and saber sovereign nodded his head and turned around. The intense stench of blood emanated from the white glimmer of his eyes. Rayon chewed his lip while gripping the divine and demonic swords. He has a use for our corpses. Since he asked him to not tear them apart, Delpros must have been planning to start a war by leaving fake wounds on their bodies. I won't let that happen. War was one thing that had to be stopped no matter what. Wait, the warriors near Delpros' platform couldn't even budge a finger, terrified by the murderous intent emanating from the sword and saber sovereign. Swoosh, the sword and saber sovereign's left hand turned into light. A blue radiance glimmered and suddenly dropped onto the necks of the warriors. It was a simple slash, but the speed was tremendous. Kring, Rayon executed the supreme harmony steps. He advanced towards the sword and saber sovereign, incorporating heaviness into the divine sword. He blocked the sword and saber sovereign's falling blade as a blue wind with a spiral flame. Clang, the flaming sword clashed against the blue sword, and a powerful shockwave burst out as a result. The aftereffect of the astral energy spread in all directions and destroyed the floor. Rayon bit his lip, the hand holding the divine sword trembling in pain. I feel like my hand is being cut off. The pain was far surpassing his expectations. He even felt like his sword field had stopped. Spark, even though they were crossing swords, the sword and saber sovereign wasn't showing any curiosity or malice in his eyes. He simply moved his white pupils as if all he wanted to do was to accomplish Delpros' order. Sir Rayon, why did you save us? The warriors who barely managed to survive asked why he'd saved them after they'd attacked the Light Wind Division with widened eyes. I'm aware that you didn't attack us on purpose. Step back. Rayon quickly shook his head. I'll definitely repay this gratitude. The warriors hurriedly bowed at him and ran to the back. For you to save vermin like them, how surprising. Wrath tilted his head, curious about his behavior. It's too late for good deeds. It wasn't for that reason. He hadn't saved them to look like a kind person or because he liked them. He'd only saved them because saving as many people as possible allowed him to ruin Darius's plan for war. Rumble. The sword and saber sovereign's sword became heavier and heavier. He couldn't be sure if his transcended power still remained, but he was definitely stronger than his current state at least. Huff. Rayon inhaled deeply and stabbed the sword and saber sovereign's shoulder with the demonic sword in his left hand. The sword and saber sovereign immediately raised his red saber to block the blade. Clong. The clashes between the swords, as well as between the sword and the saber, sent black sparks scattering in all directions. Thud. Rayon executed the Supreme Harmony's third step. He retreated smoothly, as if gliding on ice. He unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation from the tip of his right foot. He advanced by incorporating the energy of fire in his lower body and unleashed the 36 crimson slash towards the sword and saber sovereign's chest. The sword and saber sovereign was capable of using his full power even when he'd lost his balance slightly. The red haze burst from his abyssal saber like a divine dragon. Wham! The clash between the divine sword and saber sovereign's abyssal saber caused a powerful flame to surge up and smash into the cavern's ceiling. Step. Rayon took another step into the sword and saber sovereign's space. He clenched the demonic sword instead of the divine sword that was being pushed back. The blue light dwelling on the demonic sword was separated into two and rushed toward the sword and saber sovereign's neck and heart at the same time. Kring. The sword and saber sovereign's left hand unleashed a current similar to the lunar halo. The demon-breaking sword created a thick wall, blocking the demonic sword's blade with the grotesque roar of a dragon. Wham! Both the divine and demonic swords subsided in vain, unable to break through the sword and saber sovereign's defense. A huge shockwave spread around to violently shake the entire cavern, but it was completely meaningless. Rayon's tightened lips parted before he knew it. Is this how powerful a transcender is, even after his death? He was superior in terms of strength and agility, but his opponent's amount of aura and realm of martial arts were way better. He should have been praised for not being completely pushed back. Thud. The sword and saber sovereign executed footwork for the first time. The heavy footwork felt like it was crushing the floor. However, the speed was no less than the Supreme Harmony steps. He rapidly closed the distance and slammed his sword and saber down at the same time. Rayon tried to escape, but the pressure caused by the sword and saber sovereign didn't allow it. Rayon unleashed the Firewall with the divine sword while executing the golden void infusion with the demonic sword. The golden void infusion, capable of surrounding an opponent's aura to remove it, and the firewall with the power to stop all of his opponent's attacks, clashed against the sword and Saber Sovereign's martial art. PSSH, Rayon furrowed his brow while being pushed far back, even though he'd removed most of the sword and Saber Sovereign's aura with the golden void infusion. The impact felt still powerful enough to almost destroy the firewall. He isn't an opponent that I can win against on my own. He wasn't saving his aura at all, probably because he was already dead. Rayon could predict that his body might tear apart if he continued to fight like that. The sword and Saber Sovereign was a monster that he couldn't face yet. Whoosh. He fired an astral sphere to divert him and shifted his gaze to the back. I'll be there soon. Hang in there. Damn it, if only I didn't have this injury. Rimmer and Serena were fully occupied with the sixth apostle and the master of the abyssal sword. It was only natural because Rimmer was still not used to his prosthetic arm and Serena was severely injured. Kring. As expected of a dead person, the sword and Saber Sovereign wasn't showing any sign of exhaustion as he thrust the demon-breaking sword and the abyssal sword. The blue and red rays were extended towards him as a storm of blades. I have to do it alone. Rayon gritted his teeth, thinking that he had no other choice. Rumble, a huge lightning strike struck from the left side to fend off the sword and Saber Sovereign's saber, and a heavy sword strike extended from the right to suppress his sword. Wham! The sword and Saber Sovereign stepped back for the first time, and two people took the opportunity to dash forward. It was Kuzan, the Coman Knight Captain, and Barfel the Boltweaver. Their desperate resolutions showed in their expressions as they looked back. It should be difficult on your own. I'm going to help. It's too dangerous. Rayon shook his head while looking at the Coman Knight Captain and the Boltweaver. Since neither of them was in good shape, they could end up perishing in a single strike at worst. I already said that I would repay the favor. I'm glad that I quickly got that opportunity. I concur. The two stood next to Rayon, shaking their heads to show that they didn't mind dying for that sake. Hoo-hoo. Delpros sneered at them with his arms crossed. Do as you wish, but I wonder if 3 of you are going to be enough. Rayon clenched his back teeth without responding to him. It was frustrating to admit, but the sword and Saber Sovereign was still too powerful. There was no guarantee that they could win, even with the 3 of them. Since it's too boring to wait, let us make our move as well. Delpros snapped his fingers, and people in black uniforms walked out from the darkness. Are they the Nightshade Division? They were the warriors from the Nightshade Division, to which Delpros belonged. They had properly polished their martial arts, unlike the Shadows, who had learned assassination techniques. Kill them. Upon hearing his order, the Nightshade Division's warriors dashed towards the warriors who hadn't returned to their senses yet. The difference in strength was one thing, but the extremely rapid development of the situation made the warriors from the neutral factions quickly die one after the other, unable to survive their assault. Rayon's fingers trembled as he looked backward. They shouldn't be dying here. It was necessary to save as many people as possible in order to stop the war. However, the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division were unable to help because they were occupied by the White Blood Religion and the Black Tower. So we need to save people. Kuzan, the Coman Knight Captain, turned around and shouted at his subordinates. Coman Knights, stop those murderers. Same goes for you. Help the knights and protect the people. Barfel the Boltweaver also gave the order to defend while nodding his head. They must have been serious when they said they would help by any means necessary. We should get started too. I'll be the vanguard. Kuzan roared, dashing towards the sword and Saber Sovereign from the front. Clang. Even his thick sword was easily fended off by the abyssal saber as if it were nothing but a branch. Where do you think you are going? However, he wasn't pushed back, nor did he step back. He stomped the ground and slashed again to persistently keep the sword and Saber Sovereign with him. Zap. As the sword and Saber Sovereign was distracted by the Coman Knight Captain, the Boltweaver took the opportunity to drop a huge lightning bolt shaped like a tree root onto him. Rumble. The sword and Saber Sovereign lifted the demon-breaking sword to destroy the lightning while fending off the Coman Knight Captain's attack at the same time. His sword barrier was flexible and thick at the same time. Thud. Rayon kicked the ground, creating a red ray of light. He stabbed the divine and demonic swords toward the slightly thinner sword barrier. Crack! The barrier was destroyed, and the blades of the divine and demonic swords stopped right in front of the sword and Saber Sovereign's face. His eyes were still as composed as ever. Rayon twisted his wrists and unleashed all the aura he had in his energy center, stomping on the ground heavily. Rumble. A flame dragon burst from the divine sword's tip, while a water dragon emerged from the demonic blade, showering him with their haughty breaths. He'd performed the flame dragon art during the sword field creation. Wham! The flame and frost exploded at once, completely destroying the sword and Saber Sovereign's sword barrier in the process. Lightning Spirit, the Common Knight Captain, smashed his astral sphere onto the broken sword barrier, and the Boltweaver made a huge sphere of lightning energy explode. Wham! Another huge explosion occurred, and a crater formed on the ground under the sword and saber sovereign's feet. Is it over? As the Boltweaver was letting out a sigh of relief, a black spark emerged from the dark smoke. Gasp! Since the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver had gone all out on the previous attack, they could only stare at the light, unable to even think about dodging it. Kring, Rayon dashed forward while biting his lip. He spun the divine sword to create a shield of flame which was blazing from the bottom. Wham! The powerful saber strike shattered the firewall in an instant. Rayon immediately laid down the demonic sword to unleash a shield of frost. Wham! He managed to barely fend off the attack, but he felt like the bones all around his body were reverberating with pain. The difference in power and quality of the aura was much too severe. Whoosh! The sword and saber sovereign could be seen once the smoke faded away. His outfit was cut apart, but not a single drop of blood was shed from his white skin. Is he even a corpse? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the inside of the sword and saber sovereign's outfit. The emblem on the clothes he was wearing inside his martial uniform looked similar to Sieghart's. Right, the sword and saber sovereign supposedly looked up to Sieghart's first head. He might recognize the 10,000 flames cultivation if that's true. Rayon slashed with the flame spirit, increasing the 10,000 flames cultivation's output to the maximum. Whap! The flaming flower petals nourished by the fire spread around in all directions before they surrounded the sword and saber sovereign. Since the flame spirit was the most characteristic move of the 10,000 flames cultivation, it could potentially return his sanity. However, the sword and saber sovereign violently swung his saber as if he were cutting down a tree, completely removing all of the red flower petals covering the darkness. I guess it's no good. Apparently, awakening a person who was revived after being brainwashed with martial arts was only possible in a story. Yeah, this is even better. Rayon fixed the grips of the swords. He twisted his lips while gazing into the sword and saber sovereign's serious eyes. I don't even need to get the book of martial arts. I'll take everything from you right here. Rumble, at the same time that the huge shockwave burst out, the Common Knight Captain was sent flying and smashed into a wall, and the Boltweaver rolled on the ground while coughing up blood. Cough. The Common Knight Captain managed to stand back up with difficulty, but his legs were still trembling, and the Boltweaver had fallen on his knees, unable to stand up. Huff. Rayon shook his head while wiping the blood flowing from his mouth. He really is different because he used to be a transcender. Even though he was rotating the rings of fire as fast as possible, he was still having a hard time figuring out the sword and saber sovereign's martial art. Even if he'd managed to analyze his martial art, the sword and saber sovereign's will was far too powerful, making it impossible to create any openings. This is strange. The Common Knight Captain slowly caught his breath, his sword hand trembling slightly. Why is his aura not decreasing at all? Even a transcender should have a limit. The Boltweaver gave a short nod of agreement. Now that I think about it, Rayon stroked his chin while looking at the sword and saber sovereign. He still has the same amount of aura as in the beginning. He could understand that he wasn't getting tired at all since he'd been revived. However, the sword and saber sovereign had also been using his aura as if it were unlimited. Even though he'd been going all out in every single strike, the sword and saber sovereign's aura wasn't decreasing at all. Is he similar to a lick? The Common Knight Captain turned his head, asking what the Boltweaver was talking about. A lick can revive even after death and use an unlimited amount of mana as long as the core containing its soul is intact. He seems to be similar to that. Then is it impossible to kill him? That's not the case. The Boltweaver shook his head. Even if they've imprisoned his soul, there's still a limit to it. If he can use such tremendous power, there must be a drawback big enough to justify it. He clenched his teeth, saying that it was impossible to unconditionally use a power like that. That's right, he must have a weakness. Rayon steadied his breath and raised the divine and demonic swords. Let's keep going. It's not like I can go back to my words now. With a pointless complaint, the Common Knight Captain dashed towards the sword and saber sovereign from the front. Lightning dragons. The Boltweaver unleashed a lightning bolt from the staff, unable to even fully stand up. The yellow lightning energy turned into a dragon and rushed towards the sword and saber sovereign from the left. Hop! Rayon stomped the ground. He rotated to the right side and executed the crimson slash with the divine sword while drawing the sword's silvery dream with the demonic sword. Slosh! As the three grandmasters' all-out attacks coordinated with each other, the sword and saber sovereign's weapons sparkled. Wham! He caused a huge amount of power to explode, pushing back all three of them just like at the very start of the battle. We need to stop the sword and saber sovereign before trying or finding anything. They were gradually growing exhausted, but the sword and saber sovereign had an endless supply of stamina and aura. If the fight continued like that, it was going to be impossible to win, even if Rayon managed to analyze his martial art. Rayon was enduring the sword and saber sovereign's attack while biting his lip. An extremely covert presence approaching from behind suddenly jumped above his head. I'm taking the sword and saber sovereign's martial art. He had been quietly hiding so far. The old man, his long ebony hair cascading down, was none other than the shadowless wanderer, the first to discover the map to the sword and saber sovereign's grave and to unlock its secrets thereafter. He extended his hand towards the sword and saber sovereign's book of martial arts while everyone was occupied with something else. Swoosh! The moment the shadowless wanderer's hand reached the book, the sword and saber sovereign violently slashed upwards with the demon-breaking sword that had been blocking the lightning dragon. PSSSH, the demon-breaking sword's blue blade split apart the shadowless wanderer's body like cutting through paper. What an idiot. Did you think that a warrior would let you take his book of martial arts away? Delpros sneered at the shadowless wanderer's separated body. Your job was already over the moment you opened this grave. This is a fitting death for vermin like you. Ooh. The shadowless wanderer perished, his gaze fixated on the book of martial arts that he couldn't obtain. Rayon wasn't looking at Delpros or the shadowless wanderer. He swallowed nervously while looking at the sword and saber sovereign. Could it be was it that? It was only for a moment, but the sword and saber sovereign and his book of martial arts were connected by an evil energy the moment the shadowless wanderer touched the book. Others could have been mistaken, but there was no way he would have been when he had the ring of fire with him. Rayon slowly raised his gaze. The luminance in his eyes glowed even darker than blood as he looked at the book of martial arts floating in the air. I found it. That's the sword and saber sovereign's core. Rayon wiped away the sweat flowing down his chin while looking at the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts books. The abyssal saber art and the demon-breaking sword art. I'm sure of it. That's the sword and saber sovereign's core. The shadowless wanderer had allowed him to confirm that the sword and saber sovereign's soul was connected to the two martial arts books. The sword and saber sovereign's infinite stamina and aura were definitely coming from those books. It makes sense, too. The books were left behind by the sword and saber sovereign for the sake of the people who were going to enter the grave in the future. Since he must have regretted not having a successor, it wasn't strange at all for him to use those books as the core. Did you finally realize it? Wrath scratched the side of his nose, looking down on his pathetic behavior. He's been getting his power from those books. That corpse's power was further enhanced under the limitation of showing us his core. It's a rather provocative action. He laughed, saying that whoever did it was rather bold. It's obvious. It was Darius Roberts' doing. No one other than him could come up with such a nasty plan. I found it, Rayon called the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver, his eyes brimming with certainty. You found it? What do you mean by that? They tilted their heads, showing their confusion about what he was talking about. I found the core that is giving the sword and saber sovereign infinite power. Really? Where is it? I'll destroy it immediately. The Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver raised their voices, rejoicing over the fact that they could finally put an end to that hellish battle. Core, Delpros sneered while looking down on Rayon. Do you really believe such a thing even exists? You'd better try to find a way to extend your life instead of coming up with nonsense. The martial arts books. Rayon cut Delpros off and raised his hand. He lifted his index finger slightly and pointed at the sword and saber sovereign's book of martial arts. The abyssal saber RT and the demon-breaking sword art are the sword and saber sovereign's core. What? Impossible. The Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver's lips trembled in disbelief. It was a natural reaction. Blatantly showing off the core like that wasn't something a person would do unless they were insane. That was the blind spot the enemies were targeting. Rayon didn't respond to them, instead examining Delpros's expression. Astonishment was showing up on his face, the man unable to hide it. He is telling us the answer. Rayon pointed at Delpros's chin with a faint smile. Delpros quickly hardened his face, but it was already too late. Everyone in the cavern had already seen his distorted face, not just the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver. Are those books really the sword and saber sovereign's core? The sword and saber sovereign's infinite aura will be cut off as long as we burn those books. Rayon lifted the divine and demonic swords, basically saying that this was their chance. We can win if we finish them off quickly. His stamina and aura were at rock bottom and his sword field was at its limit, but he couldn't imagine himself losing the battle. They could finish the battle as long as they fought together. It's the book of all things. However, the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver didn't immediately take action. They bit their lips while looking at the martial arts books. Rayon sighed while watching them. It's a natural reaction. Honestly, I'm also reluctant to do it. The reason the warriors and magicians had come to the grave in the first place was to obtain the sword and saber sovereign's legacy, which was mostly those martial arts books. However, they had to destroy the books that were their objective. It was only natural for them to contemplate the matter. Darius must have even taken that fact into consideration when he made the books into the core. Since destroying the book was the only way to shatter his plan, it was even more of a reason to burn them. I understand your feelings. Rayon raised the divine sword. The subsiding flame blazed in intense gold, as if a new life were flowing into it. It felt like the flame was erasing the darkness covering the minds of the warriors. However, burning those books is the only way we can win. Huh. Delpros furrowed his brow deeply while looking at the calmness in Rayon's eyes. What the hell is he? How did he find the core? Rayon Zeeghart was right. The source of power providing infinite aura to the sword and saber sovereign was indeed the two martial arts books. Normally, all creatures hid their cores in a place that couldn't be seen, but the books were chosen as the core to take advantage of that blind spot. The limitation of showing the core to the enemies even allowed them to enhance the sword and saber sovereign. It was completely unexpected that someone managed to figure out their secret. Why is it him, of all people? He couldn't understand how a greenhorn like him managed to figure it out, even though the shadowless wanderer, capable of stealing any treasure, the Common Knight Captain, who'd emerged victorious from countless battlefields, and the Boltweaver, who possessed a huge amount of knowledge, couldn't even find it. Crack, Delpros ground his teeth so violently that his gums started to bleed. I should have killed him earlier. No, I did try to kill him, but he managed to break through my attempts. He'd been trying to kill Rayon Zeeghart ever since the second floor, but he'd managed to break through all of his traps and reach the last floor with his own strength. He was honestly speechless at that point, that damned bastard. He was gritting his teeth, his anger blazing towards Rayon. He noticed that Kuzan, the Common Knight Captain, and Barfel the Boltweaver were still contemplating, unable to get into the combat stance like Rayon Zeeghart, who was fully determined. Wait a second, I can use this. Delpros clenched his fist to the point of bleeding. He'd come up with a way to reverse the situation. You won't be able to have your way this time. He quickly finished his thoughts and nodded, saying, you're right. Those two martial arts books, the Abyssal Saber Art and the Demon-Breaking Sword Art, are the source of the sword and saber sovereign's power. But so what? Delpros bobbed his finger, a composed smile on his face. Are you saying that you are going to burn those books or something? Yes, I am. Rayon calmly nodded. Even though they are really the sword and saber sovereign's books, Delpros tapped on the throne's armrest, his legs crossed. The sword and saber sovereign in front of you isn't even half as powerful as he was during his lifetime. You can become another sword and saber sovereign if you obtain those books, yet you really intend to burn such treasures. Don't make me say it twice. It's annoying, Rayon responded firmly once again, but the contemplation in others' eyes only deepened. Hoo-hoo. Delpros stroked his lips and laughed cheerfully. The battle had come to a halt, and everyone was looking at them. Sir Delpros, the Shadowed Serpent Division leader, messaged him as if he'd been waiting for the break. The barrier's control was entirely taken over by Rayon Zeeghart. There's no way. You don't need to take back control. Just add one thing. What do you? Greed. Just stimulate their greed for the treasure. You can do it, right? I'll try. No, I'll do it. Delpros gazed up at the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts books while listening to the Shadowed Serpent Division leader's response. It's one of the few martial arts in the continent that allows you to reach transcendence. Moreover, the sword and saber sovereign even wrote down the understanding and interpretation that he learned in his later years. Am I wrong? His gaze was directed at Krasel, the omniscient sword sage, who'd checked the books himself. Krasel didn't respond, but the way he bit his lip was answer enough. Desire was slowly reappearing in people's eyes. The Shadowed Serpent Division leader must have been doing his work. You should think carefully. Are you going to become the protagonist of the continent by obtaining the sword and saber sovereign's martial arts books, or are you just going to let others benefit from it? Delpros declared powerfully, realizing that it was the right moment. Let others benefit from it. What does he mean by that? Have you still not realized it? Delpros chuckled and shook his hand. Rayon Zeeghart just declared that he will burn those books. However, who is the one who can best control fire among you? It's him, which means... Are you saying that he might take the martial arts books while pretending to burn them? The master of the abyssal sword furrowed his brow while lowering his sword. Correct. Delpros snapped his fingers, and the atmosphere inside the cavern rapidly changed. It almost felt like the wall of trust allowing them to cooperate was destroyed in an instant. You. Foo-foo, Delpros tilted his head while looking at Rayon's frown. Let's continue this dirty battle. Rayon bit his lip while feeling the stabbing gazes from the warriors. Damn it, he didn't need to look around. The atmosphere had changed. Greed was welling up in people's gazes once again. There must be someone working behind the scenes. Delprose's words weren't enough to create such a situation. He could guess that there was an advanced sorcerer controlling the energy inside the cavern from somewhere else. He tried to restore the first head's boundary with the Ring of Fire, but it wasn't an easy task. His willpower and aura were at their limits, and his opponent was resisting with their life on the line. I have no other choice than to fight like this. He was at a disadvantage, but he couldn't afford to take his time. Fortunately, the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver hadn't yielded to the greed like before. However, rather than being greedy, they were afraid. Is there really no other way than burning it? I know there's no other choice, but destroying a transcendental martial art with my own hands. They were afraid of destroying the martial arts that could allow a person to reach transcendence with their own hands. It's all right. Rayon incorporated the principles of Blue Rain in his voice. He awakened their minds with his ringing voice. People are more important than martial arts. I'm sure that's what the Sword and Saber Sovereign would wish as well. I suppose so. I can't be foolish a second time. The Boltweaver and the Common Knight Captain sealed their lips tightly in determination and stood in front of the Sword and Saber Sovereign. Are you out of your mind? Burn the martial arts books. I'll never let that happen. The Master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle unleashed powerful attacks, veins showing around their eyes. The Abyssal Sword Division and the Bloody Demons also jumped into the fray while emanating their malice, trying to stop them from burning the martial arts books. You can't read the mood. Stay out of this. I won't allow you to get past me. Rimmer and Serena had been staying back, but they advanced with the wind to stop the Master of the Abyssal Sword and the Sixth Apostle, Division Leader. We'll take care of them. Even his face is unpleasant. Mess him up, sir. Good luck, damn handsome Rayon. Burin, Martha, and Runnan also raised their voices while stopping the Abyssal Sword Division's assault. Rayon figured he could trust them to watch his back. Just open the path, I'll burn the martial arts books. Rayon nodded at the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver. All right, a battle like this is my specialty. I feel like my heart is about to burst. The Common Knight Captain raised his voice while spitting blood from his mouth, and the Boltweaver straightened his back, supporting himself with his staff. Rayon fixed his grip on the divine and demonic swords, which were slowly losing their glow, and focused his aura from behind them. Hua, the Common Knight Captain, acted as the vanguard once again and dashed at the Sword and Saber Sovereign. His blade sparkled frighteningly, incorporating his unbreakable will. Clang. However, will didn't translate to actual power. The Common Knight Captain's body faltered significantly upon receiving a violent blow from the Abyssal Saber. I'm not done yet. The Common Knight Captain buried his feet all the way to his ankles and barely managed to fend off the Sword and Saber Sovereign's saber strike. Lightning rains. Lightning arrows rained down from the Boltweaver's trembling hand. Kring, the Sword and Saber Sovereign raised the demon-breaking sword to thoroughly cut down the Boltweaver's lightning arrows. Thud, Rayon executed the Supreme Harmony steps the moment the Sword and Saber Sovereign raised both his hands. He was about to thrust the divine sword at the opening when a frightening sound of something breaking through the wind could be heard from behind him. An aura blade. A sharp aura blade was targeting the Common Knight Captain, the Boltweaver, and his backs. It normally would have been a trivial attack, but the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver couldn't afford to fend off the aura blade at the moment. Wham. Rayon gave up on attacking the Sword and Saber Sovereign. He fended off the fiery assault of the aura blade and checked who'd done it. Did it fail? Keep going. They're already tired. The warriors with red eyes were unleashing aura blades once again. Stop them no matter what. Don't let them burn the books. Even people like us can become the Sword and Saber Sovereign as long as we have the martial arts books. The neutral factions that were closer to being the 5 demons fired their auras with their swords and sabers while shouting, "You bastards." Rayon bit his lip and unleashed the firewall. He had to spend what precious little aura he had, but he had no other choice in order to protect the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver. Q-ha-ha-ha. Delprose clutched his forehead and laughed like a madman. How does it feel to be attacked by people that you saved? I've never saved people like them. Rayon rapidly shifted his gaze while blocking the aura blades of the warriors and the Sword and Saber Sovereign's sword strike. The Light Wind Division and the Light Wind Division aren't able to help us. The same goes for the Night Order and the Magicians. The Light Wind Division and the Light Wind Division were occupied by the 5 demons, and the Common Knights and Magicians were fighting against Delprose's Nightshade Division. Unfortunately, there was no one that he could rely upon. Do I have to use drastic measures? Rayon was about to quickly make a decision since he didn't have much time when. You idiots, stop it. The warriors who'd been staying back, terrified by the Sword and Saber Sovereign's pressure, stopped the ones who'd been launching their aura blades. You need to learn when to stop. They're fighting for our sake right now. You are even worse than dogs. Their faces were familiar. They were the ones Rayon had saved from the Sword and Saber Sovereign a moment ago. No, it wasn't just them. Those who'd been helped by the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division, the warriors who'd been rescued and treated on the first floor, were stopping the people who were overtaken by their greed. You crazy bastards, stay out of my way. I can become a transcender as long as I obtain those books. Those who were overtaken by the desire attacked them while shouting, but the warriors didn't withdraw. We'll take care of them. Please put an end to this. They lifted their swords with clear eyes that didn't yield to greed. Their hands were trembling from their lack of power, but they protected their backs as a wall until the very end. How could this happen? Delprose's lips trembled because of the unexpected development. They are the ones I've saved. Rayon twisted his lips while pointing at the determined warriors. This is the last time. Please muster your forces, Rayon continued. Of course, I can still keep going for a long time. I'll also see the end of it. The Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver nodded, completely covered in blood. Kua, the Common Knight Captain, crossed swords with the Sword and Saber Sovereign, scattering blood from all around his body. Wham, the Sword and Saber Sovereign's strength and aura were as powerful as before, but he couldn't fully focus because he'd started to think about protecting the books. Do it now. Veins started to burst from the Common Knight Captain's skin. He didn't lower his sword, even as his muscles were rupturing and his bones were breaking. Lightning Empress. Cough, the Boltweaver coughed up blood while trying to unleash the most powerful lightning spell so far. However, he finished his chant even though his mouth was smeared in blood. A lightning bolt in the shape of a goddess surrounded the Sword and Saber Sovereign's body. Rumble. The Sword and Saber Sovereign still wasn't pushed back even though the Common Knight Captain's sword and the Boltweaver's ultimate spell were striking him. Wham! Rayon gritted his teeth and executed Supreme Harmony steps. He advanced so quickly that his vision was darkened, and he managed to reach the Sword and Saber Sovereign's back. The Sword and Saber Sovereign noticed the presence behind him and took action even while taking the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver's assaults at the same time. Kring! Rayon unleashed his wrath the moment he was about to turn around. He stomped the ground, guiding the frightening energy, freezing the mana circuits all around his body into the divine and demonic swords. He engulfed his hand with the power crushing the land and the explosive power surging from his body. He used the divine and demonic swords pulled behind his waist and shoulder to simultaneously execute 2 downward slashes, Rayon Sieghart style. 6th form, Divine and Demonic Harmony Combination Technique. Red-Blue Invincible Sword. The certain kill technique, incorporating the enlightenment he'd gained from fighting the Doppelganger Lord, advanced towards the Sword and Saber Sovereign's body and soul. Wham! The red and blue currents of the sword danced around beautifully. The wave of power capable of destroying the heavens that dwelled inside the faint aura crushed the Sword and Saber Sovereign's sword and saber strikes at the same time. Rumble! The Sword and Saber Sovereign's body was pushed back for the first time. It was such a tremendous impact that a handful of the land was dug out whenever he took a step back. Hua, Gaia, the Common Knight Captain and the Boltweaver didn't miss the opportunity, barraging him with their sword strikes and spells one after the other. Wham! The Sword and Saber Sovereign's body was continuously pushed back, clashing against the wall in the end. Now Rayon groaned while trying to stand up. Intense pain was piercing into his head, as if his entire body and all his mana circuits had ruptured. However, he couldn't just stop. He had to put an end to it before the Sword and Saber Sovereign returned. He forced himself to jump even though he couldn't move his legs. He felt like the muscles in his legs were splitting apart, but he ignored the pain and focused on the flame in his divine sword. Stop it, Delprose shouted for the first time. That martial art allows you to reach transcendence. You can also become a transcender with it. He kicked the platform, seducing him with words. His neat appearance was completely flustered. Martial arts aren't what's important. People are. The ones who'd taught him that lesson were Glenn and Rector. Rayon raised the divine sword while thinking about their sturdy backs. I'll reach transcendence with my own power. Shadowed Serpent Division leader, stop him. The mana surrounding the martial arts books started to thicken when Delprose shouted. It's already too late, Rayon sneered at Delprose, stabbing the divine sword at the books. Crack! The mana barrier, which hadn't been fully fortified yet, split apart. The divine sword's blade was embedded in the center of the 2 books. Wham! The divine sword unleashed its golden flame to incinerate the Sword and Saber Sovereign's martial arts books, as if it were aware that the fight was coming to an end. What used to be transcendental martial arts books had turned into black ashes and fluttered into the air. Wham! The Sword and Saber Sovereign had been running towards them to protect the books, but he came to a halt in the middle of his footwork. His energy started to rapidly subside. Rayon Sieghart, however, Delprose was moving even faster. He rushed at Rayon, a tremendous astral sphere gathered around his blade. Rayon bit his lip, turning around mid-air. I can still dodge this much. He was about to land on the ground quickly, applying the master of the Abyssal Sword's footwork. The demonic sword's frost and the divine sword's flame subsided as if they'd burned to their last ember. Sword field had come to an end. Now, of all times, he couldn't move his body from the rebound of the sword field's deactivation. He could only look at Delprose's sword as it grew bigger and bigger in his vision. I have no other choice than to get hit. It was impossible to dodge. He was pushing his waist forward since it was the least dangerous spot, but Delpros was going for his heart, trying to put an end to him. Rayon, he could hear Rimmer and Serena's screams. Damn it, there was really no other way. He gritted his teeth and tried to turn around somehow. Silver armor flew into his vision. Whack! Delpros' sword crushed the chest of the man standing in his way instead of Rayon. Kyuhuhu, it was Kuzan, the Koman Knight Captain. He cheerfully started to laugh, holding Delpros' sword with his hand. Kayan Knight Captain. Rayon's lips trembled while looking at Kuzan's back. But why? He'd already done his job. He couldn't understand why he'd gone out of his way to save him. I already told you that I'd help you until the very end. The Koman Knight Captain looked back with a smile. Blood was flowing from his mouth. A knight is the Lord's face. Since I humiliate his majesty with my foolishness, I need to do this at least to avoid being scolded. He pushed Delpros back by mustering the last bit of his strength. You persistent bastard, disappear. Delpros charged at him, his face distorted like an evil fiend, but the Boltweaver fired a lightning strike while coughing up blood. He was using his vitality instead of mana. Stop. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the two. Please stop. He shouted at them to stop, but neither Kuzan nor Barfel stopped their hands. You don't need to feel so pressured. I wasn't going to live anyway. My internal injuries are too severe. Kuzan opened his severed armor. His abdomen had turned completely dark. The same goes for me. It's better to have a splendid end since I'm going to die anyway. The Boltweaver nodded while chuckling. I'm honored to have fought by your side, Light Wind Division. They dashed against Delpros, who was charging at them again. Wham! A faint light reminiscent of the lunar halo covered them. A tremendous explosion burst out, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Dark smoke reached all the way to the sky. Delpros jumped out through the smoke. He was bleeding, but he didn't seem to have any serious injuries. Shadowed Serpent Division leader. Take them all out. Kill them all, he shouted while clenching his fist as if he'd lost his sanity. Rumble. The darkness surrounding the cavern was split apart, and all of the monsters they'd encountered from the first to fourth floors appeared. The monsters dashed at every human in the area, enemies and allies alike. I can finally cut your head off. Delpros walked up to him, a twisted gleam in his eyes. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the land where Kuzan and Barfel had perished instead of Delpros. Damn it, he'd only recently met them, but they were both nice people. They were real adults, ones who knew how to acknowledge their mistakes and beg for forgiveness. He was in pain because they could have become his comrade in arms if it weren't for that. The King of Essence is also getting angry. Wrath bit his lip. Hand over your body. No, it will make you lose your sanity, so do that thing from before. He bobbed his finger, urging him to do it already. Damn it, it was frustrating. He wanted to avenge them himself, but the fact that he couldn't do anything made him so frustrated. However, there was no other way. He didn't have any aura, and even his stamina and willpower were at their limits. Rayon held Heavenly Drive in a reverse grip while watching Delpros approach him with the face of an evil fiend. Just as he was about to stab his stomach, the dark ceiling trembled. Wham! The ceiling collapsed even though it had looked like it would never break, and crimson flames spread in all directions. Amid the dazzling flame burning away the darkness, Kayan the Phoenix spread its huge wings. You human vermin, how dare you lock me up? He disappeared on the fourth floor, but now he was roaring as he unleashed a firestorm. Wham! The spiral wave of flame incinerated all of the monsters attacking the warriors. Delpros kept running while ignoring Kayan's flame. His malice revealed his determination to put an end to Rayon. At that moment, an intense flame emanated from Rayon's chest with a vibration. It was the metallic ring that he'd wrapped up in Kayan's feathers. Rayon took the ring from his chest. The ring was shining the same color as Kayan's feather, implying that the seal was broken. Put out the fire. Rayon put the ring on his finger. He made a declaration, the cold glow from his eyes cooling down the flame. I'll be the one to cut his head off. Rayon looked at the ring on his middle finger. An emblem shaped like a phoenix feather was engraved on the ring's surface, as if Kayan's feathers had melted into it. He nodded briefly and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation on the ring. The color of the flame blazing from the ring changed to gold, spreading its majestic wings of fire. What is that? Delpros stepped back as soon as he saw the dignified flame emanating from the ring. He had a frightened expression on his face. Whoosh! The wings of fire emanating from the ring landed upon Rayon's shoulders as if they were making fun of Delpros, who was stepping back, and surrounded his entire body. It didn't feel hot. It was only delivering warmth, just like the sunlight in the spring making the winter fade away. PSSH. As soon as the flame reached his skin, the wounds caused by the sword and saber sovereign disappeared rapidly. It almost felt like the time was being reversed. It wasn't just his injuries on the outside. The internal injuries on his organs had also been reverted, and the ruptured muscles, bones, and mana circuits had also been restored perfectly. The pain in his abdomen that had been making his hands tremble was completely gone as well. The empty dungeon was also filling up with a new stream. The 10,000 flames, cultivations, fire, and Glacier's frost filled up his energy center, and the remaining aura spread throughout the mana circuits all around his body. Lastly, his exhausted mind had been cleared, as if he'd just had a deep sleep in the annex building. He could even activate the sword field once again without any issue. What did you do? Wrath's eyes widened as he looked at Rayon. Refilling your aura is understandable, but recovering willpower should be impossible. He'd always told him that he couldn't recover his willpower during trades. It was natural for him to be surprised because the ring had achieved something that even a demon king couldn't do. This is the Phoenix Ring, Phoenix Ring. Just as a phoenix revives after death, this ring entirely recovers its owner's wounds and aura, and even their willpower. But that's overpowered. It's more useful than you, isn't it? Shut up. The King of Essence could also do it if he had his bada. Wrath couldn't finish his sentence. It was a reaction befitting his honest personality, but you don't need to be jealous. Rayon shook his head while looking at the phoenix ring that was losing its light. It only has one use. The ring's recovery ability was even better than Wrath, who was a demon king, but it could only be used a single time. Oh, one use. This is indeed a good time to use it, but it's a bit regrettable. Yes, it is regrettable. There's no way it wouldn't be regrettable since the artifact could only be used once. Just like Wrath had said, there might be another time when the ring could have been put to better use. However, his instincts and feelings were telling him that he needed to use the ring. Because I'd be too frustrated if I didn't destroy him myself. Rayon clenched his right fist and raised his gaze. What the hell are you? Delpros clutched his head and shouted, unable to understand the situation. You haven't changed. Rayon shook his head while meeting Delpros' panicking eyes. You coward. Delpros had countless chances to attack him. Every moment of the battle against the sword and saber sovereign was an opportunity for a surprise attack. However, Delpros foolishly only started to move when he was about to burn the books. The reason was simple, because he is a coward. The fact that Delpros withdrew the moment his aura and wounds had recovered was a testament to that fact. That's his limit. Darius Robert must have entrusted the grave to him because of his careful personality, but he was betraying his expectations in the worst way possible. It was a huge relief for Rayon. Aren't you coming? Rayon jerked his chin while looking at Delpros. Why did you stop? You looked like you were going to kill me. Delpros remained reserved even though he was the more powerful one. It wasn't because he was careful, he was just afraid. It's good for me if you're giving me some time. Rayon shook his head and slammed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem into the ground. Rumble. A golden sun and silver moon rose once again amid the darkness. The divine and demonic swords floated under the dazzling light, illuminating the cavern. Did you just activate the sword field again? Delpros widened his eyes in disbelief. It must have been nice when you were watching from afar. Rayon curled his lips into a smile, holding the divine and demonic swords that had got even hotter and colder than before. You'll meet an even crueler end than anything you've seen before. Bullshit. Delpros gritted his teeth to the point of breaking. I've already fully analyzed your martial art during your battle against the sword and saber sovereign. There's nothing to fear even if you activate the sword field. You talk so damn much, if you aren't coming to me. Rayon extended his left foot. The mana circuits at the center of his soul unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat explosively. As his body advanced as rapidly as a cannonball, he added the Supreme Harmony steps as well. I'm going to you. Delpros' shape got closer in an instant, as if the land between them had been folded. You are all talk. Delpros swung his hand like lightning. The sword he was holding cut through the space violently and pierced towards his chest. Was it not a lie when he said he analyzed my martial art? He was going for the moment where the Supreme Harmony steps were connecting perfectly. He wasn't simply watching the battle against the sword and saber sovereign after all. In that case, instead of stepping back, Rayon advanced even faster. He smacked the side of Delpros' sword before it managed to gain momentum. Clong. Even though he didn't fend it off at its perfect state, the impact was still powerful. His entire arm could have been blown up if he made the smallest mistake. It's far from being over. Delpros leaned forward like a bison and thrust his sword, showing his intention to continue the advantage he'd gained. The astral sphere seeping into his blade burst out explosively. Rayon created the firewall with the demonic sword and thrust the heavenly heavy cannon with the divine sword. He was trying to defend with the firewall and counterattack with the heavenly heavy cannon, but Delpros twisted his lips as if he'd been expecting that move. I've already seen them all. He rapidly changed the direction of his attack. He turned to the right to ignore the firewall and crushed the heavenly heavy cannon, clang, the coldness forming the heavenly heavy cannon shattered, making Rayon take a step back. I told you. Delpros raised his chin and his eyes sparkled arrogantly. I've fully analyzed your martial arts. It's over for you. He lifted his sparkling sword, announcing that he would put an end to him as quickly as possible. You said that you analyzed my martial arts, but... A haughty smile appeared on Rayon's face as he swept up his disheveled hair. When did you start? Martha rushed at a white blood fanatic, her black eyes blazing. I'll tear you all apart. Every time her hot-tempered sword was extended, white blood fanatics collapsed while spreading their blood around. She was perfectly befitting her name, Miss Rakshasa. It looks like I don't need to worry about this side. Buran shifted his gaze away from Martha and looked at Rayon's location. He was crossing blades, dripping with bloodlust against a middle-aged man who seemed to be the perpetrator behind the incident. Is our division leader going to be okay? His opponent's astral sphere was more powerful than Rayon's, and he could tell that the enemy had the advantage since he'd been watching the fight the whole time. He'll be fine. Run-On shook her head while protecting both the first and the second team to make up for Martha's absence. Rayon is perfectly calm right now. He can win. She lifted her lips very slightly while glancing at Rayon's back. It must be true if you said so, Buran stated as he calmly nodded. Run-On knew Rayon better than anyone else. He figured he could count on him since she was saying he would be fine. Then we just need to finish our battle. The Phoenix was stopping the monsters, and the greedy warriors had returned to their senses as soon as the books of martial arts were incinerated. The entire situation would be over as long as the Light Wind Division and the Void Sword Division defeated the White Blood Religion and the Holy Sword Alliance. I knew your head was empty, but it's even worse this time. Rimmer twisted his lips while looking at the master of the Abyssal Sword. Did you think they'd give away the books of martial arts? That was as stupid as me, who bets all my salary at gambling. You are the stupid one. The master of the Abyssal Sword bit his lip, ghastly fire emerging from his eyes. The Holy Sword Alliance can even jump into hell for the sake of swordsmanship and sword. Seriously, you sword fanatics, Rimmer sighed deeply. How dare you burn the sword and Saber Sovereign's books of martial arts in front of me? I'm going to rip out Rayon Sieghart's heart. The master of the Abyssal Sword rushed at him, unleashing the most frightening will so far. Wham! The amount of aura had decreased, but his will was too intense, causing a powerful impact. He felt like his prosthetic arm was dislocated, even if it was only a little bit. Same goes for me. The sixth apostle ground his teeth while looking at Rayon's back. Since I couldn't carry out our leader's order, I'll be taking his head instead. I'm your opponent. Serena stomped the ground and swung down her sword. A tremendous weight surpassing the realm of the heavy sword was poised to crush the sixth apostle's body. You are already a corpse. How persistent. The sixth apostle tried to push the sword back with his bloody energy blazing around his hand, but Serena's sword wasn't budging an inch, as if it was completely fixated on the spot. You aren't allowed to pass unless you kill me. Serena didn't bat an eye even though blood was gushing from her abdomen again. She smiled instead and pushed the sixth apostle back with her powerful pressure. You damn pests. All right, I'll kill you before him if you crave death so much. The master of the Abyssal Sword and the sixth apostle dashed at them, dark malice emanating from their eyes. Yes, it's about time we put an end to this battle. Rimmer raised his finger while lowering his sword. He smiled faintly and summoned the barren wind of the north. Sword field creation. Clang! Delpros twisted his lips, fending off Rayon's strike as it bent downwards beautifully. I already saw this technique. Rayon's sword was powerful and full of variety, but he'd fully analyzed his swordsmanship because he'd been watching him ever since the second floor. However, he wasn't in a good mood. I shouldn't even have needed to fight. His plan was to put an end to him with the sword and saber sovereign, but Rayon Sieghart had ruined everything. The power channeling into the sword and saber sovereign was cut off, the monsters were being slaughtered by the Phoenix, and even the dispute had stopped. The entire plan was ruined. It's still fine. As long as he killed Rayon, he could just brush it off as a trivial occurrence. Since the ring Rayon had used wasn't shining anymore, it shouldn't be usable a second time. He could make up for everything as long as he cut off Rayon's head, but I need to finish him off as quickly as possible. Rayon Sieghart had a special talent that made him stronger as he fought. He had to kill him as fast as possible in order to avoid meeting the same end as the Doppelganger Lord, Shadowed Serpent Division Leader. Yes, greed isn't needed anymore. Focus on enhancing my power. I can't maintain it for long. I have no intention of dragging it out anyway. Understood. As soon as the Shadowed Serpent Division Leader finished his response, power welled up in his body. The aura surged endlessly from his energy center, filling him with an omnipotent sensation. He felt as though he could accomplish anything he desired in the world. I'll destroy you to the best of my abilities. Delpros concentrated the empowered aura and unleashed the sword strikes. Dark Heaven's sword that Darius had personally taught him created a majestic storm of astral spheres. Rayon extended both of his blades at the same time. The tips of the swords wavered in different colors, activating a slash of extreme speed that cut through the space. Swoosh! The storm of the astral sphere that Delpros had unleashed disappeared as if it had never existed from the beginning. He knew about the technique, but the power seemed to be a bit too different. What? He swallowed nervously while thinking that it was strange, and Rayon rushed at him from the left side. He slashed down diagonally with his blazing sword, not even batting an eye. A silver blade and a blue blade advanced towards him at the same time. Frost Pond. It was a move that Rayon Sieghart had created himself, a strange attack that consisted of attacking twice in a single swing. However, it was extremely easy to defend against as long as you knew how it worked. Clong. He blocked the first blade and waited for the second blade, but it didn't come right after. What's going on? He was breaking into a cold sweat from the tension when the second strike suddenly fell upon him. Clang, it was far slower than his knowledge. However, the speed wasn't the only thing that had changed. Frost Pond's power had changed far too much. Delpros stepped back, redirecting the impact on this sword. You just what? However, he didn't have time to get the answer to his question. Rayon's attack followed up right after. A water dragon with rising scales emerged from his sword. A breath of bitter frost burst from its dark and distorted mouth. In return for a wider range, the power must have been to Kriha. Delpros widened his eyes in the middle of his footwork. Rayon's strike, which was supposed to eradicate a large area, was focused on a single area. Oh no, he stopped his steps and hurriedly turned around. He pushed his sword out and mustered all of the aura he had. Wham! As soon as he clashed against Rayon's sword strike, his entire body was pressured by a tremendous impact. He was almost about to drop his sword because of how much his hand was shivering. Whop! A flame dragon's breath followed the water dragon's roar. The energy concentrated at the tip of the flaming sword was unleashed in an instant. Crack! The thick shield of aura that he'd created was being destroyed. His sword started to tremble as if it were about to break. What is this power? And what is this technique? He definitely knew about the technique and didn't give Rayon any time for growth, but his power was far surpassing his expectations already. Don't tell me. Delpros's pale lips trembled as he watched Rayon calmly walk towards him. Did he already get stronger before he started to fight against me? Rayon sneered while looking at the astonishment in Delpros's eyes. You must be surprised. He was bound to be surprised because his realm was too different from what he knew. However, it was just a natural outcome. In reality, I did get stronger. It wasn't because the amount of aura had noticeably increased, nor that his realm had drastically improved. He could perfectly put together the enlightenment he'd gained in the grave, while fighting the sword and saber sovereign on the border of life and death. He couldn't exactly express that growth because he was lacking in stamina, aura, and willpower, but the Phoenix Ring allowed him to perfectly display his improved realm. What the hell are you? How long are you going to keep getting on my way? Delpros twisted his sword while shouting. Astral spheres rained down from his sharpened dark blade. Wham! Rayon pierced into Delpros's space. He curled his lips into a smile while looking into his eyes. He's afraid. While Delpros had been attacking to kill him before, he was only trying to defend himself. That implied that he returned to being his cowardly self. Rayon closed the distance from the left and executed the Crimson Slash and Blue Rain, Clang. The sword strikes incorporating his enlightenment extended towards him, but they couldn't break through Delpros's sword barrier. It seemed to be an extremely sturdy one. Even his sword technique has changed. Instead of the Dark Heaven sword, Delpros was using the defensive Four-Gate sword instead. Since it was a 90 defensive swordsmanship, it wasn't going to be an easy task to break through it, but it's still bound to open if I knock into it. He advanced toward Delpros, still regarding him as the same small man he had always been. Clang, the 36 Crimson Slash and Frostpond were executed at the same time, pounding against Delpros's sword barrier nonstop. Fuck off. Delpros completely gave up on offense, only repeating defense and evasion. Kill those pieces of shit first. In the middle of his retreat, he suddenly ran towards the crowded area to prevent Rayon from using wide-range attacks. He was the sneakiest man Rayon had ever seen. You won't be able to leave this place. This is your grave. Delpros was still shouting to provoke him. I'll send you off to the same place as those two. Rayon's eyes glowed coldly. He looked at the location where Cusin the Coman Knight Captain and Barfel the Bolt Weaver had perished. He bit his lip while looking at the broken sword and the shattered staff. Delpros also noticed the change in the air around him and mustered all of the aura he had to create a sword barrier. The sword barrier made of streaming astral energy surged up like a wall. No matter how hard the shell is, a turtle is still a turtle. Rayon pulled the divine sword back. The golden flame dwelling on his blade roared like a dragon, drawing a majestic trajectory. The flame dashed forward and danced with the dazzling light. The blade under the dusky twilight shall not waver, even in the face of the surging waves. A new call followed after the first precept he'd achieved while slaying the Snow Wraith Duchess. A wall isn't broken by a sword but by a person. One who is polished there can cut through anything. His enlightenment became a precept, raising a new sword in his mind, Rayon Sieghart style. Seventh form, Void Severance. The strike, capable of slicing through time and space, cut through in an instant and pierced Delpros's sword barrier. Croc, A long laceration was made on Delprose's abdomen behind the sword barrier that remained perfectly intact. PSSSH, Delprose's underbelly was cut apart, red blood gushing from it. He shrieked while clutching his stomach. It was an unsightly scream that couldn't come from a warrior. However, it was a natural outcome. After all, his abdomen wasn't the only thing that was cut apart. A huge lump of aura explosively gushed from between his blood. His energy center was cut apart, and his aura was bursting from losing its path. Delprose's face turned as pale as if he were about to die. Crack, Rayon stepped upon the destroyed sword barrier and stood in front of Delprose. I didn't behead you on purpose. Such a death is wasted on you. Wait, I told you, didn't I? Your end will be crueler than anything you've seen before. Rayon extended his hand with a frightening smile on his face, enough to send shivers down the spine. You can look forward to it. The silver demonic sword carved a trajectory resembling that of a saw blade. Slash. Delprose's right arm was torn into pieces and blue frost seeped into his shoulder. Delprose let out a bloody scream, clutching his frozen shoulder. You're already screaming, how annoying. Rayon shook his head indifferently and walked up to Delprose. He held his divine sword in reverse grip with his right hand and stabbed him. Whack, Delprose's burning left leg was torn off. Delprose crawled on the ground like a bug while writhing in pain. Because I'm only getting started. Rayon smiled coldly and tapped on Delprose's body multiple times with his finger. Why, you bastard, what have you done to me, Huff? Arg. Veins bulged one after the other on Delprose's face. The intense pain left him unable to even scream, his entire body trembling in pain. Don't tell me did you just use that torture method with the aura from those swords, correct? It's cruel, but it's a suitable torture for vermin like him. A simple death would be wasted on a person like him. Rayon had used the torture method that used heat and coldness with the divine and demonic swords. Delprose must have been hoping that he would die from the intense pain. Delprose's lips burst open and blood flowed from them. His distorted eyes were pleading for death. Whack! Rayon smacked Delprose's chest with his palm to make the rage worm inside his heart faint. He created an aura barrier in order to prevent sounds from leaving and curled his lips up into a twisted smile. You are still as cowardly as before, Delprose. Delprose widened his eyes amid his pain. He was extremely flustered by the fact that Rayon knew his name. How do you know my name? Where is your lord? Even though the rage worm was unconscious, the brainwashing engraved in his brain could be activated the moment Darius's name was mentioned. That was why he only called him Delphose's lord. Lord, what are you talking about? I have nothing like that. Delprose wrinkled his nose, trying to act despite being tortured. I'm talking about that man who lives in the south. I guess he isn't around here right now. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Delphos shouted desperately, chin trembling. He must have thought about Darius the moment Rayon mentioned the south. Judging from your reaction, he must not be here. As expected, well, that's the natural thing to do. Darius was never going to enter the grave. It was a plot to show the world that he was unrelated to the incident, and that's going to be your downfall. If Darius had been inside the grave, no one would have survived and his plan would have succeeded. He wanted far too many things at once, and his greed ruined his entire plan. Just who are you? Rayon shook his head while looking at Delprose's face, which was gradually turning pale from pain and fear. He won't last for long. Since he must have thought about Darius in his mind, his brain would be destroyed before long. Rayon had something he needed to figure out before that happened. Your lord's goal is to start a war, isn't it? What are you talking about? What war? Delprose literally looked like he was possessed by a ghost at that point. His mental shock seemed to have surpassed his physical pain. Why is he trying to start the war? So you don't know? Rayon smiled coldly. Because Darius has such a careful personality, he doesn't even tell his direct subordinate about his entire plan. It would have been stranger if Delprose knew the reason he was starting a war. This is enough. His guess that Darius wanted a war was confirmed. Since his actions could be predicted if his goal was known, that was a huge gain. There's no way someone like you knows about him. Everyone who knows has already died. Who the hell are you? Delprose shouted despite the intense pain. I'll send your lord to hell after you so you can ask him there. Why, you're insane. You have no idea what kind of person he is. No, I'm fully aware. I know him better than anyone else. Rayon chuckled and plugged Delprose's mouth. He embedded Qzin the Coman Knight Captain's sword and Barfel the Boltweaver's staff in the earth right in front of him before he stood up. Beg for mercy until the moment of your death. No, keep begging for it even after your death. He destroyed the mana circuits throughout Delprose's body with a sinister smile extending across his face. The heat and coldness had nowhere else to go and started to dig into his skin, destroying Delprose's body and mind. Delprose was still groaning even though his mouth was plugged. His eyes had rolled back because of the mind-shattering pain, but he couldn't even lose consciousness, leaving him to feel the pain constantly. You still won't be forgiven, though. Rayon stood up. He briefly nodded at Qzin's sword and Barfel's staff, which were trembling faintly because of Delprose's convulsion. He finished a short prayer for them and turned around. peep. Rayon shook his hand at Kayin the Phoenix, who had incinerated all of the monsters. Come over here, Peep-Eye. Peep Peep. Kayin lowered its wings all the way down in surprise. Peep, did you just call me Peep-Eye? Of course it's you. Who else would it be? Why would I be Peep-Eye? Because you keep going Peep Peep. I clearly told you my name is Kaya. Your name doesn't matter. Since there's still another person hiding around, look for his location. He might run away if you make contact, so just look for his location. The sorcerer who'd been helping Delpros was still hiding in the grave. He had to be taken care of in order to finish the incident. Peep, I'm the Great Phoenix. I won't obey a mere human's orders. Kayin started to shake its head in refusal when it met Delpros's eyes where he was still being tortured. I'll get to it right away. Kayin reduced its size to that of a chick, just like after it was killed about 20 times and flew onto the ceiling. How strange. Wrath shook his head after witnessing the entire scene. The humans the King of Essence has seen so far haven't been like this. How come a human even worse than Demon Kings exists in this world? He closed his eyes, contemplating the different races at that point. Well then. Rayon turned around, ignoring Wrath, who was lost in thoughts. Let's put an end to this boring war. He embedded the demonic sword next to Delpros and concealed his presence, executing the Supreme Harmony S. Seventh step, which was the stealthiest of the moves. Rayon entered the battlefield where the echoes of clashing blades were still reverberating. What an idiot, it's too late to withdraw. The most noticeable one was the duel between the Sixth Apostle and Serena, the Void Sword Division leader. Unlike the Sixth Apostle, who was emanating powerful bloody energy around him, Serena's hands were trembling as if she were about to die. It was actually praiseworthy enough for her to have lasted so long because the injury on her abdomen was severe. I should start here. Rayon moved behind the Sixth Apostle's back, keeping his presence concealed. He removed his murderous intent and anger. Treating the divine sword he was holding as a branch, he stabbed it toward the Sixth Apostle's back as if he were playing with it. PSSH. The divine sword's blade emerged from the Sixth Apostle's stomach as he tried to strike Serena's head with a chop. The Sixth Apostle stopped his attack with trembling shoulders. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked behind him. Rayon Sieghart, but I'm sure you were over there. The Sixth Apostle coughed up blood upon seeing the demonic blade embedded next to Delpros. He'd finally realized that relying on his senses was a mistake. Serena was also surprised, but she quickly returned to her senses and raised the sword she was barely holding on to. It's regrettable that I couldn't finish you off on my own, but... Why, you cowards, get a good junior for yourself if you have a problem with it. She gritted her teeth and swung the sword down from above her head. The thick blade split the Sixth Apostle's head in half. Pale blood splattered in all directions. As expected of a high-ranking blood demon, the Sixth Apostle's bloody energy was gathering for regeneration even though his head was split apart. They really are like bugs. Rayon furrowed his brow and pierced the Sixth Apostle's heart with the divine sword. The golden flame incinerated his bloody energy and even his soul. Apostle, oh no. The white blood religion's bloody demons clutched their heads and screamed as soon as the Sixth Apostle collapsed. This is our chance. Kill them all. Martha activated. Berserk with infuriated eyes, the Light Wind Division followed her and drove the bloody demons into a corner. Serena sank to the ground with trembling lips. Because she'd lost so much blood, her face looked so pale as if she was about to die. Did that crazy bastard die already? Not yet, but he is going to die soon. She wasn't even aware that Rayon's battle had ended because she was fully focused on stopping the Sixth Apostle. Rayon thought that she was better than him in terms of patience and willpower. I'll take a rest then. Serena tilted to the right side with a faint smile on her face. Rayon held her shoulder and carefully laid her down on the floor. He patched up her abdomen with the divinity blooming from the underworld before he looked at the battlefield once again. Clong. Radiance gushed out like a comet from in between Rimmer and the master of the abyssal sword. Their swords were striking so quickly that only the fluttering traces of aura could be seen. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he observed Rimmer, who now appeared as if he had returned to the state he'd been in before he lost his arm. Did he tame the prosthetic arm? Rimmer couldn't perfectly control the prosthetic arm before he'd entered the grave. He still looked a bit awkward because it wasn't his real arm, but it didn't look like that was still the case. Damn it. On the other hand, the master of the abyssal sword was starting to falter upon noticing that Delpros and the Sixth Apostle had been defeated. He'd realized that he was the only one left. Overeating is the reason for your death. Rayon casually twirled the divine sword while looking at the master of the abyssal sword. The divine sword's flame slowly subsided, as if its strength was running out. The sword and saber sovereign's martial arts were too good for you. Shut up. As soon as the master of the abyssal sword clashed his blade with Rimmer's, he rapidly turned around. He was increasing his speed with the impact. He rushed at Rayon, his movement transcending the concept of swiftness. Got you. He must have decided to go for a surprise attack because he believed the sword field was over, but Rayon was only pretending. The impatience was accelerating the master of the abyssal sword's death. Kring, Rayon fixed his grip on the divine sword with a cold smile on his face. The weakened flame roared back to life, erupting like a whirlwind. It was as if it had been doused with fuel. Wah-ap, streaming flames rose while dancing on the edge of his blade. It was the flame spirit. The flaming flower petals blocked the master of the abyssal sword's path. Shit. The master of the abyssal sword bounced back violently, like a ball hitting a wall. His arms and legs turned completely red, as if they'd been burned. Arg. He tried to jump mid-air to regain his balance, but it was a meaningless struggle. Rimmer's frightening eyes were sparking behind him. Wait, do you have money? What money? You should leave if you don't. Rimmer swung his sword without hesitation. A dignified sword resonance burst from the sword in his prosthetic hand and cut off the master of the abyssal sword's head. PSSH. The master of the abyssal sword sank into the blood with wide eyes, unable to believe his own death. Oh, I'm seriously dying here. Rimmer sat on the ground while sighing, his sword field slowly subsiding. Why is it always so hard when I hang around with you? Even the head of house wasn't so bad. The master of the abyssal sword died. This can't be happening. Oh, damn it. The Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons stayed immobile, their eyes widened, unable to believe the master of the abyssal sword's death. The enemy leader has been defeated. It's time to put an end to this battle. Burin unleashed the barren wind and leaped at the abyssal sword division. The light wind division and the void sword division also dashed towards the end of the battle, mustering all of the energy they had left. Rayon division leader. Runan came up next to Rayon and nodded at him. She'd become haggard because she'd been working the hardest in order to protect the light wind division and the void sword division. Is it over? No. Rayon shook his head, while watching Kayan's descent, flapping its wings like a chicken. There's still one last thing to take care of. Oh, a monster. The shadowed serpent division leader dropped the crystal ball from his hand. He simply stood there with a trembling hand, as if he didn't even notice the shattered glass. That's an uncontrollable monster. Rayon had smashed the countless traps prepared by Delprosen himself, even destroying the plan that Darius had devised. Rayon Sieghart seemed to defy human comprehension, breaking through all obstacles and even managing to kill Delpros. He was even more afraid of Rayon than Darius at that point. I need to run away as fast as possible. All of the monsters had died, the boundary was out of control, and he had no more people or traps available. All he could do was to return to the surface and deliver the information. Damn it. Since it was Rayon Sieghart, he could potentially find his hideout. He wanted to wrap things up as quickly as possible and leave that place. The shadowed serpent division leader gathered the documents with trembling hands. He even chanted spells, using sorcery to erase his traces, and finished his preparations to return to the surface. I can get outside within an hour by using the device The shadow serpent division leader started to walk towards the device leading to the surface, but suddenly stopped. His lips trembled as he looked at the blade protruding from his abdomen and the blood flowing from it. What? So, you're the sorcerer. It was Rayon Sieghart. His frightening voice echoed in his ears alongside the sound of his blood dripping from the blade. How? Peep. The small phoenix sitting on Rayon's shoulder flapped its wings. No one can hide from me. Damn it. He could guess that the phoenix had figured out his location. Rayon Sieghart was clever, too. You should know even less than him, Rayon sneered, shaking the sword embedded in his stomach. Wait, I just die. Gov. He swung the sword upwards without the slightest hesitation. The shadowed serpent division leader's body was split in half and tilted towards the ground. Rayon took the documents that the shadowed serpent division leader was carrying and looked around. Is this the control room? The room was filled with unknown machines and crystal balls. He could guess that they'd been controlling the monsters and traps from that room. Rayon searched the entire control room in addition to the documents. He found extensive information about the grave's structure, explanations and analyses of the warriors, but as expected, nothing related to Darius Robert. He is as sharp as always, however. Rayon threw the documents behind him and curled his lips into a smile. He must be rather angry this time. Rayon returned to the cavern on the 5th floor after checking the control room. The situation was over by the time he'd returned. Not a single one of the 5 demons had survived. You're late. Martha wrinkled her nose while looking at him. I was looking for something. He was about to hand over the documents, but suddenly stopped. He'd noticed the sword and saber sovereign, who was immobile in the exact same position as when the books of martial arts were burned. Has he been like that this whole time? He isn't showing any reaction at all. Burin shook his head, saying that he hadn't moved despite various attempts. He isn't breathing either. Martha clicked her tongue, standing next to the sword and saber sovereign. Rayan briefly sighed while looking at the sword and saber sovereign's immobile eyes. He could guess that he couldn't move at all anymore because the core was broken. The sword and saber sovereign was nothing but an empty corpse. Then we should just quickly send him off. He made up his mind and walked up to the sword and saber sovereign. You haven't done anything wrong. The sword and saber sovereign had good intentions. Darius was the source of all evil. He unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation from his hand. Just as he was about to burn the sword and saber sovereign's corpse, his shoulders trembled faintly. Thud, the sword and saber sovereign extended his hand and grabbed Rayon's wrist. I have something to tell you. His eyes, which had once had the black and white parts switched, gradually returned to normal, radiating serenity. Rightful descendant of Zeghart.